This young man didn't understand why, for some strange reason, in his previous life, he awakened a monster gene, and the result was a bitter annihilation. However, just when he thought everything was over, Tu Tin suddenly found himself back in the past, when the monster gene within him had not yet awakened. In his mind, he remembered the form of that monster. The fact that he had a monster gene in his body was an unchangeable truth, but in this life, he had to completely control them. His heart surged with determination. He had to prepare thoroughly before he could awaken the monster gene. There was still 1 year. He wanted to make the monsters that controlled him, the monsters that destroyed this world, pay. He already had a plan. Tu Tin stood in front of the clothing store, his gaze flicking to a hooded cloak, and he remembered. According to statistics, about 5% of people carry the monster gene, and society doesn't become chaotic because of it. He wore that cloak and walked among the crowd, because only those with the monster gene could become infected and turn into monsters, everyone said. As long as these transformed monsters are controlled, or killed in time after they mutate, society won't be chaotic. Without moral constraints, in reality, almost all normal people would want to kill everyone with the monster gene at once. Tu Tin's footsteps paused slightly. He smelled it. The smell of a lot of food. Hearing the chaotic sounds and a loud explosion, it had indeed happened, the mutation event in the cinema at the shopping mall. From the explosion, a panicked crowd ran out, shouting loudly, "Help!" The last man running had a group of monsters chasing closely behind him. He screamed in terror, Don't eat me." Seeing Tu Tin standing still there, he wondered, is this guy retarded? Standing here again. He rushed past him. Since that's the case. With a malicious hand, he pushed Tu Tin towards the monsters. He said coldly, "Then die in my place." The monster, which was originally running towards the food, ignored him when it saw him. Seeing this, Tu Tin chuckled to himself. They ran past. It seems they all consider me one of them. My apologies. So can't I just eat freely now? And that guy was still gloating, running and looking back to check. Seeing him still unharmed, he was utterly astonished. No, how can this be? Before he died, he still didn't understand why the monsters didn't eat him. No way. Ah, and Tu Tin remembered, that's right, there was another reason why people weren't afraid of monsters. A rock wall rose to block the monsters. It was erected by humanity's superhumans, who had formed a special department dedicated to eradicating monsters, the Eradication Bureau. He walked straight inside. This place can be left to them. Neep Gyun controlled his power and asked Tan Ha, have all the people from the shopping mall left? She shook her head, pointing inside, no. Lam Shi is still in there. With this level of disaster, a level 2 monster will definitely be born, but Lam Shi is a genius, so there won't be any problems. A huge explosion suddenly occurred on the first floor of the shopping mall. Lam Shi held the baby with one hand, his other arm was gone. He felt upset, 1 arm for 3 small lives, a huge loss. The monsters were still fiercely charging towards Lam Shi. He frowned and coldly uttered 2 words, Iron Shard. Streams of yellow light shot out, tearing the monsters to shreds. That was Lam Shi's unique power, Shard Star. Another group of monsters charged forward. He snorted coldly to himself, letting a level 2 monster eat my arm. Where would I put my genius face then? Iron. Before he could finish his sentence, a red shadow flashed past and punched the monster in the throat with bare hands. Lam Shi was startled. Who is even more showy than me? He frowned, his lips pressed tight. Though it's only level 2, can someone really punch it back with bare hands? Seeing the monster sent flying far away, countless questions appeared in Lam Shi's mind. Where did this wild superhuman come from? What exactly is his power to have such strength? Tu Tin turned his head and smirked. This side needs to be handled. He reminded Lam Shi to be careful, don't be careless. How can a level 2 monster die so easily? Seeing Tu Tin about to go inside, Lam Shi spoke up, you take them out, I'll handle the rest. He smiled kindly, brother. Lamshi vaguely didn't understand why, in such a dangerous situation, the other person was smiling so brightly. 210 knocked Lamshi unconscious. Sorry. It's not suitable for outsiders to watch when I eat. He fell backward, lying flat on the ground, unconscious, his eyes spinning. A monster appeared behind 210. The monster's language echoed in his mind with a contemptuous voice. A low-level stomach dares to steal my prey. 210 turned around, his hand clenched, preparing to retort, "You're wrong." The fabric wrapped around his arm came undone, revealing his mutated arm. He sneered, "You are the prey." The monster stared, astonished, exclaiming, "What? No, that's..." Now it realized, Flame Leader, how do you have it? 210 delivered another blow. "You might not believe it, but I used to be the leader of monsters, with incredibly rich experience." Realizing his intention, it threatened, "You want to eat me? We're of the same kind. We are all the power of the king. You want to contend for the king's power? Traitor, die." 210 ignored it, opened his mouth and devoured the prey, laughing inwardly, "King." He remembered the three-eyed monster from the past, your great boss, that terrifying figure. "Very good, I've decided to also devour your king clean." The monster screamed in despair, "The king won't let you off." The scene shifts to outside the shopping mall. Neep-Gyung now noticed a change. "Hey, the monsters have become weaker." He sighed in relief. "They're not like before, not so cooperative. They're just addicted to blood, so they're easier to deal with." Tan Van asked curiously, "Deal with? What's going on?" Neep-Gyung explained, "When there's a high-level monster, low-level monsters become more cooperative." Blocking a monster, he continued, "Now that the monsters have lost their cooperative nature, it also proves that Lamshi has killed the level 2 monster in the shopping mall." "Lamshi is indeed formidable," Tan Van exclaimed. "Oh, I really envy him for having such a talent for controlling superhuman strength." As the black objects penetrated the floor, silent footsteps entered inside. Seeing no problems, Neep-Gyung signaled, "No problems here, let's go check on him." He looked inside and called, "Lamshi." Seeing the scene before him, Neep-Gyung was secretly pleased. Sure enough, the level 2 monster has been killed, and there are 3 children. Seeing Lamshi with only one arm, he was startled. "Hey, your arm." Tan Van half-jokingly said, "And yet you messed up. Don't be sad, with your abilities, even with one arm." Lamshi cut her off, his voice filled with annoyance. "It's enough to kill you." She forced a laugh, "Just show off. You only saved 3 children, faced so many monsters, and even defeated a level 2 monster, that's already amazing." He clutched the wound on his arm, blood still flowing out. "It wasn't me." These words startled Tan Van, making her exclaim, "Ah!" Lamshi recounted angrily, "Some idiot, after defeating the level 2 monster, also knocked me out." His brows furrowed. "When I woke up." Lamshi's voice deepened. "I vaguely saw him eating the monster. His left hand had once unleashed blue flames. Moreover, I saw the face hidden under his hood, so if I see him, I'll recognize him." She cried out in fear, "Never mind if you recognize him or not, he eats monsters, surely he's not a monster himself, is he?" Neep-Gyung crossed his arms and explained, "There are indeed exceptions of monsters eating monsters, but those cases are not correct. If that person were a monster, Lamshi would have been eaten too." He narrowed his eyes and listed the characteristics, has the power to defeat a level 2 monster, uses violence against purifiers on a rescue mission. Neep-Gyung ordered his subordinates, "Issue a bounty." At this time, 210 had thrown away his cloak and put on his own clothes. As he walked, patting his full stomach, satisfied after eating, the announcement over the loudspeaker repeatedly blared. An unregistered metal element transcended, or potentially a special fire element transcended, seems to have an antisocial personality and is addicted to eating unusual things. Arrogant and self-important, always believing they are a hero in the shadows and doing better than the purifiers. Such a person, if not apprehended for re-education, will soon lose control. Tu-Tin yawned. Although initial evolution is the simplest, being able to evolve into a level 2 monster so quickly was an unexpected surprise. I'm full, time to go home. Seeing the residential area still lit up ahead, he paused. My house is still there. This building in the residential area is still very good. Tu-Tin recalled his past extravagant appearance. In my previous life, after soothing the older sisters, I returned to this place at 3 a.m. The lights went out, and the residential area suddenly lost power. This scene would probably never be erased from his memory. A very large area suddenly lost power. The electricity, transformed into energy, attracted Tungu, who was at home there. The awakening of the superhuman gene, power beyond control. With a bang, the entire building was like a sandcastle hit by waves, then lightning destroyed the building. All 136 people in the building, including Tungu's parents, died. Tungu was traumatized, leaving an indelible scar on her face. Tu-Tin took out his phone to check. It's almost 12 now, 4 more hours until 3:30. Just as he was secretly pleased to have plenty of time, the lights suddenly went out. No, weren't the lights supposed to go out in 4 more hours? Why is this happening? At this moment, inside the room, Tungu's hands trembled. She carefully dared not touch her phone. A current from Tungu's hand shot into the phone, causing it to emit black smoke. She looked at the crackling purple electricity and told herself, can't move. Once I move, the electricity in my body will rush out. Objects around her were also charred. Tungu sadly, Mom, Dad. Her body felt trapped, very difficult to move, and she couldn't speak. She hugged her body tightly. Is this the legendary loss of superhuman control? The electric current is still continuously flowing into my body. Tungu continuously prayed, no, don't come in anymore, don't come in anymore, I won't be able to control it anymore. She clenched her teeth to suppress a groan. If she lost control, her parents might get implicated. Tungu's entire body began to tremble violently. It's like I can't hold on anymore. Someone save me. She muttered his name, Tu-Tin, Tu-Tin. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the window, making Tungu look up. Tu-Tin came in through the window. He reassured her, Tungu, don't be scared, I'm here. She was surprised. Why are you on the window? Tu-Tin's tone was serious. There's no time to explain, trust me. Tungu unconsciously nodded and softly replied, okay. He jumped down and took her hand, instructing, no matter how scared you get next, don't scream to avoid waking Uncle and Auntie. Tungu recoiled slightly, no, I have electricity on me. It was then that she noticed the strangeness on Tu-Tin's hand. Tu-Tin's hand was black, and the electricity on her body moved to his arm, yet he wasn't affected. The electricity swirling around Tungu was slowly subsiding. He said, I can't be in contact with you like this for too long either, so please forgive me. Hearing that, she felt confused. Tu-Tin threw Tungu high up like a shuttlecock, to the rooftop. She heard the wind roaring in her ears. She remembered his instructions and didn't dare to scream loudly, only gaping with her mouth open. Tungu hurriedly covered her mouth, crying out in her heart, I'm about to fall. From below, a ray of light shot up and caught her. Tu-Tin held her in his arms and gently said, hold me tight. They looked into each other's eyes. He thought to himself, evolved from devouring a level 2 monster. Tu-Tin used his tentacle skill to extend his arm and pierce through the rooftop wall. He used it as a leverage point to jump down with her in his arms. As soon as they landed on the rooftop, Tu-Tin said, you shocked me to death. Quickly release your electricity. He pointed upwards, signaling, up into the sky. Tungu took her hands off her mouth, nodding, okay, okay. She opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide, and looked up at the sky, electricity shooting out from her mouth and eyes with extremely strong voltage. Tu-Tin let out a sigh of relief, good thing I made it in time. He smiled affectionately at her, those bad things won't happen anymore. A moment later, Tungu spoke up, I'm fine now. Tu-Tin was pleased, that's great then. She looked at his hand and asked, your hand? He looked at his arm too, this? Tu-Tin controlled his arm to return to normal. He said casually, I mutated into a monster. He added, fortunately, I can control them in my left hand. Tungu pressed her lips together as if about to cry. She pounced and covered Tu-Tin's mouth. Ah, you idiot, don't say it. You shouldn't tell anyone. Tungu worried, many people in this world hate monsters. If others find out, you'll be in danger. You just need to make up some excuse. Seeing him burst out laughing, she grew even more angry. What are you laughing at? This is very serious. Don't be so carefree all the time. Tu-Tin said dotingly, precisely because of that, if you ask, I'll tell you. He smiled with squinted eyes, you are the only one in this world who can make me trust them unconditionally. After a moment of being stunned, Tungu pressed, you've said this to your 7 confidant sisters before, haven't you? Tu-Tin replied, of course not. She didn't believe him, who would believe you? He saw a strange glowing object in the sky and said, the starry sky is so beautiful. Look at that bright spot. Tungu pouted, even if it's a shooting star, I won't close my eyes and make a wish. Don't you dare try any funny business. Tu-Tin gave a wry smile, what are you even thinking? They're probably from the Gene Research Institute. That bright spot is getting closer and closer. He predicted that his superhuman power loss had caused such a big commotion. They would definitely come knocking. Tunmin and Tu-Lo rushed over. He said, found them. There are 2 people upstairs. The person who lost control of their powers this time is very likely among them. Tunmin asked kindly, kids, there's no need to be scared. We are from the Gene Research Institute. Who caused that electrical surge just now? Tungu replied, it was me. He reassured her, don't be scared, you did very well, no one else was hurt. Tu-Lo, test them all with the superhuman sensitivity reagent. Tu-Lo took out the syringe and replied, yes. Tunmin looked at Tu-Tin suspiciously. The girl released such a strong electric current, yet the boy next to her wasn't hurt at all. Perhaps that boy also has superhuman powers. Don't be scared, I just need to draw some blood. She nodded in agreement, yes. When the blood was drawn into the syringe, a small vortex appeared. He exclaimed in shock, oh my God, what kind of divine reaction is this? The vortex is getting bigger and bigger. A dazzling dark yellow light flashed. Tunmin gaped, this old man is going blind. This girl's superhuman gene contains record-breaking power. As for Tu-Tin, after his blood was drawn, he chuckled inwardly. Little sister, I'm afraid you've wasted a vial of reagent. Indeed, Tu-Lo shook the syringe, but saw no reaction. She muttered, this male student. After a while, she shouted, this person's blood also has a faint superhuman gene reaction, but I've never seen it this weak before. Tunmin, covering his eyes and groaning, oh, my eyes, immediately instructed, take him to the Research Institute for further examination. Tu-Lo nodded and replied, yes. Tu-Tin, hearing their conversation, was stunned. Wait, a superhuman gene response? Did they test it wrong? I only have monster genes, not superhuman genes. No, that's not right. Maybe I really do. The cleanser had his hand bitten off by a monster before, and he ate that monster. Scene shifts to Nam Noyat Gene Research Institute, Superhuman Gene Lab 13. Tu-Tin lifted his shirt, revealing his toned abs. Tu-Lo scared while measuring, Tu-Tin, you're truly special. The lowest superhuman gene content in history, 1%. She blushed slightly and leaned closer, such a low superhuman gene content, yet such a strong body. He was quite satisfied with his current body. After mutating and then reverting, his body was enhanced. Tu-Tin lowered his gaze and asked, can I put my clothes back on now? He recalled his previous encounter with Lamshi. Do I have superhuman genes because my half-human, half-monster body swallowed the special transformation of superhuman genes? Never mind. Having superhuman genes means I can enroll in Nam Noyat Superhuman Academy, which is better than being monitored after my monster genes are discovered. After thinking it through, Tu Tin asked, "Nurse, does 1% qualify for enrollment in Nam Noyet Superhuman Academy?" Tu Lo extended her hand and replied, "The director's rule is that anyone with superhuman genes can enroll. From now on, I'll be your senior sister. Let me help you get dressed." He pulled his shirt up himself and shook his head, refusing. "Oh, no need." He chuckled inwardly. These ladies in this life are truly understanding and enthusiastic about helping others. She collected the documents and said, "Rest a bit, I'll help you apply for admission." Xiao Tin smiled gratefully. "Thank you, senior sister." As Xiao Lu opened the door, he heard a group of people walking and discussing. "They say the world record has been broken." "Yes, the superhuman gene content is 95%, 2% higher than the world record." They rushed over to check it out. The elemental resistance test is underway, to see how amazing the world's #1 is. Xiao Tin frowned, immersed in despair over his 99% monster gene content from his previous life. He hadn't noticed the commotion Xiao Yu's gene test had caused. "Let's go take a look," he thought. At this moment, the people at the research institute were gathered in front of the superhuman testing room. Xiao Yu was standing in the middle of the testing chamber, a high-voltage current shooting down from above. Exclamations of surprise rang out. "It's 500 V already. She's completely unharmed. She's already immune to industrial electricity." As expected, she truly lives up to her reputation as a 95% superhuman gene genius. Xiao Tin heard everyone discussing excitedly, meaning that if she could unleash 500 V, 90% of level 1 superhumans wouldn't be able to get close to her. "Ah, I really envy these geniuses. Her endurance limit indicates her attack limit. What do you think her endurance limit is?" For a newly awakened lightning type, the genius with 89% superhuman genes a few years ago had an endurance limit of 800 V. She can probably reach around 1000 V. The test staff made a hand gesture, signaling, "Continue." Xiao Yu nodded in response, "Okay." 600 V, 700 V, 800 V, then 900 V. She poked her cheek, still perfectly fine. When it increased to 1000 V, the crowd erupted in shouts of amazing. Then 1200 V. They whispered, "Oh my God, is she even human?" The test staff, feeling uneasy, asked, 2000 V, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Xiao Yu shook her head, "My body feels no discomfort." Everyone was astonished. "Damn, that's too exaggerated. She just awakened." They say that for superhuman genes above 90%, every additional 1% results in a qualitative improvement. This must be the situation, 2800 V. When it reached 3000 V, she suddenly suggested, "How about we stop?" He asked back, "You can't hold on anymore, right?" Xiao Yu pointed at the electric waves in front of her. "No, it's just that I haven't fully discharged the previous electricity, and now I've absorbed even more. If I continue to absorb, I'll lose control again." She explained anxiously, "I'll destroy this place." The test staff pressed the off button on the control panel. Then let's stop. Write the test data as at least 3000 V, with no upper limit. It's just reference data anyway." Xiao Tin was about to step inside the room. "Let me go in, I'm his friend." He waved his hand, refusing. "No. You can't go in right now. She has too much electricity on her. She needs to discharge some before she doesn't accidentally hurt you." As he turned to leave, two people walked up. Vice Director Fan spoke up, "Open the door, we want to go in." The test staff hesitated. "Hello, Vice Director Fan, the insulated suit is next to the observation room, if you're going in." Vice Director Fan confidently cut him off. "No need, this little bit of electricity can't hurt me. Besides, it's a good opportunity to help my future grandnephew's classmate discharge some electricity." The door closed. And inside, a joyful voice rang out, "It's truly great to have Vice Director Fan and his grandnephew, Young Master Fan San, helping." Young Master Fan San's full name is Fan the Jie. He smiled amiably. "Hello, classmate Xiao Yu." She quickly spoke up to stop him. "Don't come over, you'll get shocked." I need to figure out how to discharge the electricity. The Jie raised his hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Then it's perfect. My fire will ward off the lightning for me. He smiled smugly, that way you won't accidentally hurt anyone else. The Jie extended his hand for a handshake. I've already learned your lovely name from the research staff. Nice to meet you, classmate Xiao Yu. My name is Fan the Jie, and I'll be your future classmate at Nam Noyet Superhuman Academy. Outside, Xiao Tin pressed his face against the glass door, looking extremely annoyed. That kid's little scheme. Pretending like no one can see through him, looking at his fake, despicable act, TSK tisk TSK. Xiao Yu politely refused. My hands still have residual electricity, so I can't shake your hand right now. He chuckled. Oh, it's okay, the future is long. The Jie got straight to the point. To not disturb your rest, I'll be direct. He spoke at length. After we start school, there will be group divisions. The group's performance determines how many cultivation resources will be received. I, as the third young master of the Fan family, possessing 90% high potential superhuman genes, I hope to create the strongest team to receive the best resources with the best teammates. The Jie smiled brightly as if victory was assured. Classmate Xiao Yu, I hope you can join my team. She nodded and spoke. Sounds great, thank you for the invitation. Xiao Yu frankly refused. However, I've already formed a team with a teammate. He asked doubtfully, the person who came with you to this place? She leaned over and smiled brightly at the person outside, replying, yes. Xiao Tin walked in with the test staff, muttering as he went, can I come in now? The Jie looked slightly disdainful. His test reaction is too weak. The specific data definitely won't be high. The strong are always strong, the weak are always weak. Forming a team requires caution, otherwise, you'll be implicated. I hope you'll reconsider. Ignoring his words, Xiao Yu ran towards him and said with a smile, Xiao Tin, from now on, we're not just classmates, but teammates too. He smiled and nodded, of course. Seeing the two of them chatting and smiling, Vice Principal Fan called out, the Jie, the academy has some matters to attend to, let's go. He immediately replied, yes, uncle. Before leaving, the Jie still invited, classmate Xiao Yu, I'll be going now. I hope you'll reconsider my offer. Upon returning to the office, he spoke in annoyance, uncle, a super genius with 90% superhuman genes. I must secure her for the family. Vice Principal Fan shook his head, that girl has her own thoughts, waiting is useless for you. He tapped his fingers on the table and said coldly, if there's an obstacle, eliminate it. At this moment, the phone rang, and the person on the other end reported, Vice Principal Fan, I've checked. Xiao Tin's data has just arrived. His superhuman gene count is only 1%, the lowest in history. He adjusted his glasses and muttered, 1% superhuman genes are no different from a normal person. This type of person entering Nam Noyet Superhuman Academy is just a waste of resources. The other person hesitated, but the principal emphasized that as long as one has superhuman genes, they can enroll. He angrily retorted, so my words have no effect? The other person stammered, no, understood. After hanging up, Vice Principal Fan said, the Jie, no need to waste words on obstacles. Just make sure he doesn't appear before us. The Jie smiled smugly, uncle is still the most resourceful. On this side, after Xiao Yu heard Xiao Tin recount the whole story, she asked, you have to be full, otherwise you'll lose consciousness. Is that a sequela of your monster left arm? He nodded in confirmation, yes, this sequela makes me feel the urge to eat people. Her eyes sparkled like stars, oh, then it's fine, there are many bad people in this world. He crossed his arms, signaling, you can't eat people indiscriminately, your way of thinking is very dangerous. The doorknob suddenly moved, making a small sound. Xiao Lu walked in and announced, Xiao Yu, your parents are here. They're registering outside. Hearing that, she rejoiced, parents, that's great. Xiao Yu whispered to him, don't worry, I'm very good at catching people, no one will find out. Xiao Tin, sweating profusely, replied, is that the problem? She stood up happily and said, I'm going to share the good news with my parents. Before leaving, Xiao Yu turned back and gave a gentle smile. Xiao Tin, it's really great to be able to go to the same school as you again. She didn't forget to thank Xiao Lu. Thank you, big sister. She replied in embarrassment, it's nothing. Seeing Xiao Lu about to speak but hesitating, he asked directly. Seeing your sister, seeing your serious expression, did something happen? She felt extremely apologetic. I'm sorry, your enrollment application has been rejected, saying that your 1% superhuman genes are no different from a normal person. Xiao Tin asked, puzzled. Didn't they say that as long as you have superpower genes, you can enroll? Xiao Lu plopped down on the bed, saying in a very irritated tone, there really is such a rule, I don't know what the reviewer wants to do. She clenched her fist in determination, so what if it's 1%, so what if it's low? Who are they looking down on? I'll keep applying for you. If once doesn't work, then twice. Xiao Lu stood up and raised her arms, if twice doesn't work, then 800 times. He chuckled lightly, senior sister, thank you. But it's not necessary anymore. All the power is in someone else's hands, your help would implicate you. Xiao Tin thought to himself, there's really no other way. I can still enroll by activating my monster genes. Southview Super Academy has all the resources. If I want to become stronger, I need to go. He muttered, I'm not scared at all. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Lu's phone rang in her pocket. After answering the phone, she announced, hey, they just said that considering you do actually have superhuman genes, they're giving you another chance to enroll. Xiao Tin's eyebrows furrowed, he remained silent, lost in thought. The scene shifts to Shirzai, who, upon receiving the news, was furious. The fireball in his hand seemed to burn even brighter. What are they doing? Shirzai narrowed his eyes and asked, they actually gave him a chance to participate in the final trial. He threw the fireball to the ground, study at Southview Super Academy for 1 year, if you can't awaken, you'll be expelled. The final trial is for low-level students. Why would someone who hasn't even enrolled participate? On the grassy ground, several moths were singed. Shirzai sneered, even if it's a demon. He crushed them under his foot. They're just moths. Vice Dean Fan stood inside the house and called out, Shirzai, come in. Moths are very annoying this season. He said, the final trial is Ching Che's trick. Shirzai frowned and asked, the chief dean of the Gene Research Institute? Why? Vice Dean Fan curled his lip in a sneer, he's warning you not to overstep. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He's long been displeased with us breaking his rules. If that kid passes, then it'll be a slap in your face. Even if he doesn't pass, he can still protect the chief dean's authority. Shirzai clenched the wine glass in his hand, we can't let him pass the trial, otherwise the face of our Fan family and yours. Vice Dean Fan's face was half lit, half shadowed, and his voice turned cold, he won't succeed. He said with certainty, 1% superhuman genes won't be able to reach our world. Vice Dean Fan looked at the moth perched on the windowpane and said, and I won't let him have the chance to fly. The scene shifts to the Southview Gene Research Institute. A voice echoed in the room, Ching Che doing this only proves he's wasting resources. He's an incompetent chief dean. For these 5 days, our mission is to ensure the safety of the equipment. At this moment, 2 people were walking in the hallway. Seeing Li Gong distracted, with his phone fallen to the floor, not even bothering to pick it up, his colleague asked, Li Gong, what's wrong? You're acting strangely. He bent down to pick up his phone and said, nothing, I just lost my grip for a moment. Let's hurry, there's still a lot of work to do. Li Gong pursed his lips, his heart pounding with excitement, 1 million. And that's just the deposit. His eyes gleamed with desire, even losing this job would be worth it. Li Gong reported to Chen On, boss, everything's done. I've inquired around, and the target has no background whatsoever. He grinned, very good. Chen On looked at Xiao Tin's information in the system, participant number 18, name, Xiao Tin, gender, male, height, 187 centimeters, superhuman gene content, 1%, awakening status, not yet awakened. He sneered, 1% superhuman genes, an uninvited challenger. Did this kid just mess with the Fan family? A deposit of 10 million, a total of 20 million for his failure. The two burst into laughter. What a great deal. As long as this is completed, I can also rise quickly. We must complete this commission well. 5 days later, Chen saw Xiao Tin through the camera system and inwardly rejoiced, he's here. He thought to himself, let me get a good look at this big sucker. However, when he saw Xiao Tin looking completely drained, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, this kid. Xiao Tin looked utterly haggard, his whole body trembling, his eye sockets sunken deep, and his cheeks hollowed out. Chen chuckled to himself, did he come for the trial? He looks like he hasn't eaten in days. In this state, facing a monster means certain death. Honestly, I don't even need to do anything, he won't be able to pass the trial on his own anyway. On the other side, Xiao Tin was dazed with hunger, a voice constantly urging him in his mind. So hungry. The chatter and laughter of the crowd echoed in his ears, and he had only one thought, his stored energy was almost completely depleted. So hungry his chest felt glued to his back, he really wanted to eat it all. These participants, their superhuman genes hadn't even awakened yet. Lightsong stood before the crowd announcing the rules, 3 hours, 3 life or death trials, 3 continuation passes, which were the certificates to return to the academy. He feigned a slip of the tongue, it's you 17 people risking your lives, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Lightsong emphasized deliberately, it's 18 people. The director of the Gene Research Institute allowed one more participant a few days ago. The crowd asked suspiciously, one more participant? Who? His words made everyone's eyes turn to Xiao Tin. No need to look, he's not your classmate, his background isn't important. Lightsong added fuel to the fire, anyway, it's all the same, a fair fight, right? There are 3 continuation passes, right? Are you ready to compete for the passes against the monsters? The crowd exploded, what's the same? One more person, only 3 certificates, what kind of fairness is that? Is he some rich young master who got in through the back door? He probably doesn't have any special privileges, right? The match definitely won't be fair, damn it. Later, let's use him as bait, a stepping stone for us. He was stunned, being targeted, which also meant. Xiao Tin's saliva dripped, the gluttonous pig in his heart was running wild. More food now. No, I can't just casually eat people. Lightsong led him to room 18. Xiao Tin, this is your trial room. He asked directly, you did this on purpose, didn't you? He burst out laughing, what? Xiao Tin chuckled, even those sarcastic remarks earlier. His hand touched the bloodstained, smelly, and sticky door handle, or this railing was smeared with blood. Xiao Tin thought to himself, I smell a special scent of blood meant to attract monsters. Lightsong took off his microphone and sneered, you're quite something, but who did you offend, don't you know? He silently realized, it's the Fan family again. He leaned in close, closing the door, his face pressed against it, saying, when the trial begins, all the monsters will rush towards you. Then he opened the door again as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, this is temporary trial room number 18, and the only super alloy door lock that could protect you is broken. Lightsong imagined the scene of hungry monsters charging at Xiao Tin, 5 times stronger than humans, 3 bronze-skinned, iron-boned monsters rushing in unimpeded. For some reason, a strange pleasure surged in his heart. Tearing him to shreds, becoming a delicious meal. Then, Lightsong pointed his finger behind him, the only way out, look behind you. He slowly said, there's a door there, escaping from there means you're safe, but it also means you forfeit the trial. Lightsong tempted him, hurry and run out. They just want your failure, no need to lose your life. If you give up, you'll be safe, and we'll benefit too. The superiors will be happy. A triple win. Then he turned and left, I'll give you 10 seconds to give up. Watching Lightsong's retreating figure, Xiao Tin called out, "Hey!" He said something unrelated. "What if I said, you're the delicious one?" He sneered at Xiao Tin's taunt. "Let's see how many seconds you can last." The scene shifted to the control room. Lightsong knocked a few times, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." He closed the door and reported, "Boss, confirmed, no problem." His only way out is to give up. I think he's so scared he's babbling nonsense. Qinon stroked his chin, calculating, from the moment the trial begins, the monsters are released into the arena. It should take them 10 seconds to reach his trial room. He raised an eyebrow. "I bet 100 yuan he'll give up before 5 seconds. Lightsong chuckled. "Then I can only bet he'll give up after 5 seconds. At this moment, the trial area was pitch dark, with only faint lights emanating from the room numbers. The ceiling hatch slowly opened. The monsters above peeked down, growling ferociously. They fell down along with the continuation passes. A voice from the loudspeaker announced, "The final trial begins." Qinon said with some anticipation, "Let's count down for him." Unexpectedly, as the countdown reached 1, they saw Xiao Tin casually kick open the door and step out. Lightsong exclaimed in surprise, "What, this guy?" He found his nonchalant expression baffling. Doesn't he care about his life anymore? All 3 monsters charged at once. Qinon remained calm. "It's fine, the monsters will tear him apart in a bit. If he's asking for death himself, he can't blame anyone else." Xiao Tin hadn't finished his sentence, "Food's here," when they ignored him and dashed past him. Xiao Tin clicked his tongue. "I forgot I'm half monster, so they consider me an ally. So hungry." Lightsong shouted, "Why did the monsters completely ignore him and just pass by?" Qinon speculated, "The monsters must have been attracted by the blood of the superpowered individuals on the gate." He lost his composure and swore, "Damn it, I can't believe I helped him get through a trial. Just how bad are this guy's superhuman genes that the monsters don't even bother to take a bite when they run past him?" Seeing Xiao Tin bend down to pick up the yellow card, he was extremely annoyed. "Damn it, he got the first continuation card." He smiled confidently. "Continuation cards aren't that easy to get. The final trial doesn't just have monsters. Noan, Class 2. A few days ago, during a monster outbreak event at the mall, he was attacked by monsters. Luckily, he was stimulated and awakened." Qinon profoundly recounted, "He awakened a very special mental superpower." As expected, no one rushed forward and said disdainfully, "Cutting in line? Get out. The first continuation card is mine." All Xiao Tin had in his head right now was a single, enormous word, hungry. Seeing this, Qinon remarked, "In this trial competition, Noan is the strongest contender." Noan's eyes flashed with light. He smiled and said, using his skill, mental intimidation. Noan confidently threatened, "My mental intimidation can make you so scared." He sneered, "That you wet yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Xiao Tin's fierce, mutated face. Noan's hair stood on end. "Damn it, help. This is terrifying. What's wrong with this guy's psyche?" He was drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Noan continuously backed away, yelling, "Oh, ah!" Blood flowed from his ears, nose, and mouth, and his whole body continued to tremble. He realized in horror, his mental power is even stronger than mine? I've been hit by a backlash. Noan looked at Xiao Tin, his heart pounding. What exactly is he? Why do I feel he's more like a monster than a human? On this side, the monsters gnawing on the door of room 18 like dogs gnawing on bones suddenly froze. They all turned their heads to look at Xiao Tin. The blood from Noan's body spread, attracting the monsters. He mumbled, "Damn it, the monsters are charging." Xiao Tin thought to himself, "Comrades, I know you really want to eat this person, but I'm sorry." He raised his hand, "I'm really starving, please fill my stomach first." Xiao Jing's hand quickly approached the monster's belly. He casually reassured it, "I'll be careful," little by little. From the palm of his hand, a head with sharp, snake-like teeth emerged. Xiao Jing muttered, so it won't be discovered. The elongated head bit into the monster's hip, making it scream in pain. He decided to hollow out your bodies. The monster's blood flowed straight into Xiao Jing's arm as if by a strong suction force. He closed his eyes and sighed in satisfaction. I've been hungry for days. Finally, I can absorb monster genes. Thank you, my monster comrades. Suddenly, a loud roar made Xiao Jing open his eyes in surprise. It turned out two monsters were joining forces to attack him. Xiao Jing asked them doubtfully, "You know how to retaliate?" He curled his lip and criticized, "I'm just eating you guys, and you're already not considering me your comrade anymore?" On the other side, Lai Tsong sat in front of the monitoring screen, cursing. No one let out a sound. It's okay, that kid will be torn apart by the monsters. No one gasped, looking up in astonishment. This idiot, even fighting like that, he's not dead. He broke out in a sweat, remembering the monsters. Seeing Xiao Jing fighting the monster barehanded with no less intensity. He skillfully dodged each attack as if he knew the script in advance. No one thought to himself, my feeling earlier wasn't wrong, he's unnaturally strong. Yet he can maneuver so easily under the powerful attacks of two monsters. He can play with monsters in the palm of his hand. The more he thought, the more horrified he was by his own guess. It seems he's very familiar with monster movements, almost like instinct. His experience is so rich, like he's fought monsters for many years, turning monster killing into an instinct. He collapsed to the ground, a chill running down his spine. If the monster hits him, his head could be crushed. It's so dangerous, yet he keeps hitting the monster's weak points. But even so, can he really kill the monster? Just as he finished his thought, Xiao Jing's blow to the back of the monster's head made it spew blood. No one cursed, damn it, he killed it. He quickly turned around. He exclaimed, amazing, truly. Another decisive punch from Xiao Jing. The two monsters are going to eat dirt. No one clicked his tongue, both monsters are dead. He gasped in astonishment, this is why his spirit is so extraordinarily powerful. He must have killed a lot of monsters. Lai Tsong was also utterly shocked. He can actually kill monsters this way? What do we do? Tranon remained calm. It's still early. At this moment, the crowd surrounded Xiao Jing. He asked, what do you want to do? Tru Thin spoke directly, everyone who comes to participate in the final trial risks their lives for a better future. Yet you used a backdoor, easily taking away everyone's opportunity. Hand over the continuation card, it doesn't belong to you. No one spoke up to stop him, Tru Thin, don't provoke him. This person is very dangerous. He mocked, no one, a weakling like you, others haven't even touched you yet and you've already fallen. What a waste for us who once considered you our biggest rival. He stammered in protest, no, he's really. Tru Thin ignored No An's advice. He commanded, I'm tired of talking to a weakling like you. Everyone, quickly surround him. Let's get the continuation card first. The guy with messy hair spoke up, Brother Tru, we already discussed this, everyone will get the continuation card, then finally compete fairly. Tru Thin nodded, we said the final winner has to compensate the losers. Messy Hair laughed loudly, luckily, with Brother Tru leading, we could gather these guys to cooperate. Tru Thin turned and said to another person, Baldy, that monster is up to you guys. He instructed, don't let it bother us. I'll handle this backdoor person. Baldy confidently replied, all right, no problem. A comrade offered a plan, run, we just need to lure it away. Baldy raised an eyebrow smugly, no need. That backdoor person can kill two monsters, which proves there's something wrong with these monsters, they must have been tampered with. He prepared to charge, muttering, maybe it's just a weak, hungry chicken. Baldy casually raised his hand to block a monster's attack. I want to kill one too. Before he could finish, and have some fun, he heard a crack. It turned out his arm was broken. The monster took the opportunity to reach out and grab his bald head. It swung its arm, throwing Baldy far away. Zhao Thin said disdainfully, stupid, truly brainless. He turned back to look at 210, it seems only the two monsters you killed have. As he said the two words, problem, he saw him swinging his fist and charging forward. 210 was startled and realized it, but it was too late. I used the wrong hand. To hit someone, I should use my right hand. Using my left hand will send him straight to his death. 210's arm swung with immense power. He thought to himself, my left arm has been completely mutated. Last time, after devouring a level 2 monster, my left arm broke through to level 2. 210 recalled the last time he jumped onto the rooftop carrying Tungu, his arm could extend tentacles up to 8 meters long then. He assessed his strength, at least 10 times that of a normal person. 210 looked at Zhao Thin's calm expression and felt worried. Even if he wasn't in his monster form now, he still had the strength of a level 1 monster. He tried to control his strength as much as possible. This punch could make his brain fly out. It's not good to kill someone during the trial. Hold back a bit more. Surely, that's enough, right? Despite his best efforts, Zhao Thin still took quite a beating. 210 looked awkwardly at him lying there motionless. Damn it, I underestimated myself. Zhao Thin's sister cried out in a panic, brother. His companions gasped, calling his name, Zhao Thin. He gently shook him, Zhao Thin, right? Please don't die. Then, seeing that he was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, he's still breathing. Then it's fine. 210 let Zhao Thin fall freely to the ground and coldly asked, do you still need this continue card? Behind him, his companions, embracing Baldy, ran over breathlessly, Brother Zhao, save us. Baldy challenged the monster and got crippled. Zhao Thin could barely stand himself, let alone fight. He stammered, I can't hold off the monsters anymore. Zhao Thin grabbed 210's trouser leg and pleaded, please help them. After this, I'll give you 50,000 as a thank you fee. He was afraid he wouldn't agree and added, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You didn't get in through the back door. Your continue card is well deserved. It was then that 210 nodded in agreement, all right. On the other side, Lightsong angrily cursed, damn it. He scorned, a bunch of good-for-nothings. So many people, yet so cowardly. Tranon didn't want to waste any more time and ordered, Controller, we need to increase the pressure on the test subjects now. Release monsters 21 to 23. The person on the other end gasped in horror, 21 to 23? Now? But he gave no chance for refusal, coldly uttering a single word, release. Despite his reluctance, the other side grudgingly replied, yes. Lightsong hesitated, level 1 peak monsters number 21 to 23 in the experiment. These level 1 monsters are much stronger. 210 definitely can't deal with them. He's dead for sure. Through observation, Tranon drew a conclusion, he won't die. He must have awakened a superhuman ability. Even if he hasn't awakened, he's close. Stronger monsters will only stimulate him to awaken further. He stammered, so, what do we do now? He slowly said, monsters above number 20 in the experimental zone. The gate between the experimental zone and the release zone is now open. Tranon revealed his sinister plan, Lightsong, I don't care how you do it, go to the second floor and activate the release gate again, then destroy the main power supply and the backup power supply of the trial arena for me. His face turned pale, destroy. The main power and the backup power? Then all the trapped monsters. Lightsong imagined the monsters roaming free and worried, they will quickly destroy the cages without auxiliary power grids. The monsters will stare down through the release gate. The release gate, due to the power outage, won't be able to close. He analyzed the situation, the upper release zone has 15 level 1 monsters remaining, and the experimental zone has 18 level 1 peak monsters. All of them will enter the trial arena. A bloody scene flashed in his mind, the power outage might prevent the surrender gate from opening. The test subjects can't escape. Everyone will be eaten by the monsters. Tran unclicked his tongue. The test subjects also participate in the trial with a desperate mindset, don't they? Death is normal, isn't it? It was then that Lightsong realized the gravity of the problem. He wanted to withdraw and pleaded, Manager Tran, but I wouldn't dare. If I get caught, I'll be sentenced to death. We should. Should we give up this commission? His face darkened, and he flatly refused. This is a commission from the Fan family. We've accepted the deposit and haven't completed it. Do you know the consequences? Tran smirked. Besides, don't worry, I guarantee you won't die. He looked at Lightsong, who was terrified and sitting on the ground, and made a promise, I'll also give you 10 million and help you leave this city. Will you do it or not? Hearing such an attractive offer, he regained his composure and replied, I'll do it, I'll do it. The scene switches to the trial arena, where Tu Tin defeated the monster in just a few moves. Zhao Thin, though each word brought him pain, still praised in awe, You're amazing, brother. It's hard to imagine what you've been through to develop this skill for killing monsters. With cheeks swollen like a mixed-filling bun, he gave a thumbs up, trying to act magnanimous. Don't worry, I, Zhao Thin, am a man of my word. 50,000 means 50,000. Even if everyone else is unwilling to give you money, I will. Though I don't have enough money, it's fine. I'll ask my sister and use my extra work money to give it to you. Tu Dao hit Zhao Thin on the back of the head and angrily yelled, Brother, why are you dragging me into this? Baldy is already in the recuperation room. Get back to the room right now. He cried out in pain, Ow, ow, ow. My neck was almost broken earlier, now it's really broken. She bowed her head and gratefully said to Tu Tin, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Thank you for sparing them. He nodded, accepting her thanks. Zhao Thin, being led away by his companions, still called out, Brother, after the trial, I'll treat you to a late-night meal. Tu Tin replied half-jokingly, half-seriously, No need, I've already had enough earlier. Suddenly, he yelled a warning, Danger! A monster jumped down from above. He hadn't realized it, so he asked blankly, What? When Zhao Thin looked up, he thought to himself, Monster. He quickly pushed his sister and companions away, shouting, Run! Seeing the monster step on Zhao Thin, Xiao Dao cried out, Brother! Her tears flowed like a stream as she choked out, Brother! The bald-headed guy stammered, unable to speak, Zhao! Brother Zhao! Wu Yin asked suspiciously, What's going on? It hasn't even been half an hour and they're already releasing a second wave. More creatures are here. If they're going to change the rules, they should at least inform us, the trial participants. Xiao Tin realized the calculation this time, TSK, the aura of these monsters is almost at level 2. To prevent me from passing the trial, they're truly stooping to any means. His eyes, viewing the surveillance camera footage, seemed to want to tear the monsters to shreds. The monster grabbed one of Zhao Thin's legs and lifted him upside down. Xiao Dao, heartbroken, wanted to rush forward, but the goofy-haired guy grabbed her shoulder and held her back. Xiao Dao, calm down a bit. Brother Zhao Thin is gone. We're surrounded by monsters. If we don't run, it'll be too late. Xiao Dao sobbed, No, brother, my brother isn't dead. Seeing that he couldn't convince her, he turned and fled to save his own life. Damn it, I'm sorry. Even Wu Yin ran away. Now only Xiao Dao was left. She lunged towards the monster, crying out, Brother. Xiao Dao desperately used her body to push the monster. Let go of my brother. It was unharmed. With just a slight nudge, she was pushed back, landing on her bottom. The surrounding monsters slowly approached, howling. Xiao Dao tightly closed her eyes, her lips pressed together. I'm sorry, brother. We've always relied on each other to live. She knew the situation was hopeless and said her final farewell. This time, let's die together. Suddenly, an extremely strong force grabbed her arm and pulled her away, leaving Xiao Dao no time to react. It turned out the person who pulled her out of the monster encirclement was Xiao Tin. He said, "Are you an idiot?" At this moment, Xiao Tin still had the mood to joke around. "If you're going to die, die with a handsome guy. Why die with your brother when he has a face like that?" Xiao Dao retorted, "But that's my brother." He instructed, "I won't let him be eaten. Go wait over there first." Xiao Tin threw her towards Wu Yin. "Hey, whoever's there, catch her." Running, he heard this and turned his head to look, thinking, "Is he talking about me? Damn it, really?" Xiao Dao fell, with Wu Yin acting as a human cushion. Xiao Tin analyzed the current situation. If that monster eats Xiao Thin, it'll evolve into a level 2. To kill it, I'll need my eerie left hand. He bowed his head and sighed. That would also be very troublesome. Xiao Tin stepped into the midst of the monsters and said to the one attacking Xiao Thin, "Therefore, release that person to me." Xiao Dao stared blankly at this scene. She was utterly astonished. "He went into the middle of 3 monsters to save my brother." The monster ignored him and opened its mouth, intending to eat Xiao Thin. Xiao Tin was a bit displeased. "I've come in here, my friends, but you're not paying attention to me. So because Xiao Tin won't eat you, you don't consider me an enemy, right?" The monster opened its mouth, preparing to eat, as his voice rang out, "Then, could you?" Xiao Tin struck its wrist. "Give me your food? I'd be very grateful." The monster, in pain, instinctively released him. He quickly grabbed one of Xiao Thin's legs. Xiao Tin laughed and said, "Don't be angry. Are you very hungry? Don't be afraid." He threw him out and said, "Later, I'll eat all of you, so you won't be hungry anymore." Xiao Thin vaguely regained consciousness, his mind still a bit hazy. Xiao Thin saw Xiao Tin's figure among the monsters and wondered in surprise, "He saved me from the monsters?" He rolled several times on the ground, crying out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow. All my bones are about to break." Xiao Dao happily ran over and called, "Brother." Xiao Thin whispered in broken sentences, "Xiao Dao." She helped him up and said, "Brother, he saved me, and he saved you too. For such great kindness, I, Xiao Dao, should offer myself." Before she could finish, she gave Xiao Thin a smack on the head. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Ah, Xiao Dao. Are you trying to kill your own brother?" Then Xiao Thin seriously said, "Stop messing around. We need to immediately leave this trial ground." Seeing everyone rushing towards the recently fallen trial cards, Xiao Dao hesitated a bit, "But brother, the continuation cards are falling over there. I'll help you back to the trial room and then go try again." He absolutely disagreed. "No, don't participate anymore. This trial is peculiar, trust me." Having no other choice, she took Xiao Thin towards room number 6, muttering as she walked, "All right, fine." On Xiao Tin's side, he dodged the monster's attack while sighing, "I'm telling you, a level 1 monster like you just clung to me, whining about being hungry all day." Xiao Tin raised his hand and placed it on its arm. "This is only because I haven't used the leader's flame yet." When he saw a wound appear on the monster's arm, he said, "If I used it, I could finish one of you in 10 seconds, but that's too much energy consumption." Xiao Tin pierced through it with his bare hand. "Moreover, I need to evolve to level 3, which probably requires absorbing 100 of you." He lifted the monster on his arm, sighing with a look of regret. "The path of evolution is truly difficult, isn't it? So, won't you obediently let me eat you?" Xiao Tin was startled and surprised, for when he looked up, the drop door had opened again. Sure enough, the final drop started early. In room number 6, Xiao Thin raised his hand and muttered, "Compared to our future, our lives are more important. This trial ground is more dangerous than previous courses." When he pressed the button to open the exit door, there was suddenly a power outage, and the surrounding space quickly darkened. Xiao Thin slammed on the door, but it had no effect. He angrily shouted, "What's going on? The power's out." Xiao Dao, looking outside, was trembling all over, her voice also shaking. "Brother, look." In the dim light, monsters were continuously falling, a scene just like a battleground. Xiao Dao stammered, "Monsters, so many monsters, continuously coming out from the drop door." As soon as he got the continuation card, one guy took a full punch. The other guy snatched the card and yelled, "The continuation card is mine." He hunched over, protecting the card in his hand. The people around him rushed forward, each one incredibly aggressive. "I'll return to the Super Academy. I want to awaken, to gain power." The guy desperately clung to the card, taking the blows. "I want glory and wealth," he yelled. "I want revenge on those bastards who bullied me." His eyes burned with deep hatred, every word hissed through his teeth. "I won't let go." Suddenly, a classmate was grabbed by the head by a monster and violently dragged away right in front of him. He watched the scene before him in horror. Monsters, how could there be so many? He gripped the continuation card in his hand, continuously backing away. How could this be? There can't be this many monsters, it's impossible. On the upper floor, Lightsong stood by the drop door, looking at the bloody scene below. He spoke to himself to calm his nerves. "I destroyed the backup power. I can't turn back now. If you have someone to blame, blame Xiaotin." Lightsong curled his lip into a sneer, placing the blame. "If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have risked releasing all 33 monsters and faced the risk of a death sentence. Humph, he noticed me, and he's still smiling." Down below, Xiaotin saw him and smiled, but there was no amusement in his eyes. Lightsong confidently said, "What are you smiling about? I'm in the safest place, and you'll eventually cry." He provocatively raised his middle finger. "Actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned 10 million. Lightsong envisioned a bright future. "Tomorrow, I'll go abroad and live the rest of my life happily and comfortably. As for you," he decided Xiaotin's fate, "you'll be eaten by monsters." Before he could finish, he saw him throw a monster arm towards Lightsong. The arm flew past his head, making him yelp in surprise. "Ack!" Lightsong laughed madly. "He can't even throw it at me." Just as he uttered the words trash, the arm accurately struck him hard on the head. Losing his balance and falling, Lightsong screamed in fear, "No, I don't want to." His voice echoed in the space, "I don't want to fall." It took a moment to say, but it happened quickly. Lightsong fell right into the middle of the monsters. He looked at Xiaotin, pleading, "Help, help me. I'll share 10 million with you." He coldly refused. "There are too many monsters. I can't even save other trial participants, let alone you." Xiaotin pretended to be kind, saying, "Besides, it's already good enough that I didn't direct the monsters towards you." That's what he said, but his hand pushed a monster towards him. He feigned regret. "Oh dear, I accidentally pushed it. You're about to become a delicious meal." Lightsong was bitten by a monster and screamed in pain, "No!" The monster's eyes suddenly glowed, and the tail on its back quickly grew longer. It turned its head and sniffed around. It looked towards Xiaotin, identifying him as a traitor. The surrounding monsters also looked towards Xiaotin, yelling, "Traitor, traitor! Kill the traitor!" He wasn't afraid and chuckled. Sure enough, once they level up to 2, they're not stupid anymore. They can smell that I've eaten other monsters. How about a negotiation? Don't call other monsters to surround me, okay? It seems that's a no. Tranon, seeing such a scene through the monitoring screen, couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to kill Lightsong under such circumstances. Fan Jia's mission truly isn't that easy to complete, but that's as far as it goes. He sneered. Over 30 monsters were constantly evolving after eating the test subjects. Not even 3 superhumans could survive and get out of this training ground. Tranon quickly walked out of the isolation door. He reached out his hand, and his ability immediately shot out, penetrating the supporting metal bars. He only needed to close the last big door on the second floor. Tranon's fist clenched tightly, and with this task, the metal bars also shattered accordingly. Seeing the isolation door slam shut, he was satisfied. It's all good now. Scene shifts to the entrance of the second floor, control room. 2 staff members were unconscious. Tranon held a glass of water in his hand. He directly splashed the glass of water onto their heads. The 2 were startled and slowly opened their eyes, then gradually regained consciousness. Tranon slammed the glass onto the keyboard and angrily questioned, "Tell me clearly, what exactly happened? Why is there a power outage in the training ground? All surveillance is cut off, and all doors can't be opened." They touched their throbbing heads, still dazed, and replied, "Sir, no, it's not our fault. It's Lycong. He knocked us out. Yes, he definitely sabotaged the main and backup power supplies of the training ground." Hearing this, he became agitated. "Bastards. Don't pass the buck, it's your negligence. Restore the power quickly. Otherwise, with the backup measures built around the training ground, the rescue team won't be able to get in." The male staff member estimated and replied, "At the fastest, it'll take half an hour." Tranon also urged anxiously, "Half an hour? All right, restore it quickly. God knows what Lightsong is doing in there." Tannak hesitated, "No, we can't do that. What if Lightsong releases all the monsters in there? We should immediately notify the Eliminator headquarters so they can force it open." He leaned in close to threaten, "Force it open? Possible, but at least 100 million. You'll cover the losses yourself." Tannak confusedly asked, "Under what pretext do we invite the Eliminators?" Tranon said coldly, "Suspect that a crazy small maintenance worker sabotaged the equipment inside, then tell the Eliminators to forcibly break open the big door." Tranon ordered, "Enough talk, restore the power for me now." They could only nod and replied, "Yes." He turned his back to them, smirked, and thought to himself, after half an hour, in the training ground, Tranon, who treats human lives like dirt, will only leave monsters behind. Currently, blood flowed throughout the training ground. Cries for help rang out incessantly, "Help! The door won't open! Let us out!" Xiao Tin, while unlocking his sleeve, listed, "Power cut, cameras cut off, all doors closed, body starting to mutate." He was extremely satisfied. "Thank you so much. Now I can transform without any worries." Xiao Tin threw his sleeve far away and shouted, "Come on, my brethren. I'll send you on your way." He swung his arm in a circle, using his skill, Lord's Flame, killing several monsters around him. "May you all have no monster genes in your next life." Xiao Tin puffed out his cheeks and sighed, "So full, truly so full." He punched a charging monster, estimating the absorbed energy. It's because these monsters ate many test subjects, and they were all unawakened superhumans. I've indirectly consumed a lot of superhuman genes. You are carrying. Xiao Tin, though somewhat reluctant, had no choice but to accept. There's no other way, arrogance is useless. Whether it's monster genes or superhuman genes, they are all human genes. Even if it's tough to chew, I have to chew it. Only by becoming stronger can I enter hell to destroy the demon god. If I don't go to hell, who will?" A monster blocking his hand growled, "Traitor." Xiao Tin snorted coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. As he absorbed it, he said, "You misinterpret. When I say brethren, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to the original owners of these bodies, not you guys." Xiao Tin smiled cunningly, "You thieves who stole the bodies of my brethren, you invaders, parasites, I will destroy all of you and your king." Suddenly, he noticed a change in his hand. His left hand began to evolve. Right, monster genes plus superhuman genes are indeed enough energy. A bloody glint flashed in Xiao Tin's eyes. From my past life's experience, there are 3 stages of evolution. First is brain evolution. Every monster is a communication network, like a 100-yuan phone connected to the internet. The third stage is upgrading that 100-yuan phone to a 1,000-yuan phone, allowing it to control all the 100-yuan phones, to probe 10,000-yuan phones, and even. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Oh no, I must immediately cut off the monster's communication network. Below his feet was a dense red network. Xiao Tin covered his eyes and muttered to himself, "I can probe them, and they can also probe me." He coughed, trying to control his arm, forcibly interrupted. Still too late. On the other side, Zhao Xing's voice rang out. "He saved our lives. He's my big brother, Zhao Xing's big brother. And now he's also heavily injured because of us. As brothers, we must have integrity. We must not steal his things. Xiao Tin looked over there, wondering, the lucky test subjects who survived. Brother Tian kicked Zhao Xing hard and disagreed, saying, "Everyone has common interests, we're just cooperating." Zhao Xing, you fucking really think you're the big brother now? Flatter you a couple of times and you're the first to charge in. What an idiot. Messy Hair looked apologetically towards Zhao Xing. Sorry. Brother Zhao. Brother Tian is right. He continuously retreated. Luckily, Xiao Dao caught him. She cried out worriedly. Brother. Brother Tian's voice still echoed. This is our chance. There are only 3 pass cards, won't everyone fight to the death in the end anyway? He turned hostile at this moment. We didn't beg him to go fight the monster. He wanted to show off his abilities himself, defeated all the monsters, and got injured, so he's to blame for wanting to be a hero. Brother Tian and his group spoke up indignantly. Kid, you're seriously injured now. If you don't want us to kill you, hand over the pass card now. We know you must have picked up the other 2 cards. We want all 3. Zhao Xing struggled to stand up and said, Xiao Dao, don't move. Let me go over there and kill them. We absolutely cannot let them disturb our benefactor. Wu Ying, seeing this from behind, anxiously shouted, Zhao Xing, don't go over there. He was so worried that he stammered. Don't go over there. You'll die. You'll definitely die. Zhao Xing cautiously turned around and asked, Wu Ying, did your spirit sense something? Brother Tian, seeing that Zhao Xing made no move, urged him. Kid, hand it over voluntarily. He didn't want to waste time and made his move first. Otherwise, we'll just come and take it ourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange object shot up from the ground, and Brother Tian's body turned into a bloody mess. Messy Hair's face was speckled with red dots. He was still bewildered, asking himself, what happened? Messy Hair seemed to disbelieve the scene before his eyes. Did I see things? Brother Tian and his group. They're ruined. His whole body trembled. His voice trembled too. This is. Looking at the giant monster's body, covered in solid scales. Messy Hair realized, Earth Dragon. Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide, the mouth split into 4 parts with sharp teeth. The pressure emanating from it made Zhao Xing's group cover their ears tightly, yet blood continuously flowed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. A moment later, when they could no longer endure it, all 3 collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. Messy Hair fared no better. He froze. Messy Hair's eyes gradually turned stark white. I had seen it in the newspaper. That newspaper had published a picture of an Earth Dragon along with information. An Earth Dragon had appeared in a small village in the south, and the 4-star Transcendent there happened to be out. The Eradication Bureau there was also destroyed along with the village. When the 4-star Transcendent from outside came to help, they could only drive the Earth Dragon away. Messy Hair knelt down on the ground. It's over, what's the point of stealing a pass? The Earth Dragon slammed down with a thud. He'd be logged out immediately, everyone in the trial base would die. Seeing this, Xiao Tin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the Monster Connection Network is being targeted by something terrifying. He saw it violently smash its head against the wall, creating a loud noise, then sighed. Their Annihilation King, truly a long-term burden. It lunged straight towards Xiao Tin. He immediately raised his hand to block. Xiao Tin felt danger approaching. The muscle strength levels are too far apart. Can't block it, must find a way to gain some advantage. His injured hand quickly recovered. Only now could Xiao Tin observe the Earth Dragon up close. It was then that he realized this Earth Dragon was just a tail. Rewind to 2 minutes ago in the parent waiting area. Tian's mother prayed devoutly, Please, Bodhisattva, bless my little Tien to pass the final trial smoothly. I will be vegetarian for 10 years. Other parents were all in an anxious state. Little Yu silently listened to everyone around her discussing. Oh, this trial has a death rate. I told you, we shouldn't have let our child compete for this chance to re-enroll in the first place. Just live a protected life as a resident, that's enough. Live peacefully and die? Do you think it's still the monster-free era of 20 years ago? Without transcendent abilities now, you're always in danger, let alone having a stable income or allowances. Becoming a transcendent can better protect yourself and your family. With so many trial participants, do you think everyone else is foolish? Oh, I hope Bodhisattva protects them. She worriedly thought to herself. Ahead is the trial arena. The power inside suddenly went out for over 10 minutes just now. There's still no power inside. This surely isn't part of the trial, is it? Her sense of unease grew stronger. She walked up to the gate attendant and said, Hello. I'm a student who has been admitted to the Transcendent Academy. I feel that there might be something abnormal with the power inside the trial arena. The parents, already emotionally unstable, became even more restless upon hearing the word abnormal. The two staff members, hearing this, tightened their lips in surprise, thinking to themselves, how does she know? To avoid revealing any weakness. One person shouted, saying something nonsensical. It's very normal inside, hurry back to your seats. Otherwise, we won't let you wait here. Xiao Yu calmly explained, my superpower is lightning, I can indeed sense it. Without letting her finish her sentence. The other person pointed at Xiao Yu and asked, hey, whose family member are you? Only family members are allowed to wait here. Seeing that she was too young, the staff member became bolder and pressed, who let you in? Suddenly, the surrounding space began to shake violently. Everyone simultaneously clutched their chests and cried out. Ah, my heart hurts so much. Xiao Yu also clutched her chest, feeling suspicious. Why is everyone having heart pain at the same time? What's going on here? It's too bizarre, this isn't good. She pressed her lips, enduring the pain, and tried her best to stay clear-headed, listing suspicious points in her mind before drawing a conclusion. Power outage, plus sudden heart pain, there must be a problem in the training arena. Seeing her open the door and step inside. Even though the staff couldn't stand up to stop her, they could only say haltingly, Ah! Stop! Stop! You can't go in. Xiao Yu quickly moved to the entrance of the training arena. She looked around, then identified her destination, it's over here. At this moment, the maintenance chief directed everyone. Hurry and restore it, those kids inside are waiting for you to open the door. The manager said. The second floor door is also locked, let's put all our effort into restoring the first floor door. Yes. He frowned and thought. Fix it, my ass. The pressure just now passed through this door that even a missile couldn't penetrate, so a terrifying monster is definitely going to appear. Having the door blocked is a bit safer. The Exorcist headquarters must have known about the commotion, so let's just fix it slowly now, and finish it just when the Exorcist reinforcements arrive. Xiao Yu suddenly appeared and spoke up. Let me. The maintenance chief saw a stranger and shouted loudly. Who are you? Who let you in here? Get out. Xiao Yu pointed to her chest and introduced herself. I am a first-year new student at the Academy of Superpowers with 95% superhuman genes. My superpower is lightning. I can restore the power here. Seeing it as a joke. The maintenance chief scolded. A first-year new student? You haven't even enrolled yet. Even if you're a new student. You're not even a first-tier superhuman. How would you have electricity in your body? How could you restore the power here? Get out. One of Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with the light of lightning. She said coldly. I don't have electricity in my body, but as long as I'm in the city, I can use unlimited electricity. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu demonstrated to them. A pink lightning current snaked through the air and gathered towards her. The head of maintenance looked at the nearby lightning current in surprise. Damn it, a visible electric element, where did that come from? He tried to touch the current with his fingertip and recoiled in shock. His whole body went numb. It hurts. The head of maintenance looked at Xiao Yu again. Then he remembered, the electricity on her, she doesn't feel anything? That's right. Indeed, a super genius with 95% superhuman genes has recently appeared. It's her. Seeing the system screen light up, his heart was in turmoil. Damn it. This isn't good. She really can restore power here and open the door to the training ground. No way. Although I don't know what kind of monster will appear inside the training ground, it will definitely be very dangerous. I'm just here to work, not to die. The head of maintenance yelled at Xiao Yu, stop. He said seriously. Your abilities are not stable yet, you could damage the equipment here. This is national property. I can't let you mess things up. She slowly walked over, lightning still coiling around her body. You want to stop me? The head of maintenance put on a righteous facade. Someone is obstructing our work and damaging our equipment. Repair team, listen up, remove the obstacles. Everyone raised their guns towards Xiao Yu as ordered. Don't think that just because you're a genius, you can do whatever you want. Even with guns, they were still intimidated by her abilities, so they continued to threaten her. If you dare cause any more trouble. The head of maintenance pointed at Xiao Yu and said coldly, try taking one more step, and I'll shoot you dead. On this side. Xiao Tin's hand grabbed the earth dragon's tooth, trying to pull it down, as blue flames continuously shot from his arm. However, the tooth was completely unaffected. Xiao Tin was surprised. This tooth of its isn't afraid of the flame leader? Two teeth above suddenly grew longer and plunged into his arm. Xiao Tin quickly retracted his hand. He stared at his torn arm. Xiao Tin marveled inwardly, it's too sharp. What kind of black teeth are these? Both offense and defense are solid. Moreover, it can swallow a portion of my gene power without even hitting me. If I get bitten a few more times, my third evolutionary stage will end. The earth dragon slammed its tail towards Xiao Tin. He quickly backed away to dodge. He muttered to himself, I must find a way to avoid its black teeth. Just then, Xiao Tin raised his hand, and a sharp object protruded from his palm. He yelled, Tentacle! That sharp object lengthened and tightly wrapped around the earth dragon's body. Xiao Tin thought to himself, his tentacle couldn't even bite through its skin, but at least he could catch it. He controlled his whole body to be pulled closer to it. Xiao Tin once again shot out blue flames, using the leader's flame to burn the outside, to see if he could dig into the flesh inside. Suddenly, he froze. Cold sweat poured down his face. Xiao Tin groaned. Oh. What he didn't expect was that black teeth grew on the earth dragon's body as a defense mechanism when attacked. He was surprised, wondering, do black teeth also grow on the body? No other way. Xiao Tin stabbed hard into its body, blood gushed out like a fountain. He tried his best, risking it, maximum power. Xiao Tin once again shot the leader's flame towards the gushing wound. Burn! The earth dragon writhed violently in pain, trying to shake him off. The chief of maintenance kept calculating in his mind, the most prodigious gene in history, the focus of all eyes, was now nothing more than a young girl who had just started college. This scene will scare her to death. But if she were actually injured, the academy would cause trouble for him. Can't shoot. His heart suddenly pounded violently. The chief of maintenance couldn't help but be flustered, that pounding heart sensation again. The people holding guns were startled. Their fingers instinctively pulled the trigger. They cursed under their breath. Damn it! The bullet flew out of the muzzle in a flash. Then came a series of continuous gunshots. The chief of maintenance felt uncomfortable as the bullets all aimed at Xiao Yu. The other guards were all so scared they started shooting. What a bunch of fools with no self-control. I'm finished, I'll be held responsible. But when he saw that all the bullets grazed past her, he breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't hit. How lucky. But he felt something was off. So many people, yet not a single shot hit. Too lucky. But could it really be that lucky? Xiao Yu murmured. Sure enough, rotating the electric current will create a magnetic field. The chief of maintenance understood upon hearing this. She had a powerful magnetic field around her body, twisting the bullets. Seeing the streaks of lightning coiling around her fingers, he wanted to curse. Damn it, is this the talent of a 95% prodigy gene? Is she not human? The chief of maintenance gripped the control device in his hand, able to play with lightning like this? Lightning couldn't be her limbs, could it? He was startled when he saw the control device in his hand being pulled away. The most absurd thing is, how can she still stand up? Can she withstand the terrifying aura from the training ground? Xiao Yu used her ability to pull the gun and control device towards herself. Only then did the head of maintenance remember. He remembered now, he had learned it in the academy. The more transcendent genes a person has, the more they can withstand the pressure from monsters. She glanced at the object behind her and said, the device has power now. Xiao Yu's eyes were cold as she signaled to the group. Open the door. The scene shifts to the second floor, where Tranon and the other two were clutching their chests and panting. He clutched his head and asked, what's happening inside? You two, recover quickly. After checking, Tan Nak announced, Manager, it seems the power's back on. Tranon was caught off guard and kept asking for confirmation. It's back, it's really back on. He frowned, worried, what's going on? The second floor hasn't even started being repaired yet. The repair team on the first floor was incredibly energized. Did they not only fix the first floor's circuit but also connect the second floor's circuit? We've never seen their work efficiency this high before. On the surface, he pretended to be calm and said, then connect to the surveillance camera to see if there's anything unusual inside. He smiled, I'll open all the doors now, rescue people first. Tranon wanted to curse, damn it, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Tan Nak pressed his finger down on one of the two red buttons on the table. He looked towards the thick, heavy, specially designed door in front of him. On the first floor, Xiao Yu and the head of maintenance's group simultaneously watched the door slowly open. She sighed in relief, it's open. On the second floor, Tranon rushed towards the drop-off gate. On the first floor, Xiao Yu also ran off at full speed. The moment she saw the giant monster writhing its body in the training ground, she froze. Xiao Yu had never seen it before, so she stammered in horror, what is that? The others were the same, they mumbled, what exactly is it? The head of maintenance recognized it, but his legs went weak. His voice also faltered, repeating one word, power, 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 power. He was so scared he cursed, damn it, haven't you read the news? It's a land dragon. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked around for Xiao Tin, muttering his name. A blue light flashed near the land dragon, catching her attention. It turned out that Xiao Tin was attacking the land dragon with his leader's flame. Xiao Yu's eyes glowed with lightning, overjoyed to have found Xiao Tin. Because too much lightning was absorbed, the Nam Noyat Gene Research Institute experienced a power outage, and the entire place went dark. Tranon knelt, crawled, and bowed his head from the drop-off gate, looking down, muttering unhappily, what's happening now? He looked at the glowing electricity and was surprised, asking himself, how can there be electricity on the ground? Outside the residential area, one section was completely dark due to a power outage, a stark contrast to the brightly lit area. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the purifiers. A staff member called into the radio, Commander. She reported the situation. From the training base as the center, the entire electrical current running along the wires, the high voltage lines, have been overloaded. It's probably that new student, Xiao Yu, who lost control at the training base. However, with the training base's defense level, it shouldn't cause a large-scale collapse. The commander's voice came through the radio. Have the purifiers, rescue vehicles, and the Academy's 4-star Transcendence gone there yet? The staff member immediately replied, when the Purifier City's reconnaissance station detected an earthquake and abnormal pressure, they already dispatched personnel. The commander said with satisfaction, good, monitor continuously. The staff member answered with a loud yes. On this side, Xiao Tin saw pebbles flying in the air along with the surrounding lightning and immediately realized, Xiao Yu, it's Xiao Yu's lightning. For some reason, he felt relieved. A big task has been accomplished. Xiao Tin ignored the pain of the black teeth piercing his hand, clutching tightly onto the land dragon's flesh, thinking to himself, before I run, I can bite a piece of its meat. He pushed off its body powerfully, launching himself backward, his hand emitting a leader's flame towards the land dragon. When he saw a tear appear on its body, Xiao Tin was satisfied, I got a bite. His arm quickly recovered to its original state, and he quickly ran towards the person lying on the ground, calling her name, Xiao Yu. Up there, Chen chuckled softly, the mission of the rebel family is indeed not simple. This person must have a secret. However, it ends here. The appearance of the land dragon is heaven's help. Just as the land dragon bowed down to attack Xiao Yu, Xiao Tin managed to embrace her and dart away, escaping a calamity. He was still immersed in his calculations. I was originally still thinking of ways to shift responsibility, but the appearance of the land dragon has already cleared all the evidence of my targeting this student. The scene is chaotic enough now. According to my estimate, the purgers won't arrive at the scene for another 2 or 3 minutes. If I just kill him during this time, it will be completely unknown to anyone. Having thought it through, Chen ordered, all personnel of the training base, listen up. All people with supernatural powers, come out here. Before the purgers arrive, stop the land dragon for me. Absolutely do not allow the land dragon to harm anyone outside, and give the surviving students a chance. The 2 of you as well, understood? The 2 immediately replied, understood. In his eyes, the yellow light of his ability flashed. Now, no one can block my path anymore. Hearing the shouts of the crowd behind him, Xiao Tin realized the land dragon is being stopped by the training base personnel. I just need to wait a little longer. Sharp spikes grew from his arm, and red veins crisscrossed, prominently bulging. Xiao Tin worried in his heart, the 3rd-level evolution is even more intense than I imagined. I can't maintain human form at all. His gaze swept backward, his whole body tensed, feeling the approaching danger. Xiao Tin's hand accurately grabbed the metal rod flying towards him. Chen laughed, you actually managed to block it. When he saw his true form, he stammered in horror, no, you. Chen saw Xiao Tin crush the metal rod, just like Tran Quoc Tone crushed an orange, and exclaimed in shock, what the hell are you? A mysterious blue light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the metal shards scattered all over the ground and cursed in surprise, what the hell is this? What kind of superpower can transform like that? Chen listed the attributes he knew, 5 major attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He felt confused, special mutation, ice, wind, lightning, spirit. No superpower would make an arm transform like that. Chen transformed the door frames into golden metal rods. What the hell, are you really a superhuman? A cracking sound echoed, and the golden metal rod broke apart. The metal rod slowly floated upwards, and his voice resounded, no matter what you are. Chen swung his hand out and shouted, die. The sharp metal rod simultaneously shot towards Xiao Tin. He raised his arm, and the red veins pulsed with his heartbeat, looking extremely grotesque. The metal rods pierced Xiao Tin's arm. He chuckled to himself, wondering, a sneak attack? Chen saw Xiao Tin successfully stop the metal rods with his bare hands and was puzzled, an arm like that cannot belong to a human. He wondered, what the hell, are you a monster? Then Chen shouted, metal, pierce. Seeing the blue flame melting his metal rods, he froze stiff. What kind of flame is this? All my metal has melted. Monsters don't have elemental power. Is he a flame-type superhuman? At this point, Chen was startled and muttered, "No, that's not right. Monsters can have elemental power." He looked at the large hand preparing to grab him. Monsters above level 4 can have elemental power, but how could that be? Just before Xiao Tin's hand could touch Chen, a large explosion occurred around him, and dense white smoke billowed out, obscuring his vision. Chen continuously retreated, his robe torn due to the impact. He asked suspiciously, "What are you?" Chen deduced, "You're not human, a monster, but not entirely a monster either." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Now I can't kill him in a short time, but that's fine. This appearance of his is that of a monster." He saw his arm constantly changing, muscles surging then recovering, red veins bursting then recovering. Chen mused, "I just need to wait a few more minutes. When the purgers arrive, he will be killed by them." Meanwhile, Xiao Tin was trying to endure the pain of the marrow cleansing process. He gritted his teeth and thought, the third-level evolution is even more violent than I imagined, likely due to eating a piece of the land dragon's meat. Several sharp spikes, like those on the land dragon, suddenly grew on his hand. Xiao Tin speculated, this is the power of Black Tooth. If I can't subdue it, I won't be able to return to human form. He tried to concentrate his mind to control his arm. Chen, on the other side, used the time to create an incredibly sturdy golden shield. He thought with 10 parts confidence, this monster is very powerful, but if I only need to defend, my golden shield is not bad either. However, Chen's moment of pride didn't last long. Just one swing of Xiao Tin's arm shattered the golden shield. His body was also injured. He was startled and horrified. My golden metal shield, how could it be silently cut? Chen looked at the trickling drops of blood and felt agony. It seems I was just scratched a little by those black spikes, yet I ended up like this. He collapsed to his knees on the ground. What kind of monster is he, really? Damn it, there's no clue at all, damn it. He couldn't hold on any longer. His shield simply couldn't block his black spikes, not even for a minute or two. Cold sweat ran down his face. Feeling death approaching, Chen thought in fear, he would die here. He tried to compose himself, feigning dignity as he lectured, "Sincerely, I advise you to obediently stay here. In your current state, if you go outside." Chen flashed a cunning smile. "Anyone who sees you will just kill you, because you are a monster." He took advantage of Xiao Tin's carelessness, spoke a long speech, and then fled. "The purifiers are coming soon, they will absolutely not spare you. Even if you're lucky enough to avoid the purifiers, it's useless. You're a monster, an enemy of humanity, no one will help you." Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Everyone who sees you will want to kill you, monster, everyone wants to kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly paused. At this moment, Xiao Yu was already standing in front of Chen. He exclaimed in surprise, "You!" She raised her hand and unleashed lightning towards Chen. He pointed at Xiao Tin and shouted, "Stop, you're his accomplice. Look closely, he's a monster." Xiao Yu didn't stop her actions. Her voice was cold as she retorted, "He's not a monster." She continuously advanced towards Chen, affirming, "His name is Xiao Tin." He said disdainfully, "Do you know what you're doing? You're betraying humanity. You'll regret it." Xiao Tin cooperated by standing behind Chen and said, "If this world doesn't accept." His mutated arm grew massive and slammed down on him from above, cracking the ground below. His voice rang out, "Monster, then I'll carve out a bloody path." Xiao Tin's arm absorbed Chen's blood, again and again, then he said coldly, "You've been eaten." He frowned, the veins on his face turning dark red. There was a loud noise outside, and then the earth dragon was continuously attacked. Xiao Tin realized, the purifiers are here. He yelled at her, "Xiao Yu, stay away from me, pretend you don't know anything." Xiao Tin worriedly said, "I wonder if my left arm can turn back into a human arm." But Xiao Yu was not afraid. She tightly hugged his mutated arm. Xiao Tin frowned and called out, "You." Xiao Yu looked directly into his eyes and declared, "If you want to go to hell, I'll go with you." In this situation, she still wholeheartedly trusted Xiao Tin. He subtly smiled, his heart filled with warmth. Indeed, you're still you, Xiao Yu. The urgent shouts of the purifiers rang out from outside. Quick, hurry up, save the survivors. The question now is, will Xiao Tin be exposed? The maintenance chief stood behind, secretly calculating. 3 shields from a 3-star rock-type transcendent should buy some time. The 2 people in front of him were trying their best. The manager said, protect the people outside, don't retreat. The maintenance chief turned his head, looking for an opportunity. When the shield breaks, I'll take advantage of the chaos to sneak away. Just as he thought of escaping, the Earth Dragon attacked him directly. Tan Nak cried out in horror, Maintenance Chief. Don't just stand there and die. The Maintenance Chief is dead. Even a 3-star rock-type Transcendence defense couldn't withstand a single blow. We can't hold on at all. He said to everyone, the manager's gone too, I don't know where. Run, run. The Earth Dragon slowly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. It lunged towards everyone with its mouth wide open, scattering them in panic. The pressure was unleashed again, and they knelt on the ground, clutching their chests and groaning. My heart hurts again, it's so uncomfortable, I can't get up, I'm done for. Seeing the sharp fangs just inches away, Tan Nak said in despair, we can't even run. Suddenly, a loud noise nearby caught his attention. The newcomer was a beautiful girl holding a pink water pipe. Tan Nak held onto a faint ray of hope, a purifier, holding a water pipe. Who is it? It doesn't matter who, please save us. This person was Shangguan Kuei. Seeing the monster, she wondered suspiciously. The Earth Dragon, water continuously flowed from the pipe. She swung the arm holding the water pipe, and Quan Kuei's voice revealed a hint of anger, you interrupted my blind date. Tan Nak and the others cringed, crying out in their hearts, is she trying to chop all of us? Help! When he saw himself unharmed as the water blade passed him, Tan Nak was surprised, hey, that water blade went around us. With such power, can it cut through the Earth Dragon? We tried everything and couldn't even hurt the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon, feeling pain, roared in anger. Seeing this, he speculated, the elements are like dancing spirits, and also like raging demons. This is the threshold that countless 3-star superhumans are blocked by, the legendary criterion for a 4-star superhuman, life element. Seeing its wounds gradually recovering, they shouted to each other to escape, we can move now. Run. It's recovering. Tan Nak was stunned, looking at the person in front of her. She is. He suddenly remembered, the strongest guardian in the Superhuman Gene Academy, the 4-star superhuman with 91% superhuman genes, Shangguan Kuei. She said to everyone, leave this place to me. You guys go outside and evaluate everyone, and while you're at it, inform the exterminators who arrive later about the terrain and specific situation inside. Quan Kuei stood facing the Earth Dragon and instructed the group to find and rescue any survivors. They nodded repeatedly, replying, yes, yes. In the training ground, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Xiao Yu asked anxiously, can it recover back into a human hand like before? Xiao Tin nodded, replying, it'll take some time. She looked around and said, let's hide first, I'll buy some time. He quickly ran into a room to hide. Seeing someone approaching, she pointed in another direction and said, exterminator uncle, I'm over here. That's great, we're saved. Over there, I just heard gasping over there. Xiao Tin's arm grew large again, and the sharp thorns grew longer and longer. He made up his mind. Level 3 power is 10 times that of level 2. The size of a level 3 monster will become very large to withstand the raging monster genes. I must continue to compress my power and restore my human form to allow my bones to evolve first and become stronger. Just as he thought this, Xiao Tin was startled. Huh? He felt a difference in his body. This was the 1% superhuman gene he obtained on the first day of his rebirth. Xiao Tin thought to himself, they are absorbing the superhuman genes of the fat guy I just swallowed. The reason is they are both metal type. His eyes flashed with a golden light. In short, the 1% superhuman gene had awakened. Xiao Tin mumbled to himself, I must use the superhuman genes to stabilize the monster genes, and guide them in an orderly manner to evolve my bones. The color of his bones began to change, becoming darker. When the bones of his entire arm turned black, he clearly felt the change, this power. The sharp thorns on his arm grew rapidly, piercing through the ceiling. It was the Earth Dragon's black fangs. On the other side, Nie Yang hugged Wu Yin and gratefully said to Xiao Yu, thank you for your help. It's only because of you that we were able to find 3 survivors so quickly. She forced a smile, it's nothing, but internally she cried out, why did you find them so quickly? A loud noise suddenly echoed from the room where Xiao Tin was hiding. Xiao Tin was startled by it. Nie Yang and Tan Ha simultaneously looked in that direction. He wondered, what's over there? Is it a monster? Xiao Yu thought anxiously, oh no, Xiao Tin is about to be discovered. Seeing the other two decide to move towards the sound, she cried out, no. Tan Van reached out to stop her, shoo, sound will attract the monster's attention. Xiao Yu bit her lip tightly, Xiao Tin, if you're forced to wander the world, I'll go with you. The other two moved cautiously, looking around alertly. Nie Yang reminded the person next to him, be careful. Xiao Tin stepped out of the room, saying apologetically, sorry, I just woke up. What's wrong? He saw him and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a person, not a monster. You scared me. After another check, he took out his phone to call, reporting to the captain, a total of 5 survivors have been found. Nearby, Xiao Yu whispered, are you okay? Xiao Tin pointed to his bicep and nodded slightly, replying, I'm fine. He pondered silently, all the bones in my body have evolved into the Black Fang state of the Earth Dragon, but the power is completely incomparable to the Earth Dragon's, it's still too weak. Nie Yang announced more news, the Earth Dragon has been driven away. Great, we'll now lead the survivors out. With what he knew from his previous life, Xiao Tin knew that humanity was truly too weak. Now, no one knew that only a 4-star transcendent could defeat an Earth Dragon. However, the Earth Dragon that everyone knew had even more true power than that. The Earth Dragon in this training ground was just a small tale of the demon god. Monsters hidden deep underground far exceed human comprehension. I must gain more power as soon as possible. He told himself, to save others, you must first save yourself. I want resources, I want genetic power, so that I and Xiao Yu can become invincible in the world. Before that, I must hide under the identity of a transcendent. Xiao Tin recalled his previous life. The facilities here had become desolate, everywhere was full of ruins. At that time, he was a monster, scouring every corner to hunt down survivors. The face of a man with resolute eyes behind glasses stared intently at Xiao Tin. The demon god emerged from underground, he crushed that person as if squeezing a tomato. Xiao Tin muttered to himself, only 1 year. He jolted back to reality, muttering, we don't have much time left. Xiao Yu looked at the buxom girl in front of them and gloomily asked, how much longer? Since we entered the school gate, you've been staring at other people. Xiao Tin glanced over, 36D? How could it be? I'm a changed man now. The not much time I mentioned wasn't about this. She pouted, looking somewhat unconvinced, oh, wow. He looked at the stream of new students in front of them, his voice becoming serious, in 1 year, the world will undergo a great change. So, before then, you must evolve into a 5-star transcendent, as soon as possible. Xiao Yu looked up at Xiao Tin and asked, only 1 year? The strongest person in the world is only peak 4-star. What kind of power does 5-star hold? Humans don't even know. She turned around, taking his hand, we need to work extremely hard, even harder than for the university entrance exam. Xiao Tin smiled slightly, assuring her, trust me, I'll help you. Xiao Yu, for some reason, blushed and replied, I trust you. Then she puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, except for that. He changed the subject, by family's path, first, you must advance to 3-star transcendent within a month. Xiao Yu was a little worried. My transcendent gene is 95%. I heard that the more transcendent genes you have, the more resources you need in the early stages. We don't have any backing, so how could we have so many resources? She murmured, as for resources. She hadn't finished her sentence when Zhao Sheng, nearby, waved and called out, "Big brother." He said, "Because of you, I, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Xiaotao, and Wu Yin were able to survive the trial and continue studying at the academy." Zhao Sheng, fearing he wouldn't understand, explained, "The school made an exception and considered everyone who survived the trial as having passed." He bowed, not forgetting to push the heads of the two people next to him to do the same. "We will never forget this great kindness. From now on, you are our big brother. From now on, we will obey your every command, even to death, without regret." Xiao Tao, embarrassed, said, "Bro, it's so embarrassing." Xiao Yu raised her voice, "Hey, why do boys keep clinging to you?" "You've evolved again," Xiao Tin sighed, "I've changed myself." Zhao Xing looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Big brother, who is this?" "I wanted to ask the day of the last trial when she was rescued, but I didn't have the chance." He introduced her. "Her name is Xiao Yu." She cooperatively raised her hand to wave, "Hello." The three others immediately became flustered, stammering, Xiao Yu." The three of them screamed, "Is she? Is she? Is she the strongest new student since our academy was founded, the one the school forum talks about? 95% transcended genes, the highest in history, the genius Xiao Yu." He was speechless. "Hey, you guys are being a bit too dramatic with your yelling." Zhao Xing's eyes lit up. He excitedly began to ship them. "Big brother is indeed big brother. You and the legendary Xiao Yu, so you are." Both of them froze when they heard Zhao Xing name their relationship. "Lovers?" Both their faces showed no joy as they simultaneously said, "How could that be?" Xiao Yu jumped off the suitcase, and both of them spoke at the same time. "Anyway, it's too troublesome to explain. I and this guy." He poked Xiao Yu's cheek with 2 fingers, and she instinctively raised 2 fingers to block him, their voices ringing out simultaneously, "are just childhood friends." Zhao Xing put his hands on his hips, looking at the suitcase in front of them. "Who would believe that? You're even sharing a suitcase." Wu Yin scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, if you're childhood friends, you'll form a team, right? Well, I have a suggestion." He genuinely smiled and said, "After new students enroll, there will be a resource competition match, where a portion of resources will be given to each new student. Within 3 hours, based on our own abilities, we'll compete against each other. Can we temporarily form a team? My spiritual sense can help you avoid the strong new students." Wu Yin, though a bit embarrassed, still finished, "Then we might not have our resources stolen by others." "No, it's about stealing resources from 1 or 2 classmates," Zhao Xing shouted. "Wu Yin, shut up." He frowned and said, "Do you want to harm Big Brother?" He stammered, I just." Zhao Xing moved closer to Wu Yin, his voice slightly angry, "Students like us, who get to continue studying. And those with low superpower genes in each class are very easily targeted, especially this class. Didn't our old classmate tell us?" He repeated what the classmate said, that 88% genius was already screened out on the day all high school graduates were screened. He's become the boss of the new students. Their goal is to steal all the resources from those with superpower genes below 50%. Zhao Xing frowned, because superpower genes below 50% are very difficult to awaken, just like me, 39% superpower genes. His younger sister is a bit higher. Xiao Tao has 41% superpower genes. Wu Yin looked a bit embarrassed hearing him say, "Wu Yin, you only just barely have 50% superpower genes." Zhao Xing said firmly, "We absolutely cannot implicate Big Brother." Xiao Jing and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, playing off each other perfectly. They both spoke just loud enough for each other to hear. Resource competition. Isn't the first batch of resources already here? And there are a few cute lures too. If we just nurture them into capable assistants, we can save some time and effort. He smiled dreamily about the future. I can help them become the strongest in the entire school, no, the entire world, second only to us. That way, they can reach the peak of their lives, willingly helping us eliminate obstacles. She raised her hand and clenched her fist. Isn't this like using the key of friendship to lock them in? After discussing, Xiao Jing spoke up. Let's form a team. As soon as he said this, Zhao Sheng, who was about to give Wu Yin a beating, exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" He said in shock, "Big brother, don't pity us." He put his hand on Zhao Sheng's shoulder and said, "It's not for any other reason. I'm willing to team up with you because you guys are loyal. You're extremely excellent and useful companions." He was surprised to hear the word useful. Zhao Sheng was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he choked out, "Big brother." Xiao Jing spread his hands and said, "However, if you want to join my team, the goal will change a bit." He silently added a lot in his mind. Zhao Sheng said loudly, "Big brother trusts us, we absolutely won't disappoint you. We'll do everything you say." He smiled. "Oh, I suddenly remembered a possibility. What if someone accidentally gets everyone's resources?" Xiao Yu continued, "Then wouldn't all those resources belong to him?" Wu Yin instinctively nodded and replied, "Ah, right, huh?" But he felt something was wrong, like there was something not quite right. Xiao Jing burst out laughing, "Don't be nervous, we're just asking for fun. Hurry up and take us to the dorms to put away our suitcases." Xiao Yu also nodded and said, "We'll have our first class tonight." Xiao Tao looked at the two and smiled slightly, "Okay." On the way, Wu Yin suddenly asked curiously, "Oh right, big brother, I forgot to ask, what's your superpower gene percentage?" He replied mysteriously, "You'll know very soon. It'll probably shock you." Zhao Sheng seemed quite excited to hear that. Big brother's superpower gene must be very high, right? That evening, the group went to class together. During the first class, a man introduced himself, "My name is Fu Liang. I'll be your basic course teacher for the next year. Let's be frank." He looked at everyone below and continued, "Anyone who cannot awaken their superpower within 1 year, get out of the Superpower Academy. Only 50% will pass the final test." "Wu Yin, did I awaken a mental superpower?" "Danger sensing, it fits my 50% gene, which is weak as a chicken." Then Fu Liang coldly read out the numbers, 39%, 41%. Below, Zhao Xing didn't feel embarrassed at all and happily raised his hand, saying loudly, "Teacher Fu, I'm back." Xiao Tao, sitting next to him, quietly replied, "Yes." The teacher pointed at Zhao Xing's group, "If you still can't awaken within 1 year, you'll be normal people for the rest of your lives." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing that. He also laughed along. "I will try my best." Xiao Tao timidly replied, "Yes." Xiao Jing wondered, "What's wrong with Teacher Fu?" Zhao Xing smiled and explained, "If the superpower gene content is below 50%, it cannot be awakened. He's just calling out the opponent's percentage." On the podium, the teacher adjusted his glasses and continued, "This class of yours is quite special. I'm sure you've already read the related news. The person with the highest superpower gene content in human history is in your class." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned toward Xiao Yu. Fu Liang's tone became strange. Xiao Yu's future is hard to imagine, but this isn't what surprised me the most. What surprised me the most is that there's someone with only 1% superpower gene content in your class. His eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "The student with 1% is no different from an ordinary person. Stand up so everyone can get to know you." Down below, Shi flashed a smug smile. Others looked around, searching. Discussions arose. "Ah, the gene content is too low." Zhao Xing muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of sympathy, as there was someone even more pathetic than him. 1% is too pathetic. They'll definitely be targeted by the whole class. He didn't notice the person next to him standing up. Xiao Jing stood up and smiled, "Teacher Fu, I've awakened. It's a metal element superpower." His words made the other person curse in surprise. "Damn it, is the 1% student the boss?" Fu Liang wasn't particularly surprised to hear that. He calmly wondered, a superpower gene of 1% can awaken? He habitually adjusted his glasses. If that's the case, student Xiao Jing, please come up to the podium and assist me with the lecture. As Xiao Jing walked over, he half-jokingly asked, helping with the teaching should come with a reward, right? Fu Liang wasn't stingy and said, for the resource allocation battle after class, I'll give you an extra share of resources. He smiled and replied, thank you, Teacher Fu. Seeing Xiao Jing's confidence, he threw cold water on him, reminding him, don't thank me yet. 1% superpower gene with 2 shares of resources, it'll probably turn into his nightmare. He began the lecture. What's called superpower is the elemental power of metal, water, fire, wood, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and spirit. As long as one awakens, they can use their superpower gene to draw out elemental power. The elements can temporarily reside within the superpower gene in the body. Everyone simultaneously looked at the image on the screen, and Xiao Jing's voice echoed throughout the classroom. At this point, we need to control the superpower gene. Elements from the outside world are stored within the superpower gene. Fu Liang added. When you can prevent elements from disappearing, allowing the superpower gene to become a perfect battery, you will become a 1-star superpowered individual. He took a heavy metal bar from his desk and said, to show everyone. Fu Liang stood the metal bar upright. First, there must be a metal bar. The elements that a superpower gene can contain are limited. Fu Liang handed a small piece of metal to Xiao Jing and said, you can only control this bit of metal your whole life. Try playing with it first. He lowered his eyelids slightly, thinking, superpower, elemental power, strange yet familiar. This is something only high-level monsters possess. The end of monsters is the supernatural. He turned to the people below and said, you all know that each of us has a mysterious gene sequence. Whether you are a monster or a superpowered individual depends on whether this gene sequence is a monster gene sequence or a superpower gene sequence. Fu Liang spoke at length. Fortunately, you are all superpowered individuals who have transformed your mysterious gene sequence into a superpower gene sequence. And the content of superpower genes in this superpower sequence will determine your future achievements. The more superpower genes, the more sensitive to elements, and the easier it is to cultivate. This world is just like that, unfair. He gave a visual example. Starting from 90%, a superpowered individual will make significant progress with every 1% increase. Shangguan Kuei, with 91% superpower genes, can breathe underwater. Then he looked at Xiao Yu. Our classmate Xiao Yu can now be immune to at least 3000 V of voltage. His voice carried anticipation. If someone with 100% superpower genes appeared, they could probably be called a god. Fu Liang's gaze seemed to subtly fall on Xiao Jing. Conversely, the lower the superpower gene content, the lower the sensitivity to elements. The harder it is to cultivate. Below 20%, there was no chance of awakening before Xiao Jing appeared. He suddenly said, is that how it is, Teacher Fu? He turned his head and muttered, well then, if you can't draw out the metal element, I can help. Before Fu Liang could finish, the metal bar in Xiao Jing's hand had turned yellow. He said, look, teacher. The metal in your body is coming out. Fu Liang was stunned. He succeeded, and he's even so skilled at it. He thought in surprise, his awakening wasn't just an unexpected miracle, was it? Outwardly, he said, student Xiao Jing, it seems you're either extremely intelligent or extremely lucky. Behind Fu Liang, several golden metal bars appeared. Using your small piece of metal, I'll teach you a truth. What's the difference between 1% and 80%? The metal bars, which were originally straight, slowly began to bend. Fu Liang's voice rang out, it's 80 people ganging up on one. Those metal bars converged at a single point on the iron bar in Xiao Jing's hand. He said, there's no need for elaborate tactics, a simple group attack is enough to completely suppress you. Fu Liang raised his hand, controlling his superpower, and said coldly, your superhuman power will be easily defeated. Those with few superhuman genes, you all always need to know that you are the weak ones. The weak, they hide behind the strong. When the people below saw this scene, each of them had different emotions. He raised an eyebrow, this teacher Fu. Xiao Jing recalled that, in his memories, this teacher died by his hand. At the moment of life and death, he truly placed students behind him, giving them time to escape. He was a teacher who earned respect. Seeing Fu Liang sweating profusely, the people below were puzzled. Hey, why is teacher Fu sweating so much? Meanwhile, Fu Liang's whole body trembled. Damn it, I'm feeling a hint of pressure. He almost didn't notice. Feeling the opponent's attacking force increase a bit, Xiao Jing smiled. Is teacher Fu using his superhuman gene to suppress me? He wasn't afraid at all, but became even more confident. My superhuman gene swallowed that fat guy's superhuman gene and has turned into a super fat guy. Plus, I have 99% of the monster Big Brother behind me, so it's natural that teacher Fu can't suppress me. Xiao Jing had an idea. This won't do. I should still be a bit humble, otherwise, what if other students don't come and bully me? He pretended to let go of the metal bar in his hand, falling backward and exclaiming, teacher, I can't hold on anymore. He mocked himself in his heart. My acting is too exaggerated. He also saw this point. Did this kid intentionally lose? Yet I couldn't suppress him. The students below gasped, wow, teacher is amazing. Of course. What does a 1% superhuman gene aspire to be? Weak as a chicken. Fu Liang retracted the metal bars, thinking somewhat dejectedly, I almost lost my prestige. His lips curved slightly. This child has a secret, that's quite good. Fu Liang cleared his throat and said, ahem, thank you for your demonstration, student Xiao Jing. The introductory class ends here. He looked down at everyone below. The winner takes all, the strong survive. This is our school's philosophy. Everyone get ready, let the freshman resource scramble begin. Nguhong, sitting in the front row, proudly said, already ready for a long time. He smiled, I just wonder if student Xiao Jing is ready yet. When I arrived at school today, I happened to hear his bold words. I don't know where a 1% superhuman gene like him gets that kind of confidence. Nguhong crossed his arms over his chest and sneered, he wants to defeat all of us and take all the resources. That's truly arrogant. Nguhong jumped over a desk and said, you want to take everyone's resources? That's quite arrogant. However, what surprises people is, you only have 1% superhuman gene, yet you were able to awaken. It seems you've worked very hard. He proudly introduced himself, my name is Nguhong, 85% superhuman gene, a water-type superpowered individual. Then he didn't forget to taunt, I really admire you, to be able to continue existing with such poor genes. Nguhong said kindly, and you even broke through and awakened. I'll make an exception and invite you to join us. As soon as he spoke, the people behind him laughed along. Students with over 60% superhuman genes all gather here in the Alliance of the Strong. Nguhong's proposal also had his own reasons. If he joins, then his girlfriend, Xiao Yu, who has the highest superhuman gene percentage in history, will definitely join too. He spoke up, we can work together to carry out your arrogant plan, snatch all the resources from the weak. Nguhong made a promise, so that resources fall into our hands and can be utilized to their highest potential. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Jing burst out laughing, I'm dying of laughter. He bluntly stated the truth, in the end, you're just daring to bully the weak with your strength. Nguhong's face darkened, what the hell do you think you are? He turned and left, you're just trash with 1% superhuman gene. You were never qualified to study at the Superpower Academy. The only reason you passed the final trial was because Xiao Yu protected you. I've known all this for a long time. You don't know what's good for you. I only invited you entirely because you could bring Xiao Yu along. Xiao Jing wasn't embarrassed at all and smiled brightly, he's broken. He turned his head back and scowled, you just wait for me. Nguhong raised an eyebrow, curled his lip into a sneer, and declared, our Alliance of the Strong will absolutely net all the resources of you weaklings. He provocatively gave 2 thumbs up, good luck, I'll pray for you. All his anger was like punching a cotton bag. Seeing Xiao Jing remain as cool as a Hanoi autumn, he angrily went back to his seat. Fu Liang asked doubtfully, "Did you intentionally provoke him?" He shook his head and replied, "I was just genuinely cheering him on." Only a child would believe that. Fu Liang adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat, and announced to everyone, "Ahem, the new students' resource competition officially begins." He handed out tickets to everyone. "All students, please come up to the podium to receive your resource exchange tickets, then gather in the forest outside the school." Then turned to him and said, "Xiao Tin, these 2 slips are yours." The scene shifts to the forest outside the school. In the dark night, Fu Liang's voice echoed, clearly stating the rules. Don't leave the forest. Act as you wish within 1 hour. Students must rely on their own abilities. Then came a resounding start. Zhao Xing excitedly said, "Let's go, let's gather with Big Brother." Wu Yin hesitated and said, I'm not going." He heard that and surprisingly asked, "Wu Yin, what do you mean?" He stammered an explanation, I have to think about myself too." Wu Yin explained, "They said that even though I only have 49% superhuman genes, I've awakened, and can be an exception to join the alliance of powerhouses." Zhao Xing angrily retorted, "Big Brother can take us further." Wu Yin stepped back, "Sorry, Xiao Tin is very strong, but he only has 1%. What's more, facing the entire alliance of powerhouses, I really didn't expect him to provoke them right from the start." He heard that and cursed angrily, "Wu Yin, you traitor." Xiao Dao immediately intervened, "Brother, everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to make it difficult for him." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of people surrounded Xiao Tin and Xiao Yu, but the two didn't care and continued chatting and laughing with each other. They taunted, being targeted by over 10 superhuman gene powerhouses, it's no wonder he's scared. Du Huang said sarcastically, 1%? You can only laugh now. You can't go anywhere. We'll watch you closely. When Big Boss Nguhung comes back, that's when you'll cry. Xiao Tin nodded with a bright smile, right, bullying the weak doesn't take much time. He raised an eyebrow, bullying what? That's called exploiting resources rationally, you don't understand sh*t. In another place, a girl ran, panting. After a while, she stopped to take a deep breath and said, I've run far enough, I should be safe for now. Nguhung suddenly appeared behind her and said, the human body is 70% water. No one can escape my perception. Hand over your resource exchange slip. He used his water ability to envelop her head. This way you won't suffer, he said. She resisted with all her might. No. These are my resources. By what right? Nguhung sneered, it's just that your genes aren't enough to join the alliance of powerhouses. Struggling to breathe in the water, she had no choice but to give in. I'll hand them over. After getting the resource exchange slip, he left satisfied, saying, next one. After that, Nguhung continuously used his powers to attack others and take their resource exchange slips. The members of the alliance of powerhouses repeatedly surrounded those with less than 50% superhuman genes. They sneered, you have nowhere left to run. Wu Yin also had to follow them and attack a male student. They beat him while ordering, hand over your resource slip. As Nguhung was moving, the Tay blocked his path and asked, did you collect all the resources? Nguhung was somewhat surprised and said, Fan the Tay, I haven't even looked for you yet, but you came to me. That's good. Nguhung smirked, let's test someone who's never had their genes tested like you, young Master Fan who got in through the back door. Do you have the qualifications to join our alliance of powerhouses? The Tay wasn't angry, instead he smiled, what a coincidence, me too. He unleashed his fire ability, to test if you have the qualifications to become my subordinate. Nguhung burst out laughing, subordinate? You're too used to being a young master. Nguhung also unleashed his water ability in retaliation, so you think you're still a young master Fan wherever you go, huh? The two fire and water abilities clashed, creating a loud bang. Nguhung frowned, doesn't water counter fire? Even if he's strong, my water control shouldn't evaporate so easily. On this side, the people who had their resource exchange slips stolen yelled, "You bastards! Give us back our resources! If you're so good, wait until we grow up to compete. Despicable cowards!" Another person cautiously said, "Wait a bit, at least they've finished collecting." The members of the Alliance of Powerhouses sneered, "Are you stupid? Who wants to wait for you to grow up? Big fish eat little fish. If you're not satisfied, then get stronger now." The opponents were both angry and trembling. "You bastards, it wasn't easy for us to get here." Du Huang excitedly said, "Now we just wait for Big Boss and Guhung to come back, and we can collect the last few slips." He laughed smugly, scared, 1%? If Xiao Yu wasn't here, you'd have already. Before he could finish, electricity appeared in front of him. He was startled. Electricity. Seeing Xiao Yu quietly with her eyes closed, Du Huang deduced, "Xiao Yu has 95% superhuman genes, she must have done something, it must be her." He decided to rush towards her. "I have to stop her." He threw a punch, but before it could land, a hand stopped it. Xiao Tin casually turned to ask, "We've been discovered, still lacking control, how much longer do we need to prepare?" Xiao Yu replied succinctly, 1 minute. Du Huang used all his strength, but it had no effect at all. Cold sweat ran down his face, his heart was anxious. Is his hand made of steel? I can't move it. 1%, he's not quite right. Also, what do they mean by 1 minute? Scene shifts to the school area. At this moment, the entire school suddenly lost power. Vice Principal Liang muttered, "It seems starting this semester, the school's electricity bill will seriously exceed the standard." He rubbed his 2 fingers together, "Let the finance department worry about it." Scene shifts to the forest near the academy. Xiao Tin turned to the person next to her and said, "We've been exposed, so feel free to locate them now, come on. Prepare to electrocute them." The hand used more force to tightly squeeze Du Huang's hand, and he cried out in pain. "Quick, everyone, stop Xiao Yu." Du Huang said to his companions, "She wants to electrocute us." One guy ran up and scornfully said, "Then you should defeat the 1% first. Why are you kneeling there?" He easily caught the guy's hand and made him share the same fate as Du Huang. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Xiao Tin turned to ask again, "What? Why aren't you releasing it yet?" She looked at him and replied, "One more person hasn't been located yet." The other guy's face was twisted in pain. Help. My bones are about to break." How is his strength so great? Du Huang endured the pain and turned to lament, "Now you know why I'm kneeling, right?" He looked up and said to the others, "Everyone, go together. This kid's strength is enormous. Be careful." Du Huang reminded, "Whoever has awakened, use your superhuman powers." Xiao Tin asked curiously, "Who?" Xiao Yu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, "Guhang. I've diffused the electric elements along the air." The current ran along the forest canopy, then she smiled and said, "Found them. A water element user and a fire element user are fighting." A moment later, the members of the Alliance of Strongmen lay sprawled like fish, shocked by electricity, their faces scorched. He announced to the others, "All right, listen up, those of you with less than 50% superhuman genes, don't let them intimidate you. I've taken revenge for you. I've stolen all the resource exchange tickets from them. Your starting point is still the same, and you can still try harder." Seeing this, they scattered in fear. Xiao Tin called after them, "Why are you running? Don't waste your energy anymore. You all have static electricity on you that Xiao Yu marked. They will definitely be electrocuted." He secretly thought, "This is the move Xiao Yu researched and told me about in our previous life." Electricity shot from her hand, chasing after them. This is called lightning positioning. The extremely fast current weaved through every tree in the forest. On this side, the battle between the two had come to an end, with Nguhung kneeling on the ground, in a disadvantageous position. He gritted his teeth in anger, "This little fire can't trouble me." The Tay smiled, "Very good, then come on." He raised his hand, and a giant fire hand, similar in shape, was grasping Nguhong. He was suffocated within it. Nguhong felt uneasy. This fire hand, is it grabbing me? My water element, I can't escape at all. The Tay tilted his head, making a fist-clenching motion. Nguhong, like a fish on a chopping block, was also squeezed tightly by the fire hand. The Tay lowered his hand and asked, "Can you last a minute?" Nguhong also fell to the ground. He was distressed, unable to resist. Nguhong lay motionless, recalling Vice Principal Liang's words. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn it, the gap is too huge." Indeed, with families like the Fan family, there's fundamentally no fairness. The Tay withdrew his power and praised, "Not bad, consider yourself passed. You and your alliance can be my subordinates." Nguhong was covered in scratches. He frowned. "Past what?" "I didn't even." The Tay interrupted, "I am already a 3-star superhuman. In terms of strength, I could have already graduated from the Superhuman Academy. You being able to use your water element to protect yourself within my fire hand and not be incinerated is already not bad." Nguhong wondered, "You're already 3-star, why are you still here to study?" The Tay leaned down slightly and said, "The resources you're fighting over, these things are as easy as turning my hand for me." He extended his hand. "I'm here on behalf of the Fan family to seek out outstanding talents like you. The Fan family treats all outstanding talents equally based on their individual abilities. It can help you grow quickly. This kind of fairness is rare in this unjust world. Do you want it?" Nguhong closed his eyes, thought carefully, then said, "I naturally." His hand reached out. Nguhong's voice rang out, "I want it." At this moment, elsewhere, the fleeing group was struck by Xiao Yu's electric current and lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing the electric sparks shooting towards him, the Tay realized with a start, lightning. Streaks of electricity surrounded him. Nguhong was even worse off. He was violently electrocuted. An entire corner of the forest lit up, accompanied by screams like pigs being slaughtered. The Tay used his fire element ability to nullify the electric current, then questioned, bewildered, "Xiao Yu." Nguhong lay motionless on the ground, stammering, I can't move anymore." A rustling sound was heard. Xiao Tin ordered, "Xiao Xingzi, Xiao Dao, go over there, take the resource cards. Don't rush, they won't be able to move for an hour." Seeing someone still unharmed, he waved and greeted, "Hey there, Fan the Tay, you certainly don't fall down that easily." Nguhong's eyes widened in surprise as he evaluated, "This electricity is too domineering." The Tay still held on to hope, calling out, "Xiao Yu." She maintained her answer, "Don't be noisy, I can't join you." He squinted slightly, "No, I want to tell you." The Tay raised his arm again, using the skilled Crimson Flame hand. A giant flaming hand appeared, and he said, "I respect your choice. I will wait for you to make the right choice." Seeing the flaming hand approaching him, Xiao Tin told Xiao Yu, "Go rest. You're not his opponent right now." He leaped up, his voice filled with anticipation, "I also want to take this opportunity to test my superhuman strength." The flaming hand slammed down, shaking the ground, and heat radiated all around. The Tay stood still, watching the raging fire in front of him. However, he had a strange feeling that something wasn't right. The opponent couldn't be defeated so easily. Indeed, at that very moment, Xiao Tin charged forward, holding a golden metal fragment in his hand. He smiled and said, "Young Master Fan, a bit flustered, aren't you? You must not be used to people getting close to you, huh?" The Tay raised his hand to create fire, replying with an annoyed expression, "Delusions of grandeur." A large flaming hand aimed directly at Xiao Tin's face, yet he calmly said, as expected of a superhuman with 90% superhuman genes, able to freely use Crimson Flame Hand, which consumes so much energy. Such a powerful attack, yet Xiao Tin easily avoided it with barely any effort. The fan guy wouldn't give up. He ordered the Crimson Flame to split into two, enveloping Xiao Tin, then declared, "You have nowhere left to run." He raised both hands in front of him, then frowned in concentration and shouted, "Combine." The two enormous flaming hands immediately clenched, seizing Xiao Tin. Witnessing this, Nguhong, lying on the ground, cried out, "This is your true power, but if you do that, you'll kill someone." The Tay coldly said, "He won't die that easily." Because in his heart, he knew that the person in front of him was the one who could survive that fierce final assessment. Suddenly, Xiao Tin tore through the flames holding him and leaped up, his eyes glowing brightly. Nguhum was terrified, trembling as he said, "The crimson flame hand actually couldn't catch him. If it had, it would all be over." The Tay still had more up his sleeve. He lightly wiggled his fingers, smugly saying, "Taste my crimson flame 1,000 hands." Suddenly being entangled by many small hands, Xiao Tin seemed a bit flustered. He glanced over and commented, "More fire now. But this isn't a problem for our Xiao Tin, it seems the fire is getting smaller now. Then I'll use 1% superhuman golden ring." He leaped up, creating a spectacularly beautiful display of random slashes, cutting all those crimson flames in half. This sight made the young master of the Fan family disbelieve his own eyes, thinking to himself, his combat technique is extremely fluid, not at all like someone who just awakened. What exactly is going on? While he was stunned, Xiao Tin drew a line and slashed down, however, he quickly dodged it. This the Tay retreated, calculating secretly, the sword he controls is also very sharp. It's fine, no fatalities can occur in the arena. His gaze was extremely cautious, but if he gets injured, it'll be hard to control. If I'm not careful, the wounds will be very difficult to recover from completely. At this moment, the Tay came up with a plan. While Xiao Tin was busy with the small hands, another hand approached the metal fragment in his hand from above. Very quickly, it seized the weapon in his hand. At this point, he smugly thought, when superhuman powers clash, I'll use my 90% superhuman power to crush his 1%. This guy was extremely confident in his plan, smirking with great self-satisfaction. The Tay calculated carefully, now to attack his superhuman genes directly, destroying all of his genes. If his superhuman genes are shattered, it will be difficult for them to recover within the next year and a half. The more he looked at Xiao Tin, the more displeased he felt, thinking, I can't let him stay here and annoy me any longer. I must destroy him. And this guy's grimacing attitude caught Xiao Tin's attention. The Tay was showing confusion. Damn it, his superhuman genes are incredibly strong. Who would believe he just became a superhuman? Thinking of this, the image of his old uncle suddenly appeared vividly in his mind. He even resembled the 4-star superhuman uncle back home. Xiao Tin keenly noticed young Master Fan's bewildered look and quickly put on an act. He fell to the ground, crying out with a fake scream, "Oh my, Fan the Tay, you're too amazing." This humorous scene even baffled the Tay, who had to ask himself, what the heck is he doing? Xiao Tin jumped up and enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, "You're the strongest in our class. I'm utterly impressed." This left him speechless. He thought to himself, with him admitting defeat like that, I'm too embarrassed to make a move. Then Vice Dean appeared and announced, the competition has concluded. I hope all of you have gained various resources through this competition. All right, please hand in your exchange slips to me, and I'll have the resource department distribute the resources to everyone. However, the atmosphere was far from cheerful or enthusiastic. Everyone looked sullen, their heads bowed, appearing resentful. Only Xiao Tin's team was smiling brightly. He stepped forward, extended a pile of slips, and said, Vice Dean, I accidentally collected all of everyone's exchange slips. There are 78 slips in total, please count them. Vice Dean Liu accepted the slips, nodding with satisfaction, and also smugly said, your group has officially become the target of everyone's attacks, you know. Xiao Tin confidently replied, I will definitely live in peace with everyone. Then Vice Dean Liu turned to the one named Fan and asked, doesn't the Tay still have one slip? He reluctantly put his hand into his pants pocket, but couldn't pull anything out. He then questioned himself, where's my resource exchange slip? Seeing this, Xiao Tin spoke hesitantly, oh no, I forgot. When I was defeated by the Tay just now, I saw a resource exchange slip fall out. I didn't know whose it was, so I picked it up. This made him furious, and he cursed back, shut up. Don't call me the Tay. He held out the slip and continued, making the Tay tremble with anger. The Tay, I'm sorry. Should I return it to you? Young Master Fan turned away abruptly. No need, just keep it. In his heart, he swore, Xiao Tin, I'll definitely kill you. The scene shifted to the resource room. Xiao Tin's team loudly said, we're giving you 60% of it. The rest, Zhao Xing immediately cut him off. Big bro, there's no need to say anything more. 60% is a total of 42 tubes of life essence fluid. This is an amount of precious assets we couldn't even imagine. We promise to cherish it and strive to awaken. Xiao Tin nodded, it's good that you understand. Suddenly, Xiao Dao spoke up, puzzled, Xiao Tin, I have something to ask you. Seeing this, Zhao Xing reminded his sister, call him Big Bro. Xiao Tin replied, what is it? Xiao Dao immediately said, you could have defeated young Master Fan, couldn't you? At this point, her voice faltered a little, so why did you? In the end. Xiao Tin smiled brightly and said, he's young Master Fan of the Fan family, not just anyone. It's fine that we got the resources, there's no need to make him lose face like that. Hearing this, Zhao Jing excitedly exclaimed, Big Bro, you're the best. After walking for a while, he saw Xiao Tin still following the two girls and yelled, we've reached the dorms. Big Bro went the wrong way. Zhao Xing reminded him, that's the girls' dormitory, Big Bro. We're roommates, but not in this dorm. Xiao Tin pointed to another dormitory building next to it and said, I'm going this way. The school provides a special single dorm room for those with extremely high superhuman genes to prevent them from accidentally harming other students. He still didn't understand and continued, I know that, but Xiao Yu's dorm. However, little Xiao Dao seemed to have realized something, her face flushed, and she immediately hit her older brother on the head, you pig-headed idiot. Enlightened by his sister, Zhao Xing seemed to grasp a new truth, oh right, it should be sister-in-law's dorm, shouldn't it? Then he immediately bowed and said goodbye, good night, Big Bro and sister-in-law. Xiao Tin was too exasperated to explain, I already told you, she's just a childhood friend. Good night. As he walked, he said to Xiao Yu, it'll probably take one night to teach you how to absorb resources. Speaking of which, ever since high school ended. I guess it's been a long time since I've spent the night in the same room with you. She clicked her tongue, TSK, after high school, you were off casting your net everywhere, so who would want to stay with you? He immediately retorted, I've turned over a new leaf, you know. Xiao Yu nodded, good, that's for the best. Xiao Tin continued. Now is the best time. Hearing this, Xiao Yu thought to herself, this kid seems a bit different from before. In the dark night, Xiao Tin's voice lecturing echoed throughout the dormitory when a large number of superhumans appeared in this world. Humans immediately began to study the superhuman's power, intending to emulate it. He sat in front of Xiao Yu, talking non-stop, although humans still can't create superhuman power. They can use the energy of living creatures, like animals, to refine life essence fluid, replacing the elemental power that superhumans consume. Xiao Tin tilted a tube of fluid into his mouth while saying, it sounds like monsters sucking human blood. After drinking it, his attitude was quite dejected, but when you actually drink it, there's no feeling at all, it's not even enough to fill an empty stomach. Despite this, Xiao Tin still asserted, the people in the resource room said to only drink 1 tube a day. That way, when combined with your physique and recovery speed, it can achieve the best effect. But you don't need to worry. And don't try to save the school electricity bill, drink as much as you want to upgrade to a 1-star at the fastest speed. Before Xiao Yu could react, he leaned his face close to hers, provoking, come on, shock me. Let me feel if your current electricity flow shows signs of being refined. Xiao Yu was extremely tense, Xiao Tin, you're too close. Images of their past experiences together suddenly flashed in her mind. These thoughts made her ponder, he seems to have changed a lot. He's no longer hanging out with those girls, and it seems he's even deleted all their phone numbers. Since middle school, this guy hasn't focused on talking to me like this until now. Seeing his best friend sitting motionless, Xiao Tin frowned and urged, hey, shock me. Talking wasn't working, so he combined it with action, reaching out to pinch her cheek and tease her. "You're usually so violent. Don't tell me you can't bear to shock me now." This action seemed to hurt Xiao Yu. She flinched back and yelped. Tu Tin refused to stop. He lunged forward and pinned her to the floor. Their eyes met. In this ambiguous atmosphere, Tu Tin asked, "What are you spacing out for?" Tungu, flustered, asked, "Why are you getting physical?" Hearing that, he used his elbow to pin her hand down tightly. At the same time, he pressed even closer, as if their lips were about to touch. Tungu, flustered, quickly turned her face away, secretly scolding him. "This guy, instead of looking for those younger girls, don't tell me he's going back to his old habits." Embarrassed, she softly said, "Tu Tin, get up. This is really weird." However, Tu Tin replied, "You smell so good, I want to eat you." Hearing that, Tungu was startled and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tu Tin's face, half transformed into a monster, immediately hit her eyes. Oh damn, this time she got a direct shock. Tu Tin kept muttering, "Oh my god, you smell so good." This provoked Sister Ngu, who immediately discharged electricity, sending him flying far away. "You dare to eat me? I'll send you to meet your great-grandmother." In the adjacent dormitory building, Tu Dao saw the strong electric current and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really necessary to arrange separate housing for those with many super extraordinary genes." Despite being shocked by his friend, Tu Tin began to comment, even though he had absorbed a lot of electricity from her. "You really have a lot of super extraordinary genes. For a mutated person like me, the scent you emit is fatally attractive." Tungu just sighed and nodded, letting the matter pass. He took off his outer jacket and continued, "I feel like your electrical energy shows some signs of being refined. The direction is very normal, just go for it." After saying that, Tu Tin turned to leave. "I'm going out for a bit." Tungu knew where her friend was going, so she threw him a mask and instructed, "If you're going to do something bad, remember to wear a mask. Here, I've prepared one for you." He replied, "Okay." Before he left the room, Tungu added, "Be careful." Tu Tin happily replied, "Don't worry, I'm just going out for a quick snack. I'll bring you some late-night food when I get back." After he left, she looked after him, blushing, and whispered, "Idiot." Tu Tin put on his hoodie and wore a mask, completely covering his face. As he walked through the forest, he thought, "Currently, I'm a level 3 monster, early stage. I can defeat a peak level 3 monster with Lord of Flames." Looking at his glowing monster arm, he thought, "I just need to carefully hide my left arm that has mutated into a monster." He was sure that if he hid his arm well, others would only think he was a fire element superhuman. Suddenly, Tu Tin felt an unfamiliar yet familiar aura. This feeling. Immediately, he transformed his arm back to normal. "I must hide the Lord of Flames now." Then, he pondered, sensing something deep beneath the ground where he stood. Suddenly, his heart trembled as if reacting to fear. Tu Tin immediately realized, it's the Earth Dragon I met at the last test base. Even though I've come to the Superhuman Academy. But from the school to the test base isn't too far. I didn't expect this Earth Dragon to still be wandering here looking for me. He believed, it sensed that I've arrived. Using the Lord of Flames too much will lead enemies right to my location. Tu Tin sighed and walked on, complaining, "It seems tonight's late-night snack won't be easy to get." Tu Tin murmured as he walked. Down there isn't just the Earth Dragon. There might also be other monsters that humans have never known about. Humans don't know that monsters transformed from humans are never truly killed. After they die, the rising smoke is the power of the monster gene. This power continuously flows into the bodies of these monsters living underground, until 1 year later, when these monsters accumulate enough power, they will completely rampage, and then the apocalypse will officially begin. One thing is that in my previous life, I accidentally learned a clue about an underground monster. The scene changed to someone's blurry perspective with a groan, "My head hurts, where am I? I remember I just went out with friends to relieve stress." That man was talking to his child when he was suddenly ambushed. "Daddy's coming home now, wait a minute." He was sedated and unconscious, then taken into a strange car nearby. There were a few other kidnapped people in the car. Later, he woke up and yelled, "Who are you? What do you want?" A masked man chided, "Did you use too little sedative, so he woke up early? Li Peng, have you forgotten how to dose the medicine?" The man kept yelling, "Let me go, I want to go home. This is kidnapping, it's against the law." But the two kidnappers didn't seem to care much. The other guy argued, "How can that be? My dosage control is precise, it's just that he's a bit special." Hearing that, the one named Dying Mang nodded, "Well, it seems we've found a big catch then." His tone became more sinister now. "He has a lot of monster genes in his body, which is why he woke up earlier. Guess how much more valuable he is compared to regular goods?" Li Peng replied, much to the kidnapped man's astonishment, "He woke up 3 hours earlier than I predicted, so his monster gene content must be over 80%. Dying Man was thrilled, a top-grade product. We can trade it for 7 times the life essence fluid of a regular 4th-grade product. We've hit the jackpot." However, this guy was also cautious, so he quickly reminded his accomplices, "But if we let him turn into a monster, it'll be a huge hassle. Quickly, make him quiet down a bit." Just as he spoke, a fist slammed straight down onto their car window. It was 210. It seemed he had realized the evil deeds these guys were doing, so he launched an attack, stopping them with an extremely powerful punch to the front of the car. 210 delivered a powerful punch, creating a deep hole, then jumped up and flew away. Because the car was moving quite fast and suddenly stopped so abruptly it nearly flipped over, just a little more and the whole car would have overturned. The two masked men broke out in a sweat. One of them looked around and asked, "Who was that guy? Where did he disappear to?" The driver didn't care. When he couldn't start the engine, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, this crappy car has completely stalled." Then he turned to his accomplice and said, "Li Peng, go check on those goods. We absolutely can't let them turn into monsters before their time. I'll go out and find that bastard and deal with him." Just then, 210 appeared next to the driver's side window. Li Peng stammered, Hey, that guy. He's right behind you." Before he could finish his sentence, 210 punched through the window and grabbed the annoying Dying Man by the neck. He pulled him out forcefully as if dragging a dog by the scruff of its neck. Then 210 threw him far away, slamming him hard into a tree. At this point, all he could do was curse. Dying Man sat on the ground, vaguely thinking, "Was I exposed?" Then he asked, "Who are you?" 210 slyly retorted, "Guess." Dying Man thought to himself, "No matter what he's heard, I have to kill him." Immediately, he launched an extremely powerful lightning attack straight at 210 and shouted, "I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." It was chaotic outside, and inside the car was no calmer. The man yelled to wake the others up. "Wake up, we've been kidnapped." Li Peng cursed furiously, "These monster gene guys are all about to wake up. So annoying." When he saw him holding the bottle of medicine, the man began to plead, "You want to sell us? You want us to die? No, please, spare me. I'm very safe. Thanks to the help of the Salvation Society, my mind is extremely stable now." He cried and pleaded, "I truly won't turn into a monster. Just because I have monster genes, my wife abandoned me and my child and ran away. My child is still waiting for me to return." Li Peng didn't care. He pressed the medicine bottle close to the man's nose and said directly, "Don't worry, your son also has monster genes. His name is on the list too. It'll be his turn next. Now, be a good boy and go back to sleep." The man inhaled the poison, his eyes rolling, his mind hazy. Li Peng didn't care anymore. He said, "Lan Jia, this time, I don't give a damn about the dosage." Switching to inside the forest, countless electrical sparks were now flying everywhere. 210 and the electric-wielding guy were clashing fiercely. The latter smugly said, "I'm a 3-star superhuman. Take this, my palm lightning incineration move. However, his confidence slowly faded as he saw the blue flame appear. A slight unease crept into his mind. Blue fire? Lightning and fire don't extinguish each other. Both he and I know how to use skills. But his overconfident habit was impossible to break. He thought, that tiny bit of blue fire won't do anything to me. As a result, Tin beat him until he spat blood, making him wonder, damn it, what kind of monstrous strength is this? His mask was shattered by the punch. His hands were burned and stinging from the blue flame. At this moment, all he could do was ask in confusion, it hurts so much. My hands, it's just a tiny blue flame. What kind of fire is that, anyway? No, how can he be completely unharmed? Seeing Tin slowly approaching him, he immediately said, you want to save those monster gene guys? They are monster gened individuals. Just a slight provocation can turn them into monsters causing havoc. Killing them is also enforcing justice, and exploiting them is nothing short of a beneficial act for society. I advise you to scram immediately. You don't know who you've messed with. He didn't care, stepping forward and stomping hard on the talkative guy's face, saying, kidnapping is kidnapping. What the hell does it have to do with righteous deeds, you piece of trash? Dying man screamed in pain, what do you know? In this world, there are good people and bad people. Kidnapping others. How do you know? Tin asked, shall I help you contact your Salvation Society? He quickly denied it, what Salvation Society? I don't know. It wasn't me. He replied, pressing harder with his foot, you're looking for the right time to modify location data and implant it into the necks of gene carriers, making them falsely appear as monsters. That way, after the city is monsterfied, your people can legally kill them. And after that, sell them to the Fan family's secret experimental base. Hearing this, the guy on the ground yelled, how do you know so much? Who are you? But he didn't care, continuing to ask, how many people have you kidnapped and how many innocent people have you harmed? Dying man acted tough, who bothers to count that? Besides, what I'm doing is eliminating harm for the people. Comforting them can only slow down their monster transformation. We must kill them all to eradicate it completely. Tin glared angrily and reiterated in a low voice, shut up. I ask, you answer. Memories from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. Sure enough, the Salvation Society was founded about 3 years ago. Outwardly, it was an organization to help people with monster genes connect and share. In just half a year, large-scale exchange and counseling conferences for people with monster genes were organized nationwide. Who knows what methods they used to cause those with monster genes to transform and then kill them all. It wasn't until they were exposed that it was revealed they had been secretly recording information about people with monster genes and engaging in human trafficking. Sold to the Fan family for various experiments in exchange for life essence fluid and research data, but by then, the Fan family had destroyed all evidence. No one could find any clues. I only knew that some high-ranking leader of the Salvation Society who was arrested had mentioned the transport route. Besides conducting experiments, the Fan family needed people with monster genes for another purpose, which was to turn them into food for the Earth Dragon. Tin didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, how many secret experimental bases does the Fan family have? The guy immediately replied, just one. Knowing this guy was lying, Tin stomped harder, making him cry out in pain, stop stomping. I only know one. No, I remembered wrong, I know two. He warned in a stern voice, if you dare to lie to me one more time, guess which direction your head will fly. The guy was in too much pain and had to tell everything, don't step on me anymore, don't step on me anymore. My head's about to be crushed. I'll tell the truth. There are many experimental bases called monster factories that specialize in creating monsters all over the country. I really don't know how many there are specifically. He continued to ask, how many are there around this city? He immediately replied, one. I swear I only know that one, I can lead you there. Xiao Tin asked again, are there monsters underground? However, this time he didn't get the answer he wanted. The guy stammered, there are monsters underground? How can that be? Finally, he released the guy and said indifferently, it seems your status doesn't allow you to hear any juicy news. Let's go, lead me to the monster factory. He slowly crawled up. Outwardly, he pretended to obey, but then secretly planned to ambush Xiao Tin. I'll take you there right away. He concentrated energy into his hand, creating a ball of electricity, then yelled, you're going to meet those with monster genes. I can still use my hand, can't I? I'm going to smash your head in. Since you've seen my face, I absolutely can't let you live. Xiao Tin turned around and casually caught his electrified hand, saying, this place isn't too far from that car. Your screams should be quite loud, huh? Scream loudly, I'm afraid your buddies won't hear you. Electric Man was extremely bewildered, thinking, even though he was already on guard, how could he catch my lightning palm with his left arm like that? He didn't even use his supernatural power, the blue flame. No way, his hand, what's wrong with it? At this moment, the mask on his face also fell off. Xiao Tin looked at the guy and flashed a sinister smile, I trust those who want to escape and lead the way more than I trust you. Seeing his half-monster face, Electric Man was flustered and speechless, damn it, so he's a monster. In the end, I still couldn't escape this copper-skinned, iron-boned monster. The amount of electricity I unleashed simply couldn't contend with this monster. His last dying wish was just a piercing scream that echoed through the forest, reaching even where the car was parked. Inside the car, Hunter was still trying to anesthetize those with monster genes. Quite impressive, persistent until now because of your son. If your monster gene wasn't high value, I would have twisted your neck already. Hurry up and fall unconscious, otherwise, what if you monsterize? Suddenly, he saw Xiao Tin casually walk out of the forest and immediately panicked, huh? Electric Man was executed that quickly? Damn it, this bastard being able to kill Electric Man so fast shows he's not simple at all. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. He threw the bottle of medicine, slammed the car door, and fled. Must save my life first. If this cargo truck is exposed, I can't be blamed. The man who escaped death stuck his head out of the car window, trying to catch his breath. He saw Xiao Tin and quickly said, thank you, you saved us. He looked at these people and told the man something, you are already dead. The location information on your necks has been deliberately changed by others to monsterized and killed. Seeing his bewildered expression, Xiao Tin continued, you still don't know? The ones who tricked you are the Salvation Society. I sincerely advise you not to let anyone discover that you're still alive, so don't go back to the city. Saying that, he sped off immediately. The man hastily called out, but my son is still in the city. What am I supposed to do? Xiao Tin quickly followed the traces of Hunter, who was trying to escape. He knew for sure he was fleeing back to base. The Supernatural Academy was built on an island next to Nam Noyat City. Originally, this place was Nam Sa City. But 20 years ago, monsters and superhumans suddenly appeared in the world. Superhumans were weak, and monsters were aggressive. 5 years passed, and humanity paid a heavy price to kill all the monsters and stabilize society once again. But from then on, Nam Sa City also became a dead city. After that, the Clearers in Nam Noyat City built the Clearer City, including the Supernatural Academy. Gene research bases, exam prep bases, all sorts of things were here. After a while, this Hunter guy also arrived. Xiao Tin also arrived, glancing around and remarking, and this place is the wasteland that Nam Sa City hasn't rebuilt yet. And the Fan family secretly built the monster factory here. It sounds ridiculous, but the monster has finally arrived at the monster factory. Hunter stepped to the factory entrance. Along the pathway, many chained monsters continuously roared. The outdoor camera immediately rotated towards the person, pointing directly at him. Seeing this, he immediately spoke up. It's me, not an enemy attack. But your monster factory is already this troublesome at just the first defensive line. Every time I come, I have to listen to these monsters roar. A voice from the camera replied, as long as someone breaks in, we'll detect them immediately. Even if it's an invisible transcendent, they can't escape the monster's sense of smell. However, upon seeing Hunter Eagle return alone, the person inside seemed puzzled. Wait, where's Electric Man? Where's the cargo this time? What happened? Hunter Eagle said resentfully, I was about to ask you that. Did you guys leak any information? Someone came to sabotage us. Electric Man is probably dead too. Luckily, I sensed the situation was bad and fled for my life. Time is precious, open the door quickly. I want to go ask the general manager what's going on. The voice from the camera still sounded a bit suspicious. Damn it, no one followed you, right? He angrily retorted, nonsense. I'm a 3-star wind-type transcendent. Who could keep up with me, unless that bastard has a nose as keen as a dog's? Moreover, even if he did follow me here, could he get past this first defensive line? He'd just be bait if he came. So, the rolling gate was raised. However, in just a few short seconds, the camera scanned something blurry. A security guard inside frantically said, just now, it seems a black figure darted past the first defensive line. The other guy yawned and replied, how could that be? The monsters didn't even cry out. Check the other cameras. But another person, yawning indifferently, said, if there really is an intruder, it's highly likely they'd come through the ventilation shaft. Xiao Tin walked through the main entrance amidst the monsters, not stealthily at all. He thought to himself, as expected. Even with a monster network, those level 1 monsters won't recognize me. As long as I have monster genes in me, they'll still consider me one of their own. So he confidently walked to the wall, looking around and calculating. There are many blind spots here that the cameras can't reach. Xiao Tin smiled brightly, now I just need to poke a hole in the wall and I can get inside. The scene shifts to the operating room inside. Someone asked impatiently, still no new supplies? We've run out of things to use. Suddenly, the person lying on the operating table screamed maniacally. Seeing this, the general manager snarled, what now? Haven't you cut this guy's throat yet? What kind of work are you doing? The person standing next to him quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry, I thought he was lying still, so I thought. The general manager interrupted. Separated monster genes will vanish quickly. If we want to deliver monster genes to the level 2 lab in the most perfect state, we need to process them a bit. He held the scalpel firmly in his hand, looked at the specimen, and continued, that means separating the monster genes while they're still alive. We can't let them die. Because their bodies are what contain the genes. Even if they lose all their limbs, they can't mutate into monsters. But if they make a sound, it's very troublesome. As he spoke, the general manager demonstrated for everyone to see, processing materials must be done with utmost seriousness and extreme care. Don't cause trouble for other research staff. The man on the operating table then spoke up, please, you can do whatever you want to me. Although the scalpel was pressed against his throat, the man still tried to speak, please, can you spare my wife? The monster gene content in her is extremely low. Logically speaking, it's very difficult for her to mutate into a monster. Please, spare her. Hearing that, the general manager involuntarily glanced behind him. The man also looked, then suddenly realized something with a start. He stared at the categorized boxes, silent for a moment. One of those boxes contained a head that was extremely familiar to him. His voice trembled, wife. Tears streamed down the man's face at this moment. Then he furiously screamed curses, animals. I'll kill all of you. You won't die peacefully. You'll create karma for lifetimes and never find salvation. The general manager said nonchalantly, see? If other research staff hear things like this, they'll get distracted. Then the research will be even more prone to failure. What if it's an important experiment? Then you'll become the center hindering humanity's progress. Having said his piece, he began to act. All right, remember to be careful and meticulous. But just as the scalpel was brought to the man's mouth, the lights suddenly went out. He immediately stopped and turned to ask, a power outage? Not just his lab, but it seems the entire factory lost power. The general manager ordered, investigate why the backup power hasn't started yet. A moment later, someone reported, General Manager Tong, it seems someone cut the power lines. The entire monster factory is out of power. While confused about what was happening, Hunter Eagle walked in with a questioning tone. General Manager Tong, did you guys leak information? We've been ambushed. Why are you just standing there? And why is there a power outage here? He angrily pointed directly at the man and said, you useless trash who only messes things up, you were followed. The one who ambushed you is also the one who cut the power. These words startled Hunter Eagle, huh? But the first defensive line. The general manager turned around and yelled, call security. Level 1 alert. He quickly pulled out his phone to contact someone, thinking to himself, the monster factory has been infiltrated by a mysterious person. I must immediately inform my superiors. As soon as the call connected, he hastily spoke, Monster Factory number 3 has appeared. However, before he could finish his sentence, the phone in his hand was shattered by something that flew in and hit it. Immediately, the general manager shouted, he's right here. Hunter Eagle chimed in, following me all the way here? This guy has a death wish. Security guards had also arrived by now. Boss, we need your instructions. The general manager immediately said, you guys go find that invading bastard. As soon as the security guards acknowledged the order, something snatched them away. That shadow slowly appeared, accompanied by a disparaging remark, the stench of your bodies and souls is like SSS-T. Xiao Tin glanced inside and commented, tonight's dinner is utterly disgusting. The general manager then asked, you came here for these Monster Gene guys? How foolish. These Monster Gene guys are originally dangerous seeds of society, but we can turn them into something useful. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, you don't know anything, yet you barge in here and hinder us. Well, capturing you for raw material would work too. Those security guards are just a waste of food, completely useless. At those words, Xiao Tin remained silent, paying no mind and saying nothing. Suddenly, 2 self-proclaimed true superhuman guards rushed in to join the fun. We're here. Finally, someone with a death wish has found what they're looking for. Hunter Eagle, also eager for battle, stepped forward to attack. Me too. I must avenge dying man. Looking out from inside, the general manager kept wondering, who is this intruder? A purifier? Someone the Academy's dean showed mercy to? How arrogant. He actually dared to barge into the monster factory alone to cause destruction. Although the intruder's identity was unclear, he was still very confident in his side's combat power. They had a 3-star early-stage wind element superhuman, 2 3-star mid-stage special guards, and the secret drug in their hands. The more he thought, the more sinister the general manager's expression became. Even if he's a 4-star superhuman, he'll have to submit. I'll dissect his entire superhuman gene sequence. Hunter Eagle swung his arm, unleashing the dragon punch. Swirling winds immediately appeared around his hands. Kim Mao also joined in, launching his blazing flame staff. Doc Nan launched his attack simultaneously, doubling the damage. 3 attacks at once slammed straight into Xiao Tin. He quickly dodged them, making the 3 even more excited. He dodged it. He's got some skills. It's blue flame, he's a fire element superhuman. They even proudly boasted, you probably don't know we also have a fire research lab. Using fire, in our eyes, is just showing off to a master. While full of fighting spirit, these 2 fire element guys suddenly felt something strange. Kim Mao no longer had his previous confidence. He confusedly asked himself, my blazing flame staff. Doc Nan agreed, saying, that's right, something's wrong. Now it was Hunter Eagle's turn to wonder, hey, what I unleashed was the dragon wind punch. In this situation, all three of them shared the same question, his superhuman power. It seems to have been swallowed by his blue flame. Despite struggling, Kim Mao still couldn't believe it. Element swallowed? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Doc Nan said he must know some kind of elemental star map self-destruct technique. Is this the power of his elemental self-destruction? Hunter Eagle, having been hit by Xiao Tin and sent flying into the wall, still managed to say, I know this move all too well. He stared at him and said, 100 days of tendon and bone damage. Superhuman genes will be affected too. Your move is an over-the-top display of desperation. Indeed, some people never learn until they see the coffin. Seeing Xiao Tin charge forward, this guy gave him the middle finger, provocatively saying, if you can hit me twice in a row, I'll admit you're good. Just as he finished speaking, On Min's hand punched the guy's face to a pulp, splattering blood all over the wall. This sight utterly terrified the two fire element guards. They looked at Hunter Eagle's mangled face and stammered, that wind element guy. Half of his body looks like it was run over by a truck. Doc Nan seemed unable to believe his one remaining eye. Holy sh*T, am I seeing a monster fighting a human? And a level 3 monster at that. Despite this, they still look down on their opponent. It seems he has some skill, being able to continuously use such high-intensity moves. But his weakness is also clear, he can only attack within a small range. Doc Nan said, as long as we maintain distance from him and don't let him get close, we'll have the upper hand. Quite confident in their plan, these two began to wield fire, launching attacks directly at Xiao Tin. Blazing Flame Staff. Double-skilled fire missile. Two pillars of fire immediately spiraled straight towards him. The general manager stood there witnessing everything. He had basically figured out Xiao Tin's power. But he only dared to think to himself, no, they were all wrong. Only by cultivating the elemental star chart can one become a 3-star transcender, that's true. But that doesn't mean every 3-star transcender uses the elemental star chart. I've studied the fan family's flames countless times, so I understand the extraordinary power of fire very well. Looking at the red flame, then at the blue flame, the general manager boldly asserted, he isn't using the elemental star chart at all, what he's using is simply the fire element and physical strength. Returning to the battle, the red flames were now engulfed by the blue flames, making the two even more bewildered. Our flames, were they destroyed by his power? His elemental star chart is stronger than I thought, we can't win fighting from too far away. Xiao Tin didn't want to toy with them anymore, he swiftly glided past each flame. In a flash, Xiao Tin was right in front of them, and immediately the two shouted, he's here, quickly drink the crimson fireworm. As they spoke, they shoved something into their mouths. Cyclops cursed, damn it, after this outburst, I'll be bedridden for half a month. This scene made the general manager even more anxious, thinking, the crimson fireworm is the Monster Factory's trump card. It's a medicine the fan family researched and invented, based on the undying flame developed underground. It can temporarily upgrade fire-type supers, allowing 3-star supers to break through to 4-star level. The two guards, full of vigor, laughed loudly. Destructive power has been fully charged. The general manager thought that with such a strong breakthrough, it would be more than enough to deal with these invading rats, but he still had lingering doubts. Having been upgraded, the golden hair guy bravely charged forward, come on, try to break my 4-star crimson flame staff. Xiao Tin didn't hesitate to retaliate with his fists. At this moment, the general manager vaguely speculated. But if I'm not mistaken, the flame this intruder possesses is extremely similar to the type of flame the fan family dreams of acquiring. They relentlessly research it with the aim of monopolizing and controlling it, hoping it can help them break through the super gene to 90%. The undying flame exists deep underground. Golden Hair's fate was not much different from that wind-type guy. Cyclops witnessed his comrade being beaten to a pulp, and his entire body stiffened. He bewilderedly asked himself, how is this possible? Our flames have been temporarily upgraded. You can't break our flames. No sooner had he finished speaking than he, too, was smashed to pieces before the general manager's eyes. It was at this point that he spoke up, "I understand." Seeing Xiao Tin starting to approach him, he immediately continued, "Your super gene must be extremely, extremely high. That's why the flame mutated. Genes above 90% will exhibit enhanced physical characteristics, and even a devouring characteristic." The general manager asserted confidently, "What Xiao Tin possesses is identical to the undying flame underground." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "The undying flame underground, tell me its location." The general manager eagerly replied, "No problem. Just join us, and I'll take you there. You should know that we are part of the Fan family. Your super gene is so strong, you're sure to be highly valued by the Fan family. If you can unravel the undying flame, you could make a huge contribution to this world. We don't need to be at odds like this. Join us, and together we can become great people." He tried his best to invite our hero. At this moment, the trembling assistant stealthily ran out to close the door. Xiao Tin didn't care for those fanciful words and said directly, "But I want all of you to die." However, the general manager continued to use sweet words, "Those guards dying is no big deal, there are researchers here. There's no problem at all. Rest assured, the Fan family doesn't care about those lowly employees." Xiao Tin repeated, "When I say everyone must die, I mean absolutely everyone, including the researchers. Not a single one will be spared." At the same time, the monsters outside leaped in and instantly killed the assistant. He stated, "I've released all the monsters here, and by the way, I've sealed off the emergency exit, so these monsters can only come in here to feed." Next, Xiao Tin moved closer to the general manager and coldly asked, "You force humans to become monsters, and then monsters eat you. It's very fair, isn't it?" He stammered, "No, no, damn it, you're human too, a transcender." Then he shouted in fear, "Those wretched beings with monster genes are inherently the dregs of society. Using them for research to enhance the potential of supers is the last use they can contribute. Are you crazy? What do you gain by helping them?" Xiao Tin gently placed his monstrous hand on the chest of the unfortunate man lying on the operating table and said, "Avenging my compatriots is perfectly normal." Then that hand slowly moved to his face. He continued, "Compatriot, rest in peace. I will destroy the Fan family for all of you." This promise also allowed the man to close his eyes in peace. However, these words made the boss extremely confused, yelling, "Are you crazy? We supers are your compatriots." Xiao Tin tightly grabbed his neck and lifted him high. He asked coldly, "Come on, tell me the location of the undying flame. Otherwise, you will regret not dying instantly." While the monsters were rampaging freely, the boss spoke with difficulty, "All right, I'll tell you. Let me think." He stammered, slowly uttering each word, "The underground flame is at." Xiao Tin immediately cut him off, "Nam Sa ruined factory area." He asked in surprise, "How do you know?" He said directly, "I also know you always lie to buy time, but some of what you said is true. For example, it should be very hot but it's very cold. Judging by your expression, I guess I'm right. I know more about the Purification City than you think. With it turning out like this here, the Fan family must know, right?" His words left the boss speechless. Xiao Tin continued to ask, "You're buying time because you want to wait for reinforcements." "Actually, I'm also waiting for your reinforcements." What a coincidence, isn't it? Without letting the boss answer, Xiao Tin immediately said, "Coming here for reinforcements isn't glorious. So they can't make a big fuss. So the reinforcements must be a 4-star super." Hearing these words, he asked in a daze, "What exactly do you want to do?" Seeing his bewildered and fearful face, Xiao Tin teased, "Why don't you guess?" The boss was being choked so hard that tears streamed down his face as he struggled to ask, "What kind of star map element do you cultivate? Why don't monsters eat you?" His terrified demeanor made him laugh. "Look at you, acting like you've seen a monster. Haven't you already figured it out a long time ago? It's what you're thinking. I don't know any star map elements. Without wasting any more time, he squeezed the man to death and quickly absorbed everything. After dealing with the trashy boss, Xiao Tin sniffed and thought, I've smelled the powerful super gene. It's spreading from top to bottom. He began to assess the situation at hand. Currently, the monster factory has countless monsters. The opponent won't rashly charge in here. Moreover, there's only one exit here. If I go out, I'm sure to run into him. And he just needs to wait outside, holding the tree to catch the rabbit. Thinking this, he broke into a very pleased smile, then happily ran and jumped everywhere. And I can search around freely now. Let's see what good stuff is here. After a while of searching, he stood in front of a cabinet full of green tubes. Aha, we got lucky. An entire refrigerator full of life essence fluid. Where did the Fan family get this? The purity is even higher than what the school gives us. The Fan family is indeed ridiculously rich. I knew I found the right target. The more Xiao Tin looked at the life essence fluid, the more excited he became. Excellent. My small reserves are probably only enough for Xiao Yu for 3 days. Now I've found an additional supply. It would be a shame not to take it. Looking to the side, he saw 3 yellow pills placed in a box. There are also 3 pills here, exactly like the ones those 2 guards took, Scarlet Fireworm. Take them all. After gathering many spoils of war, Xiao Tin walked to the monsters and said, now it's your turn. Have you all eaten your fill? At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, remembering his previous life, a slight feeling of excitement when monsters attacked the city. Thinking, Xiao Tin took off his mask and said happily, hello, everyone. I'm here to send you on your way. Come into my belly now. Thus, the entire swarm of monsters became his delicious dinner. With everything done, Xiao Tin laboriously carried the large crate outside. Having eaten and drunk my fill, it's time to take some portions home. At this moment, his keen nose started working. He sniffed around and thought to himself, he's here. Xiao Tin paused, hearing the voice in front of him, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Impressive, you actually let these monsters devour all the research staff in the factory. Suddenly appearing before him was a grotesque purple-haired man, his attitude incredibly flippant. I truly envy you, because you got to witness such a grand feast firsthand. He smirked coldly, flicking a finger as he declared, now, I'll reward you. Kneel down. This Tam 2's power was incredibly potent, it caused the ground beneath Xiao Tin's feet to crack and break apart. He even said loudly, I'm still not satisfied, so I'll have to make you satisfy me. Standing amidst the surge of power, he looked at the man with a serious expression and said, I didn't expect a 4-star transcendent to come here. Xiao Tin knew this grotesque man very well, he didn't expect him to be someone the news reported as dead. An earth element transcendent. After reaching 4 stars, he awakened the superpower of gravity, using his transcendent power to torment and kill women. There were a total of 13 victims. He was killed by an S-Rank purifier squad in a bar. The Fan family has truly been around for a long time, to be able to pick up and use someone like you. Seeing that the opponent knew so much about him, Tam 2 said smugly, you sure keep up with the news, don't you? He became more and more arrogant, speaking and swinging his hand, causing the ground beneath their feet to suddenly fly up high. So, do you know what your current situation is? Meeting me is the beginning of your nightmare. Then it gathered into a large mass above Xiao Tin's head. He continued, if you already know me, then you must also know that in the next few hours, you will be crushed by my gravity, and all the tendons in your arms and legs will rupture. Tam 2 was like a madman, utterly despising his opponent. You will also scream just like those women. Tears and snot running freely, then crawl over and beg me to let you die quickly. He exerted all his strength to use his ultimate move to suppress Xiao Tin. The giant mass of earth struck directly at where he stood. Beneath that rocky ground, a blue flame unexpectedly erupted while Tam 2 was still blabbering. You must scream loudly. However, in just a few short seconds, the blue flame flared up very quickly, startling even this guy. He looked at the flame and said, "A blue flame, and it can block my earth jutsu, even under the influence of level 1 gravity. No wonder you dared to come to the monster factory alone. You are also considered a 3-star transcendent. Very good, I'm starting to find this interesting." With that, Tam 2 began to use his transcendent power to suppress him. Life element, gravity earth diagram, level 2 gravity, kneel. Xiao Tin stood beneath the earth and rock, thinking to himself, as expected, even with the Flame Lord's fury, I still can't break his transcendent power. 4-star is much stronger than 3-star. I wonder what level of gravity he still has. Just right, I'll try to bait him and see. Thinking this, he looked through the gap and began to tease the man. Pervert, why don't you save some strength? You'll need it to run fast later, otherwise, if you die too soon, I'd be very disappointed. Tam 2 heard this and became even more agitated, saying, That's right, exactly like that. The more arrogant you speak, the more I like it. He spoke while forcefully punching the ground. The longer you endure, the more excited I get. However, while enjoying himself, something suddenly made him pause for a few seconds. At this moment, beneath the ground, a powerful blue light radiated. It was Xiao Tin activating his skill. All level 3 monster aura explodes, extreme left-hand mutation. His left hand glowed, then suddenly shot up from underground, while Tam 2 was stunned, asking himself, Such a strong aura, what kind of transformation happened behind my back? This guy was also no pushover. He knew Xiao Tin would ambush him from behind, so he used his skill, level 3 earth gravity, absolute defense. Immediately, a solid stone shield emerged, blocking Xiao Tin's incoming attack. He used his skill to command tentacles to appear. Immediately, a small mouth with countless sharp teeth emerged from the palm of Xiao Tin's monstrous hand. After that, it automatically detached, then shot straight towards and stuck tightly to the back of that Tam 2. At this moment, he was still very smug. Are you just tickling me? But I don't feel anything at all. Are you trying to create illusions to find a chance to escape? He continuously attacked, then smiled sinisterly and said, Under the gravity suppression that I'm deploying, you won't be able to escape. At this moment, Xiao Tin also retracted his monstrous arm, then stepped back a few meters to observe. Seeing that, Tam 2 scoffed mockingly, You suddenly withdrew all your aura. Did you give up? I haven't even gotten excited yet. How boring. He nodded repeatedly and thought to himself, Forget about it, I'm just trying to use 1% of my metal element superhuman power to encase my entire body. Doing my best to prevent even a tiny bit of monster power genes from leaking out. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Tam 2, bewildered, asked himself, An earthquake? The floor began to crack open. He observed and then spoke, It looks like something wants to emerge from underground. As for Xiao Tin, at this moment, he was praying, Earth Dragon, you don't see me. You only see him. My tentacle is biting him, so he's covered in my scent now. Tam 2, with a worried expression, said, Something underground is about to emerge. He immediately used his skill, Triple Earth Overlap, Earth Bastion, to try and control that force. Suddenly, a giant Earth Dragon burst forth. Tam 2 was thrown aside. He angrily shouted, It can't be stopped. Damn it, I'm bleeding. I haven't even dealt with that brat yet, and now what is this monstrous thing? Landing on a nearby barrier, Tam 2 unhappily asked himself, How did it appear here? He then recognized the monster in front of him, an Earth Dragon. No wonder it could break through my defenses. Not only that, he grew even more bewildered when he realized another important thing. Strange, it seems like it's targeting me. Don't tell me it came here specifically for me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Earth Dragon's massive tail lashed out and struck him. Then it opened its huge, abyss-like mouth and chased after Tam 2. He ran, annoyed and confused. Damn, how can something so illogical happen? No, that brat just told me to save my strength to run. Could it be him? But how did he do it? Meanwhile, Xiao Tin, like a fisherman benefiting from a fight, let the two forces battle to the death while he took the opportunity to escape quickly. Carrying the box of loot, he sighed in relief and said, "I'm safe tonight." Walking a bit further, Xiao Tin looked back at the place and advised, "As for the rest, it depends on whether your ancestors can handle it or not." Besides that, Xiao Tin also didn't forget to swear, "Exterminators, I will gradually expose the cancer of the apocalypse from 1 year later before you, so you can destroy it." At this moment, a group of superhumans led by Quan Koi also appeared in this building. One person in the group spoke up, "The target is approaching, 500 meters left." "Sister Koi, did you invite other squads too? Tell us about it." Quan Koi confidently replied, "Just your squad is enough to catch the Earth Dragon. Come on, prepare to set up the encirclement. Tonight, you will receive the glory of being the first in Hoa to kill an Earth Dragon." He startled, responded obediently, then muttered, "Oh my God, that's an Earth Dragon. Even 4-star superhumans take a detour when they see it. Are you planning to fight it one-on-one or something?" After that, he quickly ordered the entire team to prepare. The whole team obeyed and immediately took their positions. "Understood, Captain." Captain Tong's eyes were full of determination. "It's now. We are 300 meters from the target." He began calculating and counting the distance: 267 meters, 206 meters, 150 meters. 88 meters, 12 meters, the distance is getting closer. As soon as the Earth Dragon was in a suitable position, the whole team began to form their formation. The 4 girls performed their strongest skills: Petrify, Freeze, Rock Trap Formation. Quan Koi then stated firmly, "Last time there were too many people in the way, so it escaped. It was infuriating. My superior ordered me to protect Exterminator City. So if the Earth Dragon doesn't die, I can't rest assured to find my lover. Therefore, this time, I must send it to the underworld." Suddenly Tong Dan shouted, "Wait! There's someone in front of the Earth Dragon." Quan Koi quickly ordered, "Where? Quickly see who that is." He immediately used sound waves to scan and then reported at once. "Isn't he the criminal who abused and murdered 13 women and was already executed? Why is he here?" Hearing that, Quan Koi's blood boiled. A death row criminal who abused and murdered 13 women? Then let's just chop him up too. She rushed forward, aiming her attack at the Earth Dragon. One strike after another, she relentlessly hacked at the giant monster. Seeing this, Tam Tu thought a noble person had come to save him and wondered, "Are they here to save me?" However, he quickly realized that things were not as he thought. His face turned pale, and he stammered, "No, it's another group that also wants to kill me." Tam Tu quickly pulled back his move to protect himself. Heavy defense, 4th and 5th layers, absolute defense. The massive Earth Dragon was hacked to shreds by Thuan Quan Koi, opening its mouth and roaring in pain. The impact was so strong that Tam Tu was also thrown flying. At this moment, the Earth Dragon roared in pain. Quan Koi, like a warrior, jumped up, grabbed the water pipe, and slammed it hard onto the monster's head, saying, "Look this way." She glared at the monster with hatred, then delivered a decisive blow, saying, "Take another one of my strikes." Basically, this Earth Dragon was already under Quan Koi's control. Seeing this, Tam Tu was overjoyed. So lucky to have met this group of people who want to kill both me and the Earth Dragon. He took this opportunity to sneak away first, otherwise, he didn't know when he'd escape the Earth Dragon's pursuit. However, while fleeing, a thought suddenly struck him: what exactly happened tonight? Failing to complete the mission will make it very difficult to answer to that old dog Fan Chan Oi. While he was contemplating whether to go or stay, a large jaw suddenly rose from beneath his feet and snapped at him. Before he could even understand what was happening, Tam Tu was swallowed by the Earth Dragon. What's this? Another Earth Dragon? Quan Koi, looking over from her side, said annoyed, "There's still another Earth Dragon." At the same time, the Earth Dragon at her feet also surged up, roaring loudly. This gave Quan Koi many thoughts. What exactly is this thing? What does it eat? Is it those grotesque evolved creatures the experts talked about? Even though she had hacked it to pieces, its combat power was still incredibly strong. Quan Koi wondered, but why are there two appearing here now? How many Earth Dragons are there in total? Also, how long is it exactly? It seems no one has ever seen its tail before. She turned to the team and said, "You all keep it under control carefully, don't let it get away. I have to hack it to the very end." With that, she jumped straight into the mouth of the Earth Dragon in front of her. This scene startled Tong Dan, who shouted, "Thuan Quan Koi! Don't jump into the Earth Dragon's mouth like that. Its teeth are very strong." Quan Koi's eyes burned fiercely. She replied, "Then let's see if it can bite me." Quan Koi used her dragon transformation skill and charged straight into the monster's throat. The whole group was in an uproar when they saw it. No one could believe their eyes anymore. Holy cow, is this really a 4-star transcendent? It seems Thuan Quan Koi's water dragon has also come back to life. Is she about to reach 5 stars? Our Huaxia is about to have a 5-star transcendent appear. Quan Koi is amazing. The Earth Dragon was taken down by Quan Koi's Dragon Slash. Everyone in the team cheered. It's a success. Quan Koi is truly incredible. She excitedly thought, "I've cut off its life source, it definitely won't be able to recover on its own like last time. Let's see how long you actually are." Next, she started counting the lengths she measured, 10 meters, 20 meters, then 50 meters, followed by 100 meters, but there was still no sign of it stopping. This made Quan Koi extremely puzzled. How could this be? Can monster genes really make a normal animal mutate to hundreds of meters long? Although she really wanted to continue, she knew she couldn't, so she gave up. Her strength couldn't explore any further, and going down there herself was too dangerous. She could only give up. Her teammates saw this and praised her profusely. "I can't believe we actually got it. The first person to kill an Earth Dragon in Huaxia. Sister Koi, have you reached 5 stars, or are you still 4 stars? However, at this moment, she was still very confused, asking herself, "Earth Dragon, is it really just a monster? Did I really kill it?" The scene shifted to the Fan family's research base for the Immortal Flame. Old Jin Wei, gazing at the large cabbage plant, asked about the outside situation, report on the monster factory's status. The assistant next to him immediately said, "The monster factory in that abandoned area has been completely destroyed. No research personnel survived, and the Liberation Society members responsible for transporting goods are all dead too." The Tay below also heard the report, "The assassin is missing. According to intelligence reports, he was eaten by the Earth Dragon." The monster factory has been exposed, but the emergency response was very successful. Vice Director Fan frowned and continued listening. "The most crucial thing is that all documents were automatically destroyed. We followed your instructions and reported to the Purge headquarters that it was just a normal monster research facility. Most of the high-ranking leaders in the Purge Society spoke up for us. They are still discussing what disciplinary action to take for our unauthorized construction of a monster research lab without notifying them. I think at most it will just be a verbal reprimand." Old Jinwei asked, "Who did this time?" The assistant showed him a message and said, "This is the message the manager of the monster factory sent before something happened to him," he said. After hearing it, the old man pondered for a moment. "Blue flame, huh? It has the characteristic of devouring everything. It must be a high-level fire element transcendent gene carrier, approaching the immortal flame." As the old man spoke, the Tay below interrupted, "That's the key to opening the eternal flower. It's the key to obtaining the immortal flame." As he spoke, he used the fire in his hand to affect the cabbage plant in front of him. Heaven truly has eyes. For 3 generations, our Fan family has inherited fire element superpowers, striving to research the strongest fire element star chart to excavate the eternal flower containing the immortal flame. If we don't have a transcendent gene above 90%, then we must seize it ourselves. The Tay emphasized, "Didn't the artificial transcendent experiment complete its initial phase? As long as we can extract this blue fire transcendent gene." As the eldest son carrying the highest transcendent gene in the Fan family, I am confident that I can use this key to unlock the eternal flame, making our Fan family the foremost fire element noble family. The assistant said in confusion, now we need to find that flame. But the world is so vast. Old Jin Wei replied calmly, it's just finding a transcendent. Just have the Purge members help us. Then he gave an order. Report to the Purge headquarters that our monster lab was destroyed by the blue flame they are pursuing, and valuable documents were stolen. It's very possible that he was also the culprit who lured the Earth Dragon here. The assistant immediately obeyed and left. As for the Tay, he gently touched the plant in front of him as if it were a treasure, whispering, Eternal flower, I will definitely open you. He also confidently affirmed, I will seize your flame. This flower bud is not only enormous. Moreover, it has very long roots that penetrate deep into the bottomless earth. At this moment, 5,000 meters below the Immortal Flame research base. The root of the tree extends all the way here and it seems to be embedded in the body of a huge monster with glowing red eyes. The Earth Dragon that swallowed Tam-2 earlier has also appeared before the Earth Dragon leader. It slowly opened its mouth, and a shadowy figure vaguely appeared inside. Then it spat out that scum. He cursed in confusion, damn it, where is this? Tam-2 looked around blankly and commented, it's sticky and smells like blood everywhere. He quickly realized he was standing before the jaws of a giant monster. This guy screamed in terror. This is... What kind of monster is this? No, how can there be such a giant monster in this world? What level is it? The Earth Dragon Lord stared at its prey and angrily said, wrong. Tam-2 froze. He was confused, not knowing what this monster would do to him next. And not long after, the Earth Dragon breathed out a blue flame, burning him to ashes. When Tam-2 had completely vanished, the piece of meat that Tu-10 had attached to him fell off. The great dragon stared intently at that thing. It opened its mouth, snatched the meat, ate it, and then said, we must catch him, remember his scent. When its two sharp fangs closed tightly together, they emitted a piercing sound and a flash of light. Scene shifts to Tu-10. He had now returned to the dormitory. As soon as he arrived, Tu-10 quickly hid the spoils he had just acquired, much to Tune-Gu's bewilderment, thinking, hide all resources, wait until necessary to use them, otherwise it will easily attract attention. He then thought, the owner of that tentacle must have discovered that the person it was chasing wasn't me, so it must have retrieved the thing I left on that guy. Tune-Gu ran out to greet him. You're back? Tu-10 handed her a box. I bought you some snacks for tonight. High-grade life energy. I've tried it. 1 tube of this is equal to 5 or 6 tubes from school. He was a bit worried. At this rate, it will track me by scent. What will it do then? Send extremely powerful monsters to find me? Or continue to use Earth Dragons for reconnaissance? If it still uses Earth Dragons, that's fine. I might be able to drag it out for another year before it escalates. As he thought, Tu-10 watched his friend's retreating figure, secretly hoping things would take a turn for the better. However, he couldn't shake the thought, what if it actively attacks, not giving me time to grow? But that would definitely attract the attention of the purifiers, stirring up a hornet's nest. If the apocalypse is a fatal tumor, then the clearer the symptoms, the better. While Tu-10 was still racking his brain with his calculations, something was happening at the Undying Flame research base. The eternal bud began to move. One layer of its petals slowly peeled back. Following that, other petals also separated. One person from the research team here saw this phenomenon and immediately screamed. Everyone, look over there, the everlasting flower has bloomed. Hearing the shout, everyone ran over curiously to see if it was true. That person excitedly said, Director Fan just left, quickly tell them to come back, there's a major breakthrough in the research. As he was speaking, he was instantly sliced through by a strange power. The other two also shared the same fate, cut in half by that mysterious thing. A scar-faced man rushed forward with a knife, intending to stab someone standing nearby in the back of the neck. At this moment, countless warnings echoed around him. As soon as the knife tip touched the person, the skin on their neck immediately became so hard that the knife couldn't penetrate it. The girl in the pink shirt next to him spoke up. See? I told you so. You can already control your life element. He's already activated the golden body and become an invincible captain. The captain smirked. Stop joking. He clapped his hands to gather everyone and said, finally, we have an intruder. No wonder the Fan family went everywhere gathering the dead like us. We are people even the purifiers fear. He excitedly said, here we have 3 4-star supers and 7 peak 3-star supers. Ah Hong corrected him, Captain, you're mistaken. We currently have 6 4-star supers. The cultivation speed here is incredibly fast. If you give us a little more time, soon everyone will become 4-star supers. The group behind them sneered and said to each other, let's go, let's carry out the mission given by the Fan family. The captain confidently led his brothers to charge forward, saying, no matter who the intruder is, even if they're a purifier, kill them on sight. Make sure they can only come in but not leave. He began to assign action directions to the entire team. Team A, follow me inside. Your mission is to block attacks. Ah Hong said emotionally, I really miss the old days of looting. Next is Team B's mission, directly eliminate the enemy's armed forces. Scarface also spoke up, yeah, life nowadays is so miserable my nuts are about to rust. And Team C's mission is to control the personnel, don't let them escape. The members behind him acknowledged the order with a grunt. The captain also specifically ordered his friend, Thursday, go invisible and scout the situation for me. He immediately went invisible and went ahead as ordered. As the entire team approached the base's entrance, the captain cautiously reminded them again, we're here. Don't be careless. Anyone who can break into such a heavily guarded secret research base is not to be underestimated. Then he used force to break through the main door and entered. A look of extreme smugness appeared on all their faces as they said, we'll burn your insides and slaughter everyone here. However, just 3 seconds after they all entered, they were annihilated by the terrifying power of that blue flame. And all of this was witnessed by Thursday, who was invisible and standing to the side. He was so scared he didn't dare breathe heavily, even covering his mouth to stop himself from screaming. After witnessing everything, Thursday recounted in shock, in a blink of an eye, everyone but me died. He collapsed to the ground in front of the Fan family members, speaking with a tremor, because I had concealed my presence beforehand, I escaped harm and had the chance to see it. Thursday was certain that there was no intruder here, but rather a monster transformed from the everlasting flower petals. How strange, it wasn't a mutated human, but that unbloomed flower. He knelt there and continued, there are 4 of them, they can go invisible, and they can also use undying fire. They killed Captain Golden Body in an instant. Damn it, this thing is much stronger than an Earth Dragon. Eventually, they left the experimental base. I don't know where they went. Thursday frantically screamed, Lord Fan, we've caused a huge disaster. These monsters will kill many people. Quickly inform the purifiers. Thursday continued with a terrified expression, we can't hide this. No one can hide this. Old Jinwei didn't say much. He gave Thursday a spark to silence him. I told you, anyone who dares to reveal what happened here to the outside must die. A death row convict worrying about the lives of others? How laughable. He also didn't forget to instruct his assistant, extract his superhuman gene, don't waste it. The assistant replied in fear, understood, sir. On the other side, the young master excitedly exclaimed, Uncle, everything is exactly as you said. The eternal flower is back to normal. It stimulates the power of the superhuman gene to become stronger. Just touching it makes the superhuman gene clearly transform immediately. I'll quickly learn the element of life and ascend to 4 stars, finally obtaining the undying flame. Old Jinwei nodded in response, very good, but before we finish the defensive barrier to keep this place safe, you should still be a little careful. Don't touch it for now. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, the eternal flower is a monstrous flower that causes gene mutation. I've long suspected it. I just didn't expect it could also turn into a mobile monster, but that's not important. What's important is that monsters can stimulate superhumans. One day, the number of superhumans in the Fan family will be vast and powerful. By then, the Fan family will surely effortlessly crush this world. Fan Jinwei looked at the eternal flower bud with sinister eyes and secretly affirmed, and it is a treasure that belongs only to our Fan family. Back at the school dorms, a few rooms still had their lights on. At this moment, Xiao Yu was being pressed close by Xiao Tin. She asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat me again?" He replied with a thoughtful expression, "No, I'm full tonight. It'll take about 10 days to digest this meal. By then, the monster genes in my body might reach the 3rd tier limit. Before evolving to tier 4, I must upgrade the superhuman genes in my body to 3 stars first." He further explained to his friend, "I need to use superhuman genes to stabilize the monster genes, that way I can control my current human form. But my superhuman genes are too few. As far as I know, to reach 3 stars, I have to rely on some special methods." The two of them naturally fell into a silent space. Xiao Tin reached out his hand towards Xiao Yu. He gently placed his hand on his friend's cheek. Then he softly caressed her beautiful face for a moment. His monster arms suddenly appeared. Then, without a word, Xiao Tin brought his monster hand in front of Xiao Yu. From the center of that palm, a set of sharp teeth shot out, aiming directly for Xiao Yu's neck. At the same time, he said, "Come on, let's see what effect it has." She also said with some concern, "Hey, you have to be gentle, okay?" The monster teeth bit into Xiao Yu's neck. Xiao Tin said, "It's okay, the pain will be gone in a moment." As soon as it bit her, the superhuman genes in Xiao Yu's body immediately gathered around the bitten area. In just a few short seconds, she felt more stable. "My superhuman genes have significantly decreased." Xiao Tin replied excitedly, "It's really effective quickly." He looked at her and continued, "According to my previous experience refining electricity, there's an energy force that will completely absorb and refine the superhuman gene energy in your body. So feel free to absorb electricity. The student handbook says that when breaking through, the school will cover all related costs." Xiao Yu began to absorb electricity, and all that could be heard was his urging, "Absorb a lot. The school will pay for all the electricity tonight." Elsewhere in the school, the secretary rushed in to report, "Principal Jing Che, the school's power grid has malfunctioned, and electricity is out everywhere." Contrary to her panic, the principal's face was very happy as he nodded, "My place is also out of power." The clock chimed in the silent space, tick-tock, tick-tock, and so a minute passed. Secretary Yang didn't understand. She asked, "Sir, please give some instructions." Old Jing smiled and said, "Calm down. Our school has a genius with the most superhuman genes ever. She's probably breaking through now. It's nothing, but her breakthrough speed is a bit surprising to me. Xiao Yu is even more of a genius than I thought." Ms. Yang said worriedly, "If this continues, the electricity bill will be very high, sir." The principal leisurely took a sip of tea and replied, "It's fine. Even if the electricity bill reaches hundreds of millions, it's fine. The person is priceless. Moreover, if the cost is too high, the headquarters of the purifiers can still pay for it, right?" Suddenly a phone call came in. He turned to look and exclaimed, "Fortunately, the phone line is a special kind, otherwise we wouldn't be able to receive urgent calls." Seeing the symbol on the phone, Jing Che knew it was a call from the purifier's headquarters. He quickly picked up the phone and said into it, "This is Jing Che." The other end of the line just spoke when Principal Qin sprang up in alarm. "What? The whole city lost power? All the electricity is concentrated at the academy?" "It's nothing, it's because Xiao Yu from our academy is breaking through." "Oh, right, this time's electricity bill. What? I have to apply?" Nam Noyat Academy of Supernaturals is in Tan Tru Town. Tan Tru Town is located in the special exclusion zone of Nam Noyat City. The population is distributed along both banks of the main river. The town's area is 36.7 square kilometers. Although the special exclusion zone is just an island, its location is very close to the center of Nam Noyet City. The city's area is 795.44 square kilometers. This is the third largest city in Hua, extremely bustling, with a total daily residential electricity consumption of up to 200 billion watts. Currently, all the city's power is directed towards Nam Noyet Academy of Supernaturals, causing a blackout in the city center. Those electrical currents are heading towards Xiaoyu's body, supplied by the entire power station. Frenzied absorption for 3 hours, equivalent to half a day's electricity consumption for the entire city, also equivalent to the reserve energy of a 4-star supernatural. The pink-haired woman from the purifier's headquarters said, "The girl just awakened not long ago, yet her body can contain such terrifying elemental energy, it's unbelievable." Kin Triad replied, "The higher the supernatural gene ratio, the purer the supernatural genes in their bodies. And the purer it is, the more elemental energy they can store. They are naturally born energy containers, so there's nothing to be surprised about. The more energy and the purer it is, the greater the chance of leveling up. They'll face fewer difficulties in their cultivation later on." He stated that this is also a secret that supernatural organizations worldwide are researching and deciphering. They use every means to make humans break through the limits of supernatural genes. This is a path to the heavens that can be seen but is difficult to achieve. By the way, Teacher Kin also asked, "How much is the electricity bill for these 3 hours?" The other end of the line immediately said, 56,034,751 yuan. This number made old Kin choke on his tea. Hearing the cough, the other end of the line worriedly asked, "Principal Kin, are you all right?" He immediately made an excuse, "Oh, I'm fine, the tea was just too hot." The headquarters then said, a bit worriedly, "Principal Kin, according to you, theoretically Xiaoyu shouldn't face difficulties in cultivation, but what if something unexpected happens? For example, she isn't a 1-star supernatural yet, so her body can't contain the elemental energy, meaning your 50 million plus yuan would all be for nothing." However, Kin Triad confidently replied, "How could that be? This girl has used up all the life essence of the entire class, so leveling up to a 1-star supernatural is as easy as pie. And if there were any signs of it going to waste, I don't think she'd want to squander it like that. She's probably rushing to find someone to help her right now." As they were talking, Secretary Duong announced, "Principal, Xiaoyu is here to see you." Old Kin's face looked awkward as he said, "Let her in." Xiaoyu and Xiao Tin entered. She bowed slightly, looking apologetic, and said, "Hello, Principal. I'm very grateful for your support, and I'm also very sorry. Last night, after cultivating, I suddenly realized I used a lot of electricity, causing our school a huge financial loss." Kin Triad gave a forced laugh. "It's nothing, nurturing talent is the school's duty." "What was it again, Xiaoyu? Are you a 1-star supernatural?" Xiaoyu, hearing his question, innocently replied, "No, I'm not." Her answer was like a knife cutting into the principal's hand. Despite his utter disappointment, Old Kin still managed to say, "It's nothing, all right, I'll teach you how to lock in the electricity you've absorbed. Based on your talent, it shouldn't be like this." Xiaoyu hadn't finished speaking earlier, and now she continued, "Actually, I'm already a 2-star supernatural." Principal Kin flinched and asked again, 2-star? He seemed to not believe his ears anymore, immediately standing up and saying, "That fast? Based on my calculations, it should take you at least 2 more weeks to reach 2-star. Perhaps you won't encounter difficulties in cultivation, but your supernatural genes are too high, so it needs some time to refine the elements." Then he began to use his supernatural ability to inspect. "Let me see." Immediately, countless branches appeared, surrounding Xiaoyu. She looked at all of them and thought to herself, "When did these branches appear around us?" Xiaoyu looked on blankly, no sound, so I didn't feel anything, as if there was no threat, but these branches must be very frightening. She reached out to touch them with a curious, puzzled look. Principal Kinna's voice rang out, "I see, your supernatural gene mechanism is boiling, so the speed of elemental refinement is much faster. Then he retracted the branches, sat down, and continued, such boiling supernatural genes usually have two causes, one is fighting monsters, and the other is emotional excitement. Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately raised her hand to speak. Principal, my emotions are extremely agitated. Qin Triad was suddenly lost in thought, staring intently at the little girl in front of him. Xiao Tin's laughter and voice rang out. Xiao Yu is someone who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, so that's not important. Xiao Tin walked over, patted Xiao Yu's head, and continued, Principal, we're only here to thank you and the Academy. And while we're at it, to ask for some elemental star chart cultivation techniques. We want to advance to 3-star. Teacher Qin heard him say that and replied, 3-star supernatural is the Academy's graduation standard. You just enrolled and already want to graduate? He laughed heartily and continued, our student Xiao Yu can, because the Academy has already prepared the most suitable star chart for her. But you cannot. To become a 2-star supernatural, you must make your supernatural genes break out of their cocoon and transform into elemental genes. As for 3-star supernaturals, they must use these elemental genes to construct an elemental star chart using the most scientific method, just like the Fan family's blazing hand. Once constructed, you can use pure elements to invent the strongest and most exclusive method of use. But your genes are still lacking, the gene ratio is too low, so you cannot construct a star chart. Xiao Tin smiled brightly and said, how can that be? Don't we have a support armor called the Artificial Supernatural Robot in our school? He thought to himself, this scientific and technological project hasn't been completely successful yet, so it wasn't until the Doomsday period that the purifiers brought it out for humans to use. But it had no effect on stopping Doomsday. Luckily, it happened to be able to help him break through to a 2-star supernatural. Jing Qi heard that and asked curiously, you know about this too? That's right, if you regularly follow information about supernaturals, then knowing this is normal. He then added, the artificial supernatural robot was indeed registered after its successful research. But then all information was quickly erased, not because we wanted to hide it from everyone, but because the technology for this project was not yet mature. Teacher Jing explained, it's true that the purifiers can make the robot replace supernatural genes, but it only works for people with less than 40% supernatural genes. Furthermore, its effect is extremely significant, but the most important thing is that it also consumes a lot of energy. Because only then can it generate power for those with low supernatural genes, and the price to pay is life essence, so it's not worth it. Xiao Tin remained firm in her opinion, then it's perfect for me. I have plenty of life essence, and my classmates are also very willing to help me. Teacher Jing pondered and showed his disapproval, don't speak so highly of everyone. Xiao Tin was quick to retort, not at all, Director, you've misunderstood. After some thought, Jing Qi said, implying a refusal, that thing consumes no less electricity than Xiao Yu tonight. He replied, then there's nothing we can do. Goodbye, Director. Then he pulled Xiao Yu away. The two exchanged words, Xiao Tin, I feel like I can't hold the electricity in my body. I'll release it all later. Let's absorb it again tomorrow night. He immediately replied, if you can't hold it, then so be it. She continued, if I still can't hold it tomorrow night, then we'll try again the night after tomorrow. Xiao Tin nodded, okay, as long as we persevere and don't give up, we're sure to succeed. He quickly spoke up, come back here, you too. Then he mused, Xiao Tin, I'll give you a chance. Don't you have a group of friends? The Academy is preparing to host a super rookie selection. If all your friends pass, I'll give you an artificial supernatural robot armor that the purifiers gave our Academy. Hearing that, Xiao Tin quickly nodded enthusiastically, thank you, Director. I will definitely help the whole team get selected as new talents. Jing Qi didn't forget to add, just a reminder, the application deadline is in 3 days. Xiao Tin bowed and replied, thank you for the reminder, Director. Goodbye, Director. After the two left, Secretary Yang approached and said with concern, they won't be able to get selected as super rookies. The National Supernatural Competition is held every 2 years, and supernatural academies across the country conduct selections to form the strongest team to participate in the competition. They are only first-year students. Even with the talented girl Xiao Yu on the team, they can't win against other students. Moreover, the other two members of their team haven't awakened yet. Jing Cheat, at this moment, calmly replied, "That's not necessarily true." Sister Yang wondered, is it preferential treatment just because of Xiao Yu's talent? That sounds unreasonable. Old Jing replied, "No, it's because of that kid." The secretary, hearing this, was even more confused. "Xiao Tian?" The director said. Initially, old man Fan Chan Oi wanted to prevent him from joining the academy just because of his negligible 1% supernatural gene. Secretary Yang nodded and replied, "Yes, and you gave him a chance to take that final assessment." To this day, everyone still can't understand why his supernatural gene is so low, almost non-existent. Jing Cheat interrupted, "Didn't he still pass the assessment in the end?" He continued, "His supernatural gene is indeed almost non-existent. I also investigated his physical data from high school. I found an abnormality. This kid has a secret. My many years of research experience tell me he's definitely not simple." Secretary Yang asked curiously, "Director, don't you research monster genes? You always want to solve the problem of people with mutated monster genes. Now you're also researching the physical data of supernaturals?" Hearing the secretary's question, he suddenly fell silent. "Anyway, I've already given him that difficult task to complete. If he happens to complete it, our school won't lose anything." Then he stood up and instructed, "All right, you go do your work. The power outage incident has caused you to work overtime until early morning like this. You've worked hard." Sister Yang immediately replied, "No, it's my duty." After the secretary left, Jing Cheat called someone. The other end picked up and said immediately, "What is it? Why are you calling me so late?" He replied, "Hello, Director Chu of the Purifier Bureau, I'm Jing Cheat." The other end wondered, "Old Jing, why are you suddenly so formal?" Jing Cheat said sternly, "Consider Xiao Yu's electricity bill as an expense I've applied for. Otherwise, I'll resign." His words left Director Chu speechless. The next morning, at the Southern Moon Supernatural Academy courtyard, a crowd gathered, and someone spoke up, "Lam DM has a 90% chance of being selected as a new student this year. Investigate all new students this year. We must definitely bring out Lam DM, who just recently colluded with our purifiers and stole important data from the Fan family's laboratory." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." In the dean's office, Neep Duong said with a smile, "Hello, Dean Qin, our academy is still as glorious as ever, isn't it?" Qin Triot also replied joyfully, "Neep Duong, how long has it been since you visited the school? This is also Lam Shi's first visit back since graduating, isn't it? How do you feel?" Lam Shi also politely said, "Yes, just like the deputy leader said, the school hasn't changed at all in 10 years, it must be due to insufficient funds." Neep Duong replied with a forced smile, "Lam Shi, you heard wrong, you with infinite negative EQ, shut your mouth." He continued to argue, "How can that be? You clearly said that if the Fan family took over the school, it would become extremely wealthy." He pushed Lam Shi's face with his hand to silence him. "It's getting late, let's discuss the main topic." Qin Triot closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Just say what you need to say." Neep Duong also seriously explained, "This time, besides coming as judges to select the supernovas, we also have the mission to find Lam DM." Old Qin immediately frowned and asked for clarification, "Lam DM, why does the Purifier Bureau think Lam DM is at our school?" Neep Duong looked helplessly at Lam Shi and said, "You explain the situation then." He stood up straight to report, with Neep Duong listening attentively beside him, "Yes. Around 10:30 p.m. on June 25, 2025, while I was eliminating monsters in NT Commercial District, I saw Lam DM." The memories of Tu Tin during the battle were still deeply etched in Lam Shi's mind. "At that time, due to the suddenness of the events, I lost an arm to the monster. But he appeared and helped me, though I don't know why he intentionally knocked me unconscious. He tried to recall Chu Ten's face and said, when I woke up, the monster had been killed, and I vaguely saw him sucking in the black smoke that the monster turned into after it died. It was very dark then, I couldn't clearly see his face, but based on my judgment, he was a very young man. So the team leader speculated that this was a newly awakened teenager with immense superhuman strength, but whose mind was not yet mature, thus he was addicted to such thrilling actions. Neep Duong, with clasped hands and closed eyes, tiredly continued, yes, but if that were all, we wouldn't be so anxious. He seriously recounted, but his obsession grew stronger and stronger. Yesterday, the Fan family announced that Lam DM had appeared again and attacked their important experimental base. He stole the essence of life, causing everyone in the experimental base to die. Neep Duong, with a cold expression, evaluated, he's getting more and more dangerous, we must catch him. His first appearance was right in the city, on the Academy's opening day. He then reappeared in Tan Tru Town, which is within the Academy's jurisdiction. He voiced his suspicion, it's very likely that he is a new student at the Academy. Lam Shi, still annoyed, said, we have to drag him out. I'll make him taste what it's like to have his body blown away. Old Kin pondered, then spoke, your reasons are indeed very far-fetched. Old Kin raised his coffee cup, took a small sip, and continued to deduce, but from your expressions, it seems you are very sure that he is in the Academy, aren't you? Lam Shi looked over and explained, because after he knocked me out that day, I felt a very strange connection between us. He covered one eye with his hand, sensing, and firmly declared, I don't know what strange superhuman power he transmitted to me when he hit my head, but anyway, that kind of sensing can't be wrong. Lam Shi recalled when he first arrived at the Academy, he continued to explain, because as soon as I set foot in the Academy, I felt it. Lam DM is really here, I also want to know why I suddenly have such a feeling. After a moment of silence, Neep Duong also spoke with a serious face, no matter how it is, the main thing is just to catch Lam DM. The Purifier Bureau is not only investigating the Academy, but a series of new students in this batch. Old Ken listened to all the opinions of his two students, then closed his eyes, thinking of something, and agreed. Currently, all new students are training in the elemental arena, you two can go and check it out. Everyone was gathered in the arena, a loud voice echoed across the field, the Academy has many different elemental subjects, and also many martial arts disciplines. Normally, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can consult a specialized teacher for answers. Additionally, you can also come to this elemental arena to cultivate. Fo Luong was standing and lecturing, the ground here is designed with the 5 elements cycle, wood, water, fire, earth. This design helps the superhuman genes in your body surge. For those who have awakened, cultivation speed will increase very rapidly, and for those who haven't awakened, there will be a higher chance of awakening. He adjusted his glasses with his hand and reminded, cherish today's opportunity. Whether you get to come to this training arena next time will depend on your performance today. I think you should find a suitable opponent to practice with, because combat is the best way to enhance superhuman genes. Begin. After Fo Luong finished speaking, he turned and left, while calling out, Tungu, Tu Tin, come here for a moment. Du Hong's group noticed Tungu and Tu Tin leaving. He smirked contemptuously at Tru Thin, your masters are gone, you useless unawakened ones, let us practice with you. He calmly replied, I'll practice with Tu Dao, I'm afraid I might accidentally injure you all. Du Hong burst into laughter after hearing that, what did I just hear? An unawakened, rescued student, whose only tough part from head to toe is his mouth. Beware of overconfidence leading to your demise, since we're classmates, we'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the teachers. How dare you people try to steal our resources? I advise you to spit it all out, otherwise, do you think your masters can protect you forever? On this side, Fo Luong held his head and said, the dean has agreed to your two's unimaginable request. You two accepted the dean's absurd mission. The dean also instructed me to do my best to help you two, so I am currently both of your mentors. All right, I guess I'm out of luck. Honestly, neither of you meets the qualifications to register for the supernova selection. He continued to look at them both and said, the minimum requirement to register is for the team leader to have at least 3-star superhuman combat power. You should thank Thuan Quan, otherwise, with just this condition alone, you wouldn't qualify, let alone anything else. In the past, Thuan Quan Koi was a first-year student but was able to join the second-year team. At the same time, based on his 2-star superhuman strength, he managed to defeat a 3-star superhuman judge, and from then on, the standards were revised. Fo Luong stood up, adjusted his glasses, and reminded, so you can follow Thuan Quan Koi's example and join a second-year team first. But Tu Tin's superhuman gene is too low, so he might be eliminated. Tu Tin refused, no need, sir, our group is quite good as it is. He coldly offered his assessment. The current group has 3 people who are lost, 2 who haven't awakened, and 1 with only 1% superhuman genes. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed something. I have a strange feeling. Memories of their first meal and lamb gradually appeared in his mind, and a sudden thought surged up. Is it the Eradicator, whose arm I indirectly ate? He's here. Tu Tin pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. This is a resonance between perfectly matched superhuman genes, which means he can also sense me. I can't let him discover me. Inside him, numerous tall, burly monster genes surrounded a tiny, weak, yellow superhuman gene. Tu Tin came up with a plan. I'll use monster genes to envelop the superhuman gene, blocking the resonance. Outside, Fo Luong was still trying to persuade these 2 students, Tu Tin, although the dean gave you the myriad sword star chart. Theoretically, even with few superhuman genes, you can practice techniques, but your talent is too poor. Before you get the armor, you fundamentally can't cultivate the star chart. He cruelly stated, without the star chart, you can't manipulate elements or techniques. It's like not having ingredients to cook. Unless you can sense others' elements, copy them like a cat drawing a tiger, by imitation. Fo Luong looked over at Tungu, raising his hand to explain. Tungu will temporarily take on the captain's role. Let's register first, then figure things out later. Show me what you've got. She heard him and excitedly replied, my full power, sir. It might take a while to warm up. Please wait a moment. Fo Luong looked at Tungu's excited demeanor and felt something ominous. Why do you look so thrilled? This is dangerous. Strike towards the sky. On the other side, Du Hong was swinging his fist at Tru Thin, laughing sinisterly and shouting, even the Lord of the Forest has moments of carelessness. Your masters can't protect you forever. So what if you have 95% superhuman genes? I'm the one who'll. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning shot straight up into the sky from Tungu's location, freezing him for a few seconds. The light from it illuminated a vast area of the courtyard. The crowd quickly looked back at the source of the enormous electric pillar, the dazzling light obscuring their figures. That pillar of lightning quickly released and flew straight up into the sky. At this moment, the power in several buildings on campus also went out. Seeing this, Du Hong and his gang abandoned their thuggish demeanor and approached Tru Thin, flattering him while smoothing his clothes. Absolutely peak. Brother Thin is such a master. Our resources are always waiting for our master's favor. He secretly chuckled to himself. Inside, the eyes of the Tru Thin brothers were shining like car headlights, filled with admiration. Sister-in-law is so amazing. After finishing, Tungu anxiously turned to look at Fo Luong and asked, Teacher, is that good enough? He froze for a few seconds, then replied, It's good. Fo Luong seemed calm, but inside, he was smiling wryly. Truly the Demon Queen, indeed a bit slow to start. But just relying on elemental burst alone can reach this level of power. If she could cultivate the star chart the Dean gave her, she might just become a human nuclear power plant. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, Teacher Fo Luong. He looked back in surprise and confusion, Secretary Deung. She slowly stepped forward and said, Please come over for a moment. Fo Luong quickly walked over to Secretary Deung. Beside him, Tu Tin was still closing his eyes without reacting, making Tungu worried. What's wrong, Tu Tin? What's happening to you? His eyes opened, and a cold voice rang out. The Eradicator has arrived. A moment later, after finishing his discussion with Secretary Dion, Fo Luong quickly called everyone, gather. The first years were curious. What's happening? What's going on, the Eradicator? At this moment, Neep Dium stood beside him and asked, Lamshi, I'm giving you full authority this time. Have you found him yet? His eyes narrowed, and he cautiously replied, he's very close, but just now I suddenly lost the resonance. Then Lamshi activated his ability, causing his eyes to glow with yellow streaks of light as he searched, his voice confidently saying, It's okay, I can find him. He shouted, Iron, come. Immediately, many iron bars flew up from the ground. The scene shifted, time rewinding to 2 months ago at a building. Lamshi approached and asked, What's the situation? Tanha stood watching and assessed, this uniform cloak. Is he a captain from another district here to assist? She quickly reported, Sir, the vice captain has successfully lured the monster into that old building. It won't harm civilians. Upon hearing this, Lamshi's face turned cold as he commanded, quickly tell the vice captain to withdraw. Tanha was stunned, but... He waved his hand, urging, hurry up. She could only agree, yes. Tanha picked up the radio and said, reporting to the vice captain, a captain from another district is ordering you to immediately leave this building. Seeing that Tanha had finished reporting, Lamshi activated his ability. He slammed his hand onto the ground, causing it to crack. Metal elements quickly flew high up, summoned by 210, iron, to me. Tanha stood to the side, her mouth agape in shock at this sight. Oh wow, where did all the surrounding iron go? He sucked it over there. Lamshi quickly used the iron to attack the building. His attack was so powerful it made the entire building shake. She was horrified. Even after gathering the iron, the building itself got sucked in? How is that possible? He doesn't seem to be exerting too much elemental power either. Looking at the shaking building in front of her, she could only curse, damn. He truly understands the principle of using 4 tails to move 1,000 pounds. At this moment, the building's walls began to collapse. Tanha secretly admired, this is the highest realm of the Myriad Sword star chart, myriad swords returning to origin. From outside, many rocks could be seen falling below. Tanha exclaimed, that building. It collapsed. Suddenly, from inside, Neep Gyung's figure appeared, hastily pulling up his pants and running out of the building, yelling in anger, who the hell collapsed the building? Neep Gyung's face twisted, furiously yelling, I was in there holding off the monster to help the new recruits practice combat. I don't care which district's captain you are, I'm going to kill you. After escaping, Neep Gyung gritted his teeth and glared at Lamshi, who calmly raised his hand in a salute and said, reporting, Vice Captain. With an expressionless face, he introduced himself, I am Lamshi, a graduate from the 25th year class of Nam Noyet Supernatural Academy. The other two froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Neep Gyung's eyes lit up like car headlights, and he angrily yelled, Lamshi. Are you the new recruit assigned to our team? Then why are you wearing a captain's uniform? He calmly explained, no, this cloak of mine doesn't have a logo. It's just a normal shirt that makes me feel cooler when I wear it. Tanha next to him was speechless. She just closed her eyes and mumbled, first impressions need to grab attention. The scene shifts back to the academy in the present. Neep Gyung, standing behind, saw Lamshi using his superpower and grimaced slightly, I think you'd best not mess around. If you destroy this 5 elements field, you and I will have to work for 20,000 years to pay off the debt. He replied emotionlessly, Vice Captain, get out of the way. Many metals are buried under the 5 elements field, enough for me to use. His eyes showed determination as he commanded, Iron, come forth. Yellow metal fragments quickly flew up from the ground and merged into a long, sharp-tipped rod. The first year saw this and exclaimed in shock, above. It's all metal swords. What is this exorcist trying to do, treating us like monsters to kill? Tu Tin and Tungu, standing in the middle, seemed quite calm. He felt a bit annoyed, he can sense the metal element in my body. He's using his own metal element to connect with the students' bodies here. Those metal rods immediately flew down near 210. He thought to himself, trying to sense me to force me to reveal myself. Inside his body, the small yellow gene had grown large and muscular, daring to confront the surrounding monster genes. 210 felt those fluctuations in his body. My supernatural gene is foolishly stirring. He closed his eyes and calculated, monster genes can suppress it, but... 210 frowned, looking at the large metal rod hovering in midair, feeling helpless. Could it be that as long as this shorty is here, I can't use my supernatural gene? I can't avoid it forever. Then he suddenly had an idea. Who can be sure that if he senses me, I'm definitely Lam DM? 210 quietly told Tunga next to him, don't be impatient later, keep your distance from me for a bit. Trust me, it'll be fine. At the same time, he controlled the monster genes to move elsewhere. Now, the supernatural gene was no longer suppressed, and Lam Shi quickly sensed it. His eyes sharpened as he pointed, Lam DM, I found you. The metal spears in front of Du Hong suddenly changed direction. Similarly, the remaining metal fragments all aimed at one person. When 210 saw all the metal rods simultaneously pointing at him, he activated his extraordinary acting skills. What's going on? He secretly thought, it's time to test my acting skills. I'm just a normal freshman who knows nothing. Lam Shi didn't fall for the trick and continued to control the metal to attack relentlessly. Lam DM ambushed an exorcist in the central shopping square and destroyed the Fan family's lab. I represent the exorcists to apprehend you. Tru Thin and Tu Dao both shouted worriedly, Big Brother. Du Hong was surprised, Lam DM? I've seen that wanted poster. How could 210 be Lam DM? Ngu Hong, standing in front, also agreed somewhat. Although he's annoying, isn't the wanted Lam DM a fire element supernatural user? Hearing that, he quickly responded by shouting repeatedly, oh, right, I'm metal. Suddenly, the metal rod flying straight towards 210's face slowed down, then stopped right there. He subtly dodged the continuous metal attacks, secretly surprised. I can clearly sense the direction of these elements and see their structure. Suddenly, the metal rod in 210's eyes gradually blurred, revealing the patterns that formed it. Astonishing 210, isn't it just a continuous lineage? If I can see it so clearly. He remembered what Fo Luong had said, I'll use the tactic of killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Unless you can sense other people's elements, draw a cat from a tiger. 210 raised one leg, secretly calculating, probably. He decided to use his supernatural gene to control it. Making metal fragments from underground rise, like this, using just a bit of the metal element. Xiao Tin's face grew cold, his hands gathering metal fragments to create a weapon similar to Lin Shi's. How did he just shout earlier? Coming up, what he shouts sounds utterly stupid. He's really different, like he's cheating. He just needs to glance at it once to create an exact replica, the Void Star Sword, identical to Lin Shi's. But Xiao Tin wasn't used to controlling this replica, so it kept shaking. He yelled, still. Fu Liang, watching from the side, was surprised and adjusted his glasses. This is a technique from the Myriad Sword Star Chart that can be used with just a bit of the metal element. Xiao Tin saw Lin Shi use it and immediately learned it. But this isn't a technique you can learn just by watching. How could he learn it without a star chart? Nye Yang thoughtfully assessed Xiao Tin and tried to persuade him, Lin Shi, Azure Flame uses Azure Fire, but he's a metal type. He heard this and responded confidently, my senses are never wrong. Lin Shi waved his hand, controlling his swords, and his voice rang out, does using fire necessarily mean being a fire type? Lin Shi vigorously swung his hand in multiple directions, making the metal swords move, and at the same time reaffirmed his viewpoint, as long as you know a few tricks, metal can also generate fire. He used extreme speed. Immediately, those metal blades rapidly spun in a circle, moving so fast that they sparked. The metal blades were glowing red. He named this ultimate move, Molten, Blazing Passion. Fu Liang watched this fire dance in astonishment, marveling, not only did he achieve myriad swords return to one, but he can also make each sword ignite simultaneously. After graduation, Lin Shi's control ability has improved significantly. He suddenly became silent, his mind filled with doubts. Indeed, metal can generate fire. Fu Liang looked at Xiao Tin, who was still standing there, staring wide-eyed at the heated metal blades in the sky, incredulous. Is Xiao Tin really Azure Flame? Is his identity as a new student transcended just a disguise? Meanwhile, Xiao Tin's eyes were shining brighter than car headlights as he eagerly watched Lin Shi's skill, secretly admiring, damn, flaming lightning swords. I really want to learn that. Over here, Lin Shi's face was taut as he shouted, Azure Flame, prepare to die. He controlled the metal blades to attack, the fragments now gleaming sharp points striking Xiao Tin. Suddenly, a voice rang out, that's enough. At the same time, the entire area that had been engulfed by the blazing metal blades was now enveloped by a circle of water. The red-hot iron fragments were gradually being cooled by the water, returning to their original form. Afterward, all the metal blades were stopped and couldn't move. Nye Yang was shocked by this power. The water element is too strong. Myriad swords returned to one has been countered. All the students present, including Xiao Tin standing amidst the myriad swords, were unharmed. Shangguan Kuei stood in front of Xiao Tin and said indignantly, I thought you guys were only here to judge the transcendent rookie selection. Her eyes narrowed, revealing her displeasure, and she continued to question, you are all alumni of the Academy, you must know that Nam Noyat Transcendent Academy is under my, Shangguan Kuei's, protection. If you bully the students here like this, don't blame me for not showing consideration for our shared alma mater. She grabbed the iron pipe in her hand and, radiating killing intent, drove them away. If you're here to be referees for the Academy's strength assessment, don't cause trouble in my territory. Lin Shi, still unafraid, provoked, Senior Sister Shangguan Kuei, he is Azure Flame. Get out of my way. Nye Yang, hearing this, gently reminded him, hey, Lin Shi, you'd better speak a bit more politely to Junior Sister Shangguan. Shangguan Kuei's face darkened, and she sneered, you told me to get out of the way? She created a water dragon threateningly. You told a lady like me to get out of the way? Then today, I'll teach a lesson to a snot-nosed brat like you. She swung her hand and looked over coldly. Lin Shi, uneasy, immediately spoke up, I want to go back to headquarters. Nye Yang, standing beside him, could only force a bitter smile internally, he's scared to death this quickly? He looked at the approaching water dragon and commented, her life element. That water dragon seems to have a soul. Is Shangguan Kuei about to reach the legendary 5-star transcendent? This junior sister really makes others envious. I'm afraid just one hit from her would be enough to send this peaked 3-star senior brother to the western pure land of ultimate bliss. Nye Yang saw Lin Shi had stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Let's go back to headquarters first and discuss further. But Lin Shi made a blunt statement, I request headquarters to send 17 or 18 more colleagues here to deal with her. After that statement, Shangguan Kuei's water dragon opened its mouth wide, ready to pounce and tear them apart. Suddenly, an image of old Jing gently admonishing her appeared in her mind, Kuei, go easy on them. Your fiery temper will only cause you trouble in relationships, and your romantic prospects will also. Shangguan Kuei eagerly asked, please continue, sir. What about my romantic prospects? Then she recalled her water dragon and approached to question, if he is the blue flame, disguised by using metal to generate fire, why didn't you recognize it immediately? Shangguan Kuei immediately produced proof of his innocence, saying, on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed by Azure Flame, I was supervising the academy. No one left the academy at that time. Xiao Tin flinched upon hearing this, realizing that this had inadvertently become an alibi for him. Nye Yang, upon hearing the reason, put his arm around Lin Shi and said goodbye to her, if that's the case, then we must have been mistaken. Come on, Lin Shi, let's go prepare for the Transcendent Rookie selection. When their figures had disappeared into the distance, the training ground finally became quiet. Tu Tin approached and asked, Senior Sister Shangguan, our school is so big, and you still have to oversee all the students in the school. That must be very tiring for you. She yawned widely, then puffed out her chest and said, "How could that be? Who has nothing better to do than go supervise every day?" But suddenly, she gently nudged Chu Tin with her arm and said with a smile, "Based on my ability to judge men, you are not a bad person." On the other side, Tunga saw this scene and felt a little jealous, so she pretended to cough a few times. But immediately, Quan Koi quickly ran over and grasped her hands to make acquaintance. "Little junior sister Tungu, I think very highly of you. Hurry up and cultivate to 4 stars, 5 stars. Then we'll chop down all the scummy men in this world together." After that, Quan Koi quickly left, leaving the two of them there. Tu Tin spoke first, "Let's go, we need to study properly." But at this moment, Tru Thin walked over and whispered to the two, "I heard that all the men senior sister Shang Wan Kuei has met are scumbags. So her ability to judge men is actually quite poor." Hearing this, Tunga nudged him with her elbow, implying, "Then she's not just judging normally." Tu Tin's eyes lit up, then he said, terrifyingly and threateningly, "Who are you badmouthing? Tonight, bring Tu Dao to Tungu's dorm room. I'll help you guys broaden your horizons." He replied fearfully, Okay, big brother." Fo Luong looked over and thought to himself, their team, participating in the supernova selection, they might actually have a chance. With 2 kids at 39% and 41% not yet awakened, relying on Tungu's talent and a hardworking dark horse like Tu Tin. The scene shifted to the supernova selection registration point. The teacher's thoughts continued, though they can't win the final victory. But they might very well pass the first round. I could win a good sum from my colleagues this time. Inside, the teachers were chatting. "Teacher Chu, your group will definitely win the championship this time." No way. That girl in your team is almost at level 4. The other team members aren't very good. We have a secret weapon, do you think I'd tell you? Hey, has everyone heard? Principal asked Fo Luong to mentor a group of first-year students to compete against our groups. First years? They don't even meet the minimum registration requirements. Suddenly, the door was opened by Fo Luong. He smiled subtly but slyly and said, "Hello everyone, I'm here to register my kids' team." Fo Luong pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "The weather is really good today. Want to make a bet?" The scene changed to the south dormitory area. An angry voice rang out, "Tru Thin, damn you, you're so lucky." Du Hong stood in front of Tru Thin and yelled, "Young Master Fan wants to recruit you and your sister into the Fan family's 4th team. Do you know how many benefits he's given you?" He continued to put on airs, saying, 10,000 tubes of life essence every year. This amount is double what that Tu Tin kid stole from us. Every day, you and your sister can use almost 2 tubes. I'm so jealous, this is truly excellent news for you." Du Hong continued disdainfully, "So good that someone like you wouldn't even dare to dream of it, right? You've truly met a benefactor." He saw Tru Thin say nothing, assuming Tru Thin had agreed, and pressed harder, "Young Master Fan has a way to help you guys awaken. What you need most right now is to awaken, right?" He looked up and asked indifferently, "Awaken?" His voice rang out, "Yes, this is the blessing of your family's 18 generations. I know your sister, Tu Dao, has repeated a year, and you've repeated 2. 2 long years have passed, and you still haven't awakened. That cocoon is so stubbornly stuck that even I feel uncomfortable for you. With your aptitude, if you can awaken this year, it'd truly be a miracle. Don't tell me you think that if you're lucky for 3 consecutive years, you can still pass the final assessment next year? Now, as long as you side with young Master Fan, you and your sister will have a chance to awaken." Du Hong placed a hand on his shoulder condescendingly, as if bestowing a gift. "Happy, aren't you? The fate of your true family is about to change." Tru Thin's expression remained calm, but his voice grew colder as he demanded, "Take your filthy hand off me." Du Hong didn't listen to him and continued to laugh. Hey, don't tell me you little brat got some backing and are now acting arrogant and cocky." Suddenly, Tru Thin's voice rang out, "Listen carefully. He shoved Du Hong's hand off his shoulder and declared firmly, "Alive, I am Big Brother's man, dead, I am Big Brother's ghost." Hearing this, he froze, his face blank, and let out a huh. Du Hong angrily grabbed his collar and yelled, "Tru Thin, you damn idiot. Do you only learn the hard way?" He gnashed his teeth when he couldn't persuade him, then cursed loudly. Tru Thin defied the Fan family, and the outcome is obvious. In the end, he lost everything and had no choice but to kneel at the Fan family's feet. Du Hong's face darkened as he continued to threaten, "And the most pathetic one is you. Because of your stupidity, you lost your only chance to awaken, and even got implicated and targeted for revenge." But in response, Tru Thin just looked over and smiled disdainfully. He kicked Du Hong hard in the stomach and loudly cursed, "My big brother is so strong that a shallow person like you can't even imagine. Even I, his little brother, can't imagine it. If you're so tough, hit me. If I even make a sound, I lose." Du Hong was kicked onto the bed and angrily yelled, "Tru Thin, if you keep being so stubborn, no one can say what might happen to you while you're asleep. Are you prepared to never have a good night's sleep again?" Tru Thin showed no fear and provoked further, "Then it's best not to wake me up, because once I'm awake, I'll confront you all to the very end." Du Hong was so angry that he unleashed his full power, a golden lightning bolt flashed through his eyes, and he roared loudly, "You really are a mad dog." He slapped Tru Thin hard across the face and lectured him, "From now on, every night I'll have to think of ways to mess with you. Just thinking about it is annoying. How dare a worthless person like you disrespect me, and even copy others by protecting your master?" He, however, didn't complain about the pain, but instead chuckled delightedly and said, "If it weren't for Big Brother, I'd have died a long time ago. I'll use the rest of my life to repay Big Brother." Tru Thin calmly walked outside and said, "I still have something urgent to do tonight. If you can't beat me to death, then I'm leaving. When it comes to fighting, you might not even beat me. This debt will be settled later." He burst out laughing, thinking he was scared. "You coward, making up excuses to run away, aren't you? Get lost quickly, or I'll punch you to death right now." His roar echoed throughout the dormitory. "You'll die, and your sister will be harmed to death by you too. Idiot, a waste of space." The scene shifts to another side. Nguyen glanced at the Tay and said, "Young Master Fan, that worthless guy is just like Tru Thin's loyal dog. It won't be easy to win over the people on Tru Thin's side." He just smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I have 1,000 ways to deal with them. Originally, I intended to use a gentle approach, but they kept forcing me to act cruelly." The scene shifts to another dormitory area, this one for female students. At this moment, Tru Thin and Tu Dao Dao were standing outside, knocking on the door and shouting, "Big Brother, we're here." Suddenly, a hand reached out from inside, catching his attention. Along with that, a gust of wind blew past as fast as lightning. Tru Thin had already pulled the two bewildered people into the room. His devilish expression appeared, and his seductive voice echoed throughout the small room, "Tu Thin Thin, Tu Dao Dao, are you ready for hellish training?" He dazed off agreed, yes." Tru Thin crossed his arms and explained seriously, "Next will be hellish training. First, close your eyes." Then he continued to give instructions. "After that, Tru Thin." But he suddenly asked in surprise, "Why are you wearing a sock?" This question made Tu Dao, who was nearby, look at her brother in fright. He held up the sock he had just taken off and explained, "I definitely won't peek, but I'm afraid I might accidentally open my eyes." Then Tru Thin took the smelly sock and stuck it straight onto his sister's face, saying, "Tu Dao, put your head here so I can put this sock on." She protested, shouting, "Are you trying to murder your own sister?" Tru Thin clasped his hands, pretending not to see, his voice calm. "Stop, don't worry about closing your eyes. The second point is more important. I need you to trust me absolutely." Then Tru Thin narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Entrust your lives to me." Tru Thin, without thinking, immediately agreed. "No problem, right, Tu Dao?" Tu Dao, on the other hand, seemed calmer. She asked him, "Tu Thin, you are lamb deep, aren't you? Truthin, nearby, got annoyed when he heard that. Call him Big Brother, Tu Dao, what nonsense are you talking about? But Tu Tin frankly admitted, yes, that's me. He heard it and his eyes sparkled with admiration. Big Brother, you're really strong. Then Truthin turned and asked, Tu Dao, how did you know? She narrowed her eyes and explained, Tan Tru wouldn't just idly run here to find Tu Tin. So, when Senior Lam she called Tu Tin Lam Deep, I paid attention to your reactions. Tu Dao affirmed confidently, Tu Tin, from my observation of you until now, your exaggerated reaction at that time was merely an act, because I've never seen you truly panic. Then she continued to recall Tunga's expression, and Tunga's acting was even more subtle, but I felt. Based on your relationship, Tungu would never tolerate it. I've never seen him act like an outsider. Truthin exclaimed in shock, Tu Dao, are you really my sister? How are you so smart? Tu Dao sarcastically mocked her foolish brother. A family with 2 stupid children is truly unlucky for 18 generations. Tu Tin's voice rang out, Tu Dao, you can say I'm Lam Deep, but you can't say my acting is bad. I am Lam Deep, the scoundrel who destroyed the Fan family's laboratory. Do you still trust me? She calmly stated her opinion, as my brother said, if it weren't for you, we would have died a long time ago. However, thinking back now, I realized that the final assessment received such special treatment. It must have been because the Fan family was targeting you, right? Truthin, standing nearby, nodded as he listened to his sister. That makes sense. Tu Dao, with determined eyes, looked at him and continued, but that also coincidentally proved the Fan family's crimes. Their laboratory is definitely researching something sinister, and besides, I don't have another choice. She added, my foolish brother chose to follow you, so he'll definitely never change his mind. Hearing that, he rubbed her head playfully, Tu Dao, you should also repay him with your body. Tu Dao scolded, shut your mouth. Tu Dao optimistically spoke up, even though your opponent is the powerful Fan family, Truthin and I will definitely do our best to help you. Tu Dao resolutely shouted, let's start training. Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do it. Truthin agreed, Tu Dao is absolutely right. Tu Tin and Tungu brought out 2 large bottles of life fluid and said, all right, let's begin. Drink this, 1 bottle each. They immediately agreed, okay. Truthin grabbed it, gulped it down, and said, I finished it. Tu Dao next to him also struggled to finish drinking. Then she tiredly said, I finished it too, my stomach feels so bloated. Tu Tin smiled and replied, it'll be absorbed quickly. Tu Dao wondered, is this the original life fluid? He honestly replied, yes, I stole it from the Fan family's laboratory, it's the real deal. You must have drunk more than half of the original life fluid that your classmates so enthusiastically gave us earlier, right? Truthin cried out emotionally, big brother, how luxurious. What talent do my brother and I have to deserve this? Tu Dao, on the other hand, seemed more worried, thinking to herself, this is why Tu Tin told us to entrust our lives to him. Tu Dao pondered, we haven't awakened yet, but we've consumed such a large amount of original life fluid in a short time. This will cause our bodies to accumulate immense life force, which could be life-threatening. Is this using danger to activate superhuman powers? Her eyes showed anxiety. This method, Tu Tin must have learned it from the Fan family's laboratory, right? Also, some kind of instrument must be used. He wouldn't let us see it, so there must be a reason. Is it because this experimental instrument is too strange and unreliable? Tu Tin had gone behind them and waved his hand, telling the 2, close your eyes now. Tu Dao thought the same, okay. I have to close my eyes, but she was surprised when she was hit on the nape of her neck. Before she could truly close her eyes, her thoughts became chaotic. We've been knocked out, that's right. Doing this means we won't have to worry about opening our eyes. This method is much more effective than my brother's stupid trick. Tu Tin smiled apologetically. Sorry, I can't let you know about my monster genes for now, so I can only activate your superhuman genes in your dreams. Then he quickly mutated his arm to become larger and mumbled, I wish you a beautiful dream from hell. His target was the true siblings lying on the ground. Tu-Tin controlled several small mouths to pierce the nape of their necks. He secretly rejoiced. Tunga's superhuman genes went wild as soon as they were injected. I didn't dare to be reckless. He smiled, satisfied with this reaction. Then Tu-Tin calculated, but their superhuman genes aren't that numerous, so I can pierce a little deeper. At this moment, inside their bodies, the translucent white superhuman genes were sluggish and unwilling to move. From above, a monster gene transmitted by Tu-Tin plunged down, directly blending the monster gene into their superhuman gene chains. Tu-Tin looked at them with satisfaction. They must be feeling the nightmare and fear from the deepest part of their souls now, right? And currently, their superhuman genes are erupting unprecedentedly, just to protect themselves. The scene shifted to inside Tu Dao's dream. She was wearing pink pajamas and lying on the grass. Tu Dao struggled to regain consciousness. Where am I? She looked at her blood-stained hands in a panic. These clothes. Her face grew tired, and sadness slowly welled up inside her. This nightmare again. Suddenly, the small brown teddy bear twisted and grew enormous, which caught Tu Dao off guard, her eyes widening in astonishment. She looked at the teddy bear, which was bigger than a building, drooling in front of her. Tu Dao screamed in fear. This dream seems different from before. It's more disgusting than usual. The scene shifted to outside the dormitory. Lam Shi, from below, said grudgingly, "There's a problem. He definitely has a problem." Tanha approached, putting an arm around his shoulder and advising, "Lam Shi, the captain was right to tell me to follow you. You're here peeping on the junior girls showering, and I caught you red-handed." He said with some annoyance, "Xiao Tin's room gives off an aura that's both strange and familiar." She chuckled, "Lam Shi, are you a dog?" Lam Shi continued to assert his own suspicions. "He's definitely lawn deep. I'll definitely catch him during this super rookie selection." Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled. Someone was calling. Both of them received the message, "Emergency alert from the purifiers. Something big has happened." They picked up their phones to listen for details. Tanha rushed off as the announcement continued to sound. "The supply station in the northern district has been attacked. All nearby purifiers are to proceed there immediately for assistance." Tong Dan looked at the ruins in front of him and reported, "Northern rescue point of Tan Tru Town. This building is almost completely collapsed. The smell of blood at the scene is extremely strong. No survivors have been found. From the traces at the scene, we suspect it was a monster rampage, but no monsters are visible here." He reported, "Headquarters, the Four Beauties Purifier team will immediately begin investigations, hoping to find living victims." Headquarters advised caution. Headquarters hasn't detected any monster hordes nearby. Tong Dan assured, "Please rest assured, Headquarters, we are the super team that assisted Shangwan Koi in killing the Earth Dragon. No matter how terrifying the monster, at least we have the ability to protect ourselves." He smiled confidently. "Besides, I also heard there are no monsters there. Don't underestimate my superhuman hearing." Suddenly, Tong Dan sensed something. He looked back in a panic and yelled, "Wait, there's movement in the distance." Could it be that the monster sensed humans and returned? Still 1,800, 400 meters, so fast. Their entire team immediately went into defensive posture, prepared to engage. Kan Long. "Where's the enemy?" Tong Dan was horrified and confused. "How can this be? I heard the monster was only dozens of meters away. Why can't I see anything?" Suddenly, a blue flame struck their team. Headquarters, hearing the scream, anxiously asked, "Hey, report immediately." The communication earpiece was knocked to the ground. The other end of the line kept pressing. "What's happening?" A giant footprint crushed the communication earpiece, rendering it inoperable, only emitting crackling sounds. A girl in the team was attacked by the monster and died. Tong Dan panicked. "Tu Lan. This is bad. There's something invisible. It's a monster." He quickly ordered everyone, "Deploy the Kan Long formation everywhere. Protect yourselves first." Amai quickly rushed forward to attack, her fist punching straight ahead. But she couldn't hold on for long. Her entire arm was torn apart by the monster, and fresh blood gushed out incessantly. Amai was horrified that her arm was torn apart and she couldn't evade it. Her voice trembled. It can't be stopped. This invisible monster is at least level 4. Then Amai decided to fight it to the death. She quickly used the exploding Conlong crystal, using blood as a conduit. She controlled the blood from her arm to imprison the monster, a blood cage. Tong Dan said worriedly, Amai, you don't have to do that. We just need to hold on a little longer. Headquarters has sent a notification for nearby purifiers to come and assist us. Amai faced Tong Dan and smiled, saying, Captain Tong, the blood cage won't hold for long. Listen to me, this monster can turn invisible. It's at least level 4, it's truly terrifying. Despite being injured, she still smiled brightly to reassure everyone. We can't hold out until help arrives. Even if we do, anyone who comes will die. I can't survive this. Amai weakly held her severed arm and sadly told the other members, I'm sorry everyone, but perhaps you all have to come with me. We cultivate the same path. Her whole body gradually cracked due to using the blood cage. Amai still smiled, gently telling the team, only if everyone uses their blood to form a blood cage with me can we protect the captain's life. Her body gradually turned into a red mist and flew away in the air, her voice still echoing in the dark night. He's always protected us, now let's protect him for once. The girls in the team rushed out to stop him. Captain, don't move, obediently extend your hands to be tied. If we sisters combine our strength, you won't be able to resist. He yelled frantically, stop. I'm the captain. Everyone must listen to me. But 2 people used their powers to push him away and tie him up. Captain Tong, please inform headquarters about this monster so they can send experts to eliminate it. Don't let other colleagues go seek their own deaths. Tong Yin could only scream, no. He was thrown far away, sliding on the ground, helpless in his heart. Damn it, bastard. Tong Yin watched his 2 teammates, who had also dissolved into the air to stop the monster, and blamed himself. If I were stronger, I could have protected them. He held his phone, gritting his teeth as he dialed, then noticed something beside him. Damn it, I need to report quickly. In the distance, there was a similar sound. Suddenly, Tong Yan's whole body tensed up and he jumped to his feet. This invisible monster. There's more than one. Are there 2 or 3? Their speed isn't as fast as before, so they're still behind. His expression became more desperate than ever, cursing wildly in his heart. Damn it, where did these monsters come from? This is very, very dangerous. This will have a very, very huge impact. Tong Yin regained his composure, gripping his phone tightly, and decided, there's still time, I can't find a safe place. I must report to headquarters now. But when he opened his phone, an error message appeared. Tong Yin discovered the cause and immediately ran far away from the blood cage. He calculated, the enemy's transcendent elemental power is too great, affecting the signal. I need to get even further away. Suddenly, a moving trace appeared underground. Tong Yin also sensed the danger and muttered, I've been discovered. Connect quickly, connect quickly. He held his phone, anxiously praying, connect. The old phone in his hand made a few beeping sounds. Along with that was the message no available network found, and then finally, it connected successfully. Only then did he sigh in relief, looking at his phone with a satisfied smile. It connected. Tong Yin didn't hesitate for another second and immediately reported, Headquarters, do not send any exterminators below 4 stars here, because there are at least 3 invisible monsters of level 4. Behind him, the shadow of a monster appeared. After speaking, he felt a weight lift and smiled with satisfaction. I've reported it. Tong Yan's eyes gleamed with a blue light. He was determined to risk his life fighting this monster. Now I can risk my life. At worst, I'll just die. The image of genes in his body appeared. Tong Yin passionately exclaimed, I can feel the power sprouting, the turning point of elemental genes. As he was about to make his last stand, a familiar light blue shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Tong Yin brightened up, his voice trembling, send a report to headquarters. As expected, the fastest one to arrive is still Shangwan Kuei. When Guan Kuei arrived, she saw the current tragedy and said, "I apologize for being late." Tong Yin reminded her, "Be careful, those monsters." She used her superhuman genes, her eyes cold as she said, "They're gone. Though I'm very sorry. They attacked you probably just to get a quick meal. They didn't want to fight me, perhaps fearing it would waste time and reveal their whereabouts." Her voice continued, "No matter what, these terrifying monsters definitely have a more important goal." The scene shifted to Xiao Tin, who was now mutated and saying, after adapting to superhuman strength, "Humans always believe they can control monsters, believing they can control this world once again. The past few years have been too comfortable and peaceful." Xiao Tin used his mutated arm to grab Zhao Xing's waist, smiling sinisterly as he said, "If I don't give you a little stimulation, I'm afraid that a year later, an unexpected accident will befall Xing Xing Dao Dao. Let me stimulate you a bit." Xiao Yu saw the scene and was a little scared. "This image is too weird," she reminded him. "Hey, you have to try and hold back. Don't eat them whole, okay?" Xiao Tin looked at her and teased, "Don't worry. If I can't hold back, the first person I'll devour raw will be you, because you're much tastier than them." Xiao Yu heard that, her fish eyes widened, and she cursed, "Fuck off." Xiao Tin explained to her, "I wouldn't dare mix the monster's flesh and blood into your body, because then your superhuman genes would go utterly wild. But their superhuman genes aren't extensive, so they can use this extreme cultivation method." She heard that and curiously asked, "What are they dreaming about?" Xiao Tin assessed each person. Xiao Dao's dream is very normal, it's a typical human reaction to fear, but Zhao Xing's state is a bit strange. Zhao Xing was convulsing, his mouth muttering the word, "Kill." He said, "It seems like he's hiding immense anger inside." Then suddenly Zhao Xing sat up, his face covered in bulging veins, his eyes flashing as he roared, "I will kill you." When he was about to continue his outburst, Zhao Xing saw the two people in front of him calmly looking at him, and he immediately woke up from his dream. Xiao Tin smiled contentedly and welcomed them, "Congratulations on your awakening." Xiao Dao also just woke up then, both of them hazily letting out a "huh" at the same time. Their eyes widened and they remained astonished. At this moment, Xiao Dao's lips were pressed together, speechless, while Zhao Xing burst into loud sobs. He kowtowed to him and resolutely said, "Big brother, I swear I'll never forget this great kindness. From now on, I wish to become your shield and protector." He just waved his hand dismissively and said, "You're not good enough to be my shield yet, you need to level up. I put something into your bodies. This will cause your superhuman genes to constantly erupt." Xiao Tin described the state of their superhuman genes, saying, "It's like, just imagine a little bit. Your body is about to devour flesh, every cell is alert, they will instinctively protect themselves when they sense mortal danger." Xiao Dao heard that and immediately asked, "Does that also mean the superhuman genes are bursting forth?" He waved his hand and replied, "Almost." Then Xiao Tin opened the door and instructed, "There's 1 week until the supernova selection competition. Within this month, you two absolutely must level up to 3-star superhuman. Based on your current genetic situation, reaching 2-star superhuman won't be too difficult. As for 3-star, I think Xiao Yu will go ask Principal Tin Du." Xiao Dao looked at him in surprise, asked the principal. "But this is Tin Du, and at this time." Xiao Tin didn't intend to explain further. He walked out, closed the door, and called back in, "Also, in the coming days, if you get thirsty, don't drink water. Drink the original life fluid." Zhao Xing looked at his hands and confusedly asked, "Xiao Dao, am I dreaming? Are we really awakened?" He felt like the superhuman genes in his body had gone crazy. In 2 years at school, he had never seen a case like this. He rubbed Xiao Dao's head excitedly, saying, "We're drinking original life fluid like water. Big brother is both loyal and generous, and I think he's extremely powerful too. Xiao Dao, my brother's judgment is really good, isn't it?" Xiao Dao asked with a bit of worry, "The supernova selection that Xiao Tin just mentioned. Don't tell me he intends for us to participate?" Zhao Xing naively said, "Whatever Big Brother says, we just do it. Isn't it just the supernova select?" Holy crap, Big Brother is amazing. He even managed to get us the qualifications to participate in the supernova selection. Xiao Dao worried for him, brother, although you've been very humble this time after repeating a grade. But have you forgotten what you did the last time you repeated a grade? Zhao Xing immediately dodged. Wasn't it just beating up all our classmates? Xiao Dao yelled, it's good that you remember. Let me tell you that in this supernova selection competition, we're going to be fighting against them. Zhao Xing secretly sighed in relief. Good thing we woke up. A week later, scene shifts. The supernova selection begins. At this moment, Du Hong was eagerly drinking from a bottle of original life fluid in his hand. The brown-haired guy saw this and curiously walked over to ask, hey, where did you get the original life fluid? He clicked his tongue and replied without a hint of worry, where else could it be from? It's Zhao Xing's. That idiot hid the original life fluid in another pair of his leather shoes. Makes me smell a faint odor even while drinking it. The other guy asked again, did you steal it from him? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? Du Hong smirked and replied, afraid of what? He's just Xiao Yu's dog. He must have flattered her quite a lot to get this original life fluid. Our backing is the Fan family, we're fundamentally not on the same level as them. Dealing with him is precisely the mission the Fan family gave us. After finishing his drink, he casually tossed the bottle behind him and scoffed, that bastard is both useless and a huge coward. After I beat him up last time, he didn't even dare to go back to the dorm. Who knows where he's dragging himself around now? Even if Xiao Yu is his master, she's just a hussy. Wouldn't young Master Fan easily crush her? Zhao Xing hasn't awakened yet. If I fought seriously, I might just send him to his grave. Wu Ying, passing by the door, interjected, I think it's best you don't underestimate Zhao Xing too much. Du Huang, now showing disdain, sneered, seeing Zhao Xing earn so much elemental fluid, you regret betraying Xiao Yu, don't you? Are you planning to go grovel before them again? I've met many opportunistic people like you. It's fine, you'll recover normally after I beat you up a few times. Wu Ying just coldly replied, go check the school website. Don't you guys know? Today is the day of the supernova selection. Du Huang quickly opened his phone to check, then clicked his tongue and replied, of course I know, it's a grand event. The school even installed many cameras on the competition field. As long as you're a student of the school, you can use a computer or phone connected to the school's Wi-Fi to watch live. Also, you can go to the classrooms to watch. I'm about to go there. He and the brown-haired guy suddenly shrieked excitedly, it's already started? Holy cow, the MC is super hot. The guy next to him added, I know, she's the captain of last season's Supernova team and also the best player. I didn't expect the MC to be the hot girl who specializes in aerial live streams, the wind element transcendent who's been gaining popularity recently, 2-2. A voice for the introduction echoed, just now, I introduced you to the most defiant team. Du Huang was curious, which team is the most defiant? The MC, hovering in the air with a sweet voice, said, now 2-2 will introduce you to the top 3 teams with the highest hopes of winning the championship. If nothing changes, this time's champion will be one of these 3 teams. They are Team 23, Scarlet Flame. Then, Shirzai's team appeared on screen. All of them were Fire Element Transcendents. And they are all 3-star Transcendents who have completed over 50% of their star chart, the team with the most comprehensive and strongest cultivation. Du Huang commented while watching, it's young Master Fan. 2-2 then added, the former captain was Zheng Yu. With 86% transcendent genes, you heard that right, the former captain. But according to the latest information, the captain of this team has changed. And the new captain is this year's most anticipated freshman, Fan Shirzai, the heir of the Fan clan. That's also very reasonable. According to the displayed information, he was already a 3-star transcendent upon enrollment, with a star chart completion of 83% and 90% transcended genes. 2-2 excitedly said into the live stream, a prodigious teenager with a bright future, let's look forward to his performance. Not long after, she smiled brightly and continued, "Next up will be." Tutu moved to another edge of the forest, where a team was already standing below, the Root Eradication Team, all female warriors. She introduced, "Captain Janon is currently the strongest individual recognized by the entire school, with 85% transcendent genes. Sister Extinction cultivates the 10,000 sword star chart using water element transcendent power. She's famous for a single sword strike that shattered the blanket of Zhengyu, captain of the Scarlet Flame team in year 253. Will she maintain her title as the school's strongest this time?" Tutu continued to interact from above. "Finally, a little something extra for our ladies, Captain Xiaohua's team, with bodies that make us exclaim wow. Finally, Xiaohua's team stepped out, the Shield Sword team. It said they possess 4-star transcendent treasures, the strongest sword and the strongest shield. Livestream viewers all said they were the strongest contenders for this year's championship. She then flew high to announce the rules. "Okay, as the MC of this season's Supernova Selection Competition, I declare the first round officially begun. The arena is a dense forest. 16 teams are participating in the competition. If the captain loses the ability to fight, the entire team is considered disqualified from further participation. 6 winning teams will advance to the second round." Scene shifts to Du Huang's group. The 3 of them walk, chatting nonstop. Damn, these 3 teams are terrifyingly strong. If they're already this powerful, how strong is that team that was initially introduced as the most defiant? Hey Noan, did you watch the live stream from the beginning? How defiant were they? Noan explained dejectedly, "The entire team consists of first-year students, with only 4 members, yet they're trying to compete for the championship title against second- and third-year student teams. That's why Duo called them the most defiant team." After hearing that, Du Hong couldn't hide his surprise. The entire team is first-year students? "For people, don't tell me," he immediately denied. "It's Tu Tin's team." He became enraged. How does she even qualify to participate in this supernova selection competition? The clear sky and the voice of the brown-haired guy chimed in. "Tungu has 95% superhuman genes. It's understandable that she'd break through and become captain. But Tru Thin and Tru Tu Dao are also on the team." Du Hong and the brown-haired guy stared back in astonishment, then hastily asked, "No way, absolutely not. To participate, at least all team members must have awakened." He looked blankly and continued, "Tru Thin awakened? How sudden? So what if he awakened? He repeated 2 years just to awaken. I can still kick his ass even with 39% superhuman genes. Who hasn't awakened anyway?" No one walked calmly but didn't forget to respond, "It's true Tru Thin's superhuman genes are very low, and he repeated 2 years. But precisely because he repeated 2 years, it means he's been studying at this superhuman academy for 2 years already." "Even so," Du Hong stubbornly argued, "so what?" No one replied again, "So he knows all the courses the school offers. Right? Apart from superhuman-related subjects, he desperately studied everything else." He added, "Oh, right, you probably don't know this, but all the students from the previous cohort have to call him Brother True whenever they see him." In another development, a young man appeared with an arrogant expression and said, "Brother True, and Tu Dao too. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you again at this year's Supernova Selection Competition." He was Ma Long, a second-year student and captain of the Black Horse Meteor team. Seeing him, Tru Thin's eyes widened in bewilderment, while Tu Dao could only cover her face to avoid him. Tu Long looked at Tru Thin and ferociously shouted, "You guys, do you remember the day you left school?" He haughtily patted his chest, challenging, "You almost beat every single one of us. So when we saw you appear here." The others also spoke without reservation, "As long as it's not a team with third years, all of us second-year teams are here." Tu Long rubbed his neck, annoyed, "You can participate in the supernova selection? Not bad. And your team even chose such an extremely arrogant name." He clasped his hands and raised his voice, "After much thought, we finally decided that we must find an opportunity to beat you to a pulp for revenge. One-on-one, in turns, that's not too much to ask, right? Suddenly, Tin walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and playfully teased, Thin, well done. I didn't realize you were better at making enemies than I thought. He boldly stepped out, glancing disdainfully at the group. There are only a few people like this. A bit too few. They heard him and were furious. Damn it, you're a first year. Is this any place for you to butt in? Meanwhile, in the faculty office, Professor Loivine was scoffing, Vice Professor Luong. You're betting with us that the first-year student team can pass the first round? He smiled sinisterly and continued, there are 6 teams, all second-year students, a total of 30 people. Then he decisively pulled out a slip and loudly declared, I'm interested now. 100 vials of life essence. Loivine slammed the slip onto the table, making a statement, I bet they'll fail. Vice Professor Luong was now sweating profusely but remained silent. Meanwhile, the others also joined in the betting, 50, 188, 200, 250, 300 vials of life essence. Loivine crudely mocked, Vice Professor Luong, you won't cheat later if you lose, right? He just lowered his head and replied, I'll take responsibility for my bets. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity lit up in his eyes, but what does your team's name mean? No one likes to mention the words apocalypse right now. What about Mars, Firestar? Loivine sneered, does that mean they're cursing this world to be doomed, and they are the saviors? Truly overconfident youngsters. Indeed, very defiant. It's no wonder that girl, though, called them the most defiant team. Tin's face darkened at that moment, a corner of his mouth twitched, and he mused, Mars spreads. Relying on myself alone cannot save this world. He recalled, before the end came, Mars needed to ignite its surroundings. Mars needed to ignite its surroundings, so a little more fuel is needed for Mars. Finally, Tin spoke up in rebuttal, a rotation fight? No, you're overestimating yourselves. He waved his hand arrogantly, challenging them, it'll only be fun if you all come at me at once. Ma Tulong and his group were furious when they heard that. Tulong's group shouted, damn this first year. So arrogant. All at once? How can we all charge at once? That's too despicable. He growled, clenching his fists, this time we came here just to. Suddenly, Tulong paused for a few seconds, then looked over and exclaimed, Brother True. True Thin charged forward, loudly shouting, come on, my big brother said it. All of you, come on. He chuckled excitedly, let's see if you've made any progress in the past month. Tulong's entire group was also in a panic, Brother True. Brother True. They tried to stop him, but it was too late. Before he could do anything, True Thin swiftly grabbed him and kneed him in the back. True Thin didn't hesitate, launching a direct attack, an elbow strike to the side, sorrow of farewell. He immediately took down his opponent in just a few blows, under the horrified gaze of the others. The guy was knocked flat onto the ground, only managing to utter 2 words, wait a minute. True Thin got ready, then enthusiastically called out, come on, all of you. No need to hold back like before. This time, you can use your superhuman powers. Towards Tulong, who was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, he involuntarily cried out, Brother True. Scene change. In the office, a slip of paper was handed over and decisively taken by Fo Luong. That person's voice trembled, I'll add. Wait, I won't add. The teacher quickly snatched the slip and indifferently said, it's too late. Let go. Another teacher looked at the screen and curiously asked, who's that kid, True Thin? Fo Luong was busy counting the pile of collected slips and said, I suppose you teachers are only interested in superhuman powers, right? If they were martial arts teachers invited by the school, they wouldn't bet with me. Although True Thin only has 39% superhuman genes, he's extremely diligent. He repeated 2 grades in the past 2 tough academic years. Except for superhuman powers, which he couldn't learn, in the eyes of the martial arts teachers, that kid is a genius, an extraordinary talent. After learning something, he's also very enthusiastic about teaching others. Almost all students in his year have been taught by him. He can be considered half a teacher. He's highly respected. Before the end of the semester, he didn't know if he could return to the Academy of Superhuman Abilities, so he instructed the entire class. Except for those who absolutely didn't want close combat, the rest were all defeated. At this moment, only True Thin stood tall. Loivine couldn't stand it and interrupted, no matter how good he is at martial arts, it's just muscle-based fighting. Compared to superhuman powers, it's like trying to break a rock with an egg. Someone who couldn't awaken for 2 years has such poor talent. Even if he awakens, how much ability will he have? Besides Chungu, who has excellent genes, is anyone else in their squad any good? Fo Luong, strangely calm, made a suggestion, but he has awakened. How about we bet more? Loivine then sarcastically said, do you think they can pass the test just because they defeated that group of second-year students? This world is becoming more and more peaceful, so students across different years are not the same. He glanced at the screen, then sneered, except for a few heaven-chosen geniuses, everyone else is just a hothouse flower. And such delicate hothouse flowers are merely fuel for the strong to burn. What you're doing will only make them wither sooner. At the competition venue, Tu Long trembled and tried to explain, Brother True, we're here to welcome you back. And also to see what kind of person Brother True calls Big Brother. Tu Tin couldn't hide his disdain and continued to hear him shout, you look like an idiot, deliberately provoking us to gang up on you guys. Tu Long frowned angrily, feigning moderation, you guys are just new superhuman awakened ones. Doing this is just asking for trouble. Rage surged, engulfing him in a sea of fire. If he's asking for it, then let's satisfy his wish. Both Tu Long and his teammates behind him were ablaze with hatred, ready to burn everything in their path. Brother True, sorry, but our team will utterly defeat yours. They simultaneously activated their superhuman genes and loudly shouted in unison, charge. You take over the captain's role. Tu Long gritted his teeth and threatened, you freshmen, our superhuman power can crush you easily. True Thin calmly raised his hand and challenged, Ma Tu Long, you foolish kid. Big Brother is much stronger than me. He was trying to interject, how could I take over Big Brother's captaincy? Then suddenly, a surging force of wind power struck Tu Long's neck. It turned out Tran Ha had seized the opportunity to rush in and attack Tu Long. The MC immediately announced, according to the rules, Ma Tu Long has temporarily lost consciousness. Captain Ma Tu Long has been defeated. The Black Horse Meteor team must leave the arena. He then disdainfully remarked, these second-year guys are really cute. Tran Ha displayed sharp eyes and a triumphant smirk, an entire team trying hard but accomplishing nothing. The captain is like a fragile doll. How funny. He dashed like a gust of wind towards the people in front of him, leaving them no time to react, then declared, next. Everyone was beaten badly by Tran Ha. Though quickly announced, Captain Ha Tu Nin has been defeated. The Phi Duong squad must leave the arena. The other team members could only stare in shock at the scene. His speed is too fast. We basically have no ability to resist. Is this what third-year students, who start taking missions for training, are like? Above, MC though enthusiastically reported in detail, the second-year squad has been defeated by their spirited opponent. This person is Tran Ha, a fourth year, using wind element superhuman power like me. He's really fast. Announcements of eliminated teams continuously rang out, Captain Lan has been defeated. The Ka Noyat Phu squad must leave the arena. Captain Tong Nak Chu has been defeated. The Ka Thursday Tang squad must leave the arena. Tran Ha flew past them. Captain Ham Vu Vai has been defeated. The Ka Ngutin squad must leave the arena. After a while, having dealt with them, Tran Ha shifted his target to Tu Tin's group. It's your turn, first-year student. He fiercely charged like a tornado ripping through the air. I love dealing with first-year big shots like you. Meanwhile, he calmly stood, shielding the two girls and his team. At the same time, Tu Long, who was lying battered on the ground, suddenly whispered, "Brother True, is this the captain you chose?" Though couldn't hide her astonishment. The most defiant Hoa Tin squad is in danger. Captain Tu Tin is being. Tran Ha's hand was now only a small distance from his head, ready to unleash an attack. However, at the crucial moment, Tu Tin easily dodged in a flash, surprising Tran Ha. He took advantage of Tran Ha's unguarded moment, raised 2 fingers, and began to unleash his superhuman gene. The next second, the ground below cracked, forming sharp earthen blocks. They merged into a giant arrow that shot towards Tran Ha. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did he transmit power into the ground just by stepping on it? Thinking this, the arrow pierced straight through him at the speed of light, unimpeded. At that moment, Tran Ha clearly felt the pain before everything went dark, and he coughed up water. Tu Tin, meanwhile, calmly retracted his power. What was the name of this move again? Ting Keem. Never mind, I'll just give it a temporary name, Ting Keem Thuan Hu. The lively voice of the MC then rang out, Captain Tu Tin has not been defeated. Tran Ha is unconscious. Tran Ha is the one who has been defeated. Tu Tin then looked up and calmly called out, "Hey, you guys come out here. I'm not the one who wants practical training, it's the members of my team." He smiled lightly with a cold expression, inviting them. "Come down here. Second years are a bit weak, but you guys are better." Though once again shouted excitedly, this first year Tu Tin is truly arrogant and audacious. The person he challenged was none other than the Fong Sa squad, the most promising team to win the championship after the top 3. Upon hearing this, So Sa couldn't help but reveal himself, then sneered, frowned, and said, "First years are really arrogant, aren't they?" Tu Long suddenly woke up. He weakly mumbled a few words, "The captain Brother True chose. He's unbelievably strong." So Sa didn't hesitate, charging forward with his superhuman gene, shouting, "Brothers, let's use our fastest speed to kick this arrogant first year out of the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, though added, "The Fong Sa squad's combat philosophy is, if you can ambush, ambush, if you can gang up, gang up." Tu Tin put on a very provocative expression. "Come on, come be my punching bag." So Sa's team silently cursed, "This first-year brat is really something. I can't believe he defeated Tran Ha." Tran Ha was too careless, too arrogant with his words before making a move. But even so, this Tu Tin is definitely not simple. His sword-condensing speed is incredibly fast. Moreover, as soon as he entered the arena, he saw through the entire situation, accurately predicting Tran Ha's moves. His practical combat experience seems even richer than ours, but how is this possible? Is it innate talent? In any case, the captain told us to charge together, so let's just charge. Lan, having just launched an attack, was surprised when a hand intercepted and grabbed him. It was none other than Tru Thin. He tightly gripped Lan's wrist and growled, "Classmate Lan," the boss said, "we're the ones who need training." Lan, not to be outdone, replied mockingly, "Tru Thin, I know you're considered half a mentor for the junior department. But I'm not those low-level new students. You think you can stop me?" As soon as he finished, he focused power into his other arm, aiming straight at Tru Thin and attacking Jiao Long. Tru Thin did not back down and counterattacked Jiao Long. At this moment, the power of both was equally matched, and a dazzling blue light appeared from their side. Then Lan arrogantly said, "You only have 39% superhuman gene. Who gave you the guts to cultivate the same Jiao Long astral chart as me and Thuan Quan Koi? No matter how you cultivate your Jiao Long, it's just an earthworm." Tru Thin immediately retorted, "Jiao Long, being big and long isn't always powerful." He smirked triumphantly, his voice full of challenge, "Come on, I'll let you experience the despair of a power gap." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his expression visibly changed. Tru Thin lunged straight at Lan at the speed of light, unleashing his full power, creating a dazzling red light from his hand. Seeing this, Lan quickly retreated to a defensive stance, then loudly exclaimed, "I can't believe you're using your body's blood to replace water elements, causing your superhuman gene to refine your own blood." He gritted his teeth and added, "Bringing a water Jiao Long that originally lived outside to reside in your body, to gain even more terrifying power than others. Truth in, I'm not messing with you anymore." He looked over and sighed, "Although doing that can make your Jiao Long stronger, you will also lose your long-range combat ability, and if the Jiao Long is destroyed, you will surely be severely injured." Truth Thin didn't care and smiled gleefully, "As long as you put in the effort, all your hard work will be rewarded." The very next second, he didn't hesitate to strike, "My gene is weak, so I'll just go all out." John Long. At the same time, in another location, Ta Mok arrogantly said, "True Tu Dao. I noticed that in our department's list of awakened students at admission, your name wasn't there. This means you hadn't awakened when you enrolled." Tu Dao stood in a defensive stance before her, listening as she continued, "And it's only been 2 weeks since enrollment. You just awakened, and you've already cultivated to a 3-star superhuman." She looked over, her voice full of suspicion. "Even though you've only just cultivated the astral chart, this is still incredibly hard to believe. How exactly did you do it?" Tu Dao replied, "I'm very prone to emotional outbursts." It turned out she had just remembered Tu Tin's instruction, "If anyone asks, just say you were overcome with emotion." Siemu stood proudly with vines wrapped around her, scoffing, "Is that so? Looks like you're a cultivation genius. Too bad your superhuman gene is below 50%, so you can only cultivate the slow-level star chart." With her power, she made giant vines erupt from the ground. "You'll forever only be able to throw useless punches, unable to show anything at all." Instantly, the vines, following her command, plunged down from above at high speed towards Xiao Dao. With her keen senses, Xiao Dao agilely dodged just in time. As she desperately dodged each attack, the pink-haired girl suddenly commented, "Not a bad reaction." Suddenly, a red flower bud grew from the vine, along with Siemu's voice, "You dodged it. Looks like you practiced your evasion skills quite proficiently last year, didn't you?" A flower bloomed from that spot. She looked at it, utterly surprised. "What is this? Why is there a red peach blossom? I have to cut this vine." The flower suddenly warped, its petals lengthening and sharpening. "She's only just cultivated the star chart, the completion rate isn't over 5%. The petals started retracting strangely. "This type of vine is limp, it shouldn't be able to bloom, right? Could it be?" As soon as she said this, the petals immediately shot out to attack. She quickly dodged the blows, dimly realizing, this is Xiao Dao's blood-sucking peach blossom. They lunged forward uncontrollably, closing in. The pink-haired girl frantically screamed, Xiao Dao, are you crazy? Do you think your blood is infinite? It'll drain you dry." Xiao Dao was panting from lack of energy at this point. She growled, "My brother was right, if your superhuman genes are weak, you just have to risk everything." On the other side, Chu Sa stood opposite Xiao Tin and taunted, "Hey freshman, you managed to defeat Chen Ling, so why are you still hiding behind a woman's skirt? Could it be that you just got lucky against Chen Ling? Stop dodging, I'll give you a chance to be a real man." As he said this, a plan formed in his mind. Victory is the main goal. I need to make you careless so fourth brother behind me has a chance to sneak attack. Xiao Tin just smiled at his words and replied, "Sixth brother, aren't you ashamed to say that? Besides, whoever wants to be a real man, go ahead. I don't like it." Suddenly, fourth brother lunged from behind, attempting a sneak attack, but Xiao Tin detected him and acted first. A metal element sword shot up from the ground. She was startled, her eyes wide, and she froze. Witnessing this, Chu Sa couldn't hide his surprise, thinking, how is this possible? He didn't even turn his head yet could still dodge a sneak attack. This guy is unbelievably experienced. Is he really just a first-year freshman? He looked at him, assessing, before coming here, was he really just a sheltered good-for-nothing student? There's no way. He has more practical combat experience than any of us. What kind of monster is he? Even we have to risk our lives for the supernova, yet he looks so relaxed, as if he's just using this competition to train his team members. He's just a first-year student. I've never heard of any famous person with his name before, yet his skill level far surpasses us third years. It's utterly illogical. While Chusa was still bewildered, Xiao Tin calmly placed his hand on top of Xiao Yu's head. Are you ready? After confirming she was ready, he lifted his hand and instructed, then activate the star chart. Hearing this, Chusa secretly scoffed, activate the star chart. Why would a star chart need activation? But then he suddenly remembered, his expression changing. No, there is a type of star chart that needs to be activated. Theoretically, there are perfect star charts. In history, only one foreign superhuman with 94% water element superhuman genes successfully cultivated one. It said that once successfully activated, it's simply called a domain, completely defying logic. Chusa observed the small girl in front of him, lost in thought. That's right, this junior has 95% superhuman genes, the highest in human history, so she can also cultivate that true star chart. The power within Xiao Yu grew stronger, surrounded by swirling purple lightning. A purple energy sphere appeared, enveloped by a dense, interwoven network of light. Star chart activation, purple star. Immediately after, a massive surge of purple energy suddenly erupted, its immense pressure shaking the entire forest. It left behind a series of astonished expressions on Chusa, while fourth brother on the other side was equally affected by the pressure. Zhao Sheng and Luowen, who were fiercely fighting on this side, also craned their necks back in astonishment. Meanwhile, the intense battle between the two girls was also paused for a few seconds by this scene. MC22, who was passionately hosting just a moment ago, now gaped in horror. The people from the other faction, on another side, also turned back curiously to check the situation. A little later, Xiao Yu appeared, surrounded by enchanting dark energy and lightning bolts. 3-star superhuman, purple star chart, 1% completion. At that moment, a small leaf slowly fell, accidentally hitting a bolt of electricity. Everyone else observed the electrical currents around Xiao Yu and exclaimed, "It seems to be an automatic electrical vortex that destroys anything it touches." Indeed, it's a simple world. The star chart has only just been successfully cultivated, and it already has such an effect. So envious. Fourth brother continued with an arrogant tone, but still, she's only a freshman, just leveled up to a 3-star superhuman. She struck swiftly, a barrage of sharp ice shards hurtling towards Xiao Yu like a storm. 44% ice control star chart, rain needles. However, she stood calmly, surrounded by a shield of aura. Seeing that Xiao Yu was already prepared, fourth brother spoke arrogantly, "This kind of passive defense, even if it can destroy a few rain needles, doesn't mean it can destroy countless rain needles." Even if she could destroy them all, the subsequent chain of rain needles from fourth brother caused no damage to Xiao Yu. She quickly regained her composure, instantly appearing behind Xiao Yu for a surprise attack. What about this, then? Fourth brother condensed spiritual power into a giant, sharp block of ice. Ice Moon. Even so, that single attack not only failed to budge Xiao Yu's defense but was also struck back, a brilliant column of magnetic lightning reversing from the shield. Her eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed in disbelief, "She can destroy my Ice Moon so easily? How much electrical power is contained within it? Unbelievable!" Fourth brother collapsed to the ground, her eyes still full of doubt as she looked at Xiao Yu. She's only been cultivating for a few days, so how can the superhuman genes in her body possess such terrifying power? Is this the difference between 95% superhuman genes and us? Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was extremely calm, her cold eyes glancing in one direction before she suddenly called out, "Xiao Tin." She instantly moved to Xiao Tin's side, staggering vaguely. She said, "Save me, I can't move anymore." Xiao Yu just naively raised her hand, and suddenly an uncontrolled electric wave was unleashed, which surprised her a little too. Thanks to his agile movements, he managed to dodge the electric sparks in time. Seeing this, she awkwardly said, "Oops, I accidentally leaked some electricity." Xiao Tin, too, helplessly reminded her, "You'd better learn how to properly control your magnetic power." He added, "You scrubfish, practice your magnetic power until you're proficient. Use those two guys over there as practice targets. And while you're at it, defeat their captain. That team is about to steal our 6th consecutive team defeat streak award." Hearing this, Xiao Yu simply grunted in agreement. As for Chu Sa, at this moment, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, and he cracked his knuckles a few times. He stepped forward, and fourth brother asked for advice. "Captain, how can we break through her defense?" Chu Sa decisively replied, "No." Then, his eyes fixed on Xiao Tin as he replied, "As long as we defeat that captain, we succeed, so we don't need to concern ourselves with this transcendent genius junior. Just deal with her captain according to the original plan." Fourth brother didn't hesitate and immediately took the order. Both of them rushed towards Xiao Tin without delay, aiming to eliminate him as quickly as possible. He replied calmly, "Without a care, if you choose me, you'll be sitting in the audience seats earlier than usual." Chu Sa, thinking he was just bragging, held out his hand and arrogantly declared, "Many junior students who just enrolled think they're incredibly tough. Just like you." After those mocking words, he slammed his hand down onto the ground. In less than an instant, the entire area was enveloped by a mysterious blue light. Chu Sa shouted, "Flying sand." Fourth brother quickly poured in more power, rain needles. Thinking he had the upper hand, he smugly said, "Junior, you've only just enrolled and haven't even attended many classes yet, so your senior brother will teach you a lesson." Chu Sa coldly declared, "That lesson is, don't be too arrogant. I won't give you a chance. It's best to be a little more humble in the future." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was suddenly struck back and sent flying. Xiao Tin then coldly said, "Go practice some more." Chu Sa couldn't help but be stunned by what unfolded before his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Holy crap, what kind of power is this?" He was sent tumbling and sliding by the attack, and he angrily yelled, "How can this be?" Just as he stood up, Chu Sa was again approached by a blue vortex. His body, appearing and disappearing, extended a hand, causing Chu Sa to panic greatly. Transcendent combination, Ice Storm. Xiao Tin's nimble hand quickly squeezed Chu Sa's mouth. His eyes wide with curiosity, he asked, "You dodged all the rain needles, and within the flying sand, you could still accurately determine all directions?" Xiao Tin calmly replied, "Perhaps your constant provocation stimulated my combat skills, but I can't let you guys be eliminated so quickly." Chu Sa frantically looked around for help, inadvertently catching sight of Xiao Yu standing behind him. Where did this freshman ultimately come from? Scene change. In the teacher's office, a familiar voice rang out, "There's something wrong with Xiao Tin." Lei Yan's face darkened as he mumbled, "First-year students are definitely not like him. His transcendent gene is only 1%. I think it's best to investigate his background a bit. Take his gene for analysis." Suddenly, Fo Luong shot up and called out, "Teacher Lei Yan." Seeing the questioning, even Principal Qin hasn't said anything, so ordinary teachers like us don't need to pay so much attention. Or is it because you're close with Vice Principal Fan, so you plan to ask for his opinion first? These words made him fall silent, unable to utter a word. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence once more. At the same time, another teacher quickly grabbed his phone. A notification sounded, "Monsters are attacking Tan True City." The others immediately snatched their phones, activating the yellow monster alert. All Peak 3-star clearers are to immediately proceed to the scene for support. Then, the teacher quickly strode out, and everyone else didn't hesitate to follow suit. In another scene, in the principal's office, Secretary Dung asked, "Principal Qin, what about the supernova selection competition? Is it ending now?" Qin Trat replied, "Headquarters said no need. Although there was a small unexpected incident, it seems to still be under control, except for the Peak 3-star clearers. The clearers who remain are enough for this competition to continue as normal. The supernova selection competition is held to help students improve. They don't need to evaluate. Because one day when true calamity strikes, they will all have to go to the battlefield." In a tunnel, Captain Tong Hot Hai ran in and asked, "What's the situation?" Another person quickly reported, "The invisible monster has been forced back into the tunnel by our four strongest transcendent beings in Nam Noyet." Unexpectedly, those escaped high-level monsters gathered and returned here to rescue the invisible monster. We've activated the yellow monster alert. All peak 3-star clearers are on their way to provide support. Tong Dan angrily cursed, "Damn it, if I could break through to 4 stars faster, I could have participated in this operation. Quickly tell me how many invisible monsters have been forced back into the tunnel." The person standing next to him confusedly replied, 3. The very next second, he rushed into the tunnel. Damn it, only after I broke through to 4 stars did I realize that I had heard not 3, but 4 invisible monsters. You guys need to be careful. The high-level monster outside could very well have been summoned by the invisible monsters. As he ran hastily, he thought, only one monster left? Tong Dan called out frantically, "Thuan Quan Koi, you guys actually killed 3 invisible monsters? Truly worthy of being the 4 strongest in Nam Noyet." At this, Quan Koi angrily yelled, "Tong Dan, are you deaf? We're struggling with 1 invisible monster here, and the other 2 have disappeared." Captain Tong was startled. "What? No. There were a total of 4 invisible monsters, and 3 have disappeared." His eyes flashed with fearful confusion. He hadn't even seen one of them appear. What exactly do these monsters want? While the 2 were still arguing, a blue light suddenly shot out from the front. A voice rang out, "Thuan Quan Koi, quickly retreat. We must take advantage of the fact that the other 2 monsters aren't here." Tong Dan continued, "Let's kill this one first. Although it's as strong as an earth dragon and can turn invisible, it doesn't have self-regeneration capabilities. We have a chance." Quan Koi immediately understood and urgently requested, "Tong Dan, use your ability to find the whereabouts of those 3 monsters. We can't let ourselves be ambushed." He replied with a sound, then focused on performing his tracking ability. Tong Dan gently touched one side of his earpiece, and waves of sound were emitted. Heavenly Fox Star Chart, Life Element, spread out. As soon as he finished speaking, the image that appeared was like a still lake where raindrops fell, creating ripples that spread out. The sensing sound waves gradually spread further, covering an entire area, focusing on every movement around. Suddenly, images of others fighting appeared in his mind. Quan Koi was fiercely battling an invisible monster. Tong Dan's perception became clearer and deeper, and the range also expanded. 2nd and 3rd level monsters were charging from all directions, and there were even monsters transformed from animals, of unknown levels. In the distance, reinforcements arrived. The very next second, Tong Dan struggled to perceive, clenching his teeth and pouring all his effort into the task. "I've found where the 3 invisible monsters are hiding." The sound waves were then retracted, and Tong Dan, with a serious expression, carefully scanned through each wave before falling silent. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief, his face full of doubt. Tong Dan collapsed to his knees, screaming, "No! How can this be? Those 3 monsters aren't here?" His shrill cry seemed to tear through the sky. At this moment, a sense of unease crept into his mind. So where could they be? Scene change, at Nam Noyet Supernatural Academy. In the forest, the remaining teams were still engaged in fierce combat. At that moment, a massive blue spiritual power was unleashed like a waterfall. Flood Dragon. Looking at Tru Thin, who was enduring wave after wave of attacks but still showing defiance, Lan clicked his tongue and thought, "He's incredibly tough. He's lost so much blood, taken so many hits, yet he's still as clear-headed as ever. Defeating him is only a matter of time." Suddenly, it seemed his mind was distracted at that moment, as Tru Thin wiped his face. Lan wondered, his supernatural genes are becoming so strong that they're visible to the naked eye. What kind of logic is this? Looking over at Tu Dao, although a bit disheveled, she was still full of vigor. Clearly, they are all superhumans with very few supernatural genes, so why can they progress so quickly? At this moment, Lan and Tamak shared the same anxious feeling. If they keep up this pace, won't they quickly surpass us high-level superhumans? In another scene, the fiery challenge continued. Two infinite powers, one purple and one blue, continuously clashed. So-Sa was annoyed at this point, frowning and grumbling incessantly. It's been half an hour and she's still not done. She's like a power generator. Is the electricity in her body limitless? Meanwhile, Tunga seemed quite relaxed, gesturing and trying out different poses, getting used to the magnetic field. Her icy gaze swept over her opponent, indifferently cruel, saying, "Watch closely, this is what a magnetic field is like." Lao Tu immediately looked somewhat wary, timidly calling out, "Captain." So-Sa indignantly replied, "Fighting a first-year kid, what are you scared of?" Tunga quietly made her move, techniques erupting one after another. The purple magnetic field around her grew more fervent, spreading electromagnetism. Tunga decisively extended her palm, where electrical currents were accumulating. Initial speed. Her eyes were highly focused as she looked forward and softly said, "Accelerate, skim the ground." Instantly, Tunga, as if carrying a colossal electric current, swept past, seemingly cutting the forest in half. She darted in front of So-Sa and Tamak with astonishing speed. The man was now sweating profusely, exclaiming, "Holy crap, a human cannon?" Tunga then stopped in front of him, calmly saying, "Emergency stop, unleash lightning." Tunga suddenly paused for a moment, scanning the electric current on her hand as it slowly dissipated, and mumbled, "Out of power." She landed gently, silently thinking, "There's still a lot of electricity in me, but now I can only maintain the magnetic field's movement. I can't unleash it externally anymore." Landed. So-Sa saw that and laughed loudly and smugly, as if she had struck gold. "If that's the case, then it's our turn now." At the same time, something of an indistinct shape swiftly passed by like a gust of wind. It turned out to be our main character. Tu-Tin didn't give him a chance to act. He struck So-Sa in the back of the neck with one blow. Game over. Being ambushed like that, he pouted and muttered, "This brat actually ambushed me." Then So-Sa fell into a daze and collapsed sprawling on the ground. He smugly uttered words of contempt, "Even if you fought fairly, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me." From then until now, MC though above had observed everything, she commented excitedly, "It's truly astonishing. So-Sa, the captain of the Fong Sa squad, has been defeated." She announced, "The Mat the Hoa 10 squad has become the dark horse in this supernova selection competition, officially entering the top 6 remaining teams on the battlefield." Changing scenes, inside the auditorium, in front of the large screen broadcasting the match live, round 1 of the supernova selection competition has concluded. Hearing this, the brown-haired guy turned around and commented, "True Thin has advanced. What did you say before?" "That kid is both cowardly and useless. You wanted to fight him one-on-one. You wanted to beat him to death." He retorted, "You must have misheard." Then he timidly whispered, "But no one, you almost got into Tu-Tin's team. Can you put in a good word for me with True Thin? Tell him I just accidentally broke a bottle of his life essence, and I'll compensate him later." Developments in another forest, the location of the Tay. Amidst a suffocating atmosphere, Tun Trang somewhat irritably called out Tu-Tin's name. Though, flying above, quickly announced, "The second round is about to begin. Only one team will win this supernova selection competition." Strength isn't everything. Wisdom, and even luck, are also very important. We have hidden the prize for the winner somewhere on the competition grounds. The first team to find it will be the champion. Of course, you can also defeat our purgers to get clue information. On this side, Tunga anxiously asked, "Tin Dad, we must win first place this time." "Because you absolutely must have that artificial superhuman equipment, but I've used up all my electricity. It will take a whole day to recover naturally." She added, "Currently, I can draw all the electricity from the entire city, but if I just charged, I'd have to refine it again. It will take at least 2 hours to restart the essence." True Thin and Tu Dao came from behind, covered in injuries, calling out, "Big brother." Tu Ting glanced over and calmly replied, "No need. You and True Thin can rest. Your battle is over, now it's my turn." Din Neen secretly thought to himself, for me, once the second round's over, this competition's already got a result. At the same time, the Tay smiled contentedly. Tam Hoa stepped forward and pressed, "The Tay, are you really going to act alone?" He walked on calmly and freely, waving his hand to indicate yes. "Right, let's split up. I'll go try my luck, and you guys go look for clues." After walking for a while, the Tay suddenly felt something around him. He began to use his ears to secretly communicate with his teammates. Through sound transmission, past the interference, a voice filled with reverence rang out, "Young Master Fan," and then reported the location of the final reward. The scene shifts to 12 hours earlier. At this time, the Tay and the Vice Dean were talking. He asked, "The Tay, you want to be honored as a supernova this time?" He replied, "Of course. The Fan family's about to launch its sixth life essence." The Tay closed his eyes contentedly and continued, "I need to become the Nam Noyat supernova and successfully become the strongest expert. Only then can our Fan family continue to dominate the rich resource market." Tranoi then added, "Not only that, our Fan family has taken its first step towards the pinnacle of the world. Seizing Nam Noyat, he wondered, won't that take 3 to 5 years? Only then can we build up enough reserves." He pointed downwards and said, "No need anymore. The eternal flower is speeding us up. When its 4 petals fall, the crack in its soul will be revealed." Below, inside the eternal flower, a blue flame was revealed. He continued, "This place will become the strongest cultivation ground. Everyone's transcendent genes will evolve just as wildly and quickly. In just 1 month." He joyfully affirmed, imagining the Fan family's future filled with powerful experts, "Our Fan family can gather 100 4-star transcendent beings." The Vice Dean envisioned a person engulfed in blue flames and said, "And my elder brother, your father. After continuously receiving the immortal flame that you transmit, he has also become Hoa Ha's first 5-star transcendent being." He placed a hand on his shoulder and instructed, "So, the Tay, go become a supernova. Become this time's MVP, representing the school as team captain. With your abilities, plus the immortal flame, you'll definitely become the strongest supernova in Hoa Ha, and even the entire world." Tranoi glared at a buzzing mosquito in front of him and growled, "After your father seized power, suspicions have greatly decreased. We can quickly control Nam Noyat." He caught the mosquito with his hand and continued, "As for that foolish Tungu and obstructive Tu-10, no need to waste breath trying to win them over. Just find an opportunity to kill them." The Vice Dean squeezed the mosquito, making it burst with blood. His voice was calm, "Take their genes for experimentation." The Tay heard this and grinned sinisterly. He licked his lips and replied, "All right, uncle." Back in the competition, the Tay was walking through the forest, calculating, "The reward is 300 m below, just 2 steps away, but I'm the young master of the Fan family, after all. Even a quarter of the clearers are secretly loyal to my Fan family. Even the rules for this supernova's second phase were tailor-made for me." He smirked cunningly. Behind him, on a tree trunk, a camera's red light glowed. "I still need to show my skill to everyone." He pretended to dig there, looking for clues, but there were not only game masters but also many live cameras hidden in the forest. The Tay used his ability, Soul Flame. Crimson flame spread throughout the space. The flames gradually moved. He commanded, "Expand." When he saw the distance was sufficient, the Tay decided, "Probe." After he finished, he smiled contentedly, thinking, "Within a 30 m radius, no problem. Of course it's no problem. Just fake it a few times, and I'll smoothly find the reward." He strolled leisurely through the forest, walking and thinking about choosing a location. "The next place is here. I'll reach the target by taking a detour." Suddenly, a figure flashed past. It was Tu-10. The Tay looked at him in surprise as he walked over with a smile, growling inwardly, "Tu-10." He watched him walk casually and cursed silently, "He's probably just arrived. This kid's really lucky." Then the Tay reassured himself, "But that's all it is. He can't know the exact location of the reward. On 210's side, his eyes lit up and he dashed towards the reward. Seeing this, he was involuntarily startled. He's reached it. The Tay watched him run like the wind, panicked inwardly, running towards the reward. Is it a coincidence? No way. The location is exact. There can't be such a coincidence. His eyes narrowed in worry. He knew the exact location of the reward. The Tay was a little angry, his eyes wide as he thought, this guy, he's ruined my plan again. Suddenly, he flashed a cunning smile, with no good intentions in his mind. Luck, huh? But that's all it is. In this world, the lower class can't change their fate with luck. The image of the bodyguard standing with Lamshi appeared in his mind, along with the thought, the reward there has a final guardian. That's information the guardian provided me. No one knows, he's a 4-star transcended being of the mental system. The Tay gleefully imagined and chuckled, he can not only secretly transmit information but also launch mental attacks on transcendent beings without anyone knowing. He'll absolutely not let Tu Ting get the reward. He puffed out his chest confidently, the one who gets the reward can only be me, Fan the Tay. On Tu Ting's side, he was smelling something. All transcendent beings are attractive, they have a fragrant scent to a monster's nose. He paused for a moment, contemplating, in my eyes, the students in this forest are like small colored lights, while the clearers are like light bulbs. This time supernova selection will make my entire life valued. The last 2 clearers are guarding the reward. Xiao Tin took his hand away from his nose. The fragrance of human flesh made him drool. Such a fragrance! Finding them is as easy as turning over a hand. It's a shame I can't eat them. Receiving this reward counts as completing my objective. Xiao Tin happily sat down and opened the hatch, joyful in his heart. With it, his transcendent gene could increase to 3 stars, and his monster gene could also begin to break through to rank 4. When the hatch opened, he excitedly exclaimed, I'm the first one. Lin Shi, who had been waiting nearby to ambush him, had a golden glint in his eyes. His voice deepened, it's really you, Lan Deep. His hands controlled metal. Lin Shi spoke, Iron Hail. Xiao Tin was attacked but merely dodged lightly. He complained to him, hey, you've got the wrong person. The guard below saw Lin Shi attack and worried, who is this? Young Master Fan? The Tay, hiding behind a tree, was also surprised when he heard it, thinking, this clearer is yelling Xiao Tin, Lan Deep. Lin Shi swung his hand, controlling several metal rods, and firmly declared, to get the reward, you must accept my final test. I will expose your disguise. His hand swung in a circle. He commanded, sit. Each metal rod quickly turned and pointed towards Xiao Tin, who was standing below. A barrage of metal rods shot straight towards him, turning the entire area into a dazzling bright yellow. After the light and dust settled, Xiao Tin walked inside without a scratch, lightly teasing, thank you, senior brother, for holding back. Lin Shi watched Xiao Tin casually walk inside, frustrated. Indeed, I observed him last time. I can sense him, and he can sense me. He's also familiar with my sword techniques. He's clearly Lan Deep, but what good would it do to catch him? The Tay, from above, saw Lin Shi stop attacking and became annoyed. He let him go. What's the relationship between this clearer and Xiao Tin? He quickly gave a command, stop him. The guard smiled and replied, understood. He watched him walk happily, calculating in his mind, all peak 3-star and 4-star experts left the academy because of the yellow monster warning. My identity is 3-star, but my actual strength is 4-star. I am now the strongest expert in the academy. The guard flashed a cunning smile. Since we're still at the school, I can't go too far. Just stop him and wait for young Master Fan to arrive. As soon as Xiao Tin entered his attack range, he immediately unleashed his ability, excellent. He sensed it too but remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Then Xiao Tin walked past him and said, thank you, senior brother, for holding back. The guard was somewhat surprised, how? He didn't stop. His expression turned grim as he thought of a way. No, This supernova selection is very important to young Master Fan. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. Even if Lin Shi finds out, even if it breaks this person's psyche, it can't be helped. The guard saw Lin Shi clutching his head, vexed and blaming himself. I couldn't defeat him. Then the Fan family member glanced back and simultaneously used his skill, telepathy. Xiao Tin sensed it but didn't care. His eyes widened as he silently roared, "Break!" But upon seeing the monster within him, the guard was terrified to his core and wondered, what is this? How can his spirit be so strong? His spirit was shattered by Xiao Tin's, and he collapsed onto the ground in fear, startling him. Hey, did he run away? My mental attack was devoured. Xiao Tin felt a bit helpless, thinking, oh no, how can I be humble about this? He glanced at a yellow orb and then dismissed the thought. Whatever, I'll get the reward first. Xiao Tin smiled, picked up the reward, and observed it. This is a transcendent mechanical device created by humans. Objective achieved. Evolution can begin. Suddenly, a surge of pressure emanated, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Xiao Tin looked up towards the forest to sense it clearly. He quickly noticed the anomaly. This is... On the ground was a very large footprint of some monster. Xiao Tin assessed, the aura of an underground monster. The displayed damaged purpose. So it succeeded. He silently activated the reward in his hand. The orb slowly began to emit red light. A moment later, Xiao Tin looked at the orb, which had transformed into a glove, and thought, sorry, humans. Saving the world can't rely on just one person, and it's not solely my responsibility. Therefore, your peace, starting now, has ended. Deep within the forest, from the gigantic footprint imprinted on the ground, the invisible monster has appeared. Many experts have left the Southern Moon Transcendent Academy. Tong Dan closed his eyes and sensed, I heard it. Those 3 invisible monsters left through this small path. The direction this path leads to is the Southern Moon Transcendent Academy. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. We thought the monsters were trapped in the tunnel. Coupled with other monsters attacking, all of the Academy's top-tier strategists were deployed here. Tong Dan was a bit worried. This is bad. The Academy is holding a supernova selection, and all the new students are there. Currently, there is no power left in the school that can protect the new students. If these 3 monsters really reach the Academy, the people there will become food on a monster's plate. He recalled the blue flame humanity had previously faced and simultaneously imagined the worst-case scenario. Is this a coincidence? Or could it be the monsters lure the tiger from its mountain lair strategy? If it's the latter, then it's even more dangerous. Tong Dan fearfully covered his face with his hands, feeling the despair when monsters had their own thoughts. Humans have always underestimated the IQ of monsters. He stood up and shouted loudly, everyone, listen to me. This is a conspiracy. Those 3 invisible monsters may very well have already reached the Academy. The students there are in danger. We must form a team and go back immediately. Kim Song, from behind, heard this and laughed loudly. Are you scared of being wiped out? You're overestimating those monsters too much. Or are you trying to use this opportunity to escape? Tong Dan tried to explain, no, it's not that, I really heard it. Suddenly he froze as if he'd sensed something, damn it. At that moment, a blue flame flew towards him. The old man quickly reacted and lunged, knocking the flame away. Kim Song laughed teasingly, you just reached 4 stars, you should be a bit more careful. Don't let a monster ambush you, I won't be able to protect you then. The old man disdainfully crushed the weak flame in his hand and said, monsters are just failed mutated creatures from human genes. They've lost their reason. According to research, even evolved 4-star monsters are no different from animals. Kim Song, with a confident expression, continued to brag, I once participated in a battle to destroy the world's strongest 5-star monster. That very monster took one of my eyes. Its IQ wasn't even as high as an average person's. It's a good thing monster IQ is really low. If there were monsters as cunning as you say, would humans even still exist? The old man quickly ran off, saying, in my opinion, there's no need to overthink it. It's best to send more people to deal with all the monsters around here. Tong Dan looked at the old man's retreating figure, wanting to stop him. But on this side, Kim Song was already riled up and spoiling for a fight. The old man's voice became excited. Damn it. This 4-star invisible monster is really tricky. Superhumans below 4 stars can't do anything to it. The scene shifts to a forest, where a voice speaks up. Hachu. I wonder how things are at the tunnel. It's a pity I haven't reached the peak of 3 stars yet. Otherwise, I would also go and experience what a monster tide is like. The black-haired guy patted the blue-haired guy's head to remind him. Stop daydreaming, stand guard obediently. We're here to prevent the combat aura from the rookie selection from attracting monsters. The blue-haired guy said dejectedly, if all the monster tides are concentrated there, how can there be any monsters here? Then he smiled confidently. I'm just being sarcastic. I've been a cleanser for 5 years and have only seen monster tides on TV. Our country controls monsters so well. Something like a monster tide is very unlikely to appear again. The black-haired friend replied with a smile. Isn't that good? I even wish monsters would disappear from this world altogether. But before he could finish speaking, a blue speck rapidly lunged towards the two of them. Just like that, the entire watchtower and the 2 people were wiped out, leaving behind images of destruction and blood splattered everywhere. A student in another tower saw this and quickly shouted, Watchtower number 3 is gone. Damn it! They quickly called through the walkie-talkie to report. All cleansers, attention. The south is under attack. Enemy whereabouts unknown, except for the cleansers protecting the competing students in the arena. The monster continued straight into the deep forest. They urgently announced, everyone else, converge on the south. The scene shifts to MC though. She spoke into the live stream, round 2 of the rookie selection is progressing much faster than expected. It's only been 5 minutes since it started, and Captain 210 of the Doomsday Firestar team has already won a reward. Though enthusiastically commented. Which also means this year's rookie selection, the Doomsday Firestar team. Suddenly a sound came from the walkie-talkie, everyone converge on the south. Static. She looked into the distance in shock, her heart racing as she thought, an attack? A blue flame? No visible trace of the enemy? Weren't the high-level cleansers sent specifically to deal with this type of blue flame monster that can't be seen? Is this a coincidence? Though immediately used her skill, Dragon's Roar. She closed her eyes and sensed everything, her skill spreading rapidly through the wind. At this moment, though saw the panicked students fleeing. Among another group of students, everyone was terrified, looking at the dust in front of them and shouting a warning, something invisible is coming. Watch out, Nam Thuong! But before they could say anything more, the monster had swept through everyone it saw. Pieces of bodies and trees severed by the monster flew through the air along with the students' flesh and blood. After seeing the situation, though understood, it was an invisible monster. The news said 3 of them, 3 4-star invisible monsters. Her expression became serious as she thought, didn't our people go there to deal with them? And yet now they're attacking the academy. She quickly announced via live stream. The situation is critical. I declare that the competition ends here. Though's voice echoed through every corner of the forest, making the teams below hear it as well. I request all students to leave this forest with the utmost speed and return to the school for shelter immediately. She demanded that all eliminators remain in the forest. We absolutely cannot let the invisible monsters leave this place. Neep Deung also came forward to protect everyone. Hurry and go. Though's voice, directed towards the academy, then echoed with a request. Dean Kin, please seal off this forest. The scene shifted to the office. Secretary Deung was flustered. Dean Kin, even though the entire forest is covered by your supernatural power. But if we seal off the forest now, it's very likely that all the eliminators inside will die. She continued to advise him. Duzo, though, is still too young, inexperienced. You can't listen to her. Old Kin immediately interrupted her. No, she's absolutely right. Old Kin rushed off, continuing, I don't know what eliminators from other countries are like. But here, no matter how strong or dangerous the monsters are, we must step forward to eliminate them and protect the weak. He muttered, looking towards the forest where traces of battle could be seen. If the invisible monsters escape this forest, not only will the immature students of our school be in danger. Dean Kin used his power and shouted loudly, but also the people living outside the school will be in danger. Teachers who are still in school, eliminators, we must surround this forest, even if it means death. Old King used Mok La Van Tuong, wooden net of myriad manifestations, and immediately many giant trees appeared, surrounding the forest. Everyone was surprised to see the branches weaving together, the trees in the forest moving as if alive. Suddenly, a tree wrapped around Chungu, making her pause. Other branches also quickly searched for students in the forest. Several trees also found their way to Chu Tin, who was in the underground vault containing the competition's prize. Everyone was instantly thrown out of the forest by those trees. Chu Tin was also thrown, but Old Kin threw him so that his face landed on Chungu's lap. She blushed and shouted. Chu Tin awkwardly explained, Ouch, you can't blame me. I was also thrown out by the dean. Then, after regaining his balance, he stood up and questioned the wiggling branch. Hey, Old Kin, why are you throwing people around like that? Suddenly, Chu Tin's eyes widened. Holy crap! The entire forest was now surrounded by Old Kin's trees, making Chu Tin exclaim, This formation is huge. His eyes gradually sharpened. Why can't I sense how many eliminators are inside? My level isn't high enough yet. On another side, some students were excitedly discussing. I heard all the school's high-level combat forces went to the tunnel. But the monsters there ran here, huh? So, aren't the eliminators inside going to? After hearing them, Chu Tin grew worried. All the high-level combat forces have been dispatched. Everyone always underestimated the monster's IQ. This is truly a fatal blow. I must quickly enter the forest. On the other side, So Sa was yelling loudly. Dean, damn it, did you throw the wrong person? I'm really strong, who are you looking down on? Then he angrily threw a punch imbued with power. I'm a future eliminator, you know. Ever since I joined the Supernatural Academy, I've been ready to fight. So Sa gnashed his teeth and punched hard at the trees covering the entire forest. If I didn't encounter it, it would be fine, but since I have, I definitely have to fight. Tamok placed her hand on the trees and said, Captain, let me do it. I practiced the Mok La Tin diagram just like the principal. He once guided me, I think I can open a small path into it. So Sa urged, then you try. Her hands channeled a new surge of power inside, causing the tree to open up a little. So Sa watched silently and intently, waiting. He looked at everyone in the team and said, Your strength isn't enough yet, I'll go in alone, don't get dragged into this fight. Tamok frowned unhappily after hearing that. So Sa, if you don't let me in, I won't open the way for you. Another member continued. Old Sa, if you don't let me in, be careful, I'll expose all the study materials on your computer to the whole school. Teacher Old 2 demanded to follow. He cursed loudly. What also this, also that? Your ice dance is still just a little bit mad. Practice more, then I'll let you in. Tran Ha gave his opinion. I want to go too, don't tell me you're taking all the credit alone. He immediately cursed. Getting knocked down instantly by a star beast, shut up right now. Suddenly, Sister Diet came forward and offered. So Sa, we want to borrow your entrance. He teased. Rude destroying team, can't you open one yourselves? Women and girls shouldn't cause trouble. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as she growled, who are you lecturing? Be careful, I'll destroy your roots. So Sa then smiled as if nothing was wrong, and also provoked, "Oh, if you're not afraid of death, just go in." At this moment, Thieu Hoa's group came forward and said, "Brother So, we also want to borrow the entrance for a bit." Ta Hoa's group also gathered. "And us too." Seeing the situation turn out like this, he smiled faintly. So Sa said with amusement, "Indeed, my opponents, So Sa, are all very spirited. I hope that when it's over, we can all come out together." Then they all went inside. On the other side, Tu Tin was observing. His eyes narrowed as he thought, "I must go in there too. I need to use this artificial supernatural equipment to level up to 3-star supernatural." Before that, Tu Tin silently prayed for them, "I hope you try your best not to die." He turned to his team and said, "Don't ask anymore, go home. Now isn't the time to go in there." As he left, the Tay was also observing. The guard hiding behind the corner called out to him, "Young Master Fan, over here." He said worriedly, "You shouldn't be here, should you? Protecting the young master is far more important than the Eliminator's mission. The monsters in the arena are extremely terrifying. I don't think the Dean and his group can hold on for long. Young master, come with me." Suddenly, the Tay grabbed the guard's neck and pressed him against the wall, surprising him, "Young master." The Tay's eyes gleamed with a dominant look, glaring sharply at him. He created a flame in his hand, then questioned, Why did you let Tu Ting get the reward?" The guard looked at the thing in front of him and thought in fear. "What kind of flame is this? Just getting close, I already feel like I'm about to be devoured." Fan the Tay, in such a short time, has he already grasped the life element and ascended to a 4-star transcendent? He quickly explained, "Young master, I'm wronged. I tried my best, but I was countered. I'm still having a headache now, please listen to me first." "That Tu Tin is very unusual." The Tay muttered back. "He's unusual? That purifier who's with him, does he call him Blueface?" The scene shifted to the dormitory area. Tu Tin opened the door and instructed, "Sorry, you guys can't rest yet. Guard outside for me, and absolutely don't let anyone in." Tru Thin said confidently, "Don't worry, big brother." Upon entering the room, he quietly calculated, "Time is very tight. I need to quickly advance to 3-star Transcendent, then to a 4-star monster, then head to the arena." Tu Tin touched the reward he had just obtained. He made a plan. Use artificial transcendent equipment to fix the flaws in my body's transcendent genes, and finally, build the stellar map. Looking at the glowing bracelet, Tu Tin silently observed. That artificial transcendent equipment, transformed into a bracelet on my arm, lost its power. It's turned silver gray. Just starting it up for a bit already consumed 1 bottle of life fluid. His expression turned clearly annoyed as he realized, this thing consumes too much energy. Tu Tin approached the barrel containing bottles of life fluid and thought, the way to recharge this bracelet is also very simple, drink the life fluid. He opened a bottle and guzzled it down. He thought about how to charge it. Use transcendent genes to guide the energy from the life fluid into the bracelet. Then Tu Tin's expression became speechless. He felt the life fluid in his body and concluded, I'll probably have to drink about 30 bottles of life fluid to get enough energy. Damn it. The quantity isn't important. Images of monster genes in Tu Tin's body appeared, suppressing the transcendent genes. The important thing is, the transcendent genes in my body simply can't contend with the monster genes. He opened his mouth in dismay, realizing he couldn't transfer energy to the bracelet. What should I do now? The scene shifted to the forest. At this moment, Tho was sitting in the trees, muttering. The battlefield is completely covered. All signals lost. Oh, I can't even live stream. Well then, I'll record a video. She turned on video recording mode and continued to be the MC for everyone. Hi everyone, it's your Tho here. Right now, I'm about to face an extremely terrifying invisible monster. She observed the forest below and said, "It's very possible I won't live to see tomorrow. But I hope I can at least live long enough to say goodbye to you all. First, I need to go find where the monster is." After observing for a while, though spotted signs of a fight somewhere, she exclaimed, "Over there." She looked at the screen and smiled. "I'll take you guys flying with me, okay?" Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past her ear, and the phone she was using to record the video was struck and shattered into 2 pieces. Though was also attacked by the monster, sending her flying far away. Her body hit the ground hard and bounced, looking incredibly pained. But it didn't stop there. The monster's attack was so powerful that tho's body continued to slam violently into several trees. She hugged her injured arm and coughed, speaking with difficulty. "Cough, cough, if I hadn't condensed the wind wall in time, I might have turned into a dried rabbit corpse. Now I can't even record a video anymore." Old Ken, from above, used his powers to control the monster and reminded her, though, there are a total of 3 invisible monsters here. The monster that attacked you is the flying one. I've trapped it, but I can't hold it for too long." She looked up in surprise. "Director," he continued, "the others are trying to hold down one on the ground. I'll go help them. Try to kill it as quickly as possible." Old Ken struggled to fight back, saying, "There's still one more. I can't find its exact location. You must find that one and control it. Although I am a 4-star transcendent, I'm currently holding one captive while also pinning down another." He laid out the worst-case scenario. "If the remaining one escapes my Makla Van Vat, I won't be able to stop it. By then, everyone in the academy will be in danger." Though replied, "I understand. We can only hold them back? But that's too difficult." Her face darkened, and she blamed herself. "Humph, a few ribs are broken too. Haha, after I die in battle, the compensation should be enough for my sister, right?" Then though used her power to fly up, determined, "I'll just go for it." Tho's entire body, aided by her wind element transcended gene, soared high into the sky. She stretched out her soft arm and used hidden wind. Whirlwind speed gusts were searching through the forest. She secretly fretted, "I can't find that monster. Are there really only 3 of these invisible monsters?" Suddenly, her eyes widened, flashing with the green of the wind element, her expression a little astonished. Though looked in horror at the several leopards that had just broken through the wall and entered. She worried, "The students have gotten in here. This is bad. These hot-headed kids, this monster is much more terrifying than they imagine. The current situation is even worse now." Though flew over and shouted, "Get out! You kids were just fighting each other to a bloody pulp. Why are you suddenly so united now?" So Saw led the group of students, with the figures of the participants from the earlier competition behind him. She tried to persuade them, "This is not where you should be," while anxiously observing the movement nearby. "Is that an invisible monster? I can't believe it appeared at this moment." Her expression changed when she sensed its aura. "Even if my left arm wasn't injured, I couldn't evaluate so many students in such a short time. Damn it! Though used her power to calculate, I can only try to disturb all its senses." Suddenly, So Saw and the others unleashed their techniques before her, wind barrier, triple restraining thrust. He gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how much we fight, we still know how to distinguish the real situation. We decided to come in here. We are 120% prepared." A stone pillar was erected, separating the monster. So Saw ordered, "Pour all your strength into dealing with this monster." Though shouted, her face full of worry, "No," because she had just experienced its immense power herself. In just a moment, both the body of the girl next to her and So Saw's arm were blown to smithereens by the monster. He stared in disbelief, thinking, the strongest shield recognized in our class couldn't even withstand a single blow. He glanced at his own arm. "So I really lost an arm?" Though quickly rushed over and flew him away, irritably saying, "Have you snapped out of it yet? This isn't an opponent you guys can handle." Listen carefully, everyone, focus your minds. I'll help you all get out of here. Despite his injury, So forced himself to say to her, "It's fine, I still have one arm, after all." It really wasn't an exaggeration. They're really strong. He was set down by though, and at that moment, Thieu Hoa appeared and spoke up. "Senior, don't try to endure it anymore. Facing a monster like this, even the strongest demon clearer might not survive." Tam Hoa also suggested, "Let those with the strongest combat power, like us, provide support. That way, at least we can bet on one last round." Tam Mok agreed, because if you all die, who knows if we'll be able to live on. If we're students of the academy, then everyone carries the same heavy responsibility. Diet Su Tai used her ability and looked towards her. "Senior though, give the order. Lead us to fight them to the death." Though helplessly closed her eyes and scolded, "You foolish kids, it's very possible you'll all die here today." Then she regained her composure and commanded, "Right now, we need to figure out a way to make it reveal itself." The whole group immediately attacked the monster together. Their voices rang out in agreement, but immediately after, blood splattered everywhere, indicating they had failed. The scene shifted. At this moment, puddles of blood were also splattering everywhere in front of the bunker. Someone's voice roared, "Hey, Thuan Quan Koi, are you crazy?" A blue light gleamed in the tunnel, and the voice continued anxiously, "Don't just charge in like that." At this moment, Quan Koi was rushing alone into the tunnel, and Kim Song's voice continued to ring out. "Our superhuman physical strength is nowhere near that of a monster, and on top of that, this monster is also invisible." Despite this, Quan Koi didn't give up and continued to advance, with determined eyes. Then she was attacked by the invisible monster. Kim Song, sensing it from outside, yelled for her to turn back. "You're looking for death." Quan Koi immediately used her weapon, delivering a powerful blood dragon flood attack at it, despite her injured arm. The grumpy old man complained, "Thuan Quan Koi, come back here. If you're so reckless, how will you survive to advance to a 4-star superhuman?" "We have to use superhuman strength to deal with it from a distance," she said, clutching her injured arm and teasing him. "Old man Kim Song, you're getting more cowardly with age, and more stubborn too." She looked at the monster in front of her and said, "I trust Tong Dan. This is a monster's conspiracy. Even with a slight suspicion, we can't risk the lives of the students. They are our future, but we also can't divide our forces and turn back, otherwise this monster will escape and devour all the demon clearers." Quan Koi's voice became resolute. "Now we must resolve it with the fastest speed, then return. I'll inject all my blood essence into its body so it can't stay invisible anymore. Once it reveals its true form, it's still just a level 4 monster." Her face darkened, and her voice grew softer. "That way, we can use its original form to judge and find its weaknesses." Quan Koi froze, staring at its ugly appearance in horror. What kind of creature did it evolve from, after all? The invisible monster quickly charged to attack her. Quan Koi quickly dodged its attack. Tong Dan's voice trembled. "I've read and recorded all kinds of monsters, but I've never seen one like this. I think it resembles an ancient monster more." He stammered, "It looks so much like a triceratops." At this moment, the monster's tail also attacked. Kim Song angrily blocked its tail and reminded her, "How could it resemble a triceratops? Damn it, Thuan Quan Koi, you and Tong Dan go back and save the academy students. Now that it's revealed itself, just 3 of us 4-star superhumans are enough here. We'll spare no effort to kill it." The old man, pierced by its tail, was in pain but stubbornly said, "If it really is a mutated triceratops, then things will be very complicated. That proves all previous human research on monsters was wrong. Perhaps humanity has completely underestimated these monsters, covering everything up." The scene shifted to Tu Tin's dorm. At this moment, he was standing in his room, muttering, "Monster genes, if you've consumed all my energy." Then Tu Tin took off his sleeve and said, "Then don't blame me. That thing called life fluid is nothing more than energy refined from organisms to serve life. He analyzed the components of the life fluid. When monsters eat humans, they digest them into life energy to help them evolve. Monster genes inherently contain a large amount of life energy. 210 looked at the monster genes clinging to the bottle of life fluid and thought, I can't stop them from stealing the life fluid. He controlled one monster gene to fly up, but I can capture one of them. The monster gene was brought by 210 into the iron ring. 210's voice still echoed, to be inserted into the mechanical superhuman equipment. Then the monster gene was turned into a pile of blood, crushing it and transforming it into life energy. Outside, 210's arm had mutated, then he grabbed the bracelet, injected it inside and happily said, it's a success. The bracelet was now glowing golden, and the equipment was activated. He looked at the digital equipment pieces and compared them, but it felt a little different from before. The bracelet quickly transformed into a pair of golden robot gloves. He was amused. It's fine, as long as it works, it's okay. 210 observed the gloves' effect. It can proficiently convert superhuman genes, and also simulate them, thereby helping him cultivate the star chart. Now he's very familiar with the star chart. He looked at the gloves with satisfaction and calculated, as long as I activate the artificial superhuman, I'll have strength equal to a 3-star superhuman, evolving. Then 210's eyes looked down, and his voice rang out, next, it will be focused on the 3-star superhuman. 210 commanded, evolve. The monster arm quickly swelled up. 210 continued, accelerate evolution, the last bit of genetic power. As expected, his body began to lose control. It was swelling up. At this moment, terrifying bone wings had also grown from his body. Outside, that noise also caught the attention of Truthin and Tungu. Back inside, 210 was gritting his teeth, fighting for dominance. Snap. You are all just my monster genes, I am the master. Then his voice rang out, all rebels must die. Inside his body, the monster genes were turned into a pool of blood, bubbling. 210 looked at his mutated arm and shouted, so you'd better obediently follow my thoughts and evolve, level 4 monster. The scene shifted. Inside the forest, the students were struggling against the invisible monster. At this point, many people were injured. It's a success. Finally, everyone's sacrifice led to success. Though looked at the fluctuations in front of her and loudly said, the invisible monster is right there. We've temporarily restrained it. Thieu Hoa was in a combat stance with the golden superhuman gene. Dietsu Tai was also staring intently. Tho's voice echoed, reminding them, so you only have one chance. Thieu Hoa used his power to form a sword and charged forward, activate all superhuman power, star chart divine sword. Don't worry about your hand's endurance. His eyes were wide, looking terrifying, veins bulging on his body as if about to burst. Swing the sword to unleash the greatest power of your life. Suddenly, the veins in his arm burst, splashing blood everywhere. He swung the sword, attacking the invisible monster. The force also caused Thieu Hoa's arm to be obliterated into minced flesh. Beside him, Dietsu Tai raised her hand high, controlling 10,000 sword star chart. Swords hovered around her. Blood flowed from Dietsu Tai's eyes, ears, and mouth, but she still coldly cast blood color. Her blood merged with the swords and flew to attack, heavenly sword. Tho was astonished, watching their attacks. Divine sword, blood sword. Although they are just students, they are willing to sacrifice their lives to unleash explosive power. At least, they can pierce the monster, forcing it to reveal itself. She was tense, not daring to be careless for a second. That way, even if we all die, we can still help the principal find its exact location and swallow it. Suddenly, Tho's eyes widened, and she was secretly horrified. What? The monster's entire body didn't have a single scratch, it didn't even reveal its true form. She wondered, how could it be completely unharmed? A loud sound echoed, and dust flew everywhere. She thought in fear, it's over, even though we risked our lives, we still couldn't stop it in the end. Tho felt that this oppressive feeling was inescapable. She constantly observed to determine its position. Where did this monster come from? I can't believe humans can't detect it. It's terrifying. When the monster attacked, Though managed to jump away. She silently blamed herself. It's really funny, because we thought we had stabilized the situation and no longer needed to fear monsters. She gritted her teeth, using all her strength to think, so this is the high price of arrogance. It seems I've sensed the life born from the wind element. From inside Tho's body, a current of wind formed. She told herself, it's too late for me, but maybe the students behind still have a chance, as long as I can self-detonate before I die. Her entire body was enveloped by the wind element. She secretly resolved to let the wind carry the students behind as far away as possible. Tho's eyes gradually turned bright blue. Her power was also being unleashed to its fullest, to give them a ray of hope for survival, even if only one person survived. I'm sorry, I just have to. As she was preparing to sacrifice herself, she felt her scalp tingle, a feeling like the god of fate was dragging her into a deep abyss of darkness. Someone appeared, grabbed her hair, and pulled Tho back. She yelled angrily, "Let go! Who the hell is pulling my braid?" At this moment, Tu-Tin had arrived just in time to rescue her. He calmly reassured her, "Relax, it's not time for self-sacrifice yet." Tho angrily kept her distance and asked him, "Who are you? Damn it, do you know what you're doing?" She yelled, "If we miss this chance, we're all done for." Tho squinted one eye uncomfortably, "Everyone will be torn to shreds." At the same time, the monster continued its attack, creating a huge explosion right in front of them. Tho was surprised that her body wasn't injured and wondered, blocked, it was blocked? At this moment, Tu-Tin was standing in front of her, shielding her. He had just used his monstrous hand to block the powerful blow. Tho recalled and wondered, that invisible monster. Each time it attacked us, we suffered heavy losses, but it remained unharmed. And now it's been blocked? She looked at Tu-Tin's appearance, filled with doubt. What kind of power is this? Even a 4-star transcendent Vajra of the metal element, forged from bones, absolutely couldn't directly confront an invisible monster like him. At this moment, Tu-Tin coldly unleashed his power. Tho tried to recall, who is he? He controlled flames spreading through the air to attack the monster. She also noticed this power, the blue flames. Tho asked in shock, "You are Blue Flame?" He gave her a cold look and said, "Are you going to arrest me?" Tho quickly thought, it's really him. The one who destroyed the Fan family's laboratory, killing all 48 people in that lab. Her expression turned stunned as she realized his identity, a wanted criminal. Seeing this, Tu-Tin coldly dismissed her, "If you don't want to be eaten by me, then take the others and get out." He turned and attacked the invisible monster, saying, "Don't get in my way." At this moment, the monster was also forced to reveal its true form by him, with sharp teeth and spikes on its body. The students rushed forward, looking on in fear, and asked her, "Senior, that monster has revealed its true form. What kind of monster is it?" Tho quickly replied, "I've never seen this kind of monster before. Although I don't know anything about it, I can sense that before, when it was in its invisible state. It was always hiding its true power, and now it has completely unleashed it. Now that it has revealed its true form, it's even more terrifying than before." She waved her hand, urging the others, "Everyone, quickly leave this place. You've all tried your best. Even if you stay, you'll only die, there's no other value in it." They shuffled away and said to her, "We'll take those who are out of commission outside first. Anyone who can still fight will come back to help." Tho added, "He's Lam DM, a wanted criminal." They replied, "What the hell is Lam DM? All I know is that the person who just saved us is now facing the monster alone." At this moment, he was still in an intense combat with it. The scene shifted. Truthin was anxiously calling into the dorm room, "Boss." Tungu, standing beside him, reminded, "Don't ask too many questions. Tu-Tin is resting inside, no one is allowed to disturb him." He heard that and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the dark staircase. At this moment, the Tay walked over and struck up a conversation. Tungu, what are you doing outside your dorm room? Oh, right. I'm looking for 210. The school needs to see him about something. It seems he's never spent the night in his own dorm. He slyly said, someone saw him go back to your dorm with a friend, so please call him for me, thank you. At that moment, Tungu crossed her arms, looked at the Tay, and coldly said, 210 is resting. What is it? He sneered mockingly, he's still sleeping at this hour? The school has some concerns regarding the method of winning the final prize in this rookie selection competition, so they have a few questions to ask the person in charge. The Tay warned, otherwise, the school will consider revoking his qualifications and withdrawing the artificial superhuman equipment prize. Tungu glanced at the guard walking beside him and secretly speculated, he's an exterminator. Then she said, wait until he wakes up, then you can ask him. With a serious expression, he unhesitatingly demanded, cooperating and coordinating with the school is a student's duty. Then the guard said softly, don't be so tense, everyone. The school will certainly trust the students 100%. We just need him to answer a few questions. He leaned one hand on the wall and continued, furthermore, is he sleeping so soundly because he was injured in the competition? I will report this to the school. Doctors will surely come to treat him quickly. That would be much better than just staying in the dorm waiting for the wound to heal on its own, don't you think? At the same time, Tu Dao quickly stood behind Tru Thin and questioned, you said you represent the school, can you really represent them? Who are you? We've never seen you before. Tungu indifferently spoke, if there are doubts about the results, then let the dean explain it clearly. But now, whoever dares to disturb Tu Tin's sleep, I will cripple them. As the Tay was deep in thought, a group of people in the courtyard below suddenly shouted to each other, hurry and help. Someone from the dean's Mukla Van Tuong came out there. The number of dead and injured is extremely high, everyone who went in there is crippled. One person loudly said, I heard that Lam DM appeared in that competition forest. Yes, it's that wanted criminal, Lam DM. Why would a wanted criminal appear there? Upon hearing this, the name suddenly appeared in the Tay's mind, Lam DM. He turned to look at her and softly negotiated, Tungu, the dean is risking life and limb for us. We shouldn't bother him with this kind of logistical work. The Tay frowned and questioned, you should be actively cooperating, but now you're blocking the door and not letting us in. Isn't your attitude a little weird? Tungu responded to him with a sharp gaze and coldly replied, so what? Next, she immediately unleashed the technique in her hand. The Tay wasn't to be outdone. He channeled a surge of red power and arrogantly said, then I'll just personally go wake him up. Raging red flames surrounded the Tay. He then reminded, Tungu, if I accidentally injure you, don't blame me. As for Tungu, there were ferocious, winding purple lightning bolts, and then she sneered in response. Scene change. In the forest, though Tho's thoughts kept surfacing, Lam DM, who exactly is he? The thief who stole the Fan family's research documents, a cold-blooded assassin who massacred all research staff in Taekong Tuc Sat. She stood behind the big trees, secretly complaining, that annoying guy who pulled my braid, like a wanted criminal. Coming here would only lead to death, there's nothing to gain. The more she thought about it, the more illogical it felt. Though rushed out, but her mind was still pondering, no matter what, he saved me and the other students. I can't just leave like this. She immediately activated her spiritual power, telling herself, I'll assist him, give it my all. At least I can help him extinguish the monster's flames and buy some time. Suddenly, though froze, her face pale, and she yelled, Wind Dragon Star Map, Howling Wind. In front of her, Tu Tin was ferociously swinging a powerful blow straight at the monster. He courageously leaped up, much to Tho's astonishment. She suddenly thought, he dodged the monster's flames, tearing at its face. Seeing the decisive way he struck, Tho, standing behind him, couldn't help but marvel, he's a peak 4-star transcendent. Such incredible destructive power. He can even unleash blue flames exactly like the monster, and his left hand is covered in black armor. How can the fire element condense into black armor like that? His fighting style is nothing like other transcendents. Her eyes widened in surprise. He's actually engaging in direct close combat with the monster. And he's fiercely tearing the monster apart with his bare hands. This isn't something you can do with just good physical strength. A moment later, Q10 noticed Though again and barked, "Why are you still here? If you get in the way, I'll throw you out as bait." The monster immediately seized the opportunity to attack, but with agile movements, both of them managed to dodge in time. Though panicked and yelled, "It's materialized. I won't let the students interfere. We'll protect ourselves and won't cause you any more trouble." She grumbled inwardly, "That hateful lamb DM." Then she said to him, "Don't underestimate me. I helped you fly." At the same time, Though suddenly used her wind element power, which surprised Q10 a little. "Wind glide," she shouted, "step on the wind and charge." Immediately, he was unexpectedly pulled into the air by Tho's technique, right in front of the monster. When they reached a suitable height, she quickly reminded, "It can't fly. We have an aerial advantage." Q10 glanced at her and coldly replied, "You're fast, but I don't have much of an impression of you, so I guess you'll probably die soon." Though angrily shouted, "You dare to curse me?" At this moment, the monster had opened its mouth wide towards them. He suddenly had an idea, thinking, "Find a way to use your wind to send me into the monster's mouth." She exclaimed in alarm, "Into its mouth?" Then she muttered in confusion, "This scoundrel makes it impossible to understand his thoughts." Q10 quickly confirmed, "Yes, into its mouth, understand?" Though used her technique to push them both to the side, narrowly dodging the monster's attack. She furiously yelled, "You damn wanted criminal." Next, Though did as Q10 said, using a strong gust of wind to push him towards the monster and yelling, "Go die." He headed straight for the beast's mouth, and before long, he was right next to it. Its mouth is still glowing. But just as they were about to reach it, it ferociously unleashed a surging blue flame. Just in time, Though used her power to help Q10 dodge in the nick of time. He complimented, "Your fire control ability is quite good." Next, Q10 once again appeared in front of the beast. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging into its mouth and piercing through its head at light speed. Not forgetting to exclaim, "It's all right. The power of the Earth Black Dragon Fangs has merged with my left arm bone and fingernails." At that moment, Q10 powerfully ripped apart the beast's body and said to himself, "This evolutionary direction is very precise. If I don't fully erupt, I can still control my form, and I still have enough power to pierce through the body of this level 4 monster." Though, witnessing this, was also surprised, thinking to herself, "He can actually carve out a large hole in the monster's head. This bastard's fighting style is really strange. I can't tell what star chart he cultivates." A strange black blood spurted from its mouth, and it looked somewhat pained at this moment. The monster's eyes were wide open, glowing with a fierce orange-yellow light. It strained its body to stand upright, letting out a horrific roar as if to tear space apart. Kintriot, on the other side, used his power to control large branches, making them tightly constrict the monster. A few seconds later, he stared wide-eyed in confusion and exclaimed, "Frenzied." Before Kintriot's eyes was the sight of the monster piercing through each large tree trunk. Other tree trunks also responded, trying to block its frenzy. It couldn't hold out for long. The monster furiously broke through with its power, tearing everything apart to rush out. Neat Dune reflexively covered his face. Both were astonished, wondering, "What's happening?" "This is the pressure of a level 4 monster," they exclaimed anxiously. "The 3 invisible monsters here are unleashing their pressure all at once." Though was also flung away, screaming in pain. Only Q10 remained calm. He silently looked up, observing, then murmured, "This isn't the pressure of an ordinary monster. And there's also the aura of a king here. These monsters, they have the power of a monster king within them." The corner of his lips curled up, revealing a smug smile. "This is perfect." Though fell from above, her head hurting terribly, as if someone was holding a knife and splitting her head open. No, there really was a knife. This power seemed to want to tear apart the transcendent gene chain in her body. She was in free fall, the intense pain spreading throughout her body, almost making her faint. It's scrambling all of my transcended genes. Can't I use my transcended power? I must quickly find a way to stabilize my transcended genes. Thinking this, Though pressed her lips together and strenuously tried to release spiritual energy. However, it was useless. At that moment, she realized with horror, I can't stabilize it. While confused about what to do, the place where Though was about to land was not the ground but the head of a monster, which made her panic. The monster's eyes below were glowing red. Though struggled to break free, but it was useless. She calculated inwardly, I can't escape anymore. But before I get eaten, at least I should gouge out one of its eyes. Before Though could react, the monster had tightly grabbed her hand. She grumbled inwardly, damn it. Not stopping there, it also snatched her other arm, gripping it so tightly as if to crush it. Looking down, even Though's legs were not spared. She cursed under her breath, you damned monster. Her other leg was quickly caught without mercy. Her limbs were controlled and unable to move. How could such a cute Though be eaten? If you dare to eat me, I'll self-destruct into minced meat and spray all over your face. Though tried to use her power but also failed. Storm. Collapse. She gritted her teeth, enduring, only able to helplessly think, I still can't fully control the transcendent genes in my body. No matter how hard I try, I can't do anything. At this very moment, below the young girl's small body, was the monster's wide, pitch-black mouth, full of sharp teeth. That moment reminded Though of the darkest period of her life. At that time, in despair, she had once screamed at her younger brother, Dyung, I told you to go. Her heart felt like it was twisting. She cried out heartbroken, don't waste any more time. You can't lift it. But the boy still refused to give up. Sister, I must save you. At that moment, a ferocious monster appeared from behind Dyung, Though screamed in panic to warn him, the monster's here. At this point, the boy was so scared that tears welled up and he cried nonstop. Though's face turned pale, and she screamed in despair, no. Just as it was about to attack Dyung, the two siblings' father suddenly appeared and punched the monster in the face. He furiously yelled, you're not allowed to touch my children. Though cried out in shock, Dad. Without mercy, it bit him hard on the shoulder, making the father cry out in pain. Now, recalling that bloody scene, Though cried out emotionally, Dad, I'm about to be eaten too. I'm coming to your world. I miss you so much. Just as she was about to fall into the monster's mouth, the image of Tin rushing to save her was replayed once more, pulling her from the brink of death, as if her father from years ago had reappeared. She stared at him blankly, her eyes still filled with horror. You. Tin blocked the monster with one hand while unfastening the vines for her with the other. A moment later, Though screamed in alarm. Damn it, what are you showing off for? Run away quickly. Don't worry about me, or you'll get eaten too. At that moment, he merely gave her a cold glance and retorted, who's showing off? Worrying about whom? You? Though froze, staring wide-eyed at the young man in front of her, speechless. Without a word, Tin's gaze swept over the monster, and he remarked, so fresh and juicy, this would make an okay meal. He looked at it and said, being in a continuous attack state and being in a continuous feeding state are not the same. He looked at the colossal beast with contempt, saying without hesitation, your food chain has now been interrupted by me. The very next second, Tin didn't hesitate to directly throw Though far away, while she remained stunned. Now, only the echoing curses of Though could be heard, though she was nowhere in sight. You bastard. She instinctively fell to the ground, but her inner rage had clearly not subsided. You hateful loudmouth, you threw me out and now you're calling me bait? These words had absolutely no effect on him. Tin lightly touched the monster and scoffed, you're big and strong, but it seems I'm stronger. This action successfully awakened its dormant anger. Upon seeing this, Though couldn't help but nervously warn him, lamb deep, you scumbag, be careful. However, he didn't flinch. Instead, he threatened the monster, "You can't escape. Chew first, then swallow." Tu Tin raised his monstrous arm and said, black teeth, biting all over the place. In just a few moments, the spiky vines on its outer shell gradually began to crack. The deformed spikes grew larger. A sphere of energy was accumulating in its mouth. Though on her side exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of move is that?" She stared wide-eyed and continuously exclaimed, "His blue flame is burning fiercely inside the monster's body? So powerful!" A moment later, Tu Tin calmly tore off one of its tentacles and then nonchalantly proceeded to absorb it into his body. A look of pleasure was unmistakable on his face as each piece of flesh merged into his body. "Let me taste it." Before he could fully swallow, the beast's body abruptly vanished in a flash. Surprising Tu Tin, the spiky tentacle broke apart. He glanced at the scattered pieces of flesh that remained and assessed, abandoning its belongings to flee. Behind the tangled and enormous vines, having just escaped, the monster immediately poured all its energy into one tentacle and ferociously launched something towards him as a counterattack. With no other option, Tu Tin ducked low, pressing himself to the ground to avoid the blow. Then he secretly calculated, to absorb it completely, I must defeat it first. If that's the case, just releasing my level 4 ability from my mutation should be enough. Turning around, he saw Though rushing to assist him. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here again? Do you want to become real bait and get eaten?" She innocently replied, "I came to help you." Tu Tin coldly used his hand to block Tho's charging face. He irritably scolded her, "Why are you so stubborn? Why don't you listen? Don't get in my way, go now." The painful memory from years ago resurfaced, when her father, despite being severely injured, still managed to smile and pat Tho's head as a comfort. "Good girl, listen to me, go quickly. Dad will come back to see you kids later." Seeing this, she could only accept and obey, but still quietly stood behind him, watching and cautioning, "You absolutely must survive, okay? Dad." Tu Tin, though still walking, turned back in surprise and replied, "I know." At that moment, her face couldn't hide a mix of choked emotion and gratitude upon hearing his reply. Not long after, realizing something, Tho's eyes turned red and widened in surprise. She pressed her lips together, embarrassed for accidentally calling him Dad. Next, she was only heard shyly cursing, "Damn it, you. I'm getting out of here right now." Thus, Tho didn't dare to linger for another second and spun around, dashing away, mortified. Watching her retreating figure, Tu Tin instructed, "Oh right, if those other people stubbornly come back again, remember to stop them, okay?" From over there, she awkwardly called back, "Got it." But as soon as Tho left, Tu Tin revealed a wicked smile behind his mask. Oh my God! After she had gone a sufficient distance, she could only cover her face and cry from shame. How mortifying, everyone! Tho looked up with flushed cheeks, timidly saying, "It seems your Tho has fallen in love." Recalling that moment, the guard advised, "Young Master Fan, let's leave here too. Kin Triat's Mok La Van Truong won't last much longer. By the time the monster inside breaks out, no one in the academy will survive." Hearing that, he only smiled faintly, casually replying, "Wait a little longer. I need to confirm Tu Tin's identity for my uncle first." Back in reality, Fan the Tay mused in his mind, the Fan family needs Lam Deep's superhuman gene sequence. If Uncle can decipher his gene principle, it will help me break through the current 90% limitation of superhuman genes, making superhumans of higher quality. But as for me, it doesn't matter. Superhuman genes over 90% are nothing extraordinary. I acquired Lam Deep on my own merit. He feigned politeness, extending his hand and then uttered cryptic words, "Your talent is indeed excellent, but after all, the time you've spent as a superhuman is too short. You've exhausted all your energy in the competition, so within this short period, no matter how good your talent is, you won't recover much. Not having enough energy is your biggest weakness right now, so don't push it." At that moment, Truthin, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and didn't hesitate to hurl insults. You've been acting all high and mighty with one hand behind your back the whole time. My sister-in-law isn't easily swayed. The Tay paid no mind to True Thinna's words. Instead, he used his hand to control the flames, the Scarlet Flame hand. The flames were now close to True Thinna's face, but he still didn't care. On the contrary, he shouted, "You're a man, yet you keep clinging to someone? Have you no shame?" He smugly waved his hand and spoke, "Since when did shrimp like you dare to yell at me like that?" Immediately, the giant arm-shaped flame, controlled by his hand, struck the two true brothers, sending them flying backward. Fan the Tay loudly declared, "Scarlet Flame." As soon as he finished speaking, the arm began to exert intimidating power over both of them. After displaying his power, he not only didn't withdraw his magic but also aggressively controlled the fiery hand, making it spread wide as if to swallow everything. The Tay continued to try and sway Tungu. "I know you can absorb lightning elements from the air, even capable of causing a blackout in the entire Namnoyet city, but right now, all around here are my fire elements. Your lightning elements are like nothing. At this moment, you are as weak as a puddle of water, unable to absorb anything." Faced with those pressing words, Tungu seemed to momentarily hesitate. Fan the Tay curled his lip into a faint smile, confidently asserting to his opponent, "You have no power." As soon as he finished speaking, he unyieldingly pushed his arm forcefully towards Tungu. "So how can you stop me?" He mocked, "I advise you not to resist, because I really don't want to hurt you, but if you stay too close to the Scarlet Flame hand, you will get burned." The Tay gradually gained the upper hand, moving closer to the door and saying, "Currently, you can't absorb lightning elements, so you don't have enough power to push back my Scarlet Flame hand." At a critical moment, Tungu suddenly unleashed an electric bolt, using one hand to push back his flame. Although the electric current was small, it was aimed precisely at the Tay's hand. He was forced to stop his actions. He turned his head and saw his flame had been easily pierced by Tungu. The Tay was utterly astonished and silently wondered, "How can this be?" He then suspiciously asked, "You can still absorb lightning elements from outside?" Without a word, Tungu unleashed more electric bolts, coldly replying, "Sometimes, I can still make contact with the air." At that moment, pushing back the Tay's magic was already normal for her. "As long as I can touch a bit of lightning elements, they'll gather and enter me." In another scene, at the Purifier headquarters, the people working inside suddenly became frantic. The Superhuman Academy has started absorbing electricity on a large scale again. Purifier City is beginning to lose power. The Tay suddenly remembered Vice Dean Fan's previous advice. The Tay: "In the future, we must help the Fan family break through superhuman genes beyond 90%. The more superhuman genes, the higher the quality will be enhanced." While he was distracted, Tungu swiftly lunged forward, unleashing her power. 210, activate. However, his words still echoed in the Tay's ears. This kind of qualitative change is unimaginable for ordinary people. Compared to them, even the strongest superhumans are merely inferior. That was precisely what Tungu was doing. She pierced through his Scarlet Flame hand. His face darkened. He raised his hand to block the pressure from Tungu, mumbling in anger, "Inferior." In an instant, the red flames surged again, engulfing the entire space with intense heat. Neither side hesitated, rushing into battle. One side was towering flames, the other was fierce electric bolts. Suddenly, both simultaneously pulled apart, and the lingering power gradually dissipated into thin air. Tungu was stunned, unable to hide her surprise. Just a few minutes just now, and at least hundreds of thousands in electricity were used. I need to find a different move that consumes less electrical energy. Or perhaps I should try to learn from his Scarlet Flame hand. She raised her finger, forming a small lightning orb at her fingertip, saying, "Like this, 210 satellite." He thought, her 210 is the painstaking work of researchers in Huaxia, yet she dares to modify it haphazardly and still not lose control. 1. Her star chart was at least 50% complete. 2. She was familiar with the lightning element to an unimaginable extent for ordinary people. The Tay wondered, did that mean she didn't care about him at all? A genius praised by everyone since childhood now became something inferior in her eyes? It's just talent. Once again, the memory of being in the research lab appeared in the Tay's mind. Deputy Dean Fan once said, "The Tay, according to my research, only by integrating the eternal flame into superhuman genes can the number of superhuman gene strands be increased. The probability of breaking through to a number higher than 90% is very high. Then you can combine with the eternal flower, or even communicate with it, but doing so is too dangerous. Wait until your father is ready, then give him the eternal flower you've refined. He will advance to a 5-star superhuman, and he can also withstand this risk better than us." The Tay smiled slightly after hearing that and replied, "Yes, uncle." Snapping out of his memory, Tunga suddenly yelled, the satellite exploded. He became even more convinced by what the old man had said earlier. If I can now integrate the eternal flower into superhuman genes, I can break through superhuman genes by over 90%. The more Fan the Tay thought, the more he fell into contemplation with a strong desire to break through. At that moment, a green light flashed. The atmosphere gradually fell silent, only strange pressures descending from above. He quickly turned to look at the scene outside, his heart pounding. Tungu also seemed to sense the abnormality, unconsciously crying out, "The ground is shaking." On the contrary, Tu Dao and Tru Thin were completely unable to resist, only clinging to their heads in panic, screaming in fear, "It's a monster rampage. That means Kin Triat's Mok La Van Tuong has been destroyed." The guard then whispered through a sound transmission, "Young Master Fan, we must leave immediately. There's no need to get entangled with them any further, after all, they won't survive." The next second, he also understood. After that, the two quickly turned their backs and left the place. Below, as soon as they escaped the forest, though quickly followed Tu Tin's instructions. She shouted, "Don't go there. You'll only be a burden to others." An inexplicable unease welled up in her heart. She could only look back at the forest, silently praying for him, "Damn Lam DM, you must be careful." Scene change, in the forest where a fierce battle was taking place, at Kin Triat's location. He was still trying his best to contain the beast. Looking at the broken vines, he wearily exclaimed, "I can't hold it anymore." Lamshi rushed down in an instant, quickly approaching the monster. The three invisible monsters have merged. After observing for a while, Kin Triat suddenly realized, this monster has become stronger, the aura it emits, it's like. It once appeared, and it was the only time it appeared, forcing all elite superhumans to risk their lives to achieve victory. It is a level 5 monster, a giant merged monster with immense power truly threatening the Academy. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, he was stopped by a voice from afar, "Lamshi, mission aborted. Come back now, Lamshi." He ignored those words and rushed forward regardless. "It's too late. I will definitely kill it." To buy everyone time, suddenly, the one confronting Lamshi was none other than Artu Tin. He whispered in his ear, "Little brother, there's still time." Immediately after, all eyes were on him as he was outright smacked away by his brother. Neep saw this and called Lamshi's name. He wondered, who is that guy? Lamshi still had the strength to mumble, "Lam DM," upon hearing this. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What? The wanted criminal we're hunting is saving us? How can this be?" On the contrary, Tu Tin was annoyed, wondering, "I don't understand where you ran off to. So, you secretly ran here to merge and evolve?" As he attacked, he secretly assessed, it's gradually evolving into a level 5 monster. Level 5 monsters need to absorb a huge amount of blood. They should still be hungry, right? So that means these three bastards are depleting the king's power that I just infused into their bodies. The earth dragon's large mouth once again slammed down, but luckily, Tu Tin leaped out in time. Everyone around tried to block the monster's head with an earthen cage. However, the rocks couldn't stop it. At this moment, Neep Dune rushed over, hugged Tu Tin, and ran, saying, "Lam DM, you really are strong. But you definitely can't fight it either. It's so powerful that it's not on the same level as us. To it, an earthen cage is just a thin piece of paper." While Chu Tin was still wondering what this guy wanted, he heard him continue, "That kid Lamb, she watched too much anime and got influenced. He just tried to imitate noble sacrifice. Are you following him too? But in such a critical moment, you still ran in to save Lamshi, which shows you're a good person. We're temporarily lifting your warrant. In the face of disaster, we are all comrades. So let's join hands and get through this calamity together." After hearing him speak for a while, Chu Tin replied expressionlessly, "Why are you so delusional, old man?" Just then, the monster charged again. Very quickly, countless large trees rushed to block its attack. Some people shouted, "The monster's been stopped. It's thanks to Director Kin's trees." They looked up and saw Kin try it desperately using the power of Ko Mok Funk's one. These branches grew ceaselessly, expanding rapidly to envelop the giant earth dragon. Everyone excitedly shouted, "It's tied up. The director isn't old yet, he's still very strong." However, Kin Triad's expression at this moment wasn't good at all. No matter how strong he was about to lose his grip on it. The monster struggled violently among the trees. Immediately, he shouted, "Thuan Quan Koi, I know you're back. Stop watching and make your move." Koi was already behind the monster. She launched an attack and replied, "Director, don't rush. I'm also waiting for the right moment to act." Her eyes were fixed on the merged monster with extreme focus. An extremely powerful water dragon attack was unleashed, charging straight at the roaring monster. The monster and the trees surrounding it were also cut. The crowd cheered again, "It's been cut. Finally, we can wound it." Oldkin exclaimed in surprise, "Thuan Quan Koi has gotten stronger again. With Lam DM, we have enough strength to counterattack." From above, he quickly instructed everyone to get into battle formation. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Thuan Quan Koi and Lam DM will lead the attack. We still don't know the enemy's true abilities." Those below listened. "So, you must pay attention to protecting yourselves. The temporary goal is to stab deep into its body. Everyone else and I will be responsible for clearing obstacles for you too. At the crucial moment, I'm sure you know what to do, right?" They all replied in unison, "Yes." Neat Gyung added boldly, "Use our own bodies to protect our teammates." Several sharp-toothed jaw-like tentacles lunged forward. Everyone looked at each other and shouted in unison, "It's coming. Let's go." However, Tu Tin stepped forward and used his monster arm to firmly grasp Quan Koi's shoulder. She startled and turned back, loudly asking, "What are you doing?" He coldly said, "You're all so used to being pampered that you just arrange things for me however you please, huh?" It was then that Quan Koi noticed the large arm on her shoulder and thought, his arm. The power is terrifying. I can't break free. Then he forcefully flung her backward, aside. Facing the sharp jaw-like teeth, Tu Tin stated directly, "You cannot resist the king's power. If it merely roars, even your superhuman strength will be impossible to unleash." His actions shocked everyone. Tu Tin lunged at the monster and coldly said, "Don't get in my way. Watch carefully." As he finished speaking, his monster arm plunged straight into the monster's throat, and he muttered to himself, "Originally, I didn't intend to go through all this trouble, but on second thought, to stop the era. Then it's not enough for just me to get stronger, others also need to get stronger." One of his eyes glowed brilliantly blue. "Let me give you a taste of the true power of a monster." With that, his left sleeve was torn off. He firmly resolved, "Monster power, level 4, unleash." Looking at the power Tu Tin radiated, everyone reacted with different expressions, shouting, "The aura he's emitting is truly terrifying." Quan Koi asked in a daze, "His attack is even stronger than a monster's? What kind of superhuman power is this?" Kin Triad was no less surprised than his students. His voice faltered, "One could say. It's exactly like a monster's. Level 4 form." At this moment, Tu Tin's left arm had completely transformed into a monster's form, its appearance terrifyingly massive. Before this form, the wide mouth spoke, "Traitors are not allowed to exist." Tu Tin looked up and replied, "You have no right to speak here." Saying so, he raised his large hand high and unleashed the Lord's flame. Two tentacles plunged down again, and the blue flame erupted, burning fiercely. The monster, unable to do anything to Tu Tin, roared in anger. He didn't hesitate any longer and flew up to attack. He delivered a punch straight to its head, unleashing the flame burst technique. The blue flame exploded from within the monster's head, creating a massive shockwave. Witnessing this, everyone was dumbfounded, thinking, his hand pierced through the monster's head. His blue flame incinerated the monster's head. The monster's wound is smaller than expected. However, upon seeing the monster's condition, their thoughts immediately changed. No, this monster is healing extremely fast, just like an earth dragon. But its power and defense are much stronger than an earth dragon's. A tail suddenly struck. Tu Tin was hit, causing everyone to anxiously shout, "Lam DM." Then a loud explosion rang out, and he fell to the ground like a cannonball. Quan Koi anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Tu Tin sprang up and replied, "Both offense and defense are very strong. Most importantly, its self-healing ability. So even if you manage to wound it, it'll be useless. When the king's power is strong enough, it can heal itself very quickly." Tu Tin used his hand to block a tentacle and continued, "If this is already strong, then there are many other monsters much stronger than this one. The numbers far exceed everyone's imagination." Hearing this, Kin Triad confusedly asked, "Are there really monsters like that?" And his answer, "Very many," stunned the old man. Foolishly worried, Quan Koi yelled again, "Lam Deep, there's no point talking about these things now. Let's continue to cooperate. Who knows, we might find a glimmer of hope." Xiao Tin coldly replied, "No need." His eyes flashed with an undying blue flame as he declared, "Now I will tell you how to defeat these monsters. Remember, if you want to protect this world, then in the future, you must become stronger than I am now." Hearing him, Quan Koi screamed in disbelief, "What?" Xiao Tin didn't care, releasing blue flame as he loudly said, "Try to learn what a domain is." As he finished speaking, his arm blazed with a powerful, undying blue flame. The crowd, from old to young, also widened their eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "A domain?" Xiao Tin didn't say much more, secretly deploying his power in his mind, while muttering to himself, "By burning the monster's genes, relying on the soul of 2 lives, I can temporarily use the strongest move of the previous monster overlord, domain, maw that devours prisons." His blue light spread in all directions. Quan Koi stared intently, dumbfounded. While the others were still bewildered, they were already enveloped by Xiao Tin's domain. They exclaimed in shock, "His domain, it already enveloped all of us." Lin Shi raised a hand to lightly touch the air and unconsciously asked, "Has everyone felt it?" He looked at his hand and continued, "I see the metal element in the air has been completely consumed." Jing Cheat also realized it and replied, "Not just the metal element, but all elements have been swallowed by his domain. Currently, only his fire element remains throughout the space." He immediately instructed, "Everyone, try to control it. If the elemental power in your body erupts, it will be immediately swallowed." Xiao Lan heard this, her expression grim as she analyzed, "Become the overlord within the domain? Within his domain, I have no power to resist at all. I can only run as far as possible." Quan Koi again retorted with a smirk, "You're wrong, you have nowhere to run." She asserted, "The moment the domain enveloped us, we were already in his mouth." At this moment, Xiao Tin's domain had also enveloped the entire monster. Seeing the monster howl, as if it was scared and not attacking, surprised Nye Duong and the others a bit. Then they blurted out, "This monster, it actually wants to flee." Someone also spoke up to explain, "It can't escape this domain. The edge of the domain is like teeth, anything that approaches the edge will be devoured." Watching the monster struggle, Xiao Tin continued to burn it with blue flame and declared, "Three-headed monster, don't even think about escaping." Seeing the domain shrink, squeezing the monster, the crowd again exclaimed in awe, "The monster is being bitten." Xiao Lan asked, Bewildered, once this domain covers something, creatures there will find it difficult to escape? Someone else yelled, the domain is gradually shrinking. The flame also grew stronger, fiercely burning the three-headed fused monster. It was as if a fiery hell was devouring a monster. Nye Duong stared intently and said, so strong. I wonder what Lam Diem's domain is called. How about I name it Monster Devouring Flame Prison? Hearing this, Principal King glanced at him and said, Nye Duong, you were always sloppy in school, and now that you're a deputy captain, you still haven't changed. Don't just lament, observe quietly. This is an opportunity not everyone gets. He nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, sir. Jing Cheat analyzed internally, Lam Diem's domain is extremely potent. The enemy won't even realize they're opening their mouth and biting right in front of him. No matter how fast the monster's self-recovery is, it cannot be faster than the rate at which it's being burned. He looked at Xiao Tin and muttered to himself, but it seems that's really the case. Old Qin now recalled, 20 years ago, the final moment when humanity's elite supers fought against monsters. It was also the last moment when the 5-star monster killed the 5 strongest super powerhouses. At that time, he and the others were far away and couldn't see clearly. But Old Qin remembered very clearly that the monster's domain was extremely similar to Lam Diem's domain now. It was both powerful and tyrannical, along with the image of Xiao Tin's left hand wanting to devour everything. Inside, Xiao Tin was screaming nonstop, I'm starving to death. The monster genes are still not strong enough, the maw that devours prisons consumes too much. He muttered to himself, if I don't eat something to fill my stomach, those little humans will hardly survive. Xiao Tin turned his attention to the level 5 monster. He poured all his energy into a monstrous voice, become my dinner. The monster was quickly devoured, it roared unwillingly. Xiao Tin glanced at it provocatively. The monster gradually lost consciousness. Before dying, it still roared unwillingly. With its last breath, it roared in anger. As it finished speaking, the monster disintegrated, becoming the left hand's dinner. Xiao Tin also roared back in anger. With that, he slammed his hand down, and the blazing devourer flared up stronger. The domain rapidly retracted, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, the monster completely swallowed within, beneath the dark night. That colossal blue flame pillar of light shot straight up to the heavens. This sight startled Old King and the others there, making them look up in awe. Looking from the academy, that blue blazing pillar covered a vast and very tall area. Little Yu and her group stood in the dorm, gazing out dumbfounded. A group of students from the west side saw it and stammered. Quite a distance away, the young master of the Fan family, who was driving, saw it and yelled. He hastily, urgently pushed open the door and got out of the car to observe. Looking at the fading flame in the distance, the Tay said quietly. His subordinate also got out of the car and added. Soon, the Superlative Academy will only be able to rely on Principal Fan to rebuild it, young master. Let's go home. The Tay's face darkened as he pondered and calculated, then grunted in affirmation. Meanwhile, Xiao Tin had returned to his human form, clutching his stomach and chuckling bitterly. After that, he calmly took a deep breath to let the food settle. He had to wait a while for it to digest. Xiao Tin mused. Before he could finish thinking, he saw the ground beneath his feet crack in large sections, accompanied by a flash of light. From underground, a land dragon suddenly burst forth in front of Xiao Tin. He looked at the monstrosities in front of him and thought. But Xiao Tin wasn't scared. Instead, he defiantly raised his middle finger. The land dragon was enraged, opening its maw and roaring loudly, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. However, before Xiao Tin could react, an attack shot forward, startling him as he turned to look. It turned out to be Shangwan Koi, using her water dragon scythe skill, charging into battle. She mercilessly slashed the monster in front of her. That wasn't all. At this moment, branches from behind reached out. At a glance, Xiao Tin recognized this as the wooden Luo 10,000 Things technique. King Triad also appeared, using his heaven-reaching skill to protect him from the land dragon's attack. Neepdung and Lamshi were also present, lending a hand. Lamshi unleashed a blazing star attack and shouted. Given this situation, Xiao Tin calculated in his head and chuckled with delight. It wasn't in vain that I performed, bringing salvation to the excellent seeds of this world. While lost in thought, countless tentacles with small teeth suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, coiling around him. Xiao Tin angrily swung his hand, chopping off their heads. It wasn't the land dragon, but the stealth monster that hadn't completely died yet. But what good are these many tentacles? Suddenly, a small mouth reached out and bit his neck. Xiao Tin was alarmed. He was pulled into a space separated from the outside world, where everything around him now resembled water. Here, there was a massive maw filled with sharp teeth stained with fresh blood. Xiao Tin affirmed this was the king. Suddenly, several streaks of yellow light shot towards him, making him very curious. After using all his senses to identify that thing, Xiao Tin realized something. He spoke directly to the entity that brought him there. Then, he forcefully inhaled all the yellow gas into his body. Xiao Tin declared confidently. In the dim space around, a voice suddenly echoed. It formed a huge monster face in front of Xiao Tin and said. The more it spoke, the more fiercely its red eyes blazed. Hand it over quickly, I'll allow you to return to the king's embrace once more. Tired of speaking kindly, it switched to threats. If you don't hand it over, there's only death. Xiao Tin looked directly at the smoke and said, This power is called King's Power, huh? If you lose the King's power the King bestowed upon you, you must be very afraid, right? He even loudly declared its identity, Flame Demon God, one of the 5 great demon gods under the king. Hearing this, it was startled and asked again, You, impossible, how do you know? At the same time, the Flame Demon God also launched many streams of smoke directly into his body. Xiao Tin showed no fear and thought to himself, because in my previous life, I was one of the 4 leaders under you, so how could I not know? He slowly removed the mask from his face, his voice full of defiance. Of course I know, a cornered dog will bite back, won't it? Now I'm going to destroy your king's power, listen up. Xiao Tin glared and puffed out his cheeks provocatively, let's see how you steal it back. The flame demon god was utterly enraged, it continuously attacked Xiao Tin. If you refuse to return to the king's embrace, then die, I will crush the weak soul of a lowly human like you with my monster network. The flame demon god roared, I'll crush you to dust. The energy was projected directly at Xiao Tin, who retorted, You call me weak? I have the soul of 2 lifetimes. With that, he immediately swallowed all the surrounding gas. At this, the flame demon god's attitude was very flustered, and it said nothing more. Xiao Tin also realized that the monster network had burst apart. Looking at the demon face slowly breaking apart in front of him, he thought to himself, after absorbing the king's power, I'll become the new leader of the monster collective. Just like an ant queen ascending the throne, I will no longer be controlled by my own kind. At the same time, in the forest, the 3 earth dragons had also vanished. Quan Kui looked at the remaining wisps of smoke and asked, The earth dragons ran away? Where's Lam Deep? Kin Triad said, He's gone. He pondered deeply before continuing, although he is wanted by us, it's true that he saved our lives this time, and the lives of the entire academy. Neep Duong and a few others ran over and said, Dean, Lam Deep said there are many more monsters like these. Kin Triad immediately replied, whether it's true or false, what happened today and Lam Deep's predictions. It's time to inform the whole world. Xiao Tin took advantage of no one paying attention to run back to Xiaongu's dormitory. Many thoughts were swirling in his mind at this moment. A new ant queen ascending the throne is an ant queen born from the ant colony after the old ant queen dies. But I am the new ant queen who appeared before the old ant queen died. He removed his torn clothes, admired his body, and affirmed, I now possess independent power, I am the new king of monsters. Although the power of the monsters doesn't seem to have changed much, in reality, an earth-shattering change has occurred. Putting on a neat outfit, Xiao Tin strode out. His friends were already waiting outside. Looking at everyone, Xiao Tin excitedly thought, now I can form a monster legion, belonging only to me. Zhao Thin saw him step out and immediately said, Big brother, I don't know if it's an illusion, but earlier, little Dao and I both felt very strange. The siblings' attitudes seemed very confused. It's like something is coming alive inside us. It's very similar to something awakening. Xiao Tin walked over and patted Zhao Thin's shoulder to reassure him, it's nothing. He said, that's the seed of hope for the world that has awakened. He said that, but in his heart, Xiao Tin had another layer of thought. But it could also be a seed of despair for the world that has awakened. At the Fan family's house, the Tay was leaning over an eternal flower bud, lamenting. Sorry, uncle, for not passing the supernova selection, shaming the family. He said irritably, I should have found a way to kill that bastard Xiao Tin earlier. Old Genoi walked over and placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder, comforting him. Stop blaming yourself. He said, who would have thought he could resist the mental outburst of a level 4 psychic ability user? This is absolutely not something a newly enrolled psychic student could do. Furthermore, Xiao Tin is very likely Lam DM. It's truly unbelievable. Immediately after that, he turned to ask the two people standing there. What about you? Do you find anything special about Lam DM, because after all, you were the one who had the closest contact with Lam DM? When asked, Tu Lam seemed very anxious, his face covered in sweat. He said, special, there's nothing particularly special. Because he was covered head to toe, I couldn't clearly see his face, but his blue flame was truly very powerful. His voice was hurried and agitated, incredibly strong. His domain, that's right, it's a flame that can burn everything to ashes. At this moment, Tu Lam's emotions couldn't be calmed any longer and he shouted, if you could see it. Suddenly realizing he went a bit overboard, a thought crossed his mind, what the hell am I saying? Saying that, wasn't I subtly mocking young Master Fan for leaving the academy too early and missing the chance to fight Lam DM? Immediately, Tu Lam lowered his voice, you'd discover that Lam DM is so powerful he's not on the same level as us, the aura he emits is very strange. I've never felt this kind of aura from anyone. After hearing that, the Tay glared at him with sharp eyes. Realizing that, Tu Lam was terrified and thought to himself, oh no, young Master Fan's expression is truly terrifying. He immediately changed his tone. As for Lam DM, he's very likely a first-year freshman, which makes me very startled. Of course, for Lam DM to be so powerful, it doesn't rule out the possibility that he knows how to conceal his true strength. Old Tranoi didn't want to listen anymore. He immediately ordered, I know. You go prepare. This made Tu Lam startled and confused. He said, just now, news announced that Lam DM's whereabouts have been discovered, you should join the team to hunt him down. Then Fan Tranoi turned to his nephew and said, the Tay, temporarily don't think about Lam DM anymore. Quickly absorb all the immortal flame in the eternal flower, we must help your father upgrade to a 5-star transcended first. Seeing that the Tay said nothing and only focused on the flower bud, he continued. Only then can our Fan family regain control of the situation that has been disrupted by the appearance of the invisible monster. At this, the Tay reluctantly replied, I will definitely do my best. He thought to himself, the purpose of making his father quickly upgrade to a 5-star transcended is to make his father capable of fighting the eternal flower monster, just like Lam DM. After all, the family is scared. The eternal flower can accelerate the cultivation speed of transcendent beings, but it can also turn into a terrifying monster. As he absorbed the flame, he calculated in his head, it can allow a person to possess the eternal flame, but it can also incinerate a person to ashes in an instant. Suddenly, the gap on the flower bud slowly closed. This made the Tay somewhat confused. What? The door to the eternal flower that opened last time has closed. I can't get the immortal flame anymore. He irritably complained, damn it, at this critical moment, Dad needs the immortal flame, the family needs the immortal flame, and I need the immortal flame even more. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ear, do you want my flame? The Tay stared blankly at the flower bud, thinking, is the eternal flower talking to me? Is it because I've absorbed a large amount of immortal flame that I can communicate with it like this? The flower bud continued, if you want my flame, you must provide me with people carrying monster genes. The scene shifts to Chungu's dormitory. She was bathing when she suddenly realized she forgot to bring clothes with her. Chungu peeked out and saw Chu-Tin sitting there, then hesitated, thinking, but that guy Chu-Tin is here, how can I go out and get them? Tin-Tun sat there and announced, I officially inform you that half of this dormitory room will belong to me. Then he mumbled, my current royal authority is just this one? Is that all? Damn. Chungu called out from inside, I forgot to bring clothes in. Chu-Tin didn't care and replied casually, then go get them yourself. Before, when you bathed at my house, you used to run around naked like an eel anyway. Hearing that, our sister Ngu was really scared, and secretly cursed, this idiot again. Then she loudly said, that was when I was tiny, you scumbag, quickly get me my clothes. He immediately grumbled, such a bother. Though he said that, he still used his small tentacles to bring her clothes. Were my clothes first, your clothes are deep in your suitcase, I'm too lazy to look for them. Chungu put on the t-shirt he gave her and cautiously stepped out, thinking, is Chu-Tin doing this on purpose? Wearing this isn't comfortable at all. She saw him sitting there mumbling like a madman and got even angrier, and this jerk isn't even paying attention to me. Too curious, Chungu walked closer and asked, hey, you jerk, what are you doing? Immediately, Chu-Tin turned to look at her with a fawning, pleading expression, hey Chungu, I want to transfer my genes into your body. Hearing this, Chungu screamed in panic, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Afraid his friend didn't hear clearly, he pressed Chungu against the wall and repeated, I'm transferring my genes to you. It seemed Chungu had misunderstood Chu-Tin's meaning, her face flushed red. Her voice stammered, if you keep talking nonsense like that, watch out, or I'll come after you. Chu-Tin didn't realize he'd been misunderstood. He urged her even more, don't dally any longer, it'll only hurt a little, like an ant bite. Then Chu-Tin reached out to hug Chungu, his voice becoming increasingly perverse, just bear with it, it'll be quick. This made her furious, so she started yelling and zapping him with electricity. Can't you understand human language? I told you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll knock your teeth out. Just like that, a powerful electric current unleashed by Chungu lit up the entire dormitory. Luckily, Chu-Tin ran quickly and escaped outside. He sighed in relief, thinking, it seems Chungu misunderstood something. I almost got electrocuted. It was at this moment that Chu-Tin calmly reevaluated himself, but it's true, I was too hasty earlier. Although he could clearly feel that his current power could bestow sovereignty upon a creature in exchange for monstrous strength. But Chu-Tin really didn't know how that creature would transform, or if its life would be in danger. It was indeed wrong to use Chungu as an experiment. He contemplated other methods. I need to catch another guinea pig to test it out first, to see if it turns into Godzilla or not. While he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. A message from Chungu, don't wander around outside anymore, I'm about to close the door and go to sleep. Come back now. He thought to himself, I wonder if it's because I've been reincarnated and am seeing things from a different perspective, but Chungu doesn't seem like her old self anymore. Chu-Tin stared blankly at the screen. In my previous life, she only wanted me to go out with other girls, then secretly tattled to ruin my good deeds, even finding joy in it. He replied, I'm going to find a mouse for an experiment. He was met with a string of question marks from her. Scene changed to a nearby forest. A lucky mouse was chosen by him to be bestowed with power. It immediately transformed, its eyes glowing red, muscles bulging, and teeth becoming sharper. Chu-Tin looked at the mouse's state and thought, if nothing changes, this mouse won't be able to withstand my power. Just as he thought this, the mouse immediately exploded. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss, his eyes flashed. Chu-Tin immediately launched an attack straight towards the source of the sound. He looked into the empty space in front of him and asked, who's there? From within the forest, a shadow slowly emerged and spoke, greetings, Lam DM. That shadow had glowing red eyes, staring intently at him. 210 also looked back at the entity with a suspicious gaze, saying nothing. The person finally revealed their face. It was Dean Kin. He stepped forward and said, 210, I know you are Lam DM. He said calmly, don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I came to find you because... 210, feigning ignorance, interrupted him, doing what? DM what? I don't understand what you're talking about, hello? Then he quickly found an excuse to leave. Dear Dean, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now. I'm in a hurry to recharge my energy. Goodbye, sir. Oldkin angrily roared, come back. 210 silently stopped. Deankin said, you should know that if I don't agree, you'll never have the chance to enter the Academy of Super Genes. It doesn't matter whether you are Lam DM or not. Can't you just chat with this old man? Well then, I'll give you some life essence as a thank you gift. 210 turned back with a cunning look. Respected Dean, I'm truly not Lam DM, but I'd be very honored to chat with you. Oldkin waved his hand and told him to sit down. At the same time, he also said, on the night Tunga lost control of her superhuman power. I already noticed you. The highest superhuman gene in history and the lowest superhuman gene in history appeared at the same time. 210 sat on a tree root, listening. What made me notice you wasn't the extremely low 1% superhuman gene, but rather the health check report provided by the Nam Noyat Gene Research Institute. Your muscle density is 2.45 times higher than people your age, and your metabolic rate is up to 42-44. 3 times higher than normal men. He replied cockily, I know I'm very manly, but I didn't expect to be that manly. Masterkin waved his hand and continued, although I am the Academy's director, I have always been researching a certain project myself. He controlled the plant and asked, is this massage good enough? He commented, the left shoulder is just SOSO. A little stronger, please. Oldkin was speechless and could only comply, all right, you really don't know how to be polite at all. He continued, I have always been researching monster genes and those who carry monster genes. They are not like superhumans, but rather a group of people with extremely mysterious mutated genes. The only thing is, when they awaken, the monster gene will completely swallow their reason, and they will transform entirely into monsters. Research indicates that unawakened superhumans will have better mental fortitude than ordinary people, and their strength will also be greater. Humans carrying monster genes actually show similar symptoms. Their muscles are stronger than ordinary people, their metabolic rate is also faster, and the most easily recognizable symptom is that they are very strong. The more monster genes they have, the clearer the symptoms. Hearing this, 210 felt a sudden sense of confusion. However, when he heard Oldkin talk about his own statistics, he became even more worried. From your health check report, it's clear you are a monster gene carrier, but you also coincidentally carry superhuman genes. Kin Triad also stated directly, that's why I stopped Fan Chien Uei from revoking your academy admission qualifications and gave you a chance to participate in the final assessment. Although I've never tested your genes, I can guess that you definitely have monster genes in you. He immediately suggested, so now you can follow me for a makeup gene test. 210 immediately stood up and refused, that would be a waste of resources. Director, I have some urgent matters, so I'll be heading back now. Please have someone bring the life fluid you promised me to my house tomorrow. Kin Triad stated directly, life fluid? It's right here. The plants in the academy are all created by my superhuman power. And on the night the Fan family's secret laboratory was destroyed, I noticed Lam DM appeared twice in the nearby area. I saw him burying many things in the ground. I bet it was life fluid, right? 210, caught off guard, trembled and asked, are you a thief? Seeing his attitude, Oldkin said, you don't need to be nervous. You risked exposing yourself to save the academy, so I believe you are an upright person. I have no ill will towards you. Based on my understanding of the Fan family, your destruction of their laboratory is not a bad thing at all. Then he persuaded him, I know you don't want others to know that you carry monster genes. I know that in this world, monster gene carriers are subjected to very strict control, and you are even more special than others. There's a high chance you'll be forced into experiments. You probably know that I've always been helping you. On the day of the Five Elements Arena, I was the one who told Shangwan Koi to help you conceal the fact that you went out on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed. Old Ken added, tonight I also told Lam Shi to go to Nam Noyet's outskirts to pretend that Lam DM appeared, so during this time. Even if the Tan Tru Jia investigates our academy, they won't investigate you. I will continue to do my best to help you in the future. After a moment of silence, Ken Triad continued, 5% of people in the world carry monster genes. They cannot solve the monster gene problem like you can. Of course, they are chipped with trackers and are under surveillance. Humans fear they will turn into actual monsters. They also fear that they themselves will lose their reason and turn into monsters at any moment. They are constantly monitored like that, always living in fear and discrimination, only able to painfully eke out each day. His voice was more earnest and sincere. I really want to know how you managed to control your monster genes. Because I want to help these 5% of people regain the normal lives they deserve. After hearing all those words, Tu Tin still adamantly refused, but unfortunately, I am not Lam Deep. Thank you, Director, for thinking highly of me and discussing this scientific research problem with me. I am truly very happy and touched. Well, I'm leaving now. He shouted, if we cannot control monster genes, then this world will never be at peace. No matter how strong our superpowers are, they cannot protect the people around us. These words made Tu Tin stop short. He said, perhaps Lam DM knows how to help them control their monster genes. Tu Tin turned back to look at the director with serious eyes and continued, but from a human perspective, wouldn't this not be a good thing? What if it makes humanity even more afraid instead? This question startled Ken Triad, who asked in return, saving them would make humanity afraid. Could it be? Tu Tin turned back and asked another question, Director, what do you think a monster is? Old Ken replied, the Tan Tru Jia believe they are superhuman creatures like us. It's just that they've lost their reason, but I've always thought that monsters are a species we don't fully understand yet. Unconsciously, he clenched his fist and continued, that's right, Director, you are the most rational person in the world. All humans are like an ant colony, and Lam DM happens to be the king of another ant colony, so. Director Ken replied, to save an ant from an ant colony, you can only kick this ant into another ant colony. Tu Tin added, one ant might not scare humans, but 100 ants, 10,000 ants, or even just 5% of the human population. Lam DM, sooner or later, will become the king of the monster gene-carrying human population. Seeing his attitude, King Triad immediately thought, how terrifying is this power? Is Tu Tin worried about this? He sighed and said, if we save them, humans will be afraid and avoid them. If we don't save them, these people will turn into monsters and lose their reason. Old Ken looked troubled, this really puts you in a difficult spot. I can't choose for you. He also affirmed, but no matter what you choose, as the director, I will support and help you. It seemed Tu Tin was just waiting for this. He asked again, are you serious? Before Director Ken could answer, Tu Tin leaped forward and hugged him, happily saying, Dear Director Ken, if you've already said so. Can you make a decision regarding the Monster Gene Academy right away? It seems Lam DM is very interested in stealing the Monster King's subordinates. Old Ken asked, confused, so you agree? Tu Tin didn't answer, but said, I think he's about to form an entire army. Tu Tin thought to himself, at this moment, I can bestow kingship upon someone in exchange for power, but if I don't bestow kingship and instead just activate those carrying monster genes, letting them grow strong naturally, then their numbers would be countless. That same night, at the Fan family's base, the heirs people secretly tied up a group of people and brought them here. The subordinate curiously asked, Young master, where is this? Why did you suddenly tell me to bring these monster gene carriers here? The heir impatiently yelled, Shut up. The person named Fan thought to himself, this is the storage room in the darkest corner of the 13th floor, beneath the undying flame, and also the location where I made an appointment with Eternal Flower. Just then, Eternal Flower also revealed cracks. The subordinate, startled, tried to shout, this is. The man was so scared he fell to the ground, stammering, this is, Eater. Eternal Flower. The blue flame swept through and consumed all the people who were brought. However, it wasn't very satisfied, constantly screaming that it wasn't enough, not enough, not enough, too weak. Then it chose a corpse and possessed it, standing before the air and complaining, unacceptably weak, they fundamentally cannot withstand my power. It demanded, I need someone who can help me fight, not just a pile of weak flesh. The subordinate, by then stiff all over, watched everything happening and couldn't utter a word. The flame demon god looked at the air with glowing red eyes amidst the blue flame and demanded, lead me to a monster gene carrier who can withstand my power, and I will grant you power far greater than you have now. His state at this moment was as if hypnotized, immediately agreeing, yes, Lord Flame Demon God. The subordinate couldn't believe his eyes. His mind was in chaos. What did I just see? Young Master Fan is making a deal with a monster? His eyes, wide with fear and bloodshot, stared at the air. Late at night, Tu-Tin finally returned to the dorm. As he tiptoed towards the door, Tunga yelled, it's this late and you're just getting back now. She stood in the middle of the room with a whip, unhappily asking, where have you been wandering off to this time? He hesitantly said, if I told you I went to talk with the director, would you believe me? Tu-Tin wondered, why does this feel like coming home secretly after drinking with friends and getting caught by my wife? Tunga swung the whip, hitting him repeatedly. Tu-Tin screamed, I'm only a little late, it's not that bad, is it? She immediately said, you scoundrel, let me beat you senseless first to get my anger out, we'll talk after I'm done hitting you. Hearing that, he was startled and asked again, what did you say? Tunga stopped and said, so you can inject it. Her face was flushed at this moment. She shyly said, since we were kids, no matter how much of a jerk you were, you never made any unreasonable demands of me. Is it because of the monster gene that you're reluctantly forced to do this now? Based on what I know about you, if you won't say it, then I'll have to make a move. With that, Tunga pulled down her collar and hesitantly said, here, come on. Without further delay, Tu-Tin shot out his tentacle and bit firmly into Tunga's neck, startling her. Tunga asked her friend, puzzled, what is this? Tu-Tin retracted his small jaw and said, it's me transferring the monster gene to you, what else? As expected, your superhuman gene truly cannot merge with my royal monster gene. So Zhao Thin and Tu Dao won't work either, it can only be someone with a monster gene, right? Tunga ignored what he was saying. She walked away sullenly without saying a word. Seeing this, Tu-Tin asked in wonder, man-eating fish, are you going to sleep? She blushed as she climbed onto the bunk bed and replied, I'm sleepy. This time, our sister Ngu will probably be introverted for the rest of her life. She climbed into bed and pulled the blanket completely over herself. Her heart was confused as she thought, what on earth did I misunderstand? Help me, I want to sleep under my blanket until the end of the world. It seems he's no longer a scumbag lately. Can a prodigal son truly turn over a new leaf? The next morning, still in Nam Noyet's dormitory. As soon as she woke up, she saw Tu-Tin staring at his phone. Tunga stood behind him and curiously asked, who is she? He replied, this is the granddaughter of Dean Kin Triad. In the photo is a cute girl with long white hair. She is a first-year student at the neighboring Monster Gene Academy. Aside from Tu-Tin, this girl carries the most monster genes in Hoa, with 92% monster genes in her body. Her name is Kung Tu-Ne. Scene shifts to Tan True City's #1 hospital. Someone was trying to reach out and press the button on the vending machine. However, at that moment, another person also arrived, but this guy not only didn't help but also mocked Duong. How long are you going to keep eating? If your limbs aren't intact, just stay at home. Do you know how annoying you are? You're a huge waste of society's resources. I'm in a hurry. As he spoke, he pushed the wheelchair aside. Duong cried out in a panic, "What are you doing?" Adin shoved the boy's hand aside. "Get lost." He shouted again, "That's my drink." The bald man bent down to grab the can of soda and clicked his tongue. "What do you mean? I'm not stealing from you, am I?" Saying that, he fiddled with a few coins in his hand. Then he threw them towards Duong, his attitude utterly despicable. "Here, this is for you." The coins fell to the ground. He clearly knew Duong couldn't pick them up, but still did it on purpose. This made the boy furious, turning red. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "You bastard, who are you looking down on? I'm going to beat you to death." Immediately, someone ran over to stop him. "Calm down, it's just a small matter. Besides, he already paid you, didn't he? Don't be so sensitive. Being overly agitated won't be good for you." Duong refused, yelling, "Get out of my way." The person immediately held the boy's wheelchair firmly, preventing him from moving. Duong was so angry that his veins popped out on his face. He bitterly cursed, "Damn it." The staff member tried to reassure the boy again, "All right, let's not dwell on it. My job is to take you for a monster gene risk assessment, so I can't let you cause trouble." Hearing that, Adin showed his displeasure. "A monster gene risk assessment? Only those with 80% or more monster genes need to do this assessment. Anyone who fails the test has to wear a safety bracelet. No wonder he's so hot-headed. So he's a monster, huh?" Before leaving, he added a few more unpleasant words. "They're just a bunch who waste society's resources. Anyway, I'm leaving. Don't want to get eaten by a monster, that would be bad luck." Before he could leave, a spark suddenly flashed across his face. Something slammed into the wall behind him, creating a significant impact that left the bald man stunned. He slowly turned his head to look and stammered, What kind of coin was that?" As soon as he turned around, he saw Tune charging at incredible speed, making him turn pale with fear. She continued to throw another coin at the wall, right beside Tu Din's face. The staff member yelled in alarm, "Kung Tune, stop. What are you doing? As class president, you should set an example for everyone. Don't cause trouble so casually." Tune shrugged and replied casually, "Oh, it's nothing. Everyone, don't be so tense. I'm not hitting his butt, I'm just returning his money." Duong was also very surprised to see her and stammered, class president." Tune wasn't finished yet. She held another coin in her hand and continued to charge. Tune's fist flew towards Adin's face at a very high speed. Then it swished past and punched straight into the wall, and she also said, "Brother, here's 3 yuan for you." Tune aggressively embedded 3 coins into the wall, and she added, "Oh, that's right. The last yuan rolled to your friend's feet. Do you want me to pick it up and give it back to you like I just did, or will you crawl over there and pick it up yourself?" Adin turned pale with fear and immediately said, No, I'll crawl over there and pick it up myself. It's all my fault, I'm stupid and shameless, please forgive me. I'll crawl over there right away." Tune casually snatched back the can of drink. "This is Duong's drink, let go quickly, I'm very strong, I'm just afraid I might accidentally crush you." She didn't hesitate to tell him directly, "Let me introduce myself. I am a monster gene carrier, the one with the most monster genes in Huaxia. Come Tune, I really want to taste what kind of scoundrel he is. If I turn into a monster, you'll be in great danger, so you have to try and get stronger." That guy Ding shivered all over and immediately replied, "Sorry, I'll try to be a good person." Tune went to her friend and happily said, "Let's go, or we'll be late for the test, Yang. Hurry up, don't be so slow." The staff member could only desperately plead, "Please, don't cause any more trouble for me." As his friend helped push the cart, Yang gloomily said, "Class leader, those of us who carry monster genes must maintain stable emotions to reduce the chance of being taken over by monsters. But I can't maintain stable emotions. No matter what I do, I can't calm down. I don't think I'll pass the danger assessment test, I'll probably have to wear a safety collar today." After this, I won't be able to hide my identity as a monster gene carrier anymore. Everywhere I go, people will be wary of me. Once my emotions go out of control, the safety collar will immediately inject poison into my body until I die. My life will be over. In contrast to his gloomy and insecure attitude, Tunei was very cheerful. She squeezed Yang Yang's cheeks and teased, "That's great then." She kept stroking his face and teasing, "That way you can do everything you like." "How free is that?" Yang Yang's face turned beet red as he replied, "Class leader, stop rubbing my head. When you do that, it makes me." Tunei laughed loudly, "You silly Yang Yang, are you getting flustered?" He yelled back, "No way." Just then, the elevator arrived. Tunei continued to cheerfully tease her friend, "Don't be sad. A good mood prevents impotence." Yang Yang's face turned red again, "Class leader, could you please stop saying things like that?" Tunei said playfully, "Let me see if you're embarrassed." Switching to Tu Tin's side, before leaving, he turned and said to Tungu, "Go to school. The dean has already granted me leave today. I have to go meet the one with the most monster genes in Huaxia." Immediately, Ms. Ngu put her arm around Tu Tin and said, "I want to go too." This made him feel both surprised and a little scared. "What? Go?" Back at the hospital, inside the elevator. Suddenly, Tunei asked, "Have you guys felt anything yet? It seems like the temperature was a bit higher just now." Someone replied, "No way." She wondered, was my feeling wrong? The boy asked, "Class leader, we have a danger test soon, aren't you nervous?" "Let us guess. This time, will the four of us monster gene carriers not need to wear safety collars again, just like last time?" At this point, the elevator had brought the group down to the 18th floor. Throughout the journey, Tungu was always sulking. She sat in a heap, muttering, "White hair, white fur, purple eyes. It's exactly your type, you philanderer." Tu Tin overheard vaguely and turned to ask, "What did you say?" Tungu replied annoyed, "I said this Tan-Tru city is really remote. We've waited so long and still haven't seen the bus to hospital number 1. He immediately explained, "Superhumans attract monsters, so the more superhumans there are in a place, the fewer civilians there should be. But it's still strange, that bus should have arrived half an hour ago, shouldn't it have?" Just as he said that, the bus arrived. Tungu saw it and reminded him, "It's here." However, Tu Tin sniffed, sensing that something was wrong. The driver, wearing a gas mask, drove while talking to someone. Report, target sighted. He is indeed standing at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to hospital number 1. Execute the mission, kill the target. Tungu jumped up in a panic and asked, "Tu Tin, has that car lost control?" He stepped in front of his best friend and said, "There's a 4-star superhuman in the car." Tu Tin quickly used his superhuman gene-assisted gloves. Then, he casually cut a piece of metal from the bus stop sign to use as a weapon. He enlarged the metal piece and powerfully slashed at the bus that was roaring towards them. The car was immediately split in two. The 4-star master was shocked and wondered to himself, "I didn't see the terrifying fire element superhuman power that young Master Fan mentioned, but I felt metal element superhuman power." The car skidded past the two youngsters. The driver was still very confused. It must only be a 3-star superhuman, but how is this possible? He looked at him and assessed, his move is very ordinary. He only used a little bit of metal element superhuman power, yet he was able to condense a large amount of iron elements, and to this extent of hardness? Thinking this, the masked man actively jumped out of the car. One of his arms flared up with a blazing red flame as he charged towards Tu Tin, muttering to himself, "As expected, I couldn't hope for this bus to run him over. It looks like it will take quite a bit of effort this time to complete the mission young Master Fan assigned. Thanks to Hoa Vin Hang's training support over the past few days, my strength has skyrocketed. Now is a perfect time to put it into practice." The next second, his special skill was unleashed, erupting a large amount of red fire that spread everywhere. While anticipating a perfect outcome, he suddenly noticed a streak of light flash across, then he exclaimed in panic inwardly, "The flames, they've been cut off." In an instant, a ray of light shot by 210 pierced through his head. Blood began to gush out and flow in streams. Even as he died, this guy couldn't believe it and wondered, this is only a 3-star transcendent? 210 looked at the glove and exclaimed, artificial transcendent equipment, this glove is like a hack. It contains 9% of the transcendent genes that I've refined. Although it can't compare to the transcendent genes generated by my own body, it's better than nothing. Once I accumulate enough 10% transcendent genes, I can initially build the Myriad Swords constellation. That's not bad, it's enough to unleash transcendent power. After dealing with the masked man, he immediately called Old Kin to report, hello, dear Dean, I accidentally killed someone at the bus stop. But that guy was clearly not a good person just by looking at him. Dean Kin heard this and burst into a rage, shouting, what? We just started cooperating, and you've already committed a murder? 210 also spoke more seriously, come here and pick up the body for me. Also, remember to tell them to take me to hospital number 1 as well. I think things are stirring up there. Old Kin immediately agreed. At this moment, Tunga whispered into his ear, hey, you flirt, a street assassin scum like this, who hunts down innocent civilians, can probably be turned into a snack, right? 210 replied, I still have a large amount of genes that haven't been digested yet, so I don't mind this problem. He's probably a sacrifice for the Fan family. If we hand him over to the Dean, who knows what he might find out. However, at this moment, he felt extremely uneasy about not having reached the hospital yet. 210 recalled, at this time in my previous life, I was also there, foolishly listening to the deceptive words of the demoness Kung Tu Ne, and willingly let to perform a danger test on me happily. On that day, apart from failing the danger test, nothing else major happened. But today, I have a very bad feeling. At the hospital, the nurse, holding the assessment report, sat opposite Kung Tu Ne and sighed, saying, Kung Tu Ne, your current strength is at least 3 times greater than that of an ordinary person. This is very abnormal, meaning the monster genes have begun to greatly affect your body. The nurse's face was sad. Even if your spirit and emotions are still fine, I'm very sorry, but as a safety gene inspector, I am obligated to be responsible to humanity, so I cannot pass you on the safety test. Thus, the fail box on your assessment was checked. However, Tune's attitude was very stable. She pondered for a moment. Then she slyly replied, it's like condoms and tadpoles, right? My condom isn't complete yet, it just contains a lot of tadpoles. I guess that shouldn't be a problem, right? The nurse immediately interjected, too many will be a problem. Tune lightly pulled back her collar to look at her necklace and confidently said, if it doesn't spill out, I won't get pregnant. I have very good control. While waiting in the hallway, her phone vibrated. As soon as Tune answered, she smiled and said, Grandpa, I was just thinking of you, and you called. On the other end, Ken Triad asked, Tune, you're still as cheerful and lively as ever today, aren't you? Did you pass the danger test? She quickly replied, of course not. Old Ken sighed deeply, this girl is truly too straightforward, but trust me, you'll be fine. He also took the opportunity to inform her of something, later, someone will come to find you. You must listen to him, because he can help you break the shackles of the monster genes. For now, there's only one slot. Hearing this, Tune exclaimed, awesome. Who's that amazing? Hearing his granddaughter say that, Ken Triad immediately reminded her, watch your language. Anyway, you must cooperate. While talking, she saw Duong sitting there and asked, but Grandpa, there's only one slot. Why are you so stingy? Seemingly guessing his granddaughter's intention, he yelled so loudly it almost broke the phone, there will be more later, Kung Tune, what are you planning to do? She smiled and replied, won't there be more later? Right now, someone needs this slot more than I do. As Tune said this, her gaze was directed straight at the miserable Duong, who was sitting slumped there. Once again, Old Ken shouted frantically, Kung Tune, your situation is very dangerous right now. You need this slot more than anyone. I order you to use this slot first. She quickly retorted, "Don't worry, my self-control is stronger than anyone's. I can control myself." On this side, Ken Triad was no longer calm enough to sit. He jumped up and said, "You're the one with the most monster genes. It could happen at any moment. If something were to happen to you, what would I tell my deceased daughter?" Tune softly said, "Grandpa, my dad said I'm very much like you. Today, if you were me, you would definitely, without hesitation, give this slot to someone who needs it more. Your granddaughter cannot ruin your lifelong glory and reputation." However, old Ken still refused. "Come, Tune, this time, no matter what, you must." He was still speaking when the girl on the other end hung up. At this point, the old grandpa could only sigh. He buried his face in his hands and said, "But I can't decide this matter. Tune is a child like an angel, please choose her." Back at the hospital, Duong, now quite agitated, said, "What are you doing? If you want to look, just look openly and honestly." He pulled open his collar to reveal his necklace and shouted, "Damn it, just wearing a dog chain and you think you're a monster who can kill us humans?" His two friends next to him immediately tried to calm him down. Duong, don't get angry, calm down, don't get so agitated." He kept screaming, "There's no way I'll become a monster, there's no way I'll surrender to this world." Suddenly, the phone rang. It was his older sister calling. Immediately, Duong raised a hand to his mouth, shushing, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he calmly answered the phone in a soft voice, "Sister, of course I'm fine. The danger test passed. I've already made plans to watch a movie with friends, so you don't need to come here." However, at this moment, Though had already arrived at the hospital gate. After hanging up, she returned to her live stream. "My friends, on the way flying here, wasn't it exciting? In this world, besides you all, the person I just talked to on the phone is the one I love the most. Okay, that's it for today's live stream, bye-bye." With such cuteness, wherever the beautiful sister Though flew, fans followed, everyone had to turn their heads to look. But at this very moment, something strange happened at the hospital. The tiles and rubble of the hospital yard seemed to be affected by an unseen force, causing them to completely crack and break apart. As Though flew past, she heard a loud commotion and turned back curiously to see what it was. Before her eyes was a terrifying sight. The ground was shaking, the floor was cracked and shattered, just like an earthquake. Though wondered, "What's happening? Why am I being propelled upward like this?" But very quickly, she realized, no, this hospital is collapsing. Suddenly, Though remembered her younger brother with a start. "Oh no, Duong." The ground shook. Though, flying above, suddenly looked up at the ceiling. The rocks high above began to collapse gradually, falling in scattered pieces. She spoke with a voice full of worry, yet also astonishment. "How many meters is the hospital collapsing? Oh no." Another large rock was also swaying as if about to fall. Though continued, "The cliff face is also collapsing." More and more rocks fell from the ceiling. They fell in large chunks. Though looked up and saw the situation getting more critical by the moment. She spoke, still in disbelief, "The hospital is about to be buried." Suddenly, she heard the cries for help from those trapped below. "Help me." She glanced down. There were still 5 people. Seeing this, Though immediately used her magic. She shouted loudly, "Wind!" A green gust of wind appeared, weaving through the cracks between the rocks. She flew above, using her power to stop the falling rocks, which prevented them from crushing a couple sheltering on the hospital stairs. The wind flowed to a brown-haired man, stopping rocks from crashing down on him. Next, the green wind swiftly moved to the red-haired girl, causing the rock above her head to stop instantly. Finally, it stopped at the black-haired young man, the wind lifting the rocks, making them stop falling. Task complete. Though gathered the rocks from everywhere. Once again, she shouted, "Roll!" Though used all her strength to push the rocks away. They crashed down, shards of glass flying everywhere. Creating a chaotic scene, the surrounding people quickly jumped out, following Though. The rocks were now piled up outside. Everyone was finally safe. The man and the couple tried to reassure the woman, "We're saved." Hearing this, though looked in their direction. The woman trembled continuously despite the man's efforts to calm her, her face panicked. He placed his hands on her shoulders. "Don't be afraid. Absolutely don't stress. The purifiers will protect us." Hearing that, though immediately turned and spoke. "Get out of here quickly. The rest is up to you guys. Now I still have to go somewhere else." The man and the couple hugged the girl. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man, at this moment, asked though, "Where are you going?" "We'll go with you. It'll be safer that way." Though sat there and said with a very awkward expression, "I have to go to the 18th floor." The brown-haired man stopped dead in his tracks. He said, "The 18th floor of Tantru City's first hospital, Department of Monster Gene Diagnosis. Only those with monster genes who show abnormal symptoms have to go there." The brown-haired man yelled with a terrified face as he spoke. "No, you can't go in there. Even if you go in there now, what good will it do? Anyone would feel scared and agitated encountering something like this. Everyone there must have already turned into monsters." Though said in a firm tone. She immediately denied what he had just said. "That's not true. My Dune can control himself." Though didn't notice in time that the chip on the neck of the girl and the couple was emitting a red light. The people around instantly realized and started to flee. This sound was coming from the tracking chip implanted in the neck of someone carrying the monster gene. This woman is the one with the monster gene. She's about to turn into a monster. The brown-haired man quickly ordered though, "Kill her quickly. You are a cleanser. Eliminating monsters is your responsibility." She narrowed her eyes with annoyance and said, "I don't need you to tell me. I'll do it myself." Once she can no longer control herself, if she ultimately turns into a monster. The man and the couple continued to comfort the girl. Don't be scared, don't be scared, nothing will happen to us. My love, try to control yourself, don't give up." Now, prominent veins appeared on her neck. Dawn began to transform. Her eyes glowed, her face and body gradually deformed, tearing the clothes she was wearing. She opened her large mouth, which now only held 2 rows of sharp teeth. The man next to Dawn was also slowly transforming. No. Seeing this, the people around instantly recoiled or ran away. They shouted, "That man is also a monster." Though then spoke, "I'm sorry." After saying that, she immediately dealt with the couple, and blood splattered everywhere. The brown-haired man continued speaking, still looking at her with a face full of fear. "Cleanser officer, you've seen the situation right now. They're just ordinary monster gene carriers, yet they've all turned into monsters, let alone the people on the 18th floor. They are all unusual monster gene carriers, no miracle will happen. So you don't need to go there." Though showed an annoyed expression. She spoke, "Stop talking. No matter what, I have to go there. Surely there's someone still lucky and unharmed. The hospital will also have cleansers protecting it. Follow me. I'll find them to help everyone, they'll get you out of here. Don't worry, rescue will arrive soon. Nothing bad will definitely happen." The rescue team's vehicle sped along the road. Q10 sat in the back seat, making a call, and said to the other end of the line, "For the Dean of Nam Noyat Super Academy, your dedicated car is really crummy. By the time we reach the first hospital, it'll be dark." The Dean on the other end of the line spoke. "Now is not the time to quibble over these things. I just received information that the hospital has collapsed." Q10 was surprised. "Huh?" The Dean immediately replied, "It's true. Suddenly, the hospital collapsed underground." He continued, "The cleanser headquarters is investigating the cause. Currently, they've only discovered it was a very large-scale subsidence. Although the hospital hasn't collapsed yet, and the ground and rocks beneath it haven't cracked, the situation is still precarious. According to the life detection equipment, the number of casualties at the hospital is not yet very large, and apart from a few individuals with monster genes who transformed into actual monsters, there are no traces of monster activity. Hearing that, both Tungu, who was sitting in the back, and Tutu, who was driving, turned back to look worriedly. The blue-green car continued to move on the road as the dean continued. The cleanser headquarters is ordering a cleansing squad to dive into the water system to enter the hospital and rescue people. Tu-10, I hope you'll take on this mission. Go save Tu-Ne and the students from the Monster Academy. I'm sure Tu-Ne and their friends can hold on until you arrive. Tin-Tun's face grew serious. He thought, in my previous life, there was clearly no hospital subsidence event like this. Plus, I was ambushed earlier, there's definitely something fishy going on. After thinking, he immediately replied to the other end of the line, Dean, I understand. But you must send someone to bring True Thin and True Tu Dao from my team here right away. Also, I want to borrow one more person from you. He replied. Who? Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Tu Dao signaled her brother to stop eating. Brother, this is bad. She looked at her brother and said with a serious face, Now I find you very strange. No matter how much I eat, I don't feel full. Just now I ate 30 steamed buns, 30 of them. If this keeps up, I'll turn into True Dai Dao. Seeing that her brother didn't reply, she asked her brother in an awkward voice, Huh? How much have you eaten already? True Tan had eaten so much his cheeks were bulging and his eyes wide. The brother spoke as he ate. Tu Dao. If this continues, we'll go bankrupt, but it's really strange. Even if I eat until I'm full to bursting, my stomach still feels very hungry. She shrugged. She let her hands drop and said, Brother, just now the superhuman gene in my body also grew wildly. So I immediately drank a bottle of life essence. And it actually alleviated this feeling of hunger quite a lot. He repeated his sister's words. Life essence. True Tana's eyes had now turned red. He said angrily, startling Tu Dao beside him, I remember now, the thief who stole a bottle of my life essence. He turned to the other side then spoke, I have to go get it back. She was surprised. She tried to stop her brother, wait, brother. Tu Dao spoke, advising her brother, we're not only eating more, but our strength has also increased a lot, so you have to be careful, don't accidentally kill someone, okay? Seeing that her brother didn't seem to be listening, True Dao only managed to call out, brother. No one stood in front of True Tan, blocking his path, Brother True, wait, I have something to say. He seriously looked up at True Tan and said, leave Tu Tin's team, listen to me. True Tan, with red light flashing in his eyes, quickly pushed him aside, get out of my way, I'm very hungry right now, don't bother me. No one continued to speak. Brother True, even though you won the supernova, that doesn't mean you have the strength of a supernova. You were able to awaken because Tu Tin gave you a lot of life essence, right? Although Tu Tin also had good intentions, True Tan didn't seem to pay attention to his words, only staring at the gray-haired young man. He now noticed True Thin's gaze and thought, why is that guy staring at me like that? No one continued his story, but he has openly opposed the Fan family, and opposing them won't lead to a good outcome. He continued, after all, we are just ordinary people. Even if we awaken, we can't compare to someone with both talent and backing. Meanwhile, the gray-haired young man approached True Tan. He provoked, a trash student with only 39% superhuman genes, what are you trying to do to my subordinate? No one continued. No Hum received support from young Master Fan, so he also has a lot of life essence. Now he's even starting to condense star maps. He's the chosen one, you'll never compare to him. No one looked down at the gray-haired young man. He spoke, are you going to pay me with life essence in place of your subordinate? Hearing that, he immediately replied. This guy must have a screw loose. I dare to give it, but do you dare to take it? The young man looked at him provocatively, swinging a bottle of blue life essence in both hands. No one looked at him, startled, and said, "True Tan, it's out of respect for our many years as classmates that I'm advising you like this." True Tan didn't care and intended to punch the gray-haired young man with his own strength. Unfortunately, he also used his strength to create a water sphere shield. The young man provoked, "Break through my water sphere first, then we'll see." No one spoke louder this time. This is the real world, not some sci-fi movie or anime. Don't mess with power, because no miracle will appear to save us. As soon as he finished speaking, True Tan, with a surprised look, punched through the shield and hit the young man in the face, sending him to the ground, his face bruised. No one just mumbled when he saw that. Yes, True Tan didn't care about what he said. His eyes widened as he looked at his fist. How am I so strong? Luckily, I stopped in time, so I didn't punch him to death. The young man lay flat, still unable to believe he had just been defeated by True Tan. He muttered, "No way." No one continued, "Even if you win one fight, you won't be able to join their group. You'll only become a scapegoat." Suddenly, Quan Koi appeared at the restaurant door, calling loudly, "True Tan, True Tu Dao." She spoke, "Sure enough, you two are here. Let's go. Tu Tin called us to go on a mission." True Tan, who had now reclaimed the 2 bottles of life essence, spoke up. Thuong Quan Koi and Koi, standing nearby, could only gape in wide-eyed astonishment. No one stood frozen in confusion and thought. The people around were also extremely surprised. Thuong Quan Koi, the strongest superhuman in Nam Noyet. The Academy's protector, this favored child of heaven and earth, actually came to find the True Tan siblings on her own initiative. His expression changed, his face darkened, full of ill will. His eyes wide, he thought, Kyo Min didn't choose wrong. Ordinary people like me can only try to live out the rest of our lives. You will not succeed, you will surely fail, you will become a scapegoat, a pathetic pile of shit trampled by power. On the 18th floor of the hospital, Tu Nei, with her hands on her hips, looked at Captain Tu. "Captain Tu, why are you always so hot-headed and impatient?" He backed away, looking at her with fear. Seeing this, Tu Nei smiled and said to him, "Relax, don't always look ready for battle. We won't easily turn into monsters." Captain Tu frowned uncomfortably, remaining cautious. He spoke, "You are all ticking time bombs. I can't, just because of my own carelessness." He continued, frowning, "'Cause everyone here to be affected, because this entire floor is full of people with monster genes. Even if the monster genes in them are very few, once bitten by a monster, they will definitely turn into monsters." Captain Tu continued, "There are also nurses and doctors here. Although they receive hazardous duty pay, they are very important to this society. Their lives are extremely precious, unlike those with monster genes." Now Tu Nei's face also became more serious, she no longer smiled. Captain Tu looked at Tu Nei across from him and said, "If I could decide for humanity, I would choose to become a demon and kill all those with monster genes to eliminate the disaster." Tu Nei looked at the captain, she frowned and said, "You're such a scumbag." As soon as she finished speaking, she sighed. Then she turned around and pulled back her collar, revealing her necklace with the embedded chip. Tu Nei excitedly showed off to Dung Dung. She spoke, "Dung Dung, look. I also have this necklace. Now we're super cool. Later, when we take the subway, you can confidently do your own thing. I'll be by your side cheering you on." He blushed shyly, "Oh, class monitor." Dung Dung asked in surprise, "But if I'm indulging myself, why are you cheering me on?" Tu Nei pinched Dung Dung's cheek, laughing as she continued, "Oh, come on, why be shy? That's what makes it exciting. We still have people who love us by our side. As long as the sky doesn't fall, we must try to control ourselves." Suddenly, gravity pulled down on the 18th floor, where everyone was gathered. Tu Nei hadn't even finished her sentence, because ever since we started school, the only lesson has been self-cultivation. She was surprised, asking, "Is it an earthquake? What is this feeling of weightlessness? Why is it like this?" As soon as she finished speaking, a giant rock fell, tearing a large hole in the ceiling. Don't tell me, the sky is really falling. Rocks, big and small, rained down, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. Dyung and Tune were both terrified. Both she and Dyung were freely floating in midair. Falling rocks scattered. Tune had lost control by then. She screamed loudly and then gradually lost consciousness. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in the darkness, the light of an emergency lamp. Tune woke up, her face clearly showing pain. How long have I been unconscious? Captain Tu used his power. 2 flickering flames appeared in his hands. Seeing this, Tune immediately asked, "What are you doing?" He frowned and replied, "Such a big incident has occurred. Your existence is a threat, especially you, Kung Tune. Others might not know, but I do. Once you turn into a monster, the toxins from that safety necklace will be completely useless." Tune struggled, then continued, "Everyone calm down, I'm here. Activate your own human period." She braced her hand against the floor. She continued, "Captain Tu, we've received special training, we won't lose control easily. On the contrary, it's you. You're not professional at all. Why keep provoking people with monster genes who are already in a dangerous state?" The young man on the right placed his hand over his left chest, trying to calm himself down. "Breathe, breathe." Dyung comforted himself by thinking about his sister. "Can't make my sister worry." The young man on the left seemed to be nearing his breaking point. He said, "I can't take it anymore, save me." Tune reprimanded Captain Tu, "Your biased judgment will make you lose the focus you should have." Tune said, "It's as if you'll fall even deeper." No sooner had she spoken than a monster lunged from behind and sank its sharp teeth into Captain Tu's shoulder. Its hand pierced his abdomen. He was stunned. I didn't even notice that low-level monster gene carriers transform faster. Captain Tu was immediately torn apart by the monster. Someone yelled, "The captain's been eaten." Dyung trembled, his hand loosely at his neck. He warned, "We must get out of here immediately." He was a 3-star super product. Once this monster finishes digesting him, it will continue to evolve. Dyung pointed directly towards the glass door where the nurses were standing. He said, "Hide in the nurses' station." The glass door and the glass at the nurses' station are both bulletproof, and the nurses also have guns for self-defense. The 2 nurses were surprised, holding their guns, their faces fearful as they looked at the group. A young man spoke up, denying, "No way they'll let us in there." He checked behind him and continued, "Monsters are rushing in, trapping them in one spot. More monsters are coming. We're out of options, the wall is behind us." He looked at all of them with fear and said, "It's over. Even if we can control ourselves, they'll bite us, and we'll all turn into monsters anyway." Tune's face was serious. She continued his words, "It's not safe here, so we—" As she finished speaking, a blue light flashed in her eyes. She channeled her power, forming her right hand into a fist. She punched the ground hard, causing the floor to sink. She continued, "Let's try going downstairs." The others were utterly astonished, only managing to stammer, "Class monitor." Tune cut them off and said, "Jump down with me." The whole group jumped down. Dyung asked her in surprise, "How did you do that?" Tune seemed to enjoy this floating moment. She smiled and replied, "Just activate the semi-mutation mode." She continued, pointing seriously in the direction they needed to go, "It's like even if you don't wear 3 wolves, but can still control yourself, then you won't get pregnant." A young man immediately replied to Tune, "Miss Tune, you can't do that. Next time you might not be able to control it." She smiled again and replied to him, Okay, you just focus on finding the way." Another young man reminded her, "What if the safety collar gets activated? You'll be poisoned to death." She spoke up, continuing to reassure them, "I know, let's go, and you also have to control yourselves, come on, men aren't allowed to say they can't do it." Outside the hospital, a nurse with orange hair was assisting the vice director. She spoke, "Hello, I am the vice director of Tantru City's #1 hospital. This time we were lucky to escape a disaster. Our hospital sank underground and was submerged by a large amount of earth and rocks. Fortunately, according to the reconnaissance specialist, the hospital's architectural structure is solid, so it didn't collapse. There's still a balance between the earth and rocks and the hospital. Her expression changed. The vice director continued, if we risk digging out the earth and rocks, it's very likely the hospital will truly collapse. We must do our best not to disturb the balance of the earth and rocks before proceeding with the rescue. Luckily, the water source here is also quite abundant. As she spoke, she thought of the connection points to the hospital. According to expert calculations, there are 2 points under the water that can connect to the hospital, using those as entry points. Therefore, this rescue operation will be assigned to 2 clearance squads. Each squad will lead a rock element extraordinary person who is also a geological structure expert. These 2 squads will split up and enter through the 2 entry points. The biggest problem that the clearance squads will face is the high possibility of monsters appearing in the water and monsters transformed from people with monster genes within the hospital. She lowered her head and continued, our hospital will tally the number of people rescued and reward these 2 squads. For every person rescued, there will be a reward of 10,000 yuan and a vial of life essence. Thank you for the assistance of the squads. There are only 2 slots, so team captains of clearance squads, please register quickly. Tungu heard that and raised her hand, saying, Doomsday Mars squad registers. The vice director immediately replied, Doomsday Mars? That's an unfamiliar name. Is it a new clearance squad? She smiled with narrowed eyes and politely declined, thank you very much for participating, but we are also very concerned about the safety of our colleagues and patients in the hospital. If possible, we hope that other more experienced squads will register. The nurse leaned into her ear and whispered, Vice Director, that's all. The vice director replied to her, all what? She whispered again, only their team registered. Her eyes widened, and with one hand, she pushed her glasses up. The vice director clearly showed disappointment, her emotions sinking. She said, is our hospital's reputation that bad? It's all because this old woman isn't capable enough. The nurse quickly supported her. She spoke up to comfort her, Vice Director, calm down. Perhaps the monster tide from last time seriously injured them. The elites of the Extraordinary Academy are all too weak. Those who fought in that beast tide haven't recovered yet, and even a 4-star general isn't much better off. The vice director smiled politely again. She looked at them and spoke, there's no more time, the rescue operation must proceed. Doomsday. Tungu immediately corrected, Mars Squad. She continued, ever since you appeared, I've felt that you are extraordinary. You are the chosen ones for this mission. It's also tough for you to split into 2 teams. Thank you, thank you. She immediately reassured her, don't worry. We are ready, ma'am. After speaking with the vice director, Tungu called the other end of the line, we've secured those 2 slots, no need to block people anymore. Half an hour ago, on the 2 roads leading to the academy, the sky was blue with white clouds, and tree branches swayed in the wind. Quan Koi stood blocking the road at the hospital entrance. She spoke, if you want to participate in the mission, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Seeing this, the man wearing glasses from another squad replied, Thuan Quan Koi, it's not necessary, we'll go back then. You must have your own reasons for doing this. On this side, Tu Tin was proclaiming in the streets. He smiled and said, the hospital sinking like that definitely implies something shady. To ensure safety, I advise everyone not to participate. But no one listened to him. They ignored him and continued towards the hospital. Tin Tun sneered and began to use his power. He thought, last time you guys bought me some time. The violet-colored hand, covered by a golden glove, shot out a blue electric beam. He continued to think to himself, so I can't just stand by and watch you walk into your deaths, because I'm a decent person, you know. The electric beam shot out long iron ore deposits into one side of the tall building. A blinding light appeared, blocking the group from proceeding. Tin Tun continued to release iron ore deposits, blocking their way and stopping the crowd. He stopped his power, then smiled politely and said, are you listening to me? Why do you keep competing with me for this mission? Isn't it for everyone's safety? Let's charge forward, I must repay you all. At this moment, the crowd, with murderous looks on their faces, looked towards 210. One person said, "Is this guy the most talked about supernova? He looks so arrogant." The large man wearing a red mask spoke, "This blonde kid is looking for a very new way to die." Another young man said, "Who knows how much he cheated to get that supernova award?" The gray-haired woman glared at him and said, "If you're so arrogant, you'll definitely get slapped down hard." Standing in front of his battlefield full of iron ore, 210 waved his hands and laughed loudly, "Just kidding, just kidding. My senior brothers and sisters are all too scary. We can't fight like this in the academy, it's falling." He waved his hand to create a circle on the ground and said, "Doesn't our academy have a traditional dispute resolution method? It's where everyone goes into a small circle at their feet, and whoever steps out of the circle loses." 210's face showed a hint of danger. He sneered and then continued, "Of course, since I blocked your way. You can all act together, I won't tell anyone. No one will say you're despicable like that." The orange-haired boy, seeing this, then spoke, covering his eyes with both hands, "He's really asking for it. I really can't stand it anymore." Deepan also spoke, "To deal with this guy. It really doesn't need to be a big deal. Then let's draw a circle fairly once." Tramon said in a threatening tone, "The last time you played draw a circle with me, you couldn't even keep your pants on." Deepan stepped forward, he channeled his power, and an orange light emanated from his hand as he looked at the boy with a serious face. "Don't worry, we won't outnumber you. Let me come and experience Junior Brother's sword." His scarred arm gripped the hilt of his sword, and the young man continued, "I have some experience I can share with Junior Brother. You practiced the myriad sword astral chart. Now you must center on your superhuman strength, condensing a large amount of excess iron into swords." Deepan said as he swung his sword, turned into a circle at his feet. Rays of light also formed from there, coiling around him. The young man continued, "Swords aren't better just because they're bigger. If your sword condenses too large, each time you control it, it will consume an extreme amount of your superhuman strength. Your superhuman strength will quickly deplete and cannot be sustained for long." He held the hilt of his sword firmly, and the young man spoke, "You must find a balance." He looked at him with a serious face, the glowing sword still in his hand. "Be careful, my sword can destroy anything." Tin-Tun smiled politely and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother." He began to use magic through the mirror in his hand and continued, "But I only know this move. I haven't had a chance to learn to copy other moves yet." Saying that, he created 2 giant yellow swords made of iron. He spoke, "Now I have many superhuman genes. I want to see how big of a sword I can create by using all the remaining iron items." A sword fell, and 210, without expending any effort, caught the sword and lifted it with both hands. The sword's immense weight caused the surrounding ground to crack. The young man was surprised. He thought, the ground cracked. Deepan's eyes widened. He continued to think, when he caught the sword, he didn't use any superhuman strength, only physical strength. The gray-haired girl was also extremely astonished. "Is this a monster?" The orange-haired boy and the people around him all gaped in surprise. A superhuman's body couldn't possess such strength. Tin-Tun chuckled triumphantly. He said, "Are you ready?" Deepan immediately froze, his bewildered face trying to guess 210's attack method. What kind of attack does he want to use? Surely not. He continued to think as 210 swung the iron sword at him, he's just swinging that sword directly, isn't he? Does he think a sword is a stick? Both Tramon and the orange-haired boy looked up in the direction of the sword. The boy spoke with an awkward expression, "It's okay, the bigger it is, the harder it is to be precise. Deepan's sword can destroy it." Finishing his words, Deepan rushed straight at 210 and unleashed his magic, shouting, "Star Diagram Divine Sword, cleave." Tin-Tun knelt down, and Deepan's sword was quickly chopped off. He was incredibly astonished, it broke. Deepan looked up at 210's sword again and thought, his sword still has a very large mass. He continued to think, too fast a reaction. It shifted down the moment the sword was struck, then immediately shifted up, ensuring the sword's integrity as much as possible. Tramon raised an eyebrow as if not understanding what was happening. The orange-haired boy's face changed color as he looked at the iron lump in Tu Tin's hand with horror. He thought, does he want to swing it at us too? After thinking, Tu Tin swung the iron lump at all of them in an instant. They only had time to shout, "Oh, random strike." Tin Tun, with sparkling eyes, glanced at them, revealing an equally amusing expression, "Wow." All of them fell with a thud to the ground. Tu Tin now gave a thumbs up, looking at them with a provocatively proud expression, "Direct hit." The whole group began to scramble to their feet. The orange-haired boy frowned and spoke, "Not injured at all, but the humiliation is intense." Tin Tun in the distance continued to swing the iron lump. The orange-haired boy spoke, his face filled with surprise. "That stick of his is actually the best weapon for this game of drawing circles." The boy thought, he can actually swing that stick like that, again. Tramon was annoyed. She intended to teach Tu Tin a lesson. "I'm going to smash his pants." Hearing that, the orange-haired boy stared up at her. "Go, Tramon." Half an hour later, Tu Tin laughed as he triumphantly recounted his victory. His eyes remained glued to his phone as if checking something. "The more I swung, the easier it got. All troops annihilated, the dust has settled. I'm leaving." He glided towards them and said, "Thank you, senior brothers and senior sisters, for holding back. Thank you all for sparing your time for me this time. I will quickly repay you with an unbelievable surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, they looked at Tu Tin with murderous expressions. What trick is he up to now? Suddenly, an announcement was broadcast throughout the hospital. "Attention all survivors in the hospital. I am the Purifier Tong Nan. To avoid disrupting the balance, this will be my only psychic message to everyone. The purifiers have begun their operation. We will establish rescue pathways at operating room number 4 on the 11th floor and the south restroom on the 6th floor. Survivors who can ensure their safety may proceed to these 2 locations on their own. If you encounter danger, please find a safe place and await rescue. Please trust that we will surely come to rescue you. Remember, over." In the room where Xiao Nei's group was hiding, Lam Dao shouted loudly. "That's great." Xiao Nei quickly reminded him, "Lower your voice a bit. You'll attract monsters if you're like that. Do I need to crush you for you to calm down? Everyone must remain calm. Perseverance is victory." They didn't notice that at this moment, Tran Fai was trembling in a corner of the room. She tried to look outside through the hole in the door. Xiao Nei smiled and continued, "We just need to wait for rescue here." She turned around and reassured everyone, "There are many purifier guards in this hospital." Xiao Nei spoke, now having noticed Tran Fai. She looked in his direction. Tran Fai was trembling, holding his chest with both hands. "They will also eliminate the mutated monsters outside." He replied with a worried expression, sweat pouring down like a stream, "But why, on our way here, did we not see any other purifier guards apart from the captain who escorted us?" Tran Fai quickly reached a conclusion, still shaking uncontrollably. Something unexpected must have happened here. Xiao Nei smiled and comforted him, "Don't overthink it. Perhaps they were just delayed by something." Suddenly, behind the door, a loud noise appeared, startling Xiao Nei. Lam Dao stood up and said to Xiao Nei, "It's monsters. Was it because I was too loud just now?" She replied to him, "No, they probably just happened to be outside and haven't noticed us." Tran Fai was slowly transforming, his neck showed bulging veins, and the chip was also emitting a red light to signal, "See class leader, class leader." Lam Dao looked in Tran Fai's direction and advised, "Tran Fai, calm down. Duong, who is at high risk and wearing a safety bracelet, can still remain calm. Why can't you persevere?" Xiao Nei also added, "Tran Fai, don't give up. Can you hold on a little longer?" Tran Fai looked at them with tears streaming down his face. He said, "Class leader, everyone." His body gradually transformed, and sharp teeth and claws began to appear. He continued to speak, This damned fate was probably set from the beginning. I can't resist any longer. Tran Phi had now completely transformed. He struggled to say his last words, "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. You all must be stronger than me, keep resisting, survive." The noise outside the door also grew closer than ever. Xiaonei glanced at the door with a look of extreme panic. Lam Dao warned everyone, "Oh no, Tran Phi's monster gene is 84%. He's going to turn into a level 2 monster." He said with an awkward expression, "Let's go outside." Xiaonei disagreed. She spoke, "No, there's not just one monster outside." Suddenly, Duong spoke up, "Let me. I'll stop Tran Phi." He continued with a determined expression, looking directly at Tran Phi, who was now completely a monster. "Class leader, you figure out a way to get Lam Dao out." Duong grimaced and shouted, "I'm the high-risk one, and moreover, my legs aren't convenient. If you stay here, there's no way out. I want to survive. I can definitely risk my life to hold Tran Phi back." Suddenly, a blue light appeared. Duong hadn't even finished his sentence, "So let me do it." A large flame appeared, burning a hole in the floor, sending debris flying everywhere. He and Lam Dao immediately retreated. Lam Dao was shocked, "A blue flame. Tran Phi was burned to death." The flame quickly receded. Someone immediately replied to him, "No, I think he must have fallen through." Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. They looked down into the hole from which the flame had erupted earlier. "What exactly is this?" Everyone was stunned. One of them spoke while looking down into the deep, dark hole. It seemed like there was no way out. "Are the purifiers here to save us? Are their actions that fast? Deep below, what exactly is it?" Xiaonei, Duong, and Lam Dao all peered down into the hole together. Lam Dao spoke. "Monsters below level 4 don't have elemental powers. The flame just now was blue, so it's either a monster of level 4 or higher, or a psychic." He turned to glance at Xiaonei and continued, "If a level 4 monster appeared here, we'd have been dead long ago, right? So I guess, down there must be the exterminator's rescue team." Lam Dao's eyes widened. He started to get worried thinking about the exterminators, but it's so quiet down there. If they were exterminators, they should at least make some noise, right? Or there's a reason they can't make a sound, just like we don't dare speak loudly, afraid of attracting the attention of the monsters outside, Duong interjected, "But..." Lam Dao continued, "He put his foot into the hole, intending to jump down. This is a good opportunity. Didn't that exterminator just send a telepathic message saying we could go to floor 11 or floor 6? Going down from here is the best shortcut. I'll go down and scout first." Xiaonei panicked when she saw Lam Dao about to jump down. She said to her friend, Duong, "Grab him." Duong immediately replied, his face no less panicked, "Uh-huh." Duong quickly grabbed Lam Dao, who had already jumped down. Holding him with one hand, and grabbing his collar with the other, Duong scolded Lam Dao. "Don't you have any awareness of your own luck? We're in trouble, and suddenly an escape route appears. Would such a good thing really fall to us?" Xiaonei immediately chimed in, "We are the unluckiest people in this world. Even when buying instant noodles, we get a packet without seasoning, condoms have holes. An exit being a trap, that's the kind of messed up stuff that should happen to us." Lam Dao still frowned and argued stubbornly, "No, a few days ago, didn't a psychic at the Psychic Academy use blue flames? It could be." As Xiaonei spoke, she reached down and grabbed Lam Dao. "It could be. It's true a psychic used blue flames, but that monster also used blue flames, so we shouldn't risk it." She continued to remind him while grabbing his right shoulder and pulling him up, "Remember, we've survived until today by relying on patience. We must remain cautious." Hearing that, after being pulled up, Lam Dao began to tremble. He spoke, "Tran Phi turned into a monster right before my eyes. I'm so scared." Lam Dao sobbed, seemingly pouring out all his worries. I don't want to turn into a monster. I want to live, but people like us who carry monster genes. Even the gods despise us. No one will come to save us. They hate us enough to want us all dead. Xiao Nei used her index finger to lift the corner of his mouth, forcing him to smile. She spoke with a wink. Lam Dao, listen to me. What you need to do now is focus on yourself. Don't mind what others think. By keeping a fake smile, we can trick our brains. The brain can produce neurons that make people feel happy. You'll immediately become optimistic, and that way we won't turn into monsters. Lam Dao replied, tears still welling up. Suddenly, Duong, standing near the door, said to Xiao Nei and Lam Dao, everyone. It's been very quiet outside. Maybe all the monsters outside have left. Let's both go out there. As soon as he finished speaking, he peered through the crack in the door to check. Numerous large monsters were gathered outside the room. Duong quickly closed the door. Terrified, he looked at the other two. We can't go. We absolutely cannot go out there. Luckily, they haven't discovered us yet. Lam Dao spoke up, class leader, what should we do? We can't go out, and we can't go down there. We're stuck here. Although no one wants to save us, the Extermination Bureau can't just ignore public opinion and do nothing. A hospital collapse is an extremely serious matter. Lam Dao's eyes widened as he continued, we haven't seen any other exterminators yet. Where's the hospital security? All these strangely quiet hallways, not a single sound of battle, only monsters. He hypothesized but quickly dismissed it with an unnatural smile. Could it be that all the ordinary people also? Duong. Before the incident at the hospital, I think your sister also came to the hospital. Oh no, she'll be fine. Usually, when girls say they're coming, it means they've just left the house. Throughout this, Duong kept his head down, not saying a word. Xiao Nei immediately comforted him. Duong, calm down. Take a deep breath, exhale gently. Remember your time as a sage. Lam Dao then looked at him in horror. No, don't mutate. The safety collar will poison you to death. On the X-ray department on the 4th floor, those who were trapped on the lower floors finally reunited with other survivors on the upper floor. They were overjoyed. We're saved. There are so many people here. The three of them rushed to the other group of survivors. This is great. Meeting so many people makes me feel much more at ease. Though they looked very surprised. The rescue went unexpectedly smoothly. There's no more danger. A voice from somewhere suddenly spoke up. Isn't this Captain Rabbit, the brightest among our non-Noyid exterminators? Did you bring the people from floors 1, 2, and 3? You did a good job. So we don't need to go down there anymore, saving us a lot of trouble. 2 psychics, 1 man and 1 woman, approached though. The brown-haired man told her, the danger at the hospital has been resolved. Now we just need to wait for our colleagues to rescue us. Though looked visibly awkward. All the victims on other floors have been rescued? Where are the other monsters? The brown-haired man laughed heartily. He continued, it was just luck. Since monsters appeared at the academy, we were already there for a re-examination, so we reacted quickly to rescue those trapped along with the hospital's security forces. We eliminated the monsters that mutated from uncontrolled monster gene carriers. Though repeated his words, the hospital's security team? He continued to laugh and spoke, they've never encountered such a serious incident. So everyone is tired, resting over there. The security team is piled on top of each other, they all seem to be sleeping. Though was suspicious, she couldn't help but wonder, all of them are resting? He leaned down and looked at her. Right, you're tired too, aren't you? It's okay with us here, you can rest a bit now. He thought to himself, trying to exert his power on though. His pupils emitted a purple light, a 4-star mental supernatural power, psychic suggestion. Thoughts appeared around though. Everything has been resolved, she's very relieved, all fatigue has been released, she's very tired, her eyelids are heavy, it's safe here, close her eyes and rest a bit. Though immediately regained her senses. She smiled and spoke to the supernatural being. I don't need to rest. Right, you've rescued everyone, so where are the people on the 18th floor? The brown-haired man squinted at her in confusion. He thought, hypnosis ineffective. She can even break through a 4-star supernatural power? The other green-haired woman now began to speak. The 18th floor? Don't go there. All the hospital's structures are special. All sections related to monster gene carriers are above the 16th floor of the West Building. The image of the hospital appeared, with the monster gene area in the very center. He continued, once an accident occurs, the hospital's protection mechanism will be activated. The special protective layer on the 15th floor will automatically close, but you don't need to worry about the staff inside. They'll know to go into separate protective rooms, awaiting final rescue. Though widened her eyes and asked the green-haired woman again, what about ordinary people, besides medical staff? Where are the patients who came for examinations? She immediately replied to her, you mean the monster gene carriers? I'm very sorry, we must prioritize the interests of the majority. She continued to ask, do you want to go to the 18th floor? Though didn't answer but just turned and ran in another direction. She replied, the corridor is impassable. I'll try to find a way in from the outside. I'll leave this place to everyone. Both supernatural beings now had dark expressions. They began to reveal their true nature, intending to use their power to stop her. The green-haired woman spoke up, then there's no other way. The hospital collapse must be announced as a major disaster, but fortunately, the human casualties weren't severe. She mustn't interfere with Fantu's plan, so she can only be eliminated. Outside, the rescue team's commander-in-chief ran out to meet the vice director, who told you to come here so early. Didn't I say it would take an hour to stabilize the collapsed structure with such extensive destruction? She spoke with an embarrassed expression. No, you said at least 30 minutes would be enough. Colleagues in the hospital are buried underground and in life-threatening danger. We must rescue them as soon as possible. Hearing that, he immediately yelled at the vice director, nonsense. Am I the commander-in-chief of the rescue team or are you? Do you understand safety better than I do? How can you proceed without thorough preparation? Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? And what are you so stressed about? The commander-in-chief continued to yell at her. The exterminators, with the support of the hospital's security forces, are more than enough to handle all problems. Furthermore, according to information, there are 3 exterminators inside. With them there won't be any problems in the hospital. She spoke up, intending to interject and refute, of course, but what if? He angrily shouted, damn it, don't stand here getting in the way anymore. Suddenly, Tu Tin stood in front next to the vice director. His face was filled with murderous intent. Your bald head is certainly shiny. The commander-in-chief stammered, who are you? He continued to threaten the commander-in-chief with his terrifying face. If anyone is injured or dies in the hospital because of your snail-paced rescue, do you plan to take responsibility with that bald head? Is that bald spot of yours tough? Will one slice split it in 2 or shatter it into pieces? He was bitter, gritting his teeth as he looked up at Tu Tin and thought, where did this brat come from, acting all fake but with such an aura, crazy like an actor. If I don't give him a beating, I'm not me anymore. Suddenly, from behind, the shadow of a giant dog appeared. He stood still, saliva began to drool from his mouth. Oh. Tin Tun smiled and continued, why are you shaking? From your appearance, even if you were cured, you'd still drool. He again loudly threatened, get out. Quickly let us in. At this point, he was trembling but still tried to speak. No, Quan Kui glared at the commander-in-chief as she passed. She loudly said, another word. And I'll kill you. He stammered, Shang Quan Kui. All right, please come in. 2 body system supernatural experts are waiting inside. The commander-in-chief anxiously glanced at the group that had just entered. He thought, what is going on? Why did I just... Tu Tin, who was entering with his group, suddenly stopped. Hey, that's right. Tin Tun turned to ask the commander-in-chief, it's because of that fan guy's tricks, isn't it? He replied, huh? The commander-in-chief looked up, awkwardly looking at him, his deceitful face clear. What are you saying? I don't understand. Saving people is urgent. Hurry and go in to execute the mission. Tin Tun just smiled and said, then I understand. He panicked, thinking in confusion, what do you understand? What does he understand? Damn it, from now on, the first mission of the Doomsday Starlight Squad begins. Though quickly ran off, disappearing behind the wall. The green-haired man followed her. He falsely asked, though, are you planning to go up there through the elevator shaft? His hand was ready with power. Behind him was the brown-haired man. She gave the brown-haired man a sly look, her mouth still chattering. Unfortunately, that side is completely blocked by rubble. We understand your eagerness to save people. Let us help a little. He walked over but couldn't see though. The green-haired woman asked in surprise, hey, where did she go? Suddenly, though appeared right above them. She spun around and ambushed the two supernatural beings below. She said, in such a quiet space, the wind can help me hear even your slightest movements on the way. Those stealthy actions clearly meant to ambush me. Though immediately wrapped a thread of wind from her magic around the brown-haired man's neck. She pulled him towards her, asking forcefully, what did you do to the security team? What exactly are you plotting? He smirked slyly, and despite his neck being restrained by though, the man turned towards her. He used his power, his eyes turning a dazzling purple, directed straight at though. When she was hit by the man's magic, she immediately felt agonizing pain, struggling, mental burst. It hurts too much, it's attacking my nerves. This is a mental burst technique, one of the 4-star supernatural abilities of the psychic system. He's always hidden his true strength. She continued thinking, as expected, they really want to kill me. While though was off guard, the green-haired woman coordinated seamlessly with the other man, planning to ambush her. Though's eyes widened, but luckily, she managed to dodge at the last moment. She smirked, continuing to unleash her ultimate move, Heavenly Sword Constellation. The green-haired man continuously used his skills, aiming straight at though, making it difficult for her to defend herself. Dividing Water Ray. Though thought, the destructive power is terrifying. Just one touch and I'd surely shatter into pieces. Though frowned and thought, she's also a 4-star supernatural being. Why are there suddenly so many 4-star supernatural beings appearing? The brown-haired man again aimed his attack at though, mental imprisonment. Though couldn't react in time, her eyes widened, and she was immediately controlled. At this moment, the green-haired woman prepared to launch her attack at her. He spoke up, honestly, who wouldn't want to cherish a cute girl like this? But who told you to refuse the good wine and insist on the punitive one? You forced us to leave a few holes on you, didn't you? The green-haired woman used her move, Heavenly Sword, pierce all things. Her eyes slanted upwards as she used her power and laughed sinisterly, glass shatter. After speaking, a beam of blue light shot out from her hand. The destructive power of that beam was immense, piercing the ground to create a deep pit and blasting though far away. The green-haired woman kept exclaiming admiringly while though was still writhing in pain from the aftershocks of the previous attack. No wonder she's an upper-class supernova, her progress is truly astonishing. In such a short time, she's already reached the threshold of a 4-star supernatural being. Though those arms were now bleeding, her clothes tattered, and her body covered in scrapes. She continued, preparing to fire a final fatal shot at the girl. At such a crucial moment, you could sacrifice your arms to save your life. All your bones are shattered, aren't they? Without your arms, you can't fly anymore, can you? The woman continued, her hand poised, I'll pierce your brain. We'll try to fabricate the wound to look like a brain-eating monster attacked you. If you still have family, they'll become the family of a martyr. Though gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. She mumbled, that. Though used her last ounce of power to fly straight into the pit, escaping from those supernatural beings. Seeing this, the brown-haired man chastised him. Hey, what are you doing there? Don't let her escape, chase her. The green-haired man paused and said, but that place is an area that young Master Fan specifically cordoned off. The brown-haired man replied in an exasperated tone, who told you to punch that hole, letting though escape into it. After speaking, he ordered her, go deal with her quickly. If she gets in young Master Fan's way, we'll all be dead meat. Having said that, the two went deeper into the pit. The woman started a conversation with the brown-haired man. Something's wrong. Hey, do you know what young Master Fan actually wants to do? The man replied, I'm not sure either. The woman suddenly stepped on a tree root in the pit. Oh my God, what did I step on? A tree root? That's really strange. The man looked ahead and told the green-haired woman, just ignore it, we need to find though quickly. She immediately replied, she's gravely injured, she might have died in some corner by now. The brown-haired man continued, not noticing that behind him, the tree roots were starting to gather and seal the mouth of the pit. Alive, we must see the person. Dead, we must see the body. At the location of the mat 10, the group, A complained to his companions. Your arrangements are completely illogical. Splitting into two teams. He paused and continued, for people on this side, and Shangwan Koei, Nam Noyet's strongest reinforcement, is also assigned here. But the other team only has an unknown captain. Tungu looked at him with disdain. She said, that's right, the scoundrel. Maybe he just wants to get rid of us so he can be the hero who saves the beauty. And that person is also the director's granddaughter. Look at the way he's staring at the picture. Not only that, the rescue team's captain over there is also a girl. A immediately responded, what? Tungu smiled kindly. I'm saying it's hard work for you to carve out your own rescue path. A shouted loudly, I'm using my power. This is my duty. It's almost done. A yelled, unleash my inner strength, Rock City Constellation. After yelling, he directed his power at the wall, creating a beam of light with immense destructive force, piercing through the wall, supernatural power, mountain shift. A laughed loudly, the rescue path is complete. Tungu immediately clapped and cheered, you're amazing. Inside the wall, the surviving victims appeared. A turned and said, everyone, don't rush, you're all saved. Don't get too agitated, stay there and wait for instructions. Starfire Doomsday Squad, come here and cooperate with me to prevent any monsters from appearing. He thought to himself, my side has enough manpower, and even Shangwan Kuei is here, so I feel completely safe. I'm too worried about that other team. On the other side, the captain of Rescue Team 2 had opened another rescue path. She spoke to the people inside. The rescue path has been cleared, captain of the Starfire Doomsday Squad. Someone burst into tears of happiness, we're saved. The captain turned back to speak to Chu-Tin, but realized he wasn't there anymore. Come quickly and help me, I need to widen the rescue path. She angrily yelled, where did everyone go? The captain awkwardly crawled out, complaining as she did, on my side, it's bad enough that I only have you, but now you're playing hide and seek too. The victim then reassured her, captain of Rescue Team 2, you've worked hard. I can sense that there are no monster gene carriers in here, so no monsters will appear. You can rescue with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, the captain frowned and turned to scold the person, why did you crawl in there? And sensing? Sense your head. Peace of mind, my foot. I'm going to report you. The surrounding victims were greatly surprised to see Chu-Tin enter. They discussed among themselves, who is this person? We didn't seem to see him earlier. He walked over to where the unconscious guards lay and tried to wake one of them. Chu-Tin put another guard's foot near this guard's nose and said, hey, guard dude, wake up, come on, wake up. The guard finally woke up. Chu-Tin grinned and said, wake up and help with the rescue. He was still half asleep and replied, okay. He thought, a salty fish smell, is it dinner time? Suddenly, Chu-Tin disappeared, leaving the guard alone. He wondered, then decided to just ignore it and wake everyone else up. Where did you go just now? Oh well, never mind. Hey, everyone, wake up. Tu Tin walked further in, raising his hand and pondering, Gong Xiaomei, she must be on the 18th floor. He put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the elevator. The elevator area was completely blocked by concrete rubble. Tu Tin continued speaking, sniffing as if he smelled something. There's no way to go up through the elevator shaft. The only way is to take the stairs. Tu Tin quickly ran back to check. No, that's not right. There's a smell of superhuman genes over there. He discovered a hole with traces of a fight. Tu Tin smiled faintly and said, this set is a bit familiar, let's go check it out. After speaking, he went straight into the hole. But there were no such risks in the future. Did the Fan family do something? After a short distance, Tu Tin discovered tree roots blocking the path. He was very puzzled. Tu Tin continued to walk, pushing aside the roots to go deeper. With a somewhat confused expression, he continued, the flame demon god also got involved? No way, cooperating with humans? What kind of troublesome butterfly effect have my past actions led to? Tu Tin put his hand to his chin, looking at the tree roots in the hole and pondering, what kind of butterfly effect could make the dignified flame demon god Wu Zun lower himself to cooperate with plants? Assassins cooperating with plants, can you believe this? Then he laughed loudly. Tu Tin continued, it sounds like when your stomach negotiates with crawfish during a late-night snack. Or how about we steam that crab? It's really hilarious. It's not easy to catch a crab like me. Suddenly, the tree root opened its hideous mouth, trying to snap at Tu Tin. He was startled. Oh my God, did it sense my presence? Countless carnivorous plants began to appear around him. Tu Tin mumbled, the good news is, I don't need to rack my brain searching for the Fan family's strange laboratory to find the Flame Demon King hiding underground. The Flame Demon King has revealed himself. Tu Tin jumped to avoid the carnivorous plant's attack. He continued, the bad news is, I can't win. I basically can't win. He smiled awkwardly, his face showing a hint of fear and a chill as he thought of the Flame Demon God. The Flame Demon God is a monster hidden deep underground. Without level 5 power, it's absolutely impossible to defeat him. Even a level 5 monster lord like myself in my previous life might not have been able to do it. Tu Tin thought of Tungu, Truthin, and Tu Dao. He said, initially, I thought it was on holiday at some weird Fan family laboratory. I could wait until I evolve, wait until Tungu reaches 5-star transcendence, and Truthin and Tu Dao become stronger, before confronting it. He complained, it's annoying to run away, but now the Flame Demon God is right in front of me, giving me no time to develop. The carnivorous plants rushed at him. Tu Tin continued to speak while running, and it's even colluding with the Fan family, causing so much trouble out there. No, the Flame Demon God cooperating with plants is already very strange. He dodged the carnivorous plant rushing at him, and with a serious expression, he said, the speed of these tails is really fast, but compared to that terrifying body, they're too weak. Suddenly, he stopped. The plants rushed towards him. Tu Tin waved his hand, preparing to use his power. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It definitely hasn't fully recovered yet. It doesn't dare to use its full power. It's also afraid that its lair will be discovered by this world. Tu Tin smirked triumphantly. He spoke, then cast magic, at this very moment. Tu Tin continued, waving his hand repeatedly to create sharp magical attacks that slashed at the plants. You monster race are not strong enough to resist the entire world yet. If you had that ability, then you wouldn't have waited a year later to destroy the world. The plants gradually strengthened, preparing to transform. They revealed their true forms, no longer just plants like their outer shell. Tu Tin said, you're clearly here, yet you didn't devour those helpless people, and even delicious prey like those superhuman guards, presented right to your mouth, were spared. You definitely want something more special. Red stripes appeared on the body of the tentacles. More and more tentacles grew out. Tu Tin stood below, smiling arrogantly. Gong Xiaomei, a powerful monster gene carrier. I am indeed a tough opponent, handsome and smart, aren't I? Having said that, Tu Tin also gradually transformed into another form, a mask covering half of his face. Supernatural power cannot cause any real injury in here. Tu Tin was serious, he continued, now that I've completely transformed, my hair has turned blue. 2 more red horns grew on his head. Then let's try the level 4 monster form after gaining royal power, hack high, lamb deep. His body had completely transformed, his left hand transformed into a monster's hand, with long claws, his arm turned blue, a dark left hand. Tu Tin zipped up his jacket, he continued to yell. Tu Tin fanned his monster arm, creating flames that slammed into the monster. The eye behind his mask turned blood red. Tu Tin's move hit the monster, a beam of light appeared from his hand, knocking the monster back and bringing it down. Tu Tin continued to laugh and warned. The monster, full of vitality, still advanced, trying to bite Tu Tin. He swung his hand, hitting the monster's mouth, emboldened. With that, Tu Tin punched a nearby wall, quickly dodging the monster. He continuously used his power to punch through countless walls. Tu Tin kept punching, but a feeling of loneliness enveloped him. On the other side of the wall, the green-haired woman punched Though in the stomach with satisfaction, pinning her against the wall. Why bother rushing to the 18th floor? A younger brother doesn't necessarily have to be blood-related. Pretending to be a young heartthrob is also my specialty. She collapsed to the ground in pain, covered in scratches, her clothes tattered. The woman angrily used her large hand to grab Tho's face. She continued. As a result, he led you down a path to death. The brown-haired man could no longer stay calm. He urged. Tho spat at her face with utter contempt. The woman flared up and squeezed Tho's head hard, making her grimace. Just as the woman was about to cast a spell to finish off Tho, the sound grew closer and closer, and for a moment, the woman was surprised. Tu Tin suddenly burst through the wall where Tho was standing and jumped in, he said. He grabbed Tho and hit the green-haired woman's hand back, Tu Tin said mockingly. Her mind instantly raced. The woman shouted loudly. Tu Tin turned to look at her with half an eye. The woman's face had lost its initial composure. The green-haired woman, filled with panic, aimed her ultimate move at Tu Tin. Damn it, another supernatural being barging into an area they shouldn't be in. You go die too, Thien Keen Tin do. A blue beam of light struck him. Tu Tin held Tho with one hand and raised the other to block the green-haired woman's attack, deflecting it. Tu Tin's monster hand grabbed the green-haired woman's hair. She hadn't finished her sentence. He used that arm to directly burn the woman while she was speaking. She screamed in pain. Tu Tin replied. On the contrary, you chose the wrong path. Reincarnate. The brown-haired man standing there was also terrified, stunned by what he had just witnessed. Tu Tin smiled slyly, he thought. The man, now recognizing Tu Tin, gritted his teeth and loudly said. Tu Tin said. I can let you leave here safely. The man exerted his power, purple light beams emitted from his hands, his spirit bursting forth. The man immediately fled, saying, What a joke, I wouldn't dare betray the anti-family. The man's face suddenly changed color. Huh? The monster from earlier appeared unexpectedly, charging straight at him. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Tin spoke up, foolish. You are just a bunch of plants cooperating with monsters. The release of superhuman power is a great temptation. How could those monsters not devour you? Xiao Tin spoke up and carried Tho out of the hole. Let's go, let's go. He squeezed her cheek to wake her up. Tho, wake up, little obedient rabbit, quickly open the door. Tho opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm fine, I just feel ashamed. She opened her eyes wide, her red cheeks looking straight at him with surprise, then said, It seems every time I'm in danger. You always appear from the sky to save me, right? If it's you, I can open the door for you to come in. Xiao Tin immediately put Tho down, saying, Oh my God, what on earth are you talking about? Minus 100 merit points. He thought to himself, wait, trying to seduce me? I'm a wolf who has turned over a new leaf. After thinking, he continued, hey, that's right, I have something important I need your help with. Though replied, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance, I also want to ask for your help with something. I want to go to the 18th floor. Xiao Tin looked down at Though, who was lying on the ground, and pleaded, I need the trick you used last time to fly me up to the 18th floor. She squinted and smiled brightly, her cheeks flushed, then said, no problem, but both my arms are broken, so I can only use my feet to perform the wind spell. It's not very practiced, so there's no way I can fly both of us up at once. You'll need to carry me. Xiao Tin looked at her helplessly. He replied, I suspect you have ulterior motives. Suddenly, that monster charged again. Though quickly jumped onto Xiao Tin, she spoke up, telling him, the monster's here, quickly carry me. Xiao Tin was surprised but only managed to say, hey. Though's soft chest pressed against his back, she smiled cunningly. Xiao Tin just turned to look at Though with despair. What kind of expression is that? I almost called the police. Xiao Tin carried her, holding her thighs to keep Though tightly in place. At the same time, Though channeled power from her feet to propel them upwards, she shouted, go. Though spoke up, asking Xiao Tin, just flying straight up is enough, right? He immediately replied, yes, I'll clear any obstacles. Cracks began to appear on the walls of a room from Xiao Tin's power. He punched through the wall and, carrying Though, jumped up to avoid the monster, which clung to them relentlessly. Rocks and dirt from the hole scattered everywhere. Though spoke up, there are also these kinds of monsters on the upper floors. Xiao Tin glanced at her with a serious face, the one who was struggling with all her might. He thought, every time I pierce through the floor, she pushes countless wind elements into the space on the upper floor. The two continued to exert their power, coordinating seamlessly to escape the monster. Xiao Tin thought to himself, this allows her to find the optimal path the fastest. He sternly turned to look at Though, who was tired on his back. You've used up a lot, haven't you? She gasped, trying to answer him. Before, to escape those two's pursuit, I consumed too much superhuman power, but it's okay. Though opened her eyes, her face full of determination, she said, before I save my younger brother, I cannot fall. Xiao Tin looked at her and spoke up, I'll inject you with some chicken blood. Though looked up at him with a confused face, huh? Suddenly, her face turned bright red, her eyes widened, revealing surprise. Though cried out, hey. Xiao Tin's hand touched Though's thigh. She immediately thought, still feeling shy, he squeezed my thigh, so perverted. Xiao Tin looked down at her thigh. He thought while transmitting a small amount of monster gene into Though, transmitting a small amount of monster gene. Stimulating Though's superhuman gene, the monster gene was finally transmitted to her through Xiao Tin's monster hand. Though was extremely surprised, her face grew redder and redder. Though thought, heart pounding, blood pressure throughout my body. Even the superhuman genes throughout my body are boiling, power has become more abundant. Though continued to activate her power, helping the two fly up quickly, leaving behind a green beam of light, she mused, so, I like him that much. In another direction, the blazing demon god spoke, that's right, as you wished, the traitor has fallen here. The Tay respectfully knelt before her and said, it's all thanks to the intelligence of Lady Blazing Demon God. I was able to lock onto the target. Who would have thought that Lam DM wasn't a superpowered individual, but a monster? He continued, constantly thinking of the Magic Crystal Group. After I learned he secretly took the royal power, there's a high probability he'll go look for someone with strong monster genes. Only then could I roughly deduce his true identity, and with additional evidence, I finally decided to set this trap. Hoa DM approached the Tay and pointed directly at his head. Since you succeeded, you must be rewarded. I will awaken the power that belongs to me within your body. With that, she touched his head and cast magic. A blue flame appeared. The Tay was full of vitality. The blue flame and the orange flame within him began to merge. Hoa DM ordered him, go now. As you said, go be the bait. The Tay immediately obeyed, his face full of cunning. Understood. She continued, as the Tay stood up straight, raising one hand, let me go fishing and give the prey a fatal blow. She continued, over on the other side, quite a few plants have appeared to cause trouble. Hoa DM, wearing a mask, laughed, revealing her hideous black form with glowing red eyes. She spoke, I leave it to you. You are my first subordinate. I expect you to also evolve into my first Monster Lord subordinate. She said, hands clasped behind her back, as the Tay vanished instantly. I truly look forward to the next harvest. Hoa DM continued with a calculating look, after all, from the moment this play began, I was already the winner. Outside, through the small crack in the door, not only monsters but also plants appeared. Dyung was horrified, his eyes wide. Oh my god! He said to Lam Dao and Tu Nei, now there aren't just monsters outside, but also strange plants. If I'm not mistaken, those plants are moving too. It's as if they're trying to stop us from leaving. Lam Dao, head down in the hole, called out Tu Nei's name, class monitor, come here and see, there's something very strange under this hole. Seeing that Tu Nei didn't seem interested, Lam Dao turned and called out again, class monitor. Tu Nei was currently preparing to break through the remaining wall in the room. She spoke to the other two, we can't leave through the door, and if this hole is. With that, she smashed the wall, we'll escape through the wall. Lam Dao shouted in panic, class monitor, why did you do that? Dyung next to him was also incredibly surprised. Tu Nei immediately reassured them, it's okay. I've been gentle for too long. She looked outside, surrounded by writhing tentacles. Tu Nei recoiled instantly. She exclaimed, what? What is this? Lam Dao, what did you say was in that hole? Seeing this, Lam Dao was extremely panicked. He added, there are these kinds of plants. She turned and glared at Lam Dao with a helpless expression. This innocent little fresh meat, you call these plants? These are clearly tentacles that can drag people to hell. Dyung interrupted his two friends' conversation. Hey, we're surrounded by tentacles. Lam Dao also spoke up, when did so many of them appear? I clearly didn't encounter these before. Dyung backed closer to the door, breathing heavily in fear. The monsters are still blocking the door. Don't tell me they were waiting for these tentacles to surround us? Suddenly, the Tay appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by tentacles. Lam Dao exclaimed, who? He immediately recognized him, it's the third young master of the Fan family. Tu Nei said, puzzled, Fan the Tay. Lam Dao was surprised. He spoke to the Tay, praising him endlessly, as expected of the heir of a great family. You must have come to save us, right? Thank you very much. Sorry to trouble you. He laughed loudly, slow down, don't thank me so quickly. You said save who? Lam Dao asked in astonishment, what do you mean? You're from the Academy of Superpowered Individuals, a genuine exterminator. You have a duty to save those in distress. The Tay continued, his expression changing to a cunning smile. He spoke and extended his hand towards them, preparing to cast magic. You say that well. I am a genuine exterminator. But what about you? Can you even be considered humans? You are merely anomalies mixed in with humanity. You are genuine monsters who can devour humans at any time. He continued in a scornful tone, who would waste effort coming here to save monsters? Lam Dao was stunned and denied, we're not. Before he could finish, the Tay snapped his fingers, and his magic shot straight at him. He shouted, monster. He was thrown far away. Tu Nei ran to Lam Dao, shouting, Lam Dao. The Tay smirked cunningly again, and continued, not so fast. The Tay unleashed his magic, the tentacles then crawled over and tightly wrapped around Tu Nei and Dyung. He said, none of you will escape, because your value has increased. He scoffed and continued, not just genuine monsters, but also bodies or bait, perhaps. Little did he know, Tu Tin, in his blue flame form, had carried though and flown up from below, breaking through the ground, shattering the earth and rocks, sending them flying everywhere. The Tay heard the commotion and immediately turned around. He said, "You've arrived." He smiled cunningly, glancing at 210 and Though with disdain. "Finally, I understand why I lost to a kid like you, who has no background whatsoever. So you've been enlightened, have you?" 210's face showed no change as he looked straight at the Tay. He thought to himself, "Fan the Tay has indeed seen through my identity." Though, being carried on his back, was extremely surprised. She thought, looking down at 210, "Fan the Tay knows Blue Flame?" When did they get involved? How could the purifiers not know such intelligence? The Tay's right eye glowed blue. He said, "Now I've been enlightened too." He smiled delightedly and unleashed his monstrous hand at 210. This is how a fair fight should be. Though gasped, "What kind of transcendent power is this?" Her mind raced instantly. She said, "It's like monster power." Though was startled again as 210 suddenly threw her. "Hey!" He used his strength to throw her aside. 210 said, "Find a way to save them." Though complained but agreed, "Throw me again, fine." She was flung towards Dyung and Lam Dao, who were still bound by tentacles. Dyung called out in surprise, "Sis." Though turned to Dyung with a happy smile. "Dyung, are you okay?" "That's great then." Lam Dao shouted, "Sister Though, save us." Hearing that, Though immediately looked towards Lam Dao. "Okay, I'm coming to save you now." She suddenly paused at the aftershocks from the Tay and 210's battle. Though looked down. She thought, it's just the residual impact of their collision, yet it can make such a loud sound. She looked up in surprise, thinking, is that a battle between transcendents? A tentacle wrapped tightly around Dyung, its disgusting mouth gaping open, about to devour him alive. Dyung looked at Though with a desperate face. He shouted for his sister, "Sis, there's something wrong with this tentacle." At the same time, Lam Dao was also almost swallowed by a monster. He said, "These tentacles want to eat us." Tunei angrily grabbed the mouth of a tentacle. "Want to bite me? I'll crush its head." This isn't good. Though frowned and thought, green energy radiating around her. I have to stop all the tentacles at once, and I can't hurt any of them. Only by reaching the 4-star transcended level and using life elemental magic can I do it. But I've only just reached the threshold of a 4-star transcended. Theoretically, I absolutely can't do it. She continued thinking. In an instant, Though's face flushed. Her pink pupils now turned heart-shaped. "But now I feel like I can do it." Thinking this, she pictured glowing-eyed deer. Blue flame touched my thigh, and my heart is still pounding. The transcendent genes throughout my body are going wild. Though unleashed her power, somersaulting in the air. She thought with determination, "This is the power of love." The rhythm of love, the wind element throughout my body is going wild. First love wind dragon, *. Thousands of tornadoes appeared, defeating the tentacles. Though shouted, "This move is called Love Tornado." Tunei, holding a tentacle nearby, looked at Though with a highly impressed expression. Tunei's eyes glowed, 8th-grade communal chamber. The Tay sneered. He said, "No wonder I lost to you before, it turns out you just got lucky. Lucky enough to gain power from a monster." His monstrous arm raised forward. His palm cracked open, revealing a mouth with sharp teeth. Inside the mouth was a blue core. The Tay continued, "Now I have it too. The monster granted me power, and your monster isn't on the same level." He smirked and thrust his hand directly at 210. He raised his voice. The monster on his hand opened its mouth wide, holding the glowing blue core in its maw. That was the unmatched, unthinkable blazing demon god that humans had never seen before. He looked at the boy with a wicked smile, then uttered his technique. Roaring Flame. 210 was momentarily astonished. He thought, a level 4 monster power ultimate move. The Tay aimed his magic at 210. A dazzling blue flame appeared, engulfing Qiu-Tin and burning him directly. "Done," he said, adjusting his tie with a disdainful face. "With your background, you could never understand the inside story of the level 5 monster siege 20 years ago. That level 5 monster used this move to kill a total of 17 4-star transcendents. This move is merely the first one the blazing demon god granted me power with." The Te continued, "And you, what kind of power can the monster that granted you power transmit? Is it a smaller, weaker body, or a hair-dyeing skill like a salon stylist?" Qiu-Tin was struggling to get up, supporting himself with his hands. The Te's arm split in two, and he scornfully said. The Te's two hands reached out to grab Qiu-Tin, and he continued. Qiu-Tin replied. The Te continued while Qiu-Tin was still struggling to respond. "To help you shed the power of that weak monster and join the ranks of the flame demon god. If you're worried that past unpleasantries will affect my mood, then rest assured, as Fan Jia's successor, I am very tolerant and magnanimous." The Te sneered and continued. "You should feel lucky, because I possess all the qualities of a leader who knows how to appreciate talent." His eyes glowed blue, and he began to cast magic through his arm, saying. He smiled calmly, though his mind was full of doubts. He took a roaring fire attack, and yet he was fine. Did he use equivalent power to resist the roaring fire? How could he possess such strength? At the very least, he shouldn't be able to defend so easily. Is it because the nature of the fire is similar, so his resistance is higher? Qiu-Tin cursed angrily. He continuously dodged attacks and punched back. Qiu-Tin said. The Te looked at Qiu-Tin's arm and pondered. The Te glanced at him, his mind still racing. Qiu-Tin then said. Qiu-Tin lunged at him, constantly scolding. Monsters will quickly devour humanity, damn it, don't tell me you haven't thought of this. Qiu-Tin punched the Te hard in the shoulder, and said. He glared at Qiu-Tin and said. The Te spitefully unleashed all his power, red and black spots enveloped him, and the Te roared. At the same time, I also understood clearly that I couldn't resist. Humanity is doomed, the world will surely perish, but as long as I can trample the majority of humans underfoot. What's wrong with becoming a monster's slave? If monsters want to eat people, wouldn't it be great if I helped them build a human farm? He continued, straining to extend his large hand towards Qiu-Tin. I'm saving the world. I thought you would understand my feelings and help the monsters together, which is why I gave you a chance to surrender. He quickly retreated backwards. Qiu-Tin replied to him. The Te suddenly froze at Qiu-Tin's words. He continued with a calm face. Qiu-Tin's mind was full of thoughts. Unfortunately, his monster power is too little. Qiu-Tin jumped up and grabbed the Te's shoulder. He stammered. He continued. While holding the Te's hand, he said, I'll give you a chance to turn back. He gnashed his teeth and scowled. His hand again rested on the Te's shoulder. The Te struggled to break free, and he said. This time he completely lost control. The Te shouted as Qiu-Tin absorbed his monster genes. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live and join me, but you refused the offer and chose to face punishment. Other tentacles combined to form a giant monster, its mouth gaping open. He said to Qiu-Tin. He glanced at the hideous thing, clearly panicked. The Te shouted loudly, almost frantic. An hour ago, the Te held up pictures of everyone. He was determined. Immediately after, the photos were burned. He stated his hypothesis. But they died strangely. This proves that there is a very high probability that Qiu-Tin is lamb deep. Then he said to the demon god. He thought to himself, just to collapse the hospital, the flame demon god sent me 100 meters deep underground. But such a large hospital, it's hard to imagine how to make it collapse in a short amount of time. Moreover, her current body is still very weak, only barely able to withstand the power of the flame demon god, so how did she do it? After she exerted her power, that arm immediately burst into flames. The Te secretly disdained that body. With just a slight flick of his hand, that body could no longer withstand the power of the flame demon god. He grimly looked up. One arm could only create a small black sphere. The flame demon god must still have backup. At least one more arm must be sacrificed for it to work. Immediately, that small hole emitted a powerful beam of light, like a miniature sky. The Tay was secretly astonished. Just a small black sphere could create such a gigantic hole. Could this really be just the tip of the iceberg of the flame demon god's true power? If this body were strong enough to withstand the flame demon god, wouldn't she be able to use this move without any hesitation? After seeing the rocks fall, he became scared. This isn't good. The hole is too big. The hospital is about to fall. The Tay saw what she was about to do, and couldn't help but speak up. Lord Flame Demon God. He knew those were the people with monster genes that the Flame Demon God requested to be brought. The Flame Demon God pointed at the crowd. I bestow upon you abnormal evolution. Immediately, tentacles emerged from the brain of one of them, and he let out a scream of discomfort. Immediately, a series of people kneeling below screamed in pain as those tentacles violently erupted. The Tay looked at the horrifying scene before him and couldn't help but gasp. What? He was secretly horrified. She directly mutated these people with monster genes into tentacles to make them burrow into the cliff, preventing the hospital from collapsing further. It was so terrifying it sent shivers down his spine. Thinking of this, the Tay's face couldn't help but turn pale. Back to the present, the Tay recalled it with a cunning smile. Humans are no longer capable of defeating monsters. I want to sit in a position second only to one and above tens of thousands among these monsters. Only I can allow humanity to continue to survive. You should die now. Saying that, he immediately attacked him. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if Chu Tin in his previous life had enmity with his entire family. From within those tentacles, Chu Tin's voice rang out, "Are you a narcissistic personality disorder type of person?" He powerfully broke through the formation and rushed out. Facing monsters, you'd surrender even before fighting. 80 years ago, you were just a traitor, whom everyone wanted to kill. Immediately after, hideous monsters opened their mouths toward him. The Tay shouted, "Survive the monster's mouth first, then talk big." Immediately, those monsters surrounded Chu Tin and began to tear at him. His eyes then lit up. His arms seemed to be covered in a layer of power. That aura enveloped him. A circle of power immediately appeared, enveloping Chu Tin and blocking those bites. He lunged straight forward, violently gripping the Tay's face and mockingly asking, "Your fishing skills aren't so good, huh?" However, his eyes showed no fear. The Tay looked at him with stubborn defiance. Chu Tin couldn't help but ask him, "Sacrificing your life for monsters, are you a pig-headed idiot?" He looked at him with a triumphant smile. "You know nothing about Lord Demon God's true power. As long as I still have value, Lord Demon God will absolutely not let me die." Hearing him say this, he couldn't help but feel speechless. "You're incurable." But right after, what happened surprised him. The circle Chu Tin created began to show many large cracks, and a black dot also appeared beneath the bridge. Chu Tin looked on in surprise. It broke through the encirclement? Very quickly, he also discovered that strange dot. Chu Tin wondered, that is. Outside at this moment, that dot seemed like an eclipse, the entire sky a blood-red color. This is hellfire. When monsters attacked the city last century, all of Nam Noyat gathered all forces, carrying out a counterattack, a single counterattack. But it was immediately defeated by this thing. Along with the flesh and souls of humans being defeated, the world truly came to an end. Humans called it hellfire. Appearing here again, both sides are now stirring, preparing for a life-and-death battle with each other. The Tay was extremely proud. This is the power of Lord Demon God that brings despair to humanity. He used his tentacles to tightly bind his arms and legs. Whether it's you, or your accomplices you brought here, you will all disappear from this world, turning into ashes. On this side, Trutana's group was still fighting that monster. That monster was as strong as if it had been injected with stimulants. It kept relentlessly attacking the opponent. The Tay's voice seemed to echo through every corner. "No one can stop me from ensuring humanity's continued survival." At the same time, those vines were also cut off by him. True Thin was severely wounded. His fresh blood couldn't be held back and gushed out. He still hadn't escaped the TS control. But Tu Tin had always been observing that black dot. Ultimately, he chose to strike directly at that black dot, to prevent it from devouring everything. The black blade immediately slashed through. Tu Tin calculated silently. After absorbing the royal power, his black blade now possessed the sharp strength of a earth dragon's tooth. The moving speed of the hellfire wasn't fast, and the blade in his hand pierced through that strange thing. Tu Tin continued to think, but even the black blade couldn't stop it, and that thing didn't even budge. He was extremely smug seeing his reaction. I told you, humans can't defeat monsters. His eye glowed. Your stupidity has made you choose the wrong path, a path to death. A thin, thread-like golden light wrapped around Tu Tin's hand at that moment. He slowly told him. His hand began to mutate. Tu Tin said scornfully to him, You completely don't know that even monsters can fear humans. He extended his hand towards that black circle. Tu Tin declared. Immediately after, Tu Tin slammed hard into the wall, startling the Tay. Damn it, so you don't want to escape? The wall isn't even as hard as your mouth, go ahead and try it. Monsters fear the superhuman. Who doesn't know how to act? You want to escape but you can't, the tentacles will squeeze you tight. He said mockingly. Well, I have to justify myself a little, I didn't want to escape. I was just meditating. The power of monsters and the power of superhumans, theoretically, share the same origin. Currently, monsters can suppress superhumans because their starting point was thousands, even billions of years earlier. The Tay couldn't help but think. Experts are still endlessly debating. But then he said. Suddenly, the Tay seemed to realize something and immediately froze. He looked at him, his heart filled with questions. To clarify, the blue flame on Tu Tin and the fire element of superhumans are not the same, it seems to have life from the very beginning. The blue flame's fire element was bloodthirsty and brutal from the start, filled with primal hunger, it's an uncontrollable life element. But now, the ferocity of the fire element seems to have stabilized, as if an iron-blooded general has controlled those unruly hooligans into an army. His 1% superhuman metal element is commanding the monster fire element, but the tentacles that the flame demon god controls have become strangely chaotic, their speed increased. Could it be that monsters truly fear superhumans? No, if that's true, then everything I've done would be meaningless. On this side, A was evaluating everyone one by one. Don't push, don't worry, everyone will get out of the hospital. We have the senior official protecting us, so everyone doesn't need to worry. Looking over, Quan Koi was still sitting, acting nonchalant. A quickly pulled her out. Both stood in a secluded place. She said boredly, Hey, you look so weak, like you can't have children. A slipped up. Your standard for having children is. No, that's not it, what I mean is, why are you here? The monsters are about to destroy the river stairs. Quan Koi glanced at Tu Dao and the others, then calmly replied, Aren't the three of them still there? I couldn't help but get anxious. What kind of joke are you playing? We've explored before, those monsters from the crack in the Forbidden Zone, their numbers are greater than expected, and there might even be a few level 2 monsters among them. They're just students who've only just gained superpowers, they've never even faced monsters before. Continued anxiously, I understand you haven't formed a team for years, but now you want to train team members. You hope they can improve quickly, but the intensity you want them to face, even the Heavenly King would find unbearable. Just then, the monster charged forward. I jumped in surprise. Oh no, the monster's here, kids. Quickly fall back. Damn it, haven't you been taught what to do when you encounter monsters? Retreat to this side. As he spoke, he ran over. The monster's strength is several times ours, and we are superhumans specialized in elemental powers. We absolutely must not confront them directly. True Thin immediately channeled his inner power. My superhuman gene is too low, only 39%. There's only one way to fight. Saying this, he immediately lunged at the monster. With the moves from the Dragon Star chart, Blood Dragon, his fighting style was close range, direct confrontation. I watched the monster flying around in the air, terrified. What kind of superhuman fighting style is this? It's directly destroying the monster. But immediately after, A let out a startled gasp. Huh? He saw the monster using its blood vine to strike. A anxiously warned, be careful, it's a level 2 monster. Its power is even more terrifying, and its speed is even. At this moment, Tungu's face hardened. She pointed at the monster and coldly said concisely, lie down. Instantly, a terrifying surge of power erupted from her fingertip, striking the monster. Witnessing the scene, A couldn't help but tremble inwardly, his mouth agape in stunned surprise. A turned to Quan Koi and said, are they really only just becoming superhumans? I almost died of shock. This is clearly no longer a question of fast or slow progress. Could they be a secret weapon the Academy has been training for years, drinking life essence instead of water every day? Even so, their physical bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. As expected of Thuan Quan Koi, the new comrades she chose are truly top-notch. She calmly replied, they are not my teammates. I also have no intention of forming a new team. I'm here because their captain asked the principal to persuade me to come and protect them. I was surprised. Someone as powerful as you, the strongest in Hoaha, being treated as a bodyguard? Who could be so influential? Quan Koi quickly replied, no, you misunderstood. At the same time, a huge tremor occurred on this side. I shouted, they're being pushed back. Then he rushed over frantically. Your experience is still too raw, be careful. Facing this situation, I channeled his inner power, and a barrier of sharp rock spikes appeared. He quickly reassured them, don't worry, you all rest for a bit, I'll stop it. My specialty isn't fighting monsters, but when it comes to laying foundations, stabilizing structures, and protecting people, I'm an expert. The smile on A's face froze. This monster still retains some humanity? Could it be that it hasn't completely mutated? Currently, it doesn't look like a level 2, nor a level 3. It's the evolutionary direction of a monster outside the energy system. No way. Even if it belonged to the level 3 monster system, it couldn't possibly directly break through my spiked wall. This monster, before he even finished thinking, it had gently struck through his white barrier. I couldn't help but let out a cry. He couldn't help but secretly wonder, why exactly? Could it be a special evolved individual outside the male evolution system? At the same time, his voice rang out again, Earth crystallization. As soon as he finished speaking, an ice barrier immediately formed, locking the monster's hands. I clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, this time I've exceeded my limit. Most of my extraordinary power has been used, my body can't take it anymore. At least, before he could finish thinking, his ice barrier was pierced through again. I was sent flying. Earth crystallization couldn't even withstand one move. A's eye stared at it, his body trembled incessantly. It's still evolving. Just then, Quan Nan immediately used her water snake skill. Immediately, her little snake quickly wrapped around him. I was flustered, thank you, Shangwan Kue, wait, no. Supervisor Shangwan, please save the students first. This monster might evolve to level 4. But she remained calm, my mission in coming here isn't to protect them. I couldn't help but wonder, huh? Didn't you just say? Quan Kue calmly continued, I came to protect you all. I was stunned, mouth agape. What? So you're not fighting the monster? Are you being lazy? Hey, what about those students? Suddenly, as he spoke, he glanced over, and his heart was filled with surprise. Another voice rang out, the power's back on? The power's back on. Stop looking, climb out quickly. Quan Nan calmly explained, someone once said, there's no need to worry about the safety of his team. Especially Xiao Yu. For now, no monster can harm Xiao Yu's life, even if a hidden monster appears. If a monster threatens Xiao Yu's life, I must prevent Xiao Yu from losing control and accidentally harming the lives of those around her. So, I'm here to protect you all. I exclaimed in shock, holy moly. Remembering Xiao Yu, Quan Kuei continued, I also really want to see the transcendent that even monsters fear, as he described. I looked at her in a daze, afraid that a new transcendent might lose control and accidentally harm those around her. You treat that girl like an atomic bomb? Even with such talent, she's only a new transcendent. How could she have so much transcendent power in her body? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wave of power swept through. I ran away in fright. This kind of power. Was this just residual power outside the area? Quan Kuei spoke up, go quickly, get everyone out of here as soon as possible. The lights continuously flickered, making him break out in a sweat. It's terrifying. Why do I feel like the hospital is starting a self-destruct sequence, like a countdown to take people's lives? Quan Kuei asked with a dark face, isn't this the mitigation zone? How can there be an electrical leak like this? Seeing Xiao Tao and Zhao Xing flying past together, Quan Kuei was startled, even teammates are being thrown around. Let me see what exactly is happening here. As soon as she finished speaking, she released her snake to investigate the situation. Seeing Xiao Yu at that moment, Quan Kuei clicked her tongue, that girl isn't like an atomic bomb, she is a real atomic bomb. Her inner thoughts kept exclaiming, prevent Xiao Yu from losing control, accidentally harming those around her. All right, that statement wasn't wrong at all. Looking over at Xiao Tao, who was complaining, I almost got shocked to death. Sister-in-law is truly amazing. Quan Kuei thought to herself, those two, they were affected quite a bit just now. Even if Ji-Ru controls her power, they couldn't possibly be unharmed. The principal said the survivor is Lan Yi. But even if it's Lan Yi, how could he make two people who were almost unable to continue studying at the Transcendent Academy become so strong in such a short amount of time? On this side, Zhao Xing made up his mind, we are still far behind big brother and sister-in-law. We have to try even harder. Guan Kuei kept wondering, the development speed was even faster than hers back then, it was completely illogical. She looked at that monster. She secretly evaluated, Xiao Yu's reduction zone could exclude all lightning elements. It attacks all objects that enter the zone. The monster's hand at this moment was like it was electrocuted. After he pulled it out, those fingers were burnt to the point where white bones were exposed. Guan Kuei couldn't help but marvel, what a powerful effect. She assessed for a bit, inside the monster's body, there was still something that made it continuously evolve. When it evolves to the level of the invisible monster that appeared that day, it will be able to destroy Xiao Yu's reduction zone. At the same time, Xiao Yu's condition wasn't very good, the zone was in danger of collapsing, and once it collapsed, it would explode like an atomic bomb. She found it interesting, excluding all lightning elemental domains, huh? Then let's try. Let's see if a water elemental domain can infiltrate every nook and cranny. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand quickly reached out, piercing through that layer of power. As soon as Guan Kuei entered, she asked in surprise, Xiao Yu, are your transcendent genes all crazy? Why are they so agitated? She exclaimed in surprise, senior sister Sheng Guan Kuei. After getting over her daze, she happily said, senior sister Sheng Guan Kuei is indeed as reliable as Xiao Tin said. With senior sister Sheng Guan Kuei protecting me, I can freely unleash my power. My transcendent genes going out of control is probably because my mood is a bit too agitated. She couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Is this girl here waiting for me? Am I supposed to follow you all and clean up your messes? She said that, but then she still looked up to observe. What happened to that monster? It just evolved to level 4. Xiao Yu remained silent. She immediately channeled her internal energy towards the monster and shouted, compress. Sheng Guan Kuei was startled and yelled, if you keep compressing like that, you'll destroy this place. Quickly, pull it back. Hearing this, Xiao Yu also became anxious, senior, I can't pull it back. Quan Kuei frowned, twirling the magical artifact in her hand. She didn't know what the little spirit had done to her. Then she immediately launched an attack. Forget it, I can't just stand by and watch you bury all the lucky survivors underground. That pipe began to combine with Xiao Yu's power. It was no different from a giant straw. Quan Kuei then quickly brought it in front of Xiao Yu. Quickly, suck 9 parts back into your stomach for me. She couldn't help but look surprised and confused. Huh? Swallow? Quan Kuei explained, that's your transcended gene chain. Quickly, absorb all your transcended power back. Immediately, Xiao Yu obediently complied, her cheeks puffed up, filled with her own power. As Quan Kuei unleashed her power, she secretly thought, only 10% of the energy, it probably won't destroy the ground's balance, right? Her pipe slowly extended at this moment. The monster outside was still staring at her. Immediately after, a beam of light emerged, its power sending surrounding rocks and debris flying. Quan Kuei glanced at Xiao Yu, thinking it seemed all right. Then she said to her junior, your transcended genes are very high, it's understandable. Quan Kuei then explained, the elements of a transcendent being are not ordinary elements. Every time you launch an attack, you must expend them all, just like an atomic bomb. You can think of them as children. Imagine, each element is a child. They go out to play to their heart's content and then return home, gradually growing stronger and stronger. And step by step, they transform into life elements. As long as you can do this. Wait until one day you complete the star chart, and you'll naturally advance to a 4-star transcendent. Understand? Xiao Yu looked a bit confused. I guess so. Quan Kuei couldn't help but be annoyed. Even Lam she understood it, and you still don't? You can't carve anything from rotten wood. And to think you're a genius with 95% transcended genes. Let me explain in more detail. Xiao Yu lectured at length, as long as I can retract the elements, that's it, right? According to Newton's law of universal gravitation. The gravitational force of the Earth on a satellite is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the satellite to the Earth's center. When the centrifugal force generated by the satellite's speed balances the Earth's gravitational pull, the satellite can orbit the Earth in a fixed trajectory. Quan Kuei froze. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yu pouted and replied, I'm talking about the principle of satellites, senior sister Shangwan Kuei. You were terrible at physics and math back in the day, weren't you? Hearing this, she secretly fumed, her face contorted. This new student wasn't cute at all. Looking at Xiao Yu's aura, she secretly knew that her mitigation zone was beginning to change. At that moment, Quan Kuei looked at the monster. She couldn't help but wonder about the tentacles around its body. She couldn't help but be surprised. Are these vines? No, it can't be a plant. Those are creature tentacles, they smell like a monster. Looking at it, she was terrified. What is supplying energy to this monster? It has evolved again. As Quan Kuei observed, her heart was still a little anxious. This killing intent, it's targeting Xiao Yu. She stepped forward and spoke, this is a monster afraid of transcendent beings. You're very afraid of Xiao Yu continuing to develop, aren't you? Quan Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up at this moment. She coldly looked at the monster, however, you should fear my development even more. Deep beneath the academy, an aggressive voice yelled, you can't escape. To the T's astonishment, those tentacles were quickly severed. He was stunned, not understanding why the powers he had always been proud of were now broken like this. Taking a glance, the T secretly speculated, is this the power of the star chart? Xiao Tin spoke, the Hellfire move is just a mosquito swatting move for monsters. Its main purpose is to eliminate transcendent beings with potential. He angrily shouted, you monkey. Hellfire has never appeared before. Do you think everything you say is true? He calmly replied, believe it or not, it's up to you, but secretly thought, in my previous life, when Hellfire first appeared, it was to destroy Shangwan Kuei. In this life, it's for me. At this point, Xiao Tin shouted, then come on. His powerful internal energy was immediately summoned. Let's see if I can use transcendent methods to activate the monster's power to break through Hellfire. Monster Element Star Chart, 99% Monster Genes, Myriad Sword Star Chart, Mars. Immediately after, he aimed at that round hole and struck. Recalling the T's uncle once saying, "What is the star chart?" It's a battle formation. It's the condensation of scattered abilities into a bundle of ropes. A technique that helps unleash power more strongly. At that time, he had asked, "Can monsters use the star chart?" His uncle surprisingly asked back, "Monsters?" At this, his uncle explained, theoretically, monsters from level 4 upwards that can use elements should also be able to use it. It's just that no one knows what the actual situation will be like, but regardless of whether it's monster genes or transcendent genes, what determines the power of the star chart is the total number of genes. Star charts with transcendent genes or monster genes exceeding 90% may see an improvement. Back in reality, he now thought, the monster genes that Lord Demon God granted me are only 10%. Looking at the boy's exploding power, he couldn't help but wonder, Shao Tin, what percentage of monster genes do you have? He, on this side, secretly calculated that the transcendent genes had finally managed to force the monster genes into the star chart shape. But before, the transcendent sword was metal, and now the monster's sword is fire. With my current ability, I can only do this much. Treating it like a bomb, making it explode, as soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely struck. And so, the Starfire sword quickly erupted, charging straight towards the black circular hole. His power was like a whirlwind, constantly spiraling deeper, but it still seemed unable to penetrate. Seeing this, the Tay couldn't help but say disdainfully, "You're overestimating yourself." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a wave of power quickly swept through, leaving him bewildered. Seeing everything explode, he himself felt like he was flying, and the Tay secretly panicked, "This is..." Facing this momentum, he fearfully looked at his mutating arm, the aftershock of the collision of his power. On this side, Quan Koi was also actively channeling her inner energy, wielding her weapon to unleash the Serpent Dragon Star Chart move. A surge of blue power emanated around her. Another Water Dragon Blade move was unleashed, as if not giving the monster a chance to recover. In response to her presence, the monster roared incessantly, baring its sharp teeth and glaring at Quan Koi. But suddenly, while fighting fiercely, rocks and debris immediately rained down furiously. Quan Koi couldn't help but be bewildered. Wait. With a darkened face, she muttered to herself, "I controlled it to not damage the architecture, so it definitely wasn't caused by me, right?" Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from below, "Who dares to fight so recklessly? Damn it, do you people want to bury us alive?" Up here, Lamshi was still busy evaluating everyone. "Quick, everyone, leave this place." Back to him, the Tay was now secretly astonished. Xiao Jing actually has such immense power. Just the aftershock of the collision caused such terrible destruction. Luckily, within the rubble, there were tentacles of the flame demon god propping it up. Looking at the pile of rocks blocking those tentacles, he knew that if not for them, the underground hospital would have already collapsed. Watching the small dot gradually shrink, he felt a hint of fear in his heart. Hellfire, did it lose? But then it grew larger again, making the Tay rejoice. What foolishness am I thinking? How can Hellfire ever be extinguished? It only shrank. Thinking of this, the Tay said triumphantly, "What do you mean monsters fear transcendence? You're really good at pretending. Do you think by saying a few random words, you can change your fate? I gave you a path to life, but you insisted on rushing to your death. Go to hell and regret it." At this moment, Xiao Jing calmly said, "Myriad Sword Star Chart." The Tay was momentarily confused, asking, "What?" He continued, "The more transcendent and monster genes, the more swords can be condensed. Guess how many more swords I can create?" But he still seemed unconvinced and scoffed disdainfully, "You're showing off again. Even if you're using monster genes now, how many swords can you still condense?" At this moment, seeing his triumphant reaction, Xiao Jing immediately sneered. Immediately after, he yelled, "Blazing Star." and hundreds of light rays, symbolizing sword tips, ferociously charged straight towards that hole. Looking at the scene before him, the Tay couldn't help but wonder, how many monster genes does Xiao Jing have? He broke out in a sweat, guessing, could it be that the 10% monster genes the flame demon god granted me is because I have 90% transcended genes, and human genes are already full at 100%? His transcended genes are only 1%, which means he has 99% monster genes. How can that be? If so, he's a true monster. The T's face began to change color. Outside, a strong tremor reverberated from the battle below. Everyone was startled and worried. Was that an earthquake just now? Something must have happened. The deputy director anxiously said, "Commander, please send more people for rescue." That guy, however, yelled, "Deputy Director, I am the one in charge of this rescue operation. I have extensive rescue experience. This is just a simple rescue mission, no accidents will occur." That was just a normal aftershock. Adding more rescue personnel would waste national resources. It turns out he had ulterior motives. I must try to help young Master Fan buy more time. He kept shouting at the deputy director, "Please calm down, do not interfere." At this moment, the tremors grew stronger, and everyone murmured, "Oh my God, an earthquake this strong?" He yelled again, ordering everyone, "Just stay calm." At the same time, people peered out and saw someone's silhouette, shouting loudly, "Look! Someone's coming out!" "Commander, what are you still being calm about? Eliminators, quick, evaluate the people." The Tay emerged like a walking corpse, 99% monster genes, truly a natural talent. How ridiculous, this is precisely why I lost to a powerless commoner. He recalled how he had been triumphant inside just moments ago. Even so, I still have the hellfire of Lord Demon God. But as soon as he spoke, the whole shattered. He stared blankly at the boy. "You're really lucky." A wretched life, yet a glimmer of opportunity for transformation appeared. With that, he laughed maniacally. "But for us, the Fan family, ever since I was born, the goddess of fortune has been on my side. Now I even have Lord Demon God assisting me. Don't think you can win against me. Come on." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was bewildered again. Where did he go? The Flame Demon God had already appeared behind the Tay. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, thinking to himself, "You fool, who'd risk their life against you? If not now, when else would I escape? Fighting that hellfire already drained half my vital energy. Now facing the Flame Demon God, ha! I'm not brain dead. My sole purpose is to take those with monster genes away." After all that effort, I finally found a chance to escape, and just then, he finally reached a large hole. As soon as he stepped in, Tho was startled. "Lamb Deep, you're back." Tu Tin couldn't help but praise, Tho, you're amazing, you saved them." His action of reaching out and caressing her cheek made her confused. Is he praising me? He's even touching my face. Is he rewarding me? But actually, he was tracing the vein in her neck to transmit the monster gene. The monster gene directly infiltrates. Come on, blood power. Tu Tin immediately asked, "How many people can you carry up at most?" Tho was surprised. For some reason, my hand seems to have recovered. Now I feel the superhuman gene in my body boiling, my heart racing. I feel like I can carry everyone up. He was anxious. "That's great then, let's leave here as soon as possible, let's go." Tho cried out, stunned. Tu Tin wondered, what's wrong? Tho thought, "Actually, my hand is already healed, there's no need to carry me anymore." But she chose to remain silent. "No, it's nothing, let's go." On this side, the Flame Demon God ordered, "The traitor's power is depleted, we can end the game now." Immediately, the two rings on the Yang sisters' necks lit up. On this side, Tru Tan peeked out and nervously asked his younger sister, "Tu Dao, isn't the skin of a level 4 monster quite tough?" She stiffened. "Brother, can't you pay attention in class? 20 years ago, when the level 5 monster was still level 4. It stormed into Nabit City, the most populous city in Trukthian at the time. The cameras recorded very clearly the despair of the army at that time, a level 4 monster fighting 3 divisions. 300 rocket cannons fired simultaneously, it fearlessly charged into Nabit, devouring people without hesitation. By the time the army decided to use missiles to blow up the city, that monster had already evolved into a level 5 monster. It wasn't even afraid of missiles or cannons. Truton listened, dumbfounded. It's truly terrifyingly strong, which means... He looked at the monster and couldn't help but exclaim, Thuan Quan Koi is even more formidable than rocket cannons. Tu Dao was extremely happy. How lucky to witness senior sister Thuan Quan fighting. It feels incredibly reassuring. Everyone even rumored that men would turn and run as soon as they saw her. Truton couldn't help but be surprised. She's clearly a beautiful, strong, and all-around talented woman. Tu Dao couldn't help but scold, are you an idiot? It's because she's too outstanding. What man is worthy of senior sister Thuan Quan? So we can only blame the men in this world for being too useless. On this side, Thuan Quan Koi looked at the monster. Do you feel it yet? I am your greatest threat. Stay away from my junior sister, or I'll twist your neck off. On this side, the monster's eyes flashed fiery red, and it glared fiercely at Thuan Quan Koi. The monster then opened its mouth and charged straight towards her. Quan Koi was a bit stunned. She angrily picked up her weapon. You dare not listen to me? Still deliberately bypassing me to attack Tungu? Do you consider me heir? A cunning smile immediately appeared. Junior sister Tungu, find another monster to practice with. Because now, I have to cut this one down. As she spoke, the straw in her hand spun powerfully. A wave of power immediately shot straight towards it, like 1,000 knife wounds, and the monster instantly stood still. Its eyes showed ferocity. The monster frowned and looked at her as if it wanted to devour her alive. Its sharp teeth immediately opened, along with a surge of internal power within it. Brother and sister Tu Dao couldn't help but close their eyes tightly. Truton immediately knew it was the monster's oppressive aura. In front of its imposing presence, Quan Koi still stood calmly as if nothing was happening. And at this moment, the internal power accumulating in its mouth grew larger and larger. It was about to unleash a fatal blow towards her. Those red veins gradually became clear, and it began to prepare to attack. At this moment, it finally spoke, a low, terrifying voice echoing, Vim Bao Hao. Those eyes were like headlights, flashing a fiery red like an endless black hole. Yet, Quan Koi showed no fear. Instead, she held her weapon and flew straight towards it with immense pride. That pink pipe powerfully stabbed straight into the monster's mouth, preventing it from spewing out its power. Quan Koi chuckled and asked, you want to breathe fire? I've seen that move in a video. There's no way you can win. Her small, defiant figure stood before the ferocious monster. I've blocked your mouth, now explode. Seeing her bravely corner the monster like that, Truton couldn't help but be startled. There's a reason for the rumors after all. Tu Dao's eyes widened. Is there any man who wouldn't be afraid upon seeing Thuan Quan Koi? She looked at the dying monster on the ground and asked boredly, still hasn't exploded yet? These tentacles again, should I give it a little more energy? I'll cut them all down. But suddenly those things startled her. There's an unusual number of them. It seemed to regenerate and looked at her aggressively. Quan Koi was a bit startled. How annoying. Suddenly from behind her, a chubby pufferfish shot straight up. Quan Koi couldn't help but be surprised. A fish? What the heck is that? Like a rocket, it shot straight through the monster, shouting loudly, Satellite number 1, Ha Don Don. Just like that, the fish casually circled the monster, bombarding it freely. So, this was done by Xiaongu. She said, the attack power of the lightning element is indeed terrifyingly strong. Quickly, take advantage of the monster not having recovered yet and defeat it. Quan Koi glanced over, but your technique looks so childish, doesn't it? Xiaongu's face darkened as she reminded, no, senior sister Shangguan, we must be careful. She was surprised. Wait. Xiaoge continued, I can feel all the lightning elements underground, they've all been consumed. There's a monster here. Extremely, extremely terrifying. Don Don then shouted loudly, Xiaoge, be careful, that monster is coming again. Xiaoge anxiously, Senior sister, this place is about to collapse. Quan Koi looked at the cracking ground and couldn't help but groan, why do all the bad things keep coming at once? The scene shifts to Xiao Tin. He carried Thursday on his back and thought, it's like filling up a car with gas. Using monster genes to stimulate her transcended genes, keeping her transcended genes in a constant state of excitement. At this moment, she couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself, Lon Deep's hand is in such a sensitive spot, I can't control my heartbeat, it's just pounding like crazy. Quickly, everyone was involuntarily pulled into the air by Thursday, causing a commotion. Xiao Tin calculated silently, this building is collapsing nonstop, but the direction of its collapse seems to be guiding us back. At this, he immediately said, Thursday, let it collapse, keep moving forward, I'll clear the way. She quickly hummed in agreement. At this moment, Yang behind him suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but cry out. Thursday turned around worriedly, Yang, what's wrong? Then looked at his sister, Gong Xiaonei. Thursday was anxious, is the safety ring about to lose control? It's okay, we're almost out, everyone's safe, calm down, don't worry. Xiao Tin's eye also suddenly lit up at this moment, as if he had sensed something. Xiao Tin quickly spoke up, the safety rings around your necks aren't normal. Inside this ring, it's all the monster genes of the flame demon god. Xiaonei's face contorted in pain. Seeing her expression, he was a bit discouraged. Did I lose this game right from the start? At this moment, strange tentacles grew from Xiaonei's and Yang's necks. She screamed in pain. Xiao Tin secretly tensed, no, these are the people carrying my monster genes. He immediately reassured, I can save them, trust me. Then he quickly said, Thursday, leave here immediately. And she, on his back, also sensed the danger and hurriedly replied, Thursday then shouted loudly, activating her internal energy, parachute. But just then, his group was suddenly surrounded by a massive wave of power. Xiao Tin spoke up, as expected, we still can't escape. What's going on? Thursday was surprised, that person, what exactly is she? Why is her head a blue flame? Xiao Tin replied, she is the monster that no one in this world can defeat. Hearing him say this, Thursday couldn't help but be terrified, she's a monster? I've never seen a monster with this shape before. Aside from her head, her other body parts are clearly just like a human's. The genes in my body, from top to bottom, are continuously trembling unconsciously, it's like the instinctive fear of a mouse seeing a cat. Can't resist, can't run, can't breathe, it's so hard to breathe. Xiao Tin spoke up, calm down, if you keep shaking, we'll actually fall. Thursday then startled and cried out. He continued, all right, I'm fine, now we have to defeat her, right? She looked back, my younger brother and the others are still there. At this moment, the flame demon god stared intently at them, and she spoke in a dark voice, the game is over. I am about to acquire a body that can contain my power. Meanwhile, Thursday shouted worriedly, Yang. She continued smugly, the method of disguising myself as a human is truly very satisfying. Because that way I can discreetly devour superhumans to replenish my power. Thursday looked at his attitude, couldn't help but wonder, is Lam Deep talking to her? Immediately after, Tu Tin pulled them towards himself. He challenged, sorry, but you have no chance of devouring these two. Tu Tin's action somewhat surprised her, for a moment, Hoa Diem didn't react. Tu Tin looked at her and continued, Flame Demon God, you've been buried underground for a long time, haven't you? Monster genes have been around for so many years, do you think human research made no progress during that time? He remembered the director, there are people who don't shy away from difficulties, who persevere in their research relentlessly despite failures. Their main goal is to save those who carry monster genes. In 20 years of research, they invented a vaccine. This vaccine can prevent monster genes from corroding the human brain. In 20 years of research, they invented a vaccine. Although it can only prevent it for less than a second, and it's worthless to humans who have already been monstrously transformed. But that's enough. Even if your monster genes penetrate and corrode their brains sooner, thanks to the vaccine's obstruction, they will still stand with me and fight. Hearing this, the flame demon god couldn't help but scoff, looking at him with a cold snort. Then, suddenly, the flame demon god's right leg began to glow strangely. Thursday looked at the scene before her in surprise. Her left leg exploded. No. She paused to observe further, then screamed in shock, "It's a transformation!" Flames raged across the sky, and at that moment, the flame demon god spoke again, heaven-devouring flame purgatory. Fiery jaws. As soon as she finished speaking, a set of sharp teeth, like a shark's, opened from within the flames towards Tune. Once again, they were pulled away. Thursday was extremely worried about her younger brother. She looked at him and screamed, "Yang Yang." Tu-Ting quickly told her, Thursday, support me. Try your best not to let me be disturbed." Thursday was extremely serious. Even if I die, I won't let anything disturb you." Immediately after, Tu-Tin began to channel his inner power. The flame demon god couldn't help but be surprised. They are. Her eyes glowed brightly, like a volcano erupting. Mine. On this side, Tune struggled to clench her teeth. My body is gradually losing control, as if it's being gnawed and corroded by something, and my consciousness is becoming more blurred. Is this what it feels like to mutate into a monster? Can I ultimately not escape this day? Discriminatory voices immediately echoed in her mind. She recalled her grandfather's words, "My little son, you are so strong, you'll surely wait for me, won't you? No matter what, you must not give up. I'll definitely save you." At that time, she only replied perfunctorily, yes, don't worry, Grandpa." He continued to worry, "You must always stay optimistic and cheerful." Tune's inner self was now screaming, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can't wait any longer." At this moment, a fierce hand gripped the tentacle and tore it off. Tu-Tin had now returned to his normal human form, no longer Lamb Deep. Tune wondered blankly, "He is Lamb Deep? The one Grandpa said could save me." The sharp teeth opened wide again, and the flame demon god roared furiously, "Traitor, you're just a lowly human, what right do you have to snatch what's mine?" His eyes full of disdain, he looked at her, based on this. At this moment, he stood tall in front of the two, shielding them. Tu-Ting continued to transmit his voice, "Flame demon god, have you forgotten? In your previous life, you couldn't destroy my soul either." He paused. "Moreover, human souls are much more resilient and tenacious than you imagine." He directly exposed her, "Flame demon god, you're scared too, aren't you? Scared that you'll be exposed right in front of all humanity, because your true king doesn't have enough power to awaken yet. You don't dare, and you can't wage war everywhere with humanity. Before the king awakens, right? Because once humanity resists, what if the king can't gather enough power to awaken? What if the king truly awakens, and then blames you for ruining his plan? That's why you need a disguise to hide your true identity, pretending to be human to devour superhumans." Her vulnerability exposed, she angrily roared, "Traitor, I'll turn you into a pile of minced meat." At this moment, Tu-Tin spoke, "Although I can temporarily protect everyone from its claws, I'm very sorry, I can only save one of you two. Because I can only transmit power to one person." Hearing this, Yang Yang, standing behind, couldn't help but ask blankly, "One person? Does that mean one of us still has a chance to live, right? Although I don't understand your method. But that's great. Let the class president receive that power, she's the most suitable." It turned out that Tu-Tin had separated his soul from his body. He still carried Thursday on his back, and she shouted to encourage her brother, "Yang Yang, hang in there. Lamb Deep will definitely save you." Meanwhile, the flame demon god also began to act, her eyes widening as she stared at him. The tentacles were now aimed directly at Thursday. She cried out in surprise, "These are..." The tentacles in the hospital were all hers. She immediately struck a blow towards it, resolving firmly, "I absolutely cannot let it disturb Lamb Deep." But everything was beyond Thursday's data. Instead of attacking her and failing, the tentacle aimed directly at Lam Dao, who was standing bewildered behind them. Thursday was startled. "No way." Immediately, Lam Dao transformed into a terrifying monster with horns on its head. Thursday couldn't help but be startled when she saw it. How can this be? At this moment, a bit of his consciousness still remained. Lam Dao's tears streamed down. He shouted, "Don't you dare make me a monster to harm others." Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken, tears streaming down. "Lam Dao." He then immediately shouted, "Sister Thursday, the class president and Duong are all counting on you." He then struck his own tentacles, causing blood to gush out. Thursday was heartbroken beyond words, but she could only watch helplessly. "No!" The flame demon god was naturally displeased. She raged, "I wasted my power on him, that ungrateful coward." On this side, the Tay also immediately wanted to claim credit. He looked at Thursday and then said, "Your Excellency demon god, I will go kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand. A powerful internal force quickly appeared, Crimson Flame Hand. His hand seemed to be enveloped in red fire. Thursday couldn't help but shout furiously, "Fan the Tay, so the one hiding in the shadows was you. Why are you serving monsters?" He sneered disdainfully, "Why are you pretending? You should have realized it a long time ago. The thing that's been carrying you all this time is also a monster." Thursday used a wind barrier to block the attack and replied, "No, he's a human who can control the power of monsters. But you are a scum who helped monsters cause this disaster, sacrificing your own people to them. You are the real monster." Hearing her curses, he naturally gnashed his teeth in anger. The Tay then refused to give up and retorted, "Indeed, you only have a head for growing hair, you can't think for yourself. Trash like you only hinders the development of humanity. Let's see how you'll sever my flames this time." Transcended Crimson Flame Hand, Monster Crimson Flame Hand. On this side, Nge pouted and said loudly, "Who gave you permission to decide on your own?" "I am the class president, I decide." Strangely, as soon as she struck, Duong's head became soft like a rice noodle. Tu Tin explained, "Currently, we are in a place similar to the spiritual world. Your mental strengths are evenly matched, you can only provoke each other." Tu Tin snapped his fingers and at the same time asked, "Do either of you have anything you want to discuss with me?" Duong nervously shouted, "Wait a moment." Immediately after, he fainted. Tu Tin felt annoyed, "Let this idiot sleep first." Nge looked on in admiration, "You just snapped your fingers and Duong couldn't handle it anymore, you're amazing." Tu Tin's expression remained unchanged, but he joked to lighten the mood, "Sounds like erectile dysfunction, doesn't it?" Nge smiled brightly, "We're truly on the same wavelength. This is what you call instant familiarity. Brother, we really have great chemistry. You risked your life to save us, that's truly righteous. You said you could only grant power to one of us too. So what about the other one? Is there any way to save them?" Tu Tin honestly said, "I can help him retain his consciousness after he transforms into a monster. Although without power infused, he'll only be a low-level monster, but at least his body won't be stolen by the flame demon god." Nge asked again, "Someone who has been turned into a monster, will they never be able to turn back into a human again?" Tu Tin continued, "Perhaps I will find a way to help him transform back later." She continued to ask, "Can we defeat the flame demon god?" He was also honest, "If we fight now, we definitely won't win, but we can desperately try to escape. If we're truly pushed to a corner, I still have another trump card." She asked again, "What if the flame demon god finds another person with monster genes who can contain her power?" Tu-Tin replied, then no one will be able to fight her anymore. We can only find a way to accelerate our strength. Tu-Nge then said. So what if she doesn't find one? Tu-Tin still patiently replied, then she'll probably have to experience being annihilated by humans. Finally, Tu-Nge remembered, oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. He calmly replied, my name is Tu-Tin. She continued, thank you, Tu-Tin. You must have worked very hard to be so powerful now, haven't you? He wasn't boastful, it's all right, I guess it's due to natural talent. Tu-Nge pointed at him and chattered, Tu-Tin, if the flame demon god decides to wage a great war against humanity, perhaps the transcendent beings still have a chance to survive. But ordinary people will certainly die. Tu-Tin began to lose patience. Again? Your righteous speech is back again. Tu-Nge happily said, even with consciousness, for someone who has to live the rest of their life in the form of a monster, it's truly too cruel. So, would you like to hear my suggestion? You've worked too hard, you don't need to carry this world alone. Share half of that pressure with me. He secretly thought, that's right, she would definitely choose that, because in her previous life, she was the little sun. Even if the world abandoned her, she was still willing to illuminate the entire world. On this side, Thursday was already tightly bound and struggling. The Tay spoke, you Thursday, there's still hope if you run now. Both of her eyes were bleeding, but Thursday still resolved, I absolutely cannot let Lam DM be disturbed. Immediately after, of course, her power still couldn't contend with that guy. A huge explosion instantly occurred, Su couldn't help but scream. The Tay proudly transformed those tentacles into a sharp iron drill, he looked at her disdainfully, then there's no more chance. At this moment, Thursday was helpless, her 7 orifices bleeding sweat and blood as she looked at him with a horrified expression. Suddenly, a familiar hand fiercely gripped those tentacles and squeezed hard. The Tay looked at Duong, he couldn't help but be surprised, this terrifying power, why is it you? His legs quickly grew another mutated form at this moment, Duong took a run up and kicked straight through. Just like that, the Tay was kicked away like a ball, Duong just happened to yell, no, don't bully my sister. As soon as she saw her younger brother was safe, she couldn't help but happily yell, Duong. His eyes streaming with tears, he looked over and cursed loudly, damn Lam DM, idiotic class president and Tu-Nge. He wailed in despair, the one who deserves to be sacrificed the most should be a good-for-nothing like me. Hearing her younger brother say that, Thursday's eyes widened blankly, could it be that come Tu-Nge already? Immediately, the flame demon god shot tentacles from its head towards Tu-Nge, it couldn't help but gloat, I'm still the winner in this game. Duong was so enraged he became reckless, he couldn't help but brace himself to charge forward, monster. At this moment, those legs were also accumulating inner power to take a run up, constantly emitting blue fire light. Just like that, he launched himself like a rocket towards Tu-Nge. Tears streamed down his face, his fists clenched, Duong desperately yelled, give me back the class president. But it seemed he was too late, that body was already empty, leaving only tattered clothes. A strong hand gripped his face tightly, from a certain perspective, you are also a subordinate, it's just that the king you follow is too weak, and you are also extremely weak. It had now completely taken over Tu-Nge's body, the flame demon god looked at Duong disdainfully and mocked, as a subordinate like you, I feel utterly humiliated. Destroy. He stared blankly as his classmate was controlled, unsure what to do. But for some reason, it still hadn't attacked, the flame demon god's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Immediately after, like a ball, it casually tossed him away, Duong was impacted and vanished. It then shifted its target, extending a finger, I have obtained a body that uses infinite energy, traitor, your time of death has come, chains of hell. Thursday worried about her younger brother and immediately yelled, Duong. Tu-Tin reassured her, don't worry, with this level of attack, he won't die yet. She irritably cursed, this idiot, as soon as he got my power, he rushed in to take a beating. So what do we do now? Tu Tin calmly replied, "Wait." Thursday asked in surprise, "Wait?" He recalled talking to Tu Nge earlier. "This method of yours seems to have a bit of a chance to succeed, but one slip-up and you're dead." She quickly replied, "Don't dally anymore, that will only cause more sacrifices. I've been ready for this day for a long time. I have the strongest monster genes. If I can use them on the battlefield, that would be great. If I fail, then please lead everyone to escape." The Hellfire attack was unleashed. It couldn't help but gloat, laughing loudly with joy at its new body. The Flame Demon God immediately exposed. "Let me guess, the consciousness of this body's owner is still there. What are you scheming?" Hearing this, Tu Tin was also a bit startled. Perhaps he didn't think it would know about this. From its fingertip, a black circle appeared again. "Naive game, human consciousness is stored in the brain, right?" Then, it opened its mouth wide and casually swallowed it deliciously. The Flame Demon God thought, if the brain explodes, consciousness will be lost as well. At this moment, Tu Nge's entire body began to show cracks. Immediately, Tu Nge's head exploded. He didn't think it would be so insane and yelled in extreme shock, "No!" Immediately after, Tu Tin quickly extended his hand and shot out a stream of power. Monster, Myriad Sword Star Chart, Starfire. A surge of power immediately rushed straight towards it. At this moment Thursday couldn't help but be startled. "Lamb DM, if you do this, will Tu Nge get hurt?" Immediately, gruesome tentacles grew out profusely from that body, looking incredibly bizarre. It seemed he wanted to directly destroy that body part, to save Tu Nge's dignity. Tu Tin explained to Thursday, "That body no longer belongs to Tu Nge." Two mutated arms quickly grew out from its back. It gloated, "A weak brain, the fragile consciousness of humans is unworthy of this shell. My genes will create a new head. Let's see what other schemes you big-headed, great-brained humans can come up with." It then immediately appeared in front of him. "Traitor, the remaining energy in your body right now is probably not even enough to help you escape." Tu Tin was a little surprised. Too fast. Even if Tu Nge's body is strong, it still has certain limitations for the Flame Demon God. It won't be able to reach its peak state like in the apocalypse of the previous life, but this speed makes me unable to see clearly. But he quickly calmed himself down. Tu Tin used his Star Sword to parry its attack. Immediately after, the Flame Demon God grabbed his hand. "No monster should dream of becoming a new king. Return to me the royal authority and all the monster genes in your body." Tu Tin looked at his hand and secretly thought, she can use such terrifying power. It can be said that she is a level 6 monster, truly invincible in this world. "Can't struggle free, I can only give up some of my power." At this point, he quickly spoke up, though, step back. He decisively pulled away the hand that she was controlling. Though couldn't help but look worried. "Your hand." Tu Tin reassured, "It's fine. As long as the heart isn't damaged, limbs can still grow back normally." The Flame Demon God immediately swallowed his arm. She laughed triumphantly, "That bit of flesh and bone strength isn't even worth picking from my teeth." Tu Tin said to though, "We need to figure out a way to leave here." She worried, "Can we really escape?" Just then, a huge explosion appeared before her, separating the two sides. The Flame Demon God said slyly, "Supernatural food, you've killed my monster general, so now, use your bodies to pay for it." Though couldn't help but be surprised. Over there are Thuan Quan Koi and the new super elite student, Gu. He immediately startled and pushed though away. She asked blankly, Lamb Deep, don't you need me to help you fly anymore?" Tu Tin quickly calmed down. "Don't worry, I don't need your help. I can use my fire-breathing skill to temporarily hover in the air. You take Duong to Thuan Quan Koi." Though immediately obeyed. "Okay." But that dazzling scene was seen by Gu, who looked at him with a darkened face and indifferent eyes. Du immediately rushed towards him. Though recognized him at a glance, "Lamb Deep, is the new super elite student Gu trying to kill you?" Though he was strong, standing before Gu, he couldn't help but secretly scream, "So scary." Hearing her question, he coughed. "She's just bringing me energy, though. Hurry and save your brother. Though also replied, then I'll just remove the wind spell from you, okay? You have to be careful. Tu Ting quickly replied. Okay. His next action surprised the flame demon god. She watched silently, puzzled. Tu Tin looked at the monster in front of him and said loudly, "You ate my arm, so I'll just have to eat this of yours." Then the formation from Quan Kuei's dragon star diagram quickly struck through. She screamed in surprise, "What?" Quan Kuei struck with the water wind scythe and questioned, "Lamb Deep, why did Tune Guzbao become like this? Once everything is settled, you must explain everything clearly to me." He replied calmly, "Absolutely." At the same time, Tu Tin also took the opportunity to swallow the tentacles. Tu Tin glared at her. "I'll reluctantly accept the energy from your monster general's body, then." Inside the monster's soul world, Tu Tin saw a student. "Are you Tran Fai?" The flame demon god's monster general turned out to be him. Tran Fai, seeing Tu Tin actually say his name, asked curiously, "You know me?" Tu Tin casually replied, "You're Tunga's classmate." He secretly thought, "You're also my classmate from the previous life. Sorry for making you a monster prematurely in this life." Tran Fai was surprised. "Didn't I turn into a monster? Why do I still have consciousness? Oh right, why am I here?" Tu Tin smiled gently and replied calmly, "Because I'm consuming you." Hearing this, Tran Fai couldn't help but be startled. Tu Tin said sincerely, "If you don't want to, who knows, maybe later I'll find a way to help you restore your human body." Tran Fai was surprised. "Restore my consciousness?" He asked Tu Tin blankly, "Does that mean I can continue living? But live as a monster?" Then he calmly refused, "Thanks, but no thanks. Having consciousness but turning into a monster, just thinking about it is scary. The situation would be even worse than before. Humans would despise and hate me even more." He continued, truly a bit regretfully. "I can't go to crowded places to hang out, my hands would be bigger, and I wouldn't even be able to play games. Ever since my mother passed away. My father doesn't want to see me anymore either. Perhaps ever since they knew I had 84% monster genes, my relatives and friends have probably already considered me a monster and wanted to kill me a long time ago. Luckily, the class monitor and everyone always encouraged me, which is why I was able to get through it. But if I turn into a monster, I can't study with them anymore. I wouldn't be able to bear it." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Now I can feel it, the class monitor is in danger." Then Tran Fai held out his hand and hesitantly said to Tu Tin, "So, eat me." Tran Fai's body slowly vanished. He couldn't hold back his tears. "Please save my class monitor and kill all the monsters in this world." Tu Tin also extended his fist, touching Tran Fai's hand. Okay, the two of them had seemingly made a pact. Tu Tin continued, "I agree with you." Afterward, he quickly returned to the present outside. A huge surge of power immediately struck the flame demon god. After eating Tran Fai, his power seemed to have increased significantly. She provoked, "Is that all you've got? Attacking me, the flame demon god, with pure fire?" The flame demon god asked him disdainfully, "Such a foolish attack, do you mean to give me strength?" But suddenly, her arm behind her underwent a strange change, startling the flame demon god. At the same time, another arm grew, but it was an eccentric red, which made the flame demon god wonder, "What is this?" Tune said very seriously, "I'm about to become a stumbling block for the flame demon god, a paralyzing agent and a safe umbrella, to prevent him from slaughtering living beings and buy you brothers time to recover." But of course, he quickly stopped her, "Calm down, the failure rate is too high, and your grandfather would kill me. How will I appease him later? I already promised him I'd bring you home." Tune continued, "Can I still go home? If I go back, won't I turn into a monster? Grandpa will surely understand. He won't blame you. Only I can do this." She pointed at Lam Dao, who was sound asleep, and asked him, "Or should we rely on this idiot? And there's Lam Dao too." Although he's turned into a monster, according to what you said, there's still a chance to turn him back into a human, right? At this point, she smiled brightly. I'm the class monitor. I'll never abandon him. 210, agree to this with me, quickly become stronger. Do your best to save this world and bring me home, okay? Finally, he agreed. I'll do my best. 210 instructed, remember, although I can't give you my power, I can help you avoid being controlled by the flame demon god. Your body is about to be taken over by her, so absolutely do not let her kill you. You must figure out how to receive the power I transmit to you and try to stay alive. Only then can you become the flame demon god's paralyzing agent. At that moment, she quickly agreed with him, which is why that arm grew out. That arm ferociously punched the flame demon god in the face. She smiled slyly and said, too much trouble. Immediately after, another of her arms tightly grasped the wrist that was punching her face. Immediately after, she decisively stepped forward, and blood spurted out like water. The flame demon god said in disgust, get out of this body. Immediately after, she quickly turned towards 210 and yelled, traitor. But what she didn't expect was that there was no one there. Looking around, there was only her. Of course, he knew his limits, so he ran away as fast as he could. She unexpectedly said to herself, he ran away? Outside, a heated argument was taking place. We are people sent by headquarters to investigate the unusual earthquake at the hospital. Rescue team leader, please report the current situation. The commander-in-chief spoke up. Almost all the survivors in the hospital have been rescued, but Thuan Quan Koi, the elite squad, and 2 eliminators are still trapped underground. Everyone was furious. Then what are you doing here? Why don't you send people to rescue them? He stammered, but this matter. Immediately after, figures emerged from inside, and a police officer shouted loudly, Shangwan Koi and the elite squad, they all came out safely. He was secretly surprised. How can that be? And immediately the commander-in-chief stepped forward and asked, Shangwan Koi, the situation inside, tell me about it slowly. She grabbed his collar tightly and yelled, immediately contact headquarters for me, I have something important to report. He was startled and immediately obeyed the order. Understood. Xiao Tin looked at the girl in front of him. Xiao Dao, take Zhao Xing to the hospital dean's office to receive the mission reward. Try to be a little polite. This startled her. Me? Xiao Tin then said, you can't exactly leave it to your idiotic brother, can you? Xiao Dao then didn't refuse either. Okay. Then he mechanically said, Tutu, take Yang Yang back to the academy first. I'll ask the dean to secretly treat him. Xiao Yu. Let's go find the dean to discuss something. Immediately after, he was in the dean's office recounting the entire incident. After rambling for a while, he clearly explained the situation to Qin Triet. That's how everything is. Although very sad, he still tried to remain calm. His old, wrinkled face couldn't hide his worries. Seeing him like that, he felt a bit apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't bring Xiaonei back with us. Hearing this, Qin Triet clenched his fists as if to suppress the pain in his heart. But then he immediately relaxed his hands, sighing as if accepting this outcome. Qin Triet then spoke, I know my granddaughter best. The more dangerous it is, the more she gives others a chance to live. Her personality is exactly like her parents. My son and daughter-in-law were also killed by monsters just to save others. How could that girl be any different? So I don't blame you. If you need my help later, just say so. I will do my best to help, hoping you can bring that kind child home. Hearing this, Xiao Tin and Xiao Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly replied, yes, absolutely. Seeing him like that, he suddenly started, oh, wait, don't be too demanding. You also have to consider this old man's endurance, don't you? Xiao Tin was greedy. Dean, we'll try to limit it. He continued in silence, but even if you manage to do something similar to me, you're still far from the Fan family. The Fan family has developed too quickly, with too many businesses, and they are the number 1 or 2 life essence fluid supplier in Huaxia. Xiao Yu continued, Dean, can't we use our connections to seek help from a higher level? As long as the Purifier headquarters supports us, can the Fan family still control everything? He recounted, before, we caught a type of monster similar to an ancient three-horned dragon, hoping that purifiers nationwide would conduct a widespread search for earth veins. But this matter has made no progress, as if many people are secretly obstructing it. Because there are many vested interests involved, it's not as simple as it seems on the surface. Xiao Tin secretly thought, the apocalypse in my previous life wasn't entirely caused by monsters, but also by the contribution of some humans. Qin Triad nervously tapped his hand on the table. We absolutely cannot force the flame demon god to wage war with humanity too early. So we and the Fan family are secretly fighting each other. Because we don't want to disturb the mysterious force behind everything, we can only secretly and carefully contact trustworthy people, gradually building a comprehensive plan. At this point, he clenched his fist. For now, don't think about borrowing outside help. He seriously asked him, Xiao Tin, based on your understanding of monsters, what will they do? Do you have a plan? Xiao Tin glanced over. If the flame demon god can't drain Xiao Ne now, then maybe it can after absorbing more energy. Suddenly realizing he might have said too much, he coughed a few times. In fact, the goal of the entire monster race is the same. Reborn in this life, Xiao Tin knew that it was to provide energy for their king, by eating ordinary people, eating superhumans. The more superhuman genes superhumans have, the greater their energy. The national rookie competition is coming soon, and for the flame demon god, this competition is nothing short of a feast. As he spoke, he silently calculated. The calamity of Xiao Tin already occurred in his previous life. All the young geniuses died in that rookie competition. The news reported it was due to a monster riot, but the specific situation was unclear. Qin Triad couldn't help but wonder, what about you then? Do you need to grow rapidly? What do you plan to do? Xiao Tin continued, don't worry about me for now. When it comes to growth, the growth of superhumans is always linked to elemental stimulation. A full cup will overflow. But take Shangguan Koi as an example. If you throw her into the deep sea, her growth rate will definitely be extremely fast. When she was a 3-star superhuman, she actually did that. She almost became food for the sea monsters. Now, even the river water in Purifier City can no longer stimulate Shangguan Koi. What I'm trying to say isn't about Shangguan Koi, didn't you notice, sir? Right next to us, we always have the superhuman who can grow the easiest, Gu. She was surprised. Me? He continued to explain. That's right, modern society isn't like ancient times. There's even more electricity than water, it's everywhere. At this, Tu Tin's face became sly, and director. Qin Triad quickly exposed him. Put away that greedy look on your face. He kept talking, leaving the old man bewildered. The National Supernova Competition is held in Tantan, with participants from all over the country, and the biggest thing there is the nuclear power plant. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but tremble all over. Sweat quickly broke out. Wait, stop right there. The sly expression was still clear. Director Qin, don't you want to witness the first 5-star superhuman in the entire country with your own eyes? Loy then, nurtured by your own hands? Qin Triad spoke up then, what you need, this old man absolutely cannot provide. Qin Triad then instructed his secretary, Tutu, give Tu Tin a file of original star charts. She was confused. Original star charts? Are those the perfect O-star charts, theorized to be composed of a person's most perfect superhuman gene sequence? The director raised his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, it's O, which means nothing to anyone else. According to him, this original version could help Gu understand magnetism better. Tuda asked again, is it really necessary? Qin Triad continued, whatever he needs, we'll do our best to support him. She was startled. Huh? Then the nuclear power plant. He waved his hand, go prepare the O for him. The application process will take quite a while. Tuda didn't say much more. Yes, Director Qin. Immediately after, Tuda went out and closed the door. Kin Triad immediately picked up the phone. But as soon as the other end saw his number, they immediately hung up, not even bothering to be polite. Kin Triad still didn't give up. Old Tran, it's me, Kin. Before he could say anything, the other side quickly hung up again. Continuously after that, whoever he called immediately hung up, refusing to help. It seemed everyone was afraid of getting involved with the Fan family. Finally, someone answered the phone, but he immediately yelled, "Kin Triad, ever since you stole 2 Man, you and I have been mortal enemies. Now you call me without shame? What exactly do you want? That year, my poor 2 Man chose you, then had to overwork herself, which is why she passed away so early. And now you still dare to call me repeatedly? What trick are you playing now? Speak." Kin Triad shamelessly said, "It's like this, my student needs a large amount of electricity. It just so happens that you manage Tan-T's nuclear power plant. I want this girl to participate in your Tan-T supernova competition. Help me power her up. If necessary, temporarily cut off power to residences for a while. This concerns all of humanity." The voice on the other end continued to shout deafeningly, "You lunatic," then immediately hung up. Kin Triad continued to call. He remained extremely patient to help 210, hoping he could bring his niece back, but there was no glimmer of hope. Another person answered the phone, "There's no way we're cutting power to the residents. I'll report to the Tan-Tru Superhuman headquarters that your Nam Noyet Superhuman Academy wants to cooperate. 1 billion, no bargaining." Kin Triad was in a difficult position. "My academy doesn't have that much money." The other end was merciless. "Goodbye." He quickly pleaded, "Oh, please don't. Let's just agree to that for now. I'll figure out the other matters later." Immediately after, that person also quickly hung up. Holding the phone, he rubbed his aching temple and muttered, "I wonder how many more calls I'll have to make to solve this." Then he dialed another number, mumbling, "That kid 210 sure knows how to torment this old man." Kin Triad called him and instructed, 210, you don't have much time left. Please, you must save Tune." On this side, a booming voice rang out along with a loud slap, "Fan the Tay, our fan family is at the most crucial moment. I'm about to become a 5-star superhuman. If I can secure the position of overall commander of the Tan-Tru Superhumans, do you know what that means? What we need right now is elemental energy, so we aren't scorned by others, but look at what you've done, huh? Not only did you fail to secure the supernova, but you also dared to hide it from me to cause trouble at the hospital. I've told you many times, what you do isn't important, what's important is to leave no trace. Look at the mess you've made. How many more times does the family have to clean up after you, huh? You son of a bitch, are your brains in your balls? And on top of that, you brought Kin Triad's granddaughter here. Damn it, I can't understand what kind of dark magic has gotten to you." He was beaten by his father until his mouth was full of blood. At this moment, the Tay was so resentful that he burst out laughing. He then retorted, "Father and I do everything for the future of the family." Chien Thian reached out a hand towards his son, cursing without reservation, "What the hell? If it's for the family, then you should have listened and completed your mission, obediently refining the undying flame with the eternal flower. Help me become the first 5-star superhuman in Hoaha. This is the most important thing for our fan family right now. Not messing around, Fan the Tay, you've disappointed me greatly." Though battered, he remained defiant. "My great father, without me, you wouldn't be able to obtain the undying flame and, of course, wouldn't become the first 5-star superhuman." Then he slowly stood up, looking at his father with disdain. "In that case, excuse my frankness, but you're nothing but useless." Chien Thian didn't expect his son to act like this. He glared and asked, "Disobedient son, what did you say?" His uncle, standing beside him, couldn't help but be alarmed. "The Tay, apologize to your father right now. He showed no fear. How do we deal with the useless? I recall you setting an example for me many years ago." Hearing this, Chien Thian was stunned. He hadn't expected his son to change so much in such a short time. Recalling the past, a woman held captive gently spoke to the little boy in front of her, who was the Tay as a child. Baby, let's go. Let's leave this place. He was confused then. Who are you? Why did you suddenly barge into my room? I need to go to the gene research lab for a test now. The poor woman explained mournfully, I'm your mother. The Fan family forced me to give birth for them. Only you are still alive. He was very surprised then. Mother? She patiently continued. Because my superhuman genes are very strong, I was forced to have outstanding children with Fan Chi by all means. I can't take it anymore, now I only have you. Come, let's leave this hell together. Immediately after, a fierce gaze approached from behind. The old man coldly said, You're crazy, you've become useless. The woman screamed furiously, Fan Chi, you devil. Chi channeled his inner energy, the useless must turn to ash. Immediately after, the woman's body was instantly incinerated. In front of the Tay at that moment, there was only a scream. The image of that day still haunted him to this very moment. The Tay could never forget the scene he witnessed years ago. Back in the present, Chi spoke again, You ungrateful wretch, if you won't repent even in death, then I'll gouge out all the undying flame from your body. Consider all the resources the Fan family has devoted to you over the years as having been fed to dogs. His uncle quickly intervened, Brother, don't be angry, the Tay is just temporarily confused. The old man said coldly, Confused? I think you're even more confused. How do you usually educate the heir of our Fan family, huh? Burn one of his arms as a warning. Immediately, a large flame surged forth. Chi cruelly used the blazing hand to attack his son while shouting, Disobedient son, kneel before me. He smirked, channeling his inner energy to withstand with his mutated hand, I'm fine, why should I kneel? Chi contemptuously moved his fingers, looking at him, You who don't know your place. Tentacles immediately sprouted from his hand, simultaneously attacking the old man. The other hand held his uncle back. Chi couldn't help but wonder, what is this? His uncle was surprised, the Tay, what's wrong with your hand? He smirked cunningly, You're the one who doesn't know your place, you fundamentally don't know the true appearance of this world. My esteemed father, you really want the undying flame, don't you? Then take it. At this moment, the old man's body was tightly held by those tentacles, completely unable to move. His uncle couldn't help but exclaim in shock, The Tay, what are you doing? He's your father. Chi face turned cold, so, you've encountered some strange fortuitous event that makes you so arrogant and conceited. He continued, but don't forget, I am the superhuman closest to reaching 5 stars. At the same time, the flame demon god immediately appeared before him. Is this a sacrificial offering for me, isn't it? Chi was secretly startled, the speed is too fast. Looking at the girl in front of him, he naturally didn't understand what was happening. A huge question arose in his mind, Kin Triad's granddaughter, how can this be? Her hand quickly plunged straight into his heart, making him secretly horrified, such immense power. Looking at her hand, he secretly judged, this is not the power a human should possess. Then Chi said, You are not Kin Triad's granddaughter. The Tay introduced, she is the eternal flower you have always wished to obtain to develop the Fan family. He couldn't help but be surprised, I didn't expect it, it's the eternal flower. His uncle, standing beside him, anxiously said, The Tay, quickly release Chi, he is your biological father. He looked at his father coldly, is that so? It seems the Tay is really enjoying this feeling. He chuckled lightly and said, Someone with genes like mine will surely taste delicious. Fresh blood spurted out, his uncle screamed in horror, No. The Tay's uncle was startled as he realized, recalling the immortal flame ahead of time to preserve its power, asking the research staff to retreat. Tonight's events, you had planned all this beforehand, didn't you? Sweating, he asked him, The Tay, as the heir of the Fan family, do you know what you're doing? With a calm smile on his face, covered in fresh blood, he replied, I've never been as clear-headed as I am now. He helplessly asked. Initially, Fan Chien Thien intended to use stimulation to upgrade the family's superhuman genes. I've always been suspicious. I know where to investigate information about your maternal family. His face, neither happy nor sad, told him, Uncle, don't be so tense. Hearing this, his uncle couldn't help but be startled, perhaps because he could no longer understand what his nephew was thinking. His arm, which Chien Thien had struck, gradually recovered. He explained, I have no relationship with that person at all. Don't tell me you thought I did all this because of her. How could that be? My father had to die, not only because he had outlived his usefulness, but also because he would become a stumbling block for me. With his conservative working style, he would certainly affect the plans I've laid out for the family in the future. Uncle, for so many years, you've nurtured me no differently than a father. He looked at his uncle with a hint of threat. I believe that after you learn the cause and effect, you will support me. His uncle was startled to hear that. What? He extended his hand and continued, our Fan family will become a farm owner cultivating humans. As long as you agree to join, we can continue to research the limits of human genes together. He couldn't help but be afraid. This is too insane. You will bring disaster upon the Fan family, leading to its utter ruin. He remained calm even as he said this. You are wrong. I am the Fan family's only savior. Otherwise, the Fan family branch would have become monster food long ago. No matter how powerful a family is, once the demon god wishes to destroy it, how long do you think it would take for him? Finally, he had no other choice but to compromise with his nephew. The Tay was pleased, indeed worthy of being my dear uncle. He continued, starting tomorrow, we will begin offering 1 3-star superhuman each day for His Excellency the Flame Demon God to consume. He listened, bewildered. What? The Flame Demon God's face was full of greed. She slyly smiled and said, 1 is not enough, I want 3. He continued, I understand. If we can't find them from outside, we'll temporarily use those loyal to the Fan family in their place. We absolutely cannot let His Excellency the Demon God go hungry. We'll try to wait until the supernova competition is held in Tanti, then we'll bring His Excellency the Demon God there for a grand feast. Scene shifts to the school's training ground. In the future, we all have to fight monsters. But even a first-level monster has 5 times the strength of a human, so physical training is a must. The students were forced into a horse stance, and for them, it seemed so difficult that their entire bodies were trembling. The voice continued, at the same time, the stronger the body and soul, the more capable it is of stimulating superhuman genes to awaken. Each of you must complete your daily physical training tasks. One of them angrily shouted, pointing at 210, but teacher, why are those 2 sitting there, even eating and enjoying themselves? Are we just extras? What right do they have? He was filled with anger. Teacher, look at that brat's mouth. He's laughing at others' pain. I hate it. The teacher continued, they are the supernovae of our academy this term, assigned to a specialized teacher. So, of course, their curriculum won't be the same as yours. They are waiting for their team's private teacher. He seemed unconvinced. The team's private teacher? For this kind of cultivation, the more people the merrier, of course. Our training efficiency is higher, there's no need to be jealous of them. At the same time, Quan Koi approached from a distance. He smiled cheerfully, hello, Teacher Thuan Quan. Quan Koi continued, you 2 can just call me senior sister as usual. The students standing there, seeing the scene before them, couldn't help but gasp, Thuan Quan Koi. This blonde guy seemed to go crazy again. Damn it, a genius girl like Tungu is one thing, that brat 210 clinging to women, I can understand that too. But on what grounds do those 2 good-for-nothing siblings, True Thin and True Tu Dao, get to be there, teacher? I want to report True Thin and True Tu Dao. They didn't return to the dormitory last night, and I don't know what wicked things they were doing out there. The teacher, fed up, explained, their Doomsday Martian squad had to participate in a mission for the past 2 days. It seems True Thin and True Tu Dao even went to claim their reward for completing the mission. Look, they're back. Hearing that, they immediately turned to look. At this moment, two Dao's siblings were cheerfully laughing. True Thin then looked towards him and said loudly, "Big bro, the mission's complete. We've had the Vice Dean exchange all the money into life essence fluid." Tu Tin couldn't help but praise, "Well done, Tu Dao. The quantity looks like a lot." Immediately after, he stood up and happily said goodbye. "Good luck, everyone. We're leaving now." The others were disheartened and complained, "Why are True Thin and his group so strong? They can pull so many barrels at once." No, the main point is, those barrels are all life essence fluid. It's the life essence fluid that's so hard for us to even get one bottle of. Normally, one barrel has 50 bottles. It seems there were a total of 54 barrels just now. So the total quantity is... The teacher spoke up, all right, cheer up. Let's continue practicing." Below, there was another commotion. "Teacher, why don't we get to practice at the Five Elements Arena? It's easier for our transcendent genes to awaken there." The teacher continued, "The Five Elements Arena is under renovation these past few days." At this moment, at the Five Elements Arena, Quan Gon said, "This place will belong to you before the supernova competition begins. Before we start the lesson." She looked at him. "Tu Tin, tell me the specific situation. Also, you need to pay my tuition fee first." The dean said the academy is poor lately, so he had to pay his own tuition fee. Tu Tin was speechless. This old man again. Quan Koi looked at the two siblings and couldn't help but worry. At this rate, he must have gotten half a barrel of life essence fluid. So hungry, so hungry. They're drinking life essence fluid like that, won't they die from indigestion? Tu Tin happily replied, "No, quite the opposite. If they don't drink it, they'll die of starvation." Quan Koi was startled. "Huh?" Seeing her reaction, he continued, "Senior sister, I'll give you something else special as compensation for this mission. Don't worry, if it's you, you won't suffer as many side effects as they do." He took out a small monster sprout in his hand. "As you can see, I can control monster genes. The blue flame I use isn't a transcendent ability. It's the power of monsters. If Senior Sister is worried, I can also give you half of the life essence fluid." At this moment, Quan Koi felt a little more at ease. "Indeed, it's as I thought." She tried touching the thing in his hand. "You can control monster genes? That's truly intriguing." And at the same time, the small monster quickly bit her hand hard. Quan Koi slowly felt it. "Your monster genes are invading my body, causing my transcendent genes to react. Let me feel what you've done. Monster genes are invading my mysterious transcendent gene sequence. Besides 91% transcendent genes, it also found 9% normal ones." Quan Koi could feel it inside her body, clinging tightly like a leech. She restrained it while saying, "I have to try my best to suppress my rationality to barely accept that there's a parasite in my body." Tu Tin explained, "In fact, this is how monsters above level 2 devour people. Most of human energy is generated from the transcendent gene sequence. This kind of direct invasion into the transcendent gene sequence can completely devour a person in the blink of an eye. Of course, my monster genes won't devour people like other monsters. They only serve to stimulate transcendent genes, making them evolve faster." Quan Koi felt a chill. "I can't believe I accepted such a perverse remuneration." Immediately after, the three of them sat together. Tu Tin told her everything. "That's the situation now." Quan Koi immediately understood, "So that's how it is. Tun Gu's body has temporarily been seized by the flame demon god. She will surely recover her strength very quickly. The national supernova competition held in Tan-Ti will definitely become a grand feast for the flame demon god. We must find a way to become stronger before this grand feast begins. Tun Gu's plan involves star and nuclear power." Quan Koi looked at him and continued, "As for you, Tu Tin, I have a method. Let's try it." He was surprised. "What method?" Quan Koi proposed the boldest idea ever, "Eat me." Tun Gu was startled. "Huh? Senior sister, are you crazy?" Playing such a big game? Are you tired of living? She quickly explained, no, you two misunderstood. The more advanced the monster genes, the more they stimulate transcended genes. That's why 210's genes stimulate us transcended users so strongly, and vice versa. Perhaps my transcended genes will also provide a significant stimulation to 210's genes. Of course, I won't be literally eaten by 210. But if it's just a few strands of hair, fingernails, or saliva carrying transcendent aura. Tunga smiled slyly, then senior sister doesn't need to trouble herself. My genes are more suitable for 210 to eat. He remained dumbfounded, huh? Then she looked at 210 with a darkened face, you trash. When I saw you struggling to carry those smelly things at the hospital, I already felt you needed some nourishment. Come on, I'll give you some good food. He couldn't help but be startled. Cannibal fish, what kind of scheme are you plotting now? As if Tunga wanted to retaliate against him, she quickly took off her shoe and lifted her foot. Come here and bite my toenails. 210 sighed, get your stinky foot away from me. Drinking bodily fluids like saliva is already my limit. Hearing this, Tungu's face darkened. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. She immediately asked, bodily fluids? Tungu immediately screamed, you perverted scum, shut your mouth right now. I'll use this foot-wiping towel to stuff into your mouth. 210 was terrified, you foolish fish, stop it. She then said, senior sister, help me pin him down. Quan Koi, hearing this, immediately attacked with her inner power, scumbag men must be eliminated. Immediately, 210's mouth was quickly forced open, and Tunga lunged forward. Open your mouth, 210 looked at her in despair, what do you want to do? At this moment, 210 couldn't help but break into a sweat, you foolish fish, don't take it too far. Suddenly, a fishy smell assaulted his nose. 210 was startled and thought to himself, this is. His entire body instantly stiffened. 210 quickly realized that what he was drinking was blood. Tunga calmly said, drink it up. If you dare waste a single drop, I'll really stuff this foot-wiping towel into your mouth. We've grown up together since childhood, our destinies are intertwined. We share both blessings and misfortunes. Seeing him dazed, she added, I can do many things for the two of us too. Providing a little blood is nothing. Immediately after, she continued to shout, you scum, did you hear me? Listen, 210. But he suddenly gripped her hand tightly, danger. However, his excessive reaction startled her slightly, just a little bleeding, it's not that bad. A painful memory quickly flooded back into 210's mind, as if it had happened just yesterday. Immediately after, his arm suddenly mutated. 210 fearfully hugged her tightly. Tungu also became anxious, 210, what's wrong with you? Quan Koi, standing far away, was startled when she saw his strange behavior and shouted loudly. 210. Two Dao's brothers were also overwhelmed by this inner power. Tru Thin was even thrown backward. He shouted in surprise, Big Brother. It seemed that at this moment, he could no longer control his power, and strong winds swirled violently. Over here, the dean's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He immediately stood up nervously. And not only there, but students in the stands also felt it, and they quickly began to murmur. What is this? Is it a monster's pressure? Turning back to him, Tunga looked bewildered. Why are you doing this? 210 hugged her tighter. In this life, I absolutely cannot let Tunga get hurt. I will definitely protect Tunga very carefully. A feeling of happiness welled up in her heart. Tunga awkwardly complained, that's so cheesy. She was also moved and hugged him back. It's just a few drops of blood, that's all. A moment later, he quickly regained consciousness. 210 asked, bewildered, foolish fish, why are you hugging me? Are you taking advantage of me? Tunga angrily pushed him away. You jerk, you clearly hugged me first. 210 was surprised. Huh? Why don't I remember anything? It must be an unconditional body reflex. Recover. Quan Koi calmly said, is that the language of scumbag men? But if what you say is true, then Tungu's blood or Tungu's wounds give you an extremely strong stimulation. On this side, Tu Tin grumbled, "Foolish fish, what are you laughing at? I forbid it." Quan Koi continued, "You guys can." He angrily cut her off, "No. What kind of joke is this? Don't use Tungu's blood to stimulate me. I don't have such perverted preferences." She held out her cut hand and waved it in front of him. "I know what your preferences are." Suddenly, Tu Tin saw it and immediately screamed, "Oh, wow." Tungu quickly jumped back. "You damn scum, don't tell me you want to eat me." His eyes were bloodshot. Tungu looked at her, drooling, and said. Quan Koi immediately used her inner power to strike him in the face, shouting, "Wake up." Tu Tin covered his face in surprise. "Damn, Tungu's superhuman genes smell so good." Quan Koi forced a smile. "Using Tungu's blood to strengthen you is indeed a dangerous method, but next you'll have to endure your cravings." He didn't understand at first. What does she mean? Quan Koi explained, "Aren't you trying to grow stronger in the fastest way possible? For you, you must quickly cultivate 100% of the star map. Currently, we have your monster genes and a huge amount of prime life essence. Cultivating the star map will have a unique acceleration method that other superhumans cannot learn." Back at the gym, the teacher was urging, "Hey, hey, hey, everyone stand up for me now. Keep training. If you don't reach your limits, your superhuman genes will never evolve. Students who haven't awakened must try even harder. Stand up, everyone. If we don't work twice as hard, we'll never be able to catch up to Tu Tin and them." At the same time, a voice spoke up, "That's not right, teacher, I don't agree with this view. No matter how hard they try, they still can't catch up to those who got in through the back door." The teacher quickly realized, he's Vu Trake. He belongs to the 23rd Crimson Flame Squad. Originally, he was a member of the team, but in the Supernova selection competition, he gave up his spot to Fan the Tay. Are the other students who decided to work for the Fan family after graduation? I don't care what you want to do, all of you get out. Don't disturb everyone's studies here. Vu Trake swaggered, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to talk to my juniors? Or are you afraid that the scandals of our super academy will spread everywhere?" The blonde kid looked confused. "Huh? Are there other scandals we don't know about? Teacher, what exactly is going on?" Vu Trake scoffed, "You guys still don't know anything? Right, a scandalous dog-eat-dog story like letting an illegitimate son through the back door and kicking out a genius. Of course, they'd hide it from the other innocent students." The teacher couldn't help but yell angrily, "Vu Trake, stop talking nonsense, don't spread false rumors." He replied, "Huh? Rumors? If he wasn't the dean's illegitimate son, how could someone with almost no superhuman genes participate in the final competition? If he truly had no relation to the dean, how could he, with only 1% superhuman genes, smoothly rush forward and claim the #1 supernova spot this year?" In the end, the way he won was simply due to luck because he found the artificial superhuman equipment before anyone else. "Where are they now, teacher?" "If you don't dare to say, I'll say it for you, they're monopolizing the Five Shadows arena." The student stirred. "What? Teacher, is what he said true?" The teacher replied, "Yes, but everything has its reasons." Vu Trake continued, "Now we need to reason with them, persuade them to give up their qualification for this national supernova competition. Whoever's interested, please follow us." The teacher quickly tried to stop them. "Stop right there. You are not allowed to sabotage academy matters." Vu Trake used his strength to resist, scoffing loudly, "You're just a teacher who teaches basic knowledge to freshmen. You can't stop me. You don't know how many opportunities young Master Fan has given me after I yielded my spot to him." The teacher couldn't help but be surprised. "You've actually cultivated to be a 4-star superhuman already." Vu Trake then said, "Precisely because of that, I have to seek justice for him." The scene shifts back to their group, where Quan Koi is explaining. Cultivating the star chart, aside from understanding it, the most difficult part is making the superhuman genes in your body take root in the most precise positions. arranging the star chart's points with utmost accuracy. If you're not careful, it could be misplaced, leading to internal injuries. However, the recovery ability of someone with monster genes is much stronger than a superhuman. That's why, with the help of a large amount of life essence, you'll have many opportunities to correct your mistakes. But even seeing everyone in such a messy state, Quan Koi remained calm. It's just a little bit of blood to vomit. She turned around. 210, can you handle it? You look like a starved ghost right now. From behind, Vu Trake's group also charged in. 210, today I'll show you the consequences of being unworthy of your fame. He turned around, drooling with bloodshot eyes, and coldly said, speak. Recalling that night, Vu Trake had received a phone call. Even young Master Fan wants to drop out of Nam Noyet Super Academy? Is it because of that scoundrel 210 who got in through the back door? I can rally our classmates to report it to the dean. We will definitely get justice for you. On the other end, the Tay replied, no need. I have a better destination now, Hoa Hong Super Academy. Vu Trake, you should come here too. He continued, Hoa Hong is always suppressed by Nam Noyet, right? No problem, as long as young Master Fan joins, Hoa Hong will definitely suppress Nam Noyet this year. Vu Trake was excited. If young Master Fan wants me to join, I will join. The Tay then revealed his intention, help me with something. Vu Trake eagerly replied, young Master Fan, just say the word. He immediately enticed, recruit more people to join Hoa Hong. Back in reality, he looked at Quan Koi's group and thought, I know that even if I beat him to death, it's already too late. I can't help young Master Fan regain his qualification to participate in the National Supernova competition anymore. So now, I just need to soundly defeat him so that other students can see the Academy's dark side. Then, after receiving the generous reward young Master Fan promised, I can surely convince other students to follow me to Hoa Hong. Tungu was startled to see him approaching the group. Quick, go pull 210 back. If he loses control and eats the other students, we're done for. Vu Trake channeled his internal energy. It's just as I thought. 210, thanks to others covering for you, you've been able to fool everyone, but today you'll be exposed. He slammed his hand down on the ground, because I'll eliminate all your support. Vu Trake resolved, today, I must let everyone witness your true strength with their own eyes. Immediately after, a wall of fire swiftly struck towards 210. Tungu and her group were dumbfounded. True Thing quickly explained, hold on, we're coming to save you. Vu Trake gave a sly smile, senior sister Thuan Quan Koi, we junior students are just sparring. Please don't intervene and help them. Contrary to him, she didn't even care. While drinking medicine, she waved her hand, signaling for them to continue. Vu Trake stepped forward and said, first-year students block the teachers, senior students block your teammates. That way, you and I can spar fairly. With that, he quickly punched directly in front of the boy. Vu Trake scoffed, don't blame me for bullying someone smaller than me, because you're the supernova of Nam Noyet Academy of the Supernaturals. You have to represent our academy in the national competition. How can you be easily defeated by me? Right? Before he could even act, the boy used the Mountain Lord star map, and a Fire Lotus chain strike shot out. 210 calculated, in the team, I protect everyone. As a fire element supernatural practitioner who cultivates a defensive star map, this move won't kill the opponent, it will only burn their clothes, causing severe burns, loss of face, and nothing more. Vu Trake was startled by the flames and yelled, ouch. At this moment, he was secretly terrified. What's going on? How could he neutralize the Fire Lotus chain? In the Supernova selection competition, he easily defeated every opponent as if it were a game. Could it be that they weren't careless, but that he's truly evil? But at this moment, Vu Trake felt something was wrong. Hold on, why does he look like he wants to eat me? Vu Trake was beaten black and blue, sprawled on the ground. He crawled towards his teammates for help. Hey, everyone, help me. But immediately after, his teammates unexpectedly flew far away. Vu Trake was now startled. He looked at Tu Dao in horror. The genius girl Tungu has broken through my wall of fire. And the one who punched away the fire was that true Thin, who was barely salvaged. Those vines aren't normal at all. Immediately, Tunga ran over and slapped Tu Tin's face. You trash, calm down. Vutrake was now extremely confused. These people, have they really only just awakened their supernatural powers? The one who was humiliatingly defeated was actually me. I absolutely cannot fail the mission young Master Fan assigned me. Tu Tin then suddenly yelled, I'm awake, I'm awake. Ow, 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 stop poking my nose. But Vutrake remained defiant. See that? This is the result the Dean has brought them. They've stolen all the Academy's resources. Look, that's a large amount of life essence. There's no reason for the Dean to provide them with so many resources. If this isn't favoritism, what is it? This is the reason they've grown strong so quickly. Do you all understand? This Academy is rotten from top to bottom. The teacher shouted, cutting him off. Vutrake, what nonsense are you saying? How can cultivation be that simple? No one, with a darkened face, interjected, but, teacher, that's not right. True Thin was clearly weaker than me before, but now he's reached a level I've always dreamed of. The teacher was momentarily surprised. No one, everything has its reasons. They truly worked very hard. At this moment, the boy's eyes were clouded by ambition. Worked hard? I worked hard too. But why can they defeat high-level powerhouses while I'm always stuck in place? Seeing No Ant's tension, Vutrake knew the time was right and couldn't help but let out a sly, satisfied laugh. He immediately interjected, exactly. They stole the resources that rightfully belong to you all, stealing your future. The students were now completely led astray, murmuring in indignant uproar, so that's how it is. Damn it, the Academy is going too far. This is foul play, unfair. I'm going to report them. Naive. They have such strong backing. What good will reporting them do? True Thin was a bit flustered by the tense situation. Boss, what should we do now? The boy calmly whispered, what does it have to do with us? Let them be. Just do our own thing. Vutrake began his enticing strategy. Did you all know? It's precisely because of this that Fan the Tay left Nam Noyat Academy of the Supernaturals to join Hoa Hong Academy of the Supernaturals. I've also decided to leave here and follow young Master Fan. Huh? Even the Fan family. Young Master Fan said that if we go with him, he'll give each of us an extra 30 bottles of life essence every month. That means we'll get to drink life essence for cultivation every day. Just follow young Master Fan, and he'll bring us a new future. The foolish, greedy students gaped. Really? Really? That's great. Someone began to defect and follow him. Senior brother Vutrake, can I follow young Master Fan like you? Vutrake was extremely delighted, of course. Even though Tu Tin had turned his back, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but think, follow young Master Fan, Fan the Tay, huh? Don't tell me he's luring people to sacrifice them to the flame demon god, right? As he thought, he turned and walked towards Vutrake. As soon as he saw him, he arrogantly asked, what's wrong? Did I hit a nerve and now you're mad? He quickly whispered to his men, you guys stop him for me, young Master Fan will reward you extra. They quickly agreed, okay. Then Vutrake said to the gullible students, we have nothing to say to those who take shortcuts. Everyone, follow me. I'll explain in more detail once we're outside. He was a bit scared and thought to himself, the mission to lure people to Rose Academy is complete. I just need to leave this place. And that guy was sent flying by Tu Tin with just one light blow, like a feather. It seemed he wanted to prevent this regrettable incident. One of them saw his teammate lose and rushed forward to assist. Hold! For these people, they were simply no match for him. Tu Tin quickly struck a blow, sending the whole group scattering. Vutrake looked at his aura and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. How is he so? He struck, and he immediately channeled his inner power to block the blow with force. But the protective barrier quickly began to crack. At this moment, Vutrake couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Tu Ting quickly and fiercely punched through that shield, shattering it into pieces that flew everywhere. His hand powerfully gripped his neck, making Vu Trake tremble in fear at this strength. Tu Tin's face darkened as he thought, the flame demon god is acting. Was he trying to recruit people for Fan the Tay earlier? He looked at the bewildered students standing there and thought, is it to be used as reserve food? We can't let the flame demon god feast like this. I need to persuade my fellow students. Immediately after, Tu Ting quickly spoke up, if drinking a large amount of life fluid can make one stronger, then wouldn't Fan the Tay, who has had unlimited life fluid since childhood, be invincible? Then he should have been able to snatch what was in my hand on the day of the supernova selection. He also wouldn't have had to angrily leave after failing to become a supernova. Vu Trake frantically yelled, let go. He ignored him and continued, everyone, don't let him deceive you. Sweat poured down Vu Trake's forehead as he sneered, who knows if you're playing tricks or not? No matter what you say. Your squad developed so quickly precisely because of a large amount of life fluid. Let go of me. Prodigious Academy doesn't charge tuition. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places. No matter how strong your backing is, you have no right to interfere and prevent others from going to an academy with better treatment. Seeing him so blindly devoted, Tu Tin also felt helpless. I've already advised them. The rest is up to each person's fate. But he also couldn't let the flame demon god feast too well. Immediately after, the small monster in his hand gently bid Vu Trake. Tu Tin calculated, I must leave a mark on these good students. He immediately let go. Vu Trake screamed in pain, ow. What are you doing? Tu Tin calmly replied, my apologies, my fingernails were too long, I accidentally scratched you. Immediately after, an idea sparked in him, and he chuckled cunningly, speaking loudly, that's right, everyone has their own aspirations. How about this, for anyone who decides to leave the academy, I want to give you my most sincere blessing. Vu Trake recoiled in fear, what do you want to do? Tu Tin smiled brightly and replied, just a handshake, a farewell. We are all people who can be eradicated after all. He frowned, secretly wary, he definitely wants to persuade everyone to stay. This person is full of rotten ideas. To be safe, don't let him bother us for too long, we must retreat quickly. Immediately after, Vu Trake said to the students, everyone, if you want to follow young Master Fan and eat and drink well like me, then follow me. If you miss this chance, you won't have another. He said, shake hands and say goodbye, then we'll leave. Huh? Boss Hong, I'm sorry, I have to go to Rose. Their faces were all stunned at this moment. He quickly shook hands with each person according to his plan, and everyone cried out in pain. Tu Tin immediately smiled happily and replied, sorry, I used too much strength. One of them couldn't help but suspect, do we need to shake hands for so long? He happily replied, I can't bear to leave you all. Thus, Tu Tin shook hands with one student after another, chattering endlessly, I wish everyone all the best. To another student, Tu Tin couldn't help but say, no one, for the sake of us almost becoming teammates, I advise you not to follow him. The student suddenly said, not daring to look straight, sorry, I'm just an ordinary person, I just want a future that's easier to strive for. Knowing he couldn't persuade him further, Tu Tin gave up, then I wish you good luck. No one also replied, thank you. After the task was done, the teacher saw him so pensive and came forward to comfort him. 30 students left. I also advised quite a few students earlier. If they want to go, you can't keep them. You've done very well. Everyone has their own aspirations. In fact, every year, academies from other cities come to poach students. After all, every place needs talented superhuman individuals. He shouted loudly after them, then I wished them a longer life. Tu Tin secretly sighed in his heart, implanting too many monster genes at once, my back hurts so much. Hearing this, the teacher misunderstood, Tu Tin, that remark of yours truly insults people without using any vulgar words. Where are your sleeves? Time quickly passed. A week later, 210 called Director Ken. Try it. Director Ken, your actions of giving sleeping pills to all the students at the neighboring Monster Gene Academy these past few days were truly wicked. He continued, I was only following instructions to transform all the students in the Monster Gene Academy into my monster faction. If they mutate into monsters, they won't lose their sanity. But once students actually mutate into monsters, you should think about how you'll explain it to them. Ken Triad replied, you just keep participating. By the way, Duong's health check is done. He can completely replace you in my experiment. It's a pity I can't cut you open. 210 was a bit surprised. Oh, Director, are you targeting me? The director immediately explained, I've already let Duong out for now. He'll replace Lam Shi, disguised as your identity Lam DM outside, to attract the attention of the cleansers. By the way, what was your purpose in having Lam Shi look for you? Although his sword talent is extraordinary, with his current ability not even reaching dimension level 4, he probably can't achieve anything for you. 210 replied, no, perhaps he can create a miracle. Suddenly, as he was talking, his phone screen went dark. 210 shook the phone in his hand, wondering, is the battery dead? He looked around and only then noticed that everything was pitch black. 210 exclaimed, oh no, the power's out. Suddenly, the lights came back on. 210 shivered slightly as he looked around, are these lights going haywire? Immediately after, 210 remembered his friend. He quickly turned around, Toongu. 210 hurried back to the room. As soon as he opened the door, he directly asked, is it done? She simply hummed in response. Then Toongu recounted, just now, I placed all the transcendent genes in their precise positions. The complete word spirit structure is finished. Unlike last time, when I only constructed the word spirit's form. The word spirit back then could only barely activate. I could easily stop it. Even if I didn't stop it, it would automatically stop once it ran out of electricity. But now, the complete word spirit is entirely different. The moment it's completed, it will activate on its own, and furthermore, it can't be stopped. The energy of the previous word spirit was less than 2%. Now, it operates automatically using this 2% energy. It proliferates and also generates an uncontrollable suction force, continuously absorbing external electricity. After speaking, she looked at 210 with sympathy. Father 10, I somewhat understand how you feel now. I'm so hungry. Pink electricity still surged in her hands. Toongu felt so hungry she wished she could immediately drain all the electricity from Nam Noyet. Immediately after, an idea struck her, how about we go find an area with thunderstorms? But 210 quickly stopped her, wait, don't underestimate the power of nature. If you really face lightning, it'd be a miracle if you weren't struck dead. Not only that, you also have to avoid thunderstorm areas. Right now, you're a walking, idiotic lightning rod. Don't even think about thunderstorm areas. But I think we can definitely use Nam Noyet's electricity. At the same time, a ghostly figure glided past. 210 immediately turned, huh? Director Ken, I just spoke with you on the phone. How did you get here so fast? Ken Triad calmly said, the sudden surge in electricity bills led me here. Immediately after, Ken Triad said, follow me. I've told Tudu to wake up Xiaoxing and the others. 210 was curious, where are you taking us? Ken Triad instructed, no need to bring luggage. I'll have Tudu send it to you all immediately. If you can't bring it, just buy it there. I'll pay. 210 wondered, luggage? Didn't you say we weren't going to Tan-Ti until next week? As he spoke, he secretly sweated, his internal thoughts screaming, my wallet won't allow it. If you're going to cause trouble, do it in Tan-Ti. That guy already agreed with me. During the Supernova tournament, all electricity will be provided. Arriving a week early to get settled is very reasonable. The director waved his hand, dismissing them. I've already rented a car. If you take a plane now, it'll probably crash. I had already booked your tickets, originally. 210 continued, reporting, Director, Tungu's current state is very abnormal. Look. Electricity discharges with every touch. The surrounding electrical equipment keeps flickering on and off. This car is very likely to get damaged. Kin Triad covered his face with his hand in distress. It's fine. If it breaks, we'll buy a new one. I'll pay. Hurry, hurry. Tungu smiled cheerfully at him. Director is truly generous. Don't worry, I'll try my best to control it. I'm already trying to hold back from absorbing electricity along the way. Kin Triad interrupted. No, just absorb as much as you want with all your might. We can't waste any time getting stronger. I can still barely afford this cost. On this trip, you'll be facing terrifying monsters you've never encountered before. As long as I can do it, I'll pour all my effort in, hoping you can win this battle. Tu Tin was extremely confident. Victory will definitely be ours. We'll bring Kung Tu Ne back. The scene shifts to the flame demon god. She soaked her feet in a fiery basin, speaking with dissatisfaction. The quality of the food has declined today. The Te quickly explained, I apologize, flame demon god Sama. The easy-to-catch lone knights near Nam Noyet are almost all captured. Rest assured. I've prepared the death warriors cultivated by the Fan family, ready for your use at any time. I've also prepared quite a few new transcendents. With a bit more cultivation, they'll be ready to eat. She stood up and continued, however, if the food here is depleted, then let's go to Tantan. I sense that there's another subordinate like me there. I can have him help me deal with the minor inconvenience of this body first. Recalling the day they occupied the hospital, though bravely asked, Mr. Lamdeep, what can my brother and I do to repay you? How about I dedicate myself to you? Can you tell me your true identity? I will definitely keep your secret. Tu Tin chuckled softly, no need for repayment. Duong is your brother, and I can't hide my identity from you either. Immediately after, his form changed. Though was startled, your junior brother Tu Tin. She secretly marveled, such powerful blue flames, and yet he's a junior 2 years below me. Immediately after, she went to see Kin Triad. Director, I'm already a 4-star transcendent. I request to be the senior sister leading the Firefly team for this supernova tournament trip to Tantan. Senior sister Thuan Quan Koi cannot leave Nam Noyet for too long. I'm the one who knows Lam Diem's identity, so I'm the most suitable person. She also quickly announced to her fans, everyone, though is about to undertake an important mission, so I won't be able to live stream regularly. Back in the present, though focused on her phone, muttering to herself, the fans don't really matter. What matters is that I'll soon meet Lam Diem, junior brother Tu Tin. She smiled happily, her face flushing. Just thinking about meeting Mr. Lam Diem makes my heart race. As expected, I love Mr. Lam Diem the most. She couldn't help but sigh to herself, calm down, calm down. Before summer ends, I absolutely must try my best to experience a sweet older sister-younger brother romance. Go though. Outside, a familiar voice rang out, brother, sister-in-law, please get in the car first. Hearing this, though froze. Brother, sister-in-law. Huh? Did my love end before it even began? Tu Tin couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, is senior sister though our driver? Seeing her mouth agape, Tungu reminded her, senior sister, did your jaw drop? Though replied mechanically, I'm fine. She awkwardly turned around and said, junior brother Tu Tin, everyone, don't worry, I will definitely take you all to Tantan safely and fulfill my responsibility as a guide. Tu Tin spoke up, senior sister, you probably already know from the director that this trip is full of dangers, right? We might all die, you don't need to risk yourself with us. Her tears secretly rolled down her cheeks. No, I'm willing. Even if it means a moth flying into a flame, I have no regrets. This is my destiny. Because my body and my younger brother's soul have both belonged to you since that day. Tu Tin was a bit flustered. You're being too serious, there's probably no need for that. The car's engine then quickly started, and though shouted, let's go. Only they were traveling on all the roads, and though they couldn't help but wonder, strange, why aren't the surrounding cars moving? Tu Tin explained, because Tungu is constantly absorbing the surrounding electricity. Whether it's gasoline cars, electric cars, or even the electricity newly generated by a power plant, it will all be absorbed instantly, so they've all shut down. Truthin was very excited about this. Great, smooth sailing with no obstacles along the way. Tu Tin gave a forced smile and reminded him, but we also need to be careful. Although Tungu tries hard not to absorb our car's electricity, it's just an effort to control it. There's still a possibility some might be drawn. At the same time, the car suddenly lost momentum and crashed straight into the guardrail. The car soared through the air, causing everyone inside to scream in a panic. We're about to fall into the abyss. Truthin yelled, "What do we do now?" Tungu still had his eyes tightly shut. "I'm sorry," Tu Tin, on the other hand, calmly replied, "It's fine." Though those eyes were full of confidence and determination, everyone, don't worry, I am the most suitable person to drive this car. I will definitely get you to Tantan at the fastest speed. Just then, her wind power immediately lifted the car. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's flying. Are we going to fly to Tantan like this? That's so cool. How is that possible? It's over 700 kilometers. We'll land after we find a road and the battery stabilizes, right?" At this moment, at a certain location, an announcement rang out. The northern monsters have been successfully drawn to the designated location. The western monsters have been successfully blocked at the designated location. Report, the southern monsters are 2/10 more than planned. They are about to reach the designated location. The northern, western, and southern monsters have all reached the designated location. The isolation wall has developed cracks. The monster concentration mission is complete. Halai was satisfied with the current situation. Not bad. All clearance personnel, hear my order, ensure your safety and retreat. Immediately, the group of people below stirred, looked up, and then unanimously shouted, "There!" Halai slowly descended, Lai Thien Hin. To prepare for the supernova competition a week from now, all supernovas in the country will gather. This will attract a large number of monsters to attack the city. Now we're attracting the monsters to destroy them first. Don't miscalculate, all right? If so many monsters flood into Tantan, your father, who is the commander-in-chief of the Tantan Clearers, will also be held responsible. Thien Hin calmly replied, "Not at all. Don't worry, I am one of the most promising first-year transcendent beings, I'll definitely do it." After a pause, he continued, "The nuclear power plant has also finished its preparations. The entire city's electricity combined with my life thunder. My next strike, even Thuan Quan Koi from Nam Noyet wouldn't be able to withstand it." Halai pouted, so confident. "This will be the strongest strike in the entire country, perhaps even globally." She then happily raised her phone, "Then I'll record it to post on TikTok and get some traffic." Thien Hin then immediately raised his hand and drew out the Thien Dao Tin Du, his face extremely stern. Tom Loy immediately appeared, and intense electrical sparks continuously flashed. Standing before the horde of monsters, Thien Hin quickly channeled his inner energy to conduct electricity into the sword. Immediately afterward, all the electricity from the power plant was discharged. Halai saw this and excitedly cheered, "It's coming, it's coming." From afar, she suddenly saw something flying towards her. Halai couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh, what is that? A car?" Thien Hin spoke up, "Where did it come from?" "Help!" Halai instructed, "Don't slash that car. There's probably no one inside, right?" At the same time, suddenly realizing something was wrong, she immediately asked again, "What help?" Thien Hin looked bewildered, "My power is out, with my strength, I can't slash through this many monsters." Halai was also startled, "What nonsense are you saying? Why did your power go out? Our Tantan has the strongest nuclear power plant in the country." Thien Hin continued, "It's really gone, that car completely stole it." She was surprised, "Aren't you so sure?" Who else in this world can steal more power than you? Thien still looked bewildered. I don't know, it just got stolen. The monsters were almost upon them. Hao Lai secretly groaned. Oh no, we can't worry about that much, let's attack together, with full force. Immediately after, both flew up together and struck directly towards those monsters. They were immediately cut in half, but the problem here is that there's not enough power to destroy such a large group. Hao Lai watched them charge, anxious, still 1/3 left, hundreds of monsters. Thien, can you still use that move from before? He quickly replied, no supplemental power, one use consumes too much. Hao Lai couldn't help but exclaim, then we're in trouble. Even if there are people clearing them from the rear, it's very likely some will slip through and enter the city. Thien was annoyed, damn it, what's inside that car anyway? No matter what, not a single monster must enter Tantan. Inside the car, Tungu apologized, a strong current rushed in, I completely couldn't control it. What should I do? Tu Ting calmly replied, it's fine, someone just wants to borrow power to fight monsters. He turned pale and thought, the power of so many people, yet it can't be absorbed. It all turns to ash and flows into the ground. It hurts so much I can't breathe. Tungu asked nervously, so what should we do? We've disrupted the clearers plan. Tu Tin smiled brightly and patted her shoulder, it's fine, we have Sister Though in our car. Though was startled, huh? Me? Those two down there are Tantana's strongest transcendent beings, comparable to Thuan Quan Koi. Tu Ting quickly encouraged her, don't underestimate yourself, you're very strong. Don't be scared, I support you. Inside, though secretly groaned, again, my heart is racing. Hao Lai's group was also struggling, there are too many monsters. If this continues, some will definitely slip through into the city. She quickly came up with an idea, Thien, let's burn our blood. For you, I'll risk it. After this, you have to treat me to skewers for half a month. Thien happily said, thanks, brother. At the same time, the scene before her made her scream, that car fell into the pile of monsters. Thien calmly said, normal. It'd be strange not to pass out after absorbing such a large amount of electricity. He was a bit annoyed, how troublesome, not only do I have to deal with monsters, but I also have to save people. But what happened before their eyes startled them? The monsters were thrown into the air, scattering in a circle. Thien recognized it immediately, Phong Long Tin Du is from Nam Noyet's Long, the team participating in the competition for Nam Noyet. Hao Lai was also a bit confused, this is a wind-type transcendent. Clearly a 4-star transcendent already. Where did Nam Noyet get such a strong wind-type transcendent from? Thien continued, it's strange. Absorbing such a large amount of electricity made the car fall, yet that person shows no signs of power leakage. At this moment, though's tears couldn't be held back. Her little heart was racing, but it was too suppressed. Is this what it feels like to be heartbroken? It's so uncomfortable. At this point, her fighting style was also extremely chaotic, with wind scattering everywhere. True Thing quickly noticed, it seems her emotions aren't very stable. Tu Dao frantically yelled, the car that the director rented for us is trashed. Tu Tin here spoke up, you fools, cover me later, I'll be back quickly. Tungu calmly said, got it. He secretly thought, I'll go deep underground and try to get some gene power. This is a big boost. Though was now teary-eyed, the faster her heart beat, the more she wanted to cry. Her feet immediately stomped hard in mid-air, her emotions uncontrollably bursting into tears. When she couldn't control herself, her power was simultaneously unleashed. The monsters were attacked relentlessly, eventually falling scattered from above. Hao Lai observed this and couldn't help but be startled, such great power and aura, a very direct move. She was bewildered for a long time, they're from Nam Noyet, right? Let's go meet Nam Noyet's new strong transcendent. Thien drew his sword and added, indeed, we should meet them. The two walked and chatted, Hao Lai couldn't help but be curious, being able to absorb electricity with a swirling vortex. Are they the nuclear power station team that Station Chief Ho mentioned? Tianhin replied, that's right. He recounted, Station Chief Ho said there was an old geezer who spent $1 billion to buy all the external power from our Ban City nuclear power plant during the supernova tournament. Station Chief Ho told me to arrange for this Nam Noyat team to be as far away from the power plant as possible. His exact words were, if they're capable, let them suck it all up. Hao Lai was speechless. Let's not even talk about this unexpectedly massive electricity demand. Station Chief Ho is famous for his kindness. For him to be like this time, could it be that he was dug out by that person when he was young? Speaking of which, who is the person who needs to absorb such a large amount of electricity? I don't recall any outstanding electric-type talents among Nam Noyat's second and third year students. Though quickly stabilized her emotions and stepped forward, Senior Clearers Lai Tianhin and Ha Lai, hello. I apologize for disturbing you while you're clearing monsters. I am the team leader from Nam Noyat Academy of the Supernaternal, though. I'm leading the students to Ban City to participate in the Supernova tournament. Ha Lai happily continued, are you team leader though, who won 3rd place in the Supernova tournament 2 years ago? And you've already advanced to a 4-star Supernaternal. You've even reached our level. The younger generation is truly formidable. Perhaps the first 5-star Supernaternal in our Huaxia will be you. Though couldn't help but blush at the praise. Not at all, I just happened to get a bit of luck. Ha Lai smiled happily, how humble. We should also thank you for helping us eliminate these troublesome monsters. All right, I'll lead you to your resting place. I'm really eager to meet that genius who can even snatch the electricity from Ban City's Thunder God. At the same time, Tungu's group also walked over. Ha Lai continued, they're here, it's them. They look unfamiliar, but why are there only 3 people? Is anyone injured? Let me go see. Tungu, with her eyes closed, complained miserably, I'm so scared, it's my first time seeing so many monsters, it's terrifying. Tru Thin secretly wondered, what's wrong with sister-in-law? She's speaking strangely. Was her throat pinched because the car was shaking earlier? Tu Dao added, little Ngu was really scared silly, she even lost control and absorbed electricity earlier. Seeing her unstable emotions, Ha Lai immediately stepped forward to comfort her, don't be nervous, it's all right now. Tungu still felt very unwell, no, I still can't stop shaking, I'm about to lose control again. Immediately after, she finally couldn't control herself and instantly unleashed her power. Tianhin couldn't help but be startled, Ban City's electricity is being drawn here, He was secretly surprised, no need to activate a star chart, no need for weapons as intermediaries. Even without using supernatural genes, she can draw upon electricity on this scale. Ha Lai finally realized, I know who she is. Not a 2nd or 3rd year student, but a new student who just enrolled this year. The one with the most supernatural genes, who broke the lightning tolerance level of 95% of supernatural gene carriers in the laboratory, Tungu. Ha Lai recounted, she's only been enrolled for a short while, but she's already qualified to participate in the Supernova tournament. Tianhin continued, this electricity enters her body as if it vanishes. Her energy demand is outrageous. She cultivates the legendary Violet Star. Ha Lai stepped forward, Violet Star, huh? This violent method of absorbing electricity, she must have completed the formation of the Violet Star. What terrifying talent! Pausing for a moment, Ha Lai secretly wondered, if that's the case. She said to Tianhin, as long as she's in Ban City, no matter how far, it can't stop her from absorbing electricity. Station Chief Ho's nature won't work this time. On the contrary, having them far from the power station would result in heavier losses for Station Chief Ho, because when the electricity jumps a greater distance, it will invisibly damage all electronic equipment it passes through. We can only arrange a different place for them. She must be Nam Noyat's ace this year, right? It seems Nam Noyat will take 1st place in the Supernova tournament this year. Suddenly, a cough echoed from the pile of rubble. Tungu finally stabilized her emotions and smiled softly. Finally calm, Tungu then spoke, It's all right now, I've got it under control. Thien Hin continued, it's good that you've got it under control. Station Chief Ho already gave instructions about your situation because of a sudden development. He asked with a pale face, during this period, you will stay in a house closest to my power station. Upon hearing this, Halai's face darkened, and she couldn't help but ask, who is he? At the same time, Tu Tin stepped forward happily and said, you're all busy. I just went to the restroom. Sorry, I'm late. Thien Hin looked at the smiling young man in front of him and secretly gasped, but what's this? An illusion? How can I feel such immense pressure from him? Though saw the attitude of the other two and couldn't help but ask, seniors, she secretly wondered, why do they look like they've met a formidable enemy? Though immediately stepped forward and invited, Junior Tu Tin, quickly go and greet Senior Lai Thien Hin and Senior Halai. They are two of Huaxia's strongest powerhouses, on par with Senior Sister Thuan Quan Koi. These two seniors, this is the team leader of the Doomsday Spark Minor Criminal Team. Nam Noyet's team participating in this supernova tournament, Tu Tin, is a first-year student just like Tun Gu. Halai finally relaxed, so that's it. Nam Noyet is indeed full of talents this year. If everyone's here, then let's go back and rest first. I'll lead you to your accommodation. Fly. Thien Hin waved his hand and simultaneously spoke, speaking of which, your team only has 4 people. Other normal 5-person teams are still missing 1 member. Tu Tin continued, right, there are only 4 of us, but I guess 1 more person will come with another team, right? Thien Hin replied, all right then, let's go. Immediately after, everyone quickly flew up together. He secretly thought, for this supernova tournament, Bin City is extremely tightly guarded by the cleaner headquarters. Everywhere there are traces of cleaners, and on this road, I can't sense any strange monster aura. A city with such strict protection, yet in such a special state, how did the supernova remnant disaster of the previous life occur? Are the monsters hidden underground, but it's already so strictly guarded? With what happened in Nam Noyet, the cleaner headquarters couldn't possibly not send people to investigate Bin City. Or, like Nam Noyet, there's also some high-ranking family siding with the monsters. We must quickly investigate the cause. Everyone immediately arrived at Lai Tien Hin's villa, the strongest cleaner in Tan Ti. Tu Tin spoke up, even if the plot skipped a bit, I've already given you practical combat training several times in Tan Ti. I have some things to do. When I'm not here, Senior Sister Tu will be your opponent. Tu realized at this moment, why are they trembling so much? She secretly cried out in her heart, nominally, I'm the senior sister leading their team, but in reality, I'm just Assistant Lam DM's little brother's assistant. I wonder when I'll be able to stand naturally next to Lam DM's little brother like that too. Tu Tin then looked at Tun Gu, dumb fish, it's your turn. She immediately replied, got it, stupid comet. Immediately after, Tun Gu tightly closed her eyes, focusing on sensing the flow of internal energy running through her body. Very quickly she continued, done. All surrounding electronic devices have been destroyed by me. Any surveillance cameras have also been ruined. You guys go ahead and train, I'm going to absorb some electricity. Tu was a little worried, are we just going to destroy someone else's villa like this? Tu Tin quickly explained, don't worry, the director has already informed them of the situation. They've been mentally prepared for a long time. Then he turned to Tun Gu, dumb fish, light up. She casually replied, all right, stinky comet. Tu Tin continued speaking to the two behind him, Tru Thin, Tu Dao, are you ready? Tru Thin spoke up, big brother, come on, I'm not afraid of death. Tu Dao also stepped forward, ready. Tu couldn't help but chuckle to herself looking at Tru Thin's expression, he even dared to say he's not afraid of death. Why is this leader's style so exaggerated? It looks like they're facing a formidable enemy. Lam DM's little brother's training must be very strict. Immediately after, Tu Tin took off one arm and said to her, Senior Sister Tu, watch carefully. Just maintain this intensity from now on. They recovered very quickly, and that arm immediately mutated. That arm transformed into large tentacles, striking directly towards Tru Thin's group with overwhelming power. Tutu couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "It truly is a life-threatening level of severity. No wonder we had to destroy the surveillance cameras." Lam Diem's little brother has become even stronger. I love it. Tu Tin secretly calculated, the accumulated monster gene energy is not just enough, but even in surplus. However, I still lack one thing to become a 5th-level monster. In my previous life, I consumed meat to the limit of a 5-star transcendent. Thinking back, it seems it was when Thuan Quan Koi was about to die resisting the flames of hell. At that time, I naturally evolved into a 5th-level monster. In this life, I've embarked on a very special monster path. I must find another opportunity for evolution. He glanced at Tunga behind him. Perhaps I should consult with 5th-level transcendence. Based on Thuan Quan Koi's near-death state in the previous life, it's probably the elemental domain. Tu Tin couldn't help but worry. This is a domain that no one, neither in this life nor the previous one, has truly touched. Tunga suddenly spoke up. "Comet, I've sensed the owner of this villa. Lai Tianhin is outside the villa." He then asked, "What's he doing?" Tunga said, "Trying to compete with me for the electricity here." Immediately after, that arm quickly returned to normal. "All right, Tutu, I'll leave this to you." She was a little stunned. "Huh?" He secretly thought, investigate all the newly deceased supernovae. The starfall disaster in Tan-Ti started with tracking this narcissistic Lai Tianhin. The starfall disaster is very likely caused by a large family that has submitted to the monsters. Invisibility. On this side, Tianhin was trying to draw electricity. He muttered to himself, "I don't believe I can't compete with a little girl. Draw electricity." But indeed, things were harder than he thought, irritating Tianhin. "I really can't win, can I?" He secretly calculated, from the director's feedback, in Tan-Ti, the only family capable of hiding everyone and concealing monsters is Lai family, Lai Tianhin's place. On this side, he told himself, "Calm down, I can't let others notice I'm nervous. I must maintain politeness, always putting on a mature facade." Tu Tin's face darkened. Lai Tianhin's idol persona is really heavy. Such immaturity and naivety, an undeveloped mind, it would surely be hard for him to betray humanity, right? Seeing him stare at the cat, his hand even ready to draw his sword, Xiao Jing was a little startled. He wants to. Suddenly, for some reason, the cat was startled by the strong reaction, making its whole body jump. It cried out in fear. Tianhin secretly thought, someone is sleeping soundly like a cat, without any awareness. Then he quickly flew up to hold it back. "You're safe now." Next was, secretly extending the green light duration so the old lady could cross the street safely. He observed his expression again. When he met fans, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile, and the female fans continuously cheered. Xiao Jing assessed, as a star, yet still approachable, standing in line to buy grilled food, he really is a simple-minded guy who likes to create an image. Suddenly his mind was distracted again. So big. Only girls, ah. Restrain yourself, restrain yourself. The prodigal son turns his head. You bear a heavy responsibility. Although Xiao Jing was invisible, he still tried not to fall. He covered his face with his hand. I can't let trivial things completely charm me. Seeing him still secretly looking at that girl, Xiao Jing scoffed. Just as I thought, focused. This kind of shallow imbecile, only blind people could be fooled by him. He frowned. Perhaps he knows nothing, only the family behind him wants to betray. No, with Lai Tianhin's status. If the Lai family wants to betray, they couldn't ignore him. At the very least, he's someone who knows the situation. Or perhaps the Lai family isn't betraying humanity. Seeing Tianhin then mysteriously carrying a bag of food and running off, he couldn't help but be curious, where is he going? But what Xiao Jing didn't expect was that the place Tianhin went was the border of Tan-Ti. Xiao Jing told himself, indeed, the borders of Tan-Ti are all guarded by purgers. The control arrangements are even stricter than I imagined. This makes things even more confusing. How did the meteorite disaster happen? Are the monsters hiding in the river? But with current technology, hiding underwater is too easily detected. Tianhin then handed over the bag of food. Hey, Ha Lai, your favorite grilled food. She was surprised. Did you buy it from my favorite restaurant? Immediately after, Ha Lai's face darkened. She quickly realized, Tianhin, you are being followed. His face then darkened in surprise. I'm being followed? Since when? Ha Lai delivered a blow. Even you didn't notice, this person is definitely not simple. Xiao Jing quickly ducked. That Ha Lai is a wind element superhuman. Indeed, even with invisibility, I can't fool his wind element perception. If Lai Tianhin hadn't discovered me earlier, I would be in even more trouble. So, the basic suspicion can probably be eliminated. The Lai family can also be ruled out. As for this Ha Lai, he comes from an ordinary family and achieved his current status through his own strength. Even if he wanted to betray, he couldn't carry out a major threat like the meteorite disaster. She said anxiously, I'll block his retreat. Even if he can be invisible, as long as he shows his head, he'll definitely make a sound. Tianhin angrily said, if he reveals any flaw, I'll make him disappear from this world. He stood calmly, that's all for tonight. Breaking through the encirclement, startling the snake, it's not bad to make them a little more vigilant. Immediately after, the alarm sounded. Ha Lai's wind circle swept through but detected nothing. She couldn't help but be startled. In the Tan-Ti border, have they already installed a small-range seismic alarm system? The alarm continued. Tianhin analyzed. That means something big is approaching Tan-Ti. Immediately, a hurried voice rang out, Senior Lai, there's a convoy entering Tan-Ti on the other side. It's probably the Rose's competition team. Tianhin was surprised. Why didn't they take the highway guarded by the military? The young man quickly explained, they informed us in advance, saying that there are many superhumans, and they were afraid of attracting monsters, so they dispersed the pressure. Ha Lai continued, Tianhin, we can't worry about who's following you anymore. The situation on the other side is more urgent. This level of alarm, according to my speculation, is very likely an Earth dragon. The Rose's team is in immediate danger, we must go and save them. Tianhin couldn't help but be annoyed, troubles keep coming in waves. Ha Lai couldn't help but let out a cold snort, yesterday, you bled a lot. I hope it won't be too difficult. Tianhin, let's find a way to force that thing out from underground. Protect the Rose's team, and absolutely do not let that thing get into Tantan. Tianhin replied, of course. After they left, he finally showed his face, Rose, seismic activity underground. It seems they really did perform underground measurements. The monster that caused the meteorite disaster shouldn't be hiding underground. On the other side, isn't that Fan Chi and the Flame Demon God? Did they bring Earth dragons and other monsters from underground and get discovered as a result? I really want to see. Although, according to my guess, the Flame Demon God will definitely restrain herself temporarily, waiting for the supernova feast. This time, there shouldn't be any conflict, but what if? Suddenly, in front of him, a hand unexpectedly shot out, making Xiao Jing freeze. When that hand touched him, his face immediately mutated. The Flame Demon God, who knows when she got there, spoke in a chilling voice, don't be tense. I will gently decompose you into my nutrients. Xiao Jing, surprisingly, still spoke calmly, Gong Xiao Ne. He paused to correct himself, Flame Demon God. The Flame Demon God's hand fiercely squeezed his neck. Xiao Jing gasped for air, the veins on his neck already bulging. She then decisively tore off a piece of skin from Xiao Jing's neck, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. A wave of pain swept over him. He gritted his teeth, secretly thinking, careless. The Flame Demon God has a body, so she can naturally appear openly anywhere. And she can also be invisible. My invisibility ability was obtained from the invisible monster she split from. Just now, if the monster's body couldn't heal quickly, I would have been dead already. Rebirth. He annoyedly looked at the woman in front of him, secretly thinking, fight her. Absolutely impossible. Then the flame demon god arrogantly launched another attack. Q10 knew he was no match for her. He then quickly fled. But thinking about it, that's impossible. Her speed is much faster than mine. 6th stage. Could it be she's recovered to 7th stage? The body of OUU Nu is truly formidable. Thinking of this, his face darkened. The current situation was truly hanging by a thread. Watching her charge frantically, he secretly thought, the only chance of survival is to attract others' attention. Even with Kung Tune's body, the flame demon god is still different from ordinary people. Just observing her up close would make people suspicious. Even if I don't make others suspicious, this killing commotion will definitely lead to chaos. If she's exposed now, it will make humans vigilant, and her king won't spare her. She can only endure for now. At this moment, after receiving that attack, his entire body was immediately sent flying. Everything was within his expectations. Sure enough, she deliberately forced me into the secluded forest. She also forbade me from making a sound, leaving fire leaf power in my throat. I'll need some time to neutralize this power. I must make the 2 fake guards outside the forest detect the abnormality here. At least there must be enough commotion to make them take it seriously. The flame demon god was finally satisfied. Eating here won't be disturbed. She then quickly used the devouring flame purgatory. Her mouth quickly opened wide. Fire swallowing, flame devouring. I said, you can't use fire now. He raised his hand and finally felt the seriousness. I can't even make the forest burn? This is troublesome. It seemed she knew his plan. She couldn't help but smile contentedly. The arm on her back immediately grew out. Time to eat. He tried to say a few brief words. I'm not tasty, I'm poisonous. Q10 secretly thought, golden element around me, come. Except the summoning of the golden element king here. Immediately from underground, golden saplings converged and emerged. They gathered into a large sword. The flame demon god couldn't help but praise. I have to admit, even I don't know what kind of monster you are exactly. Yet you can control such extraordinary power. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. On this side, Thienin noticed his friend's strange behavior and spoke up. Halai immediately said, I feel like there's some movement in that forest. I'll release wind elements to investigate. Immediately, Thienin warned her, be careful, watch your step. The ground quickly cracked open, and green sparks appeared underneath. Thienin was startled, looking at what was emerging from the ground. It's really earth dragons. And 2 of them. We can't worry about that side anymore. He anxiously pointed, Halai, I'll strike it. You get that car to safety. At this moment, Halai also immediately tensed up. She frowned and then replied, okay. Returning to Q10, the flame demon god immediately shattered his attack. You deformed monster, can you only manipulate this much extraordinary power? She couldn't help but despise him, you're merely a piece of trash among monsters. Q10 then coughed a few times and replied hoarsely, don't you know trash can be very sharp? Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy, successfully severing one of her arms. But it seemed the flame demon god still felt no fear. Instead, she gloated, oh dear, I'm injured. At this moment, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky. She immediately recognized it, it's that little golden light. Q10 continued, it's my 4-star extraordinary power. These past few days, the 1% extraordinary gene, stimulated by the monster gene, has advanced to 4-star extraordinary, possessing the demeanor of a great general. The golden element life is solidified. What condensed was a small, delicate essence sword, which immediately shot straight through like an arrow. The flame demon god, of course, did not stand still and take it. She used her mutated arm to block in front of her face. A chilling voice rang out, all the extraordinaries in your world are not scary to me. What good is this little medal of yours? To use your human words, struggling before death, consider it an appetizer for me. Immediately after, as if she could no longer suppress her craving, she lunged at his body. Tu-Tin was truly a bit nervous at this moment. He looked at her, then channeled his full mutated monster power. Immediately, that arm grew full of sharp thorns, stabbing straight towards her neck. In just a moment, his entire arm was covered in dense thorns, like green porcupine quills. Watching him struggle incessantly like that, the flame demon god couldn't help but scorn him. She parted her lips in a mocking smile. Idiot. Her arm forcefully squeezed his body. Want to become the new king? You're not qualified to begin with. Tu-Tin's arm was severed at this moment. The flame demon god then said, "Return the kingship you stole from me." She looked at him triumphantly, as if at a defeated general. The flame demon god then said, "Give it back." Despite being at a disadvantage, Tu-Tin still smiled calmly. You probably don't understand the situation of the transcendent realm. Hearing this, the flame demon god couldn't help but stare at him in surprise. Tu-Tin continued, "The reason why the 4-star transcendent life element, even if its transcendent power escapes the host's control, can still operate on its own with simple logic." His voice hoarse, he looked at the monster, and something like a fireworm isn't just generated by the fire element. Tu-Tin then remembered Lam CS ignition core, speed robbery, vibration, burning lightning sword, the stupid fish mocking the moves as too idiotic, like a lute. Meanwhile, Thien Hin was fighting the two monsters that emerged from the ground. He used Thunder Slash, cutting through them, and immediately the bodies of both monsters were severed. Hao Lai couldn't help but admire. Thien Hin, as expected, you are indeed the man closest to a 5-star transcendent in Ban City. You've improved so quickly. She looked in the other direction. Is the forest over there burning? It's caused by the commotion I sensed earlier. Thien Hin said solemnly, Hao Lai, help me control them. Let's try to capture a land dragon alive for research by the higher-ups. She was startled and replied, Huh? Oh, okay. The forest on his side continued to spread, the flames growing larger and larger. This commotion finally caught the attention of the flame demon god, who looked around disdainfully. It seems no one cares about you. This made her look at him with a scornful smile of amusement. Immediately after, the flame demon god lunged at him. Are you out of tricks? Her two arms were ready to tear Tu-Tin apart, but he remained unresponsive. But suddenly, another arm grew from behind her, violently punching the flame demon god in the face. Tu-Tin then spoke, I advise you, don't put everything in your mouth. You ate quite a bit of my left arm earlier, it's poisonous. If you had swallowed my whole body, I couldn't have done anything, but you only ate my scraps. It'd be a shame not to give you a little diarrhea. Heh, though you're much stronger than me, this body of yours belongs to my faction. At this moment, the flame demon god couldn't help but get angry. She lunged at him, clutching his neck and shouting, this body already belongs to me. The fire in the forest was simultaneously extinguished, and the forest quickly returned to its original state. For some reason, Tu-Tin felt incredibly satisfied. He calmly looked at her and said, they've arrived. Indeed, just as Tu-Tin had guessed, she was truly afraid of being discovered. The flame demon god immediately spoke up. Shoo, she leaned close to his face, a cunning smile spreading. You must save your flesh, I'll enjoy it next time. Tu-Tin looked at her without a trace of fear, saying to you. The flame demon god couldn't help but sigh, you don't know your place. Immediately after, she quickly retracted her two mutated arms, returning to her original state. The person who arrived was Hao Lai. She quickly said, Captain Tu-Tin of Southern Moon, why are you here? Tu-Tin mechanically, Senior Cleaner Hao Lai. I came to pick up another teammate who I previously said would join with another team. That's her. Hao Lai was surprised. She came with the Rose team? Why wasn't she on that bus? Why is your team member with a different squad, not even in the same city? Why are there only two of you in the forest? Hao Lai quickly landed, this is really suspicious. Did you say you're not Father Nam? Hearing this, he couldn't help but stutter and avert his eyes. She. Because we had an unpleasant incident earlier, this young lady of ours insisted on going to the Rose team, so aren't I here to apologize? Apologizing should be done in a less crowded place, right? I'm shy too. The Rose team is indeed not as upright and brave as our squad. Our young lady couldn't stand their poor character, so she got off the bus and called me to pick her up. That's how it is, right, Kung Tune? The flame demon god stammered, right, but I feel our squad is a bit tired. The Rose team is definitely more reliable. Hearing her say that, Tu Tin and Hao Lai fell silent, bewildered. Tune continued, a tired squad and the worst men must work harder, or you won't keep your female members. At this moment, Tune's body realized that the flame demon god was controlling her body to leave. Tune bid him a somewhat regretful farewell. I will definitely wait for you to become steadfast. Watching her retreating figure, he secretly lamented, it was so hard to meet Kung Tune, and it ended in such a strange conversation, but rest assured, I will definitely become stronger. I will definitely save you back. Hao Lai adjusted her glasses and cunningly asked him, do you think I believe you? Tu Tin, feeling guilty, immediately left Hao Lai behind. Of course you believe me. He then immediately ran while speaking, thanks for tonight. The forest, which was perfectly fine, suddenly caught fire. You people in Ban City aren't doing a good job with fire prevention. You still need to try harder. At this moment, Thien also arrived. Unfortunately, they still couldn't catch the land dragon in the end. Hao Lai, seeing her rush here. What happened here? Hao Lai secretly surmised. First, he disappeared without any reason, then the earth dragon appeared, and the forest mysteriously caught fire. The contestant from Nam Noyet, secretly meeting with a non-teammate in this forest, there must be some connection. Time quickly passed. 1 week later, the Supernova competition, first qualifier round, 293 high school teams, 65 social teams. A total of 358 competing teams began. Arena 3, Nam Noyet Doomsday Mars Team vs Sun Vuk TXIN Super Search Team. At this moment, True Thin couldn't help but be stunned. Big bro, no way, I and her, we can't do this. This is the Supernova competition, the Supernova, the national competition for talented transcended students. Such an important competition, what are we? We're just 2 transcended gene students, with a combined total of only 80%. Tu Tin looked over, where is Tungu Electric Sucker? She's trying her best to control herself so as not to damage the equipment here. I, on the other hand, have to go investigate. If you two don't participate, you can only forfeit. Saying this, a cunning smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It's okay, if you lose, it's no big deal for you. In short, I'm entrusting it to you. You must believe in yourselves. After that, Tu Tin quickly left. The referee quickly spoke up, Doomsday Mars Team, if you don't get on stage, you will forfeit. True Thin was startled by the loud voice. He immediately replied and then ran up, coming. The referee couldn't help but be surprised. Nam Noyet, only 2 people are participating? Tu Dao was confused. Huh? Yes. The other contestants couldn't help but be indignant. Only 2 of them? They didn't even bring weapons. Who are they looking down on? How arrogant. TSK, they were just top 3 last time. What's so great? We must make them pay a heavy price. True Thin's face was serious at this moment. Tu Dao, Big Bro believes in us. We will definitely be fine. Let's go. She was also filled with determination. Tu Dao walked in thought. The first qualifier will take 2 days to complete, divided into 16 arenas, with 2 teams battling in each arena. Each arena has 6 matches per day. The Starfall calamity did not occur at the start of the Supernova competition. At least it didn't happen in this initial round's arena. But the coast of Banton. Could it be a monster attack from the sea? It shouldn't be. Although reports about the Starfall calamity in the newspapers of my previous life were scarce, it was likely an ambush that caught people off guard. If it were a sea monster attack, given the strength of the cleansers, especially the defensive strength of Ban City's cleansers during the competition, it shouldn't have caught them completely off guard. He kept wandering around to investigate but still found nothing. He dismissed it, no clues for now. Never mind. Thinking of this, his eyes gleamed. Let me see the quality of the food at this monster feast. Unconsciously, he drooled miserably, too much food. I can't eat people, but if I just watch. At the same time, he immediately found another room. This place. Inside, the crowd was abuzz. TS team is too arrogant. They only sent one person. He entered and heard everyone discussing, if our afternoon match can advance, I guess. This single-person team from Huti will be our opponent. Is that Huti person planning to 1v5? You think highly of him. I heard he single-handedly defeated Huti's original competing team and easily secured a spot in the Supernova competition. TSK, didn't you investigate his background? He is Vanjia Huti's recently found demon child. 210 looked at the lonely figure standing there. Around him, voices buzzed incessantly, demon child, oh my. The demon child, at 5 years old, accidentally used superhuman power to kill his parents. Van Vang. He secretly thought, this person, his scent, even I feel a threat from it, like an ant venom that's fragrant but poisonous. Is the Starfall calamity related to him? Based on what he heard, he could use superhuman power to kill his parents, who were originally superhumans, at just 5 years old. Just how high are his transcended genes? I don't know. I heard that Van long disappeared after that. It wasn't until recently that the Van family in whose city found him. His transcended gene index has also never been publicly announced. The referee asked in surprise, you chose to do a team battle? I don't know why your whose city only sent you alone. But you can choose the one-on-one combat format, best of 5 rounds. Van Vang spoke up, no need. Team battle is faster. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but be surprised. Faster? They found him too arrogant. Those people immediately rushed forward, you're quite fierce, we'll humor you. The referee immediately shouted, hey, I haven't even announced the start of the match. Van Vang's eyes lowered, but then he quickly looked up, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. But he hadn't even moved his body, and those people quickly fell to the ground, their limbs bent. The referee said in a daze, everyone, wait, before she could finish her sentence, they had already been defeated. Van Vang looked at her coldly, can I go now? The referee was momentarily speechless. She quickly composed herself, yes, you may. I declare the single-person team from whose city the winner. The spectators were startled, damn it, his superhuman power is even stronger than rumored. That move, I didn't even see it clearly. How did he fight? Just how high are his transcended genes? I feel like he's even more terrifying than the child who previously had the most transcended genes in the world. As long as the transcended gene exceeds 90%, it will undergo a qualitative change. However, there's a type of superhuman power that has never been heard of appearing above 90%. He's a mental-type superhuman, that's right. Haven't quite a few experts researching superhuman power said that mental-type superhumans are the strongest superhuman theory? Xiao Jing thought to himself, to monsters, this person is very appetizing. Tracking him might lead to clues about the star calamity limit. Suddenly, when Wang stood in front of Xiao Jing, everyone couldn't help but gasp and whisper, oh, why is he here? I'm so scared. Isn't he trying to make a strong impression on us? The opponents later on? You killed your own parents when you were just 5 years old. You certainly wouldn't hesitate to kill us, would you? When Wang didn't hesitate to expose him directly, you want to follow me? And you think I'm delicious? You want to eat me? The crowd startled and backed away. Oh, legend says when Wang can read minds. Is he reading minds now? What's with delicious? Food? What nonsense! Oh my God, he's a pervert. Ugh, how disgusting. Suddenly being told that, Xiao Jing couldn't help but darken his face. Don't you dare slander me. How could I be a monster who wants to eat people? When Wang couldn't help but wonder, these past few days, there's always been a voice wanting to eat me. Is that you? Hearing Wen Wang say this, Xiao Jing couldn't help but fall into deep thought, a voice always wanting to eat him. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Wen Wang, don't dally any longer. After the exam, let's go back to the hotel." The crowd whispered, "Is that the team leader from Void City? The helmet looks so weird." Wen Wang immediately replied, "Yes." Xiao Jing watched him, thinking to himself, if he really can read minds, that voice. Is it the flame demon god? No, she only arrived last night, and he said the voice has been there for days. Only monsters eat superhumans. Wen Wang could very well be the breakthrough point to investigate the Starfall disaster. On Xiao Tao's side, the referee asked the two siblings, "Do you choose a team battle or?" Xiao Tao interjected, "Solo." "Solo. We choose solo." Zhao Xing hesitated, "I choose." Xiao Tao stepped forward and cut him off. "No, big brother, let me go first. I'm better at defense. You take the opportunity to find his weaknesses. At the very least, we have to win one person. We can't lose so disgracefully." Her brother finally gave in to his sister. "All right, but you must be careful." The referee announced, then, Team Starfire Doomsday South Moon vs. Team Mountain Might, the match begins. Xiao Tao thought to herself, "I once imagined myself awakening superhuman powers, changing my current life. But I never thought that one day I would follow a team leader who can control monster genes. That's how it is, everyone. What do you say we do next?" "Of course, we'll continue to follow Big Brother. And I never imagined that one day I would stand on the supernova stage, representing the superhuman geniuses of the entire country." At the same time, her opponent rushed forward, "I'm a wind-type superhuman. I heard all your strategies. You want your teammate to find my weaknesses first, then come out and defeat me? Don't you even know the rules of the competition? After defeating you, we can switch people. I don't know what kind of madness has gripped your South Moon this year. The quality of the competition is so poor. When we drew South Moon, we were both anxious and excited, but now we only feel disappointed." Outside, the blonde guy laughed gleefully. "Xiao Jing got in through the back door to take a supernova spot, and he's bringing disgrace to South Moon by doing such absurd things, letting those two reserve students participate in the competition. It's truly ridiculous. Luckily, we withdrew from South Moon and joined Rose. Otherwise, we would have lost all our face too. The South Moon Superhuman Academy must be furious. A dignified South Moon, ranked in the top 3 last season, now has to stop in the first round." The other brother continuously used Whirlwind Star Map and Wind Guiding Great Sword, slashing rapidly towards Xiao Tao. He charged fiercely, a dignified genius representative of South Moon, and all you know is how to dodge. Or is it that South Moon has no one left, and only these weaklings came to embarrass yourselves? Xiao Tao thought to herself, really? The reason Xiao Tao had been dazed until now was because she felt his sword was too slow. Xiao Tao commented, "Compared to Xiao Jing's attack, it's still worlds apart. You all have my monster genes in your bodies. Although still in a semi-awakened state, it also helps your physique become as strong as a level 1 monster. Compared to senior sister Rabbit, there's still a big gap. Xiao Jing made me achieve this level. It's truly because we have monster genes in our bodies that we can recover quickly. Xiao Tao, persevere." "Yes. They don't need to worry about killing us, so every training session is really strenuous. I thought it was just a joke. It turns out I don't need to dodge like in previous training sessions anymore, finding the gaps in attacks that are as chaotic as a storm. Although his superhuman energy is definitely more than mine, it's both chaotic and weak. Yet, I feel comfortable." At this moment, she secretly looked over, wondering, is the opponent really a supernova genius? Or rather, have my brother and I truly transformed? Then Xiao Tao began to raise her hand. She quickly used the Vine Barb Star Map. Xiao Tao calculated, blood. No, I really don't need to burn blood. Let's try using normal vines. Immediately after, tree roots shot out from her hands. The opponent was momentarily stunned by that attack. She had been underestimating Xiao Tao too much until now. Immediately, Xiao Tao loudly said, "Sorry, you're really too slow. Now it's my turn to attack." The other person couldn't help but be startled. "Slow?" Xiao Tao continued, "It's been a long time since I used my superpower to hit someone. I'm not sure what the intensity will be like." Xiao Tao was a little curious. Having been stimulated by Xiao Tin's monster genes for so long, I must be a bit stronger than before, right? The referee then announced, Nam Noyat Academy of Superpowers, Doomsday Starfire Team, wins. Realizing she had overdone it, she flinched. "Oops, sorry." Xiao Tao was still bewildered. "Brother, I finally won." Zhao Xing cheered. "My sister is so amazing." She shyly said, "You shut up." The guy lying on the muddy ground said, "Captain, I lost." The other guy boasted, "It's okay, you tried your best." They are indeed Nam Noyat's geniuses, too cunning. They definitely wanted to make you arrogant, that's why they pretended to talk nonsense like that. Next, I'll handle it. She's a wood element superpower user, I'm sure I'll win. The blonde guy couldn't help but be startled. What? Isn't this Zhao Xiao Tao just a wild chicken turned phoenix? To be so strong. Wu Ying couldn't help but wonder to himself, when did they become so strong? During the last practice, I realized they were still far behind. When did the gap widen so much? Did they get a vast amount of resources from Xiao Tin? It must be. It's fine, I have young Master Fan as support. Later, I can also become strong quickly, and I'll definitely leave them far behind. The referee then spoke, Nam Noyat Doomsday Starfire Team, do you need to substitute a player? But I must remind you, a player who has been substituted cannot re-enter the field. Xiao Tao replied, I'll continue to compete. The arrogant captain said, even if you are Nam Noyat's genius, at least this match, we won't lose. He channeled his inner energy. For the glory of Shanmin City, our team has poured blood and sweat for the past 3 years. I will defeat you, Winged Destruction Star Map. Your superpower is completely countered by him, you can't keep winning. Xiao Tao stood calmly. She gently extended her hand and said, entangling tendrils. The captain shouted, you Nam Noyat are too arrogant. With fewer players on the field, you can't avoid being countered by attribute weaknesses. Xiao Tao suddenly recalled Xiao Tin's words, keep going. The future will be even more terrifying than you can imagine. I just want you to mature quickly, to become my true assistants, and to quickly find your own way of fighting. Can you really do it? Oh, that's right, you're very special. The external monster genes in your bodies are even more abundant than your inherent superpower genes. Even I don't know what changes will occur in your bodies. If anything happens, remember not to panic. At this moment, enveloped by flames, Xiao Tao secretly thought, find my own way of fighting. Using the blood peach blossom? No, I can't keep being reckless. She closed her eyes tightly, standing in the flames, and stubbornly said, I don't want to keep avoiding it. Xiao Tao's feet gradually became more stable and firm. I also want to. All dangers must be stopped in the bud. The captain was stunned at this moment. Roots shot out from behind him, surprising him greatly. A sneak attack? My back is covered by fiery wings. It's not that easy. How can this be? Her vines have bypassed all my flames. He looked at Xiao Tao, unable to believe it. No way. My fiery wings should have blocked his vision. How could he judge so accurately? He had a little difficulty breathing. Could it be life element? Is he close to 4-star superpower? These vines, not only can they avoid my fiery wings, but they are also poisonous. The referee quickly announced, Match 2, Nam Noyat Doomsday Starfire Team wins. Seeing her teammate knocked far away, the pink-haired girl anxiously shouted, Captain. She angrily charged forward, let me go next. I'm also a wood element superpower user. The captain flinched and shouted, San, wait. He quickly warned his teammate, be careful of his vines, if you get tangled, you're done for. San fiercely resolved, I'll be careful. Even if I have to burn my blood and flesh, I must at least win this round. Xiao Tao was bewildered. What changes are happening to the monster genes deep within my body again? What changes have occurred to my vines? A few small thorns that don't belong to superpower have appeared. She couldn't help but be surprised. Moreover, when the vines wrapped around his body, I wanted to eat him. As soon as San San entered the field, she gritted her teeth and fiercely charged at Xiao Tao with blazing fire, attacking her strongly. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao's face also became terrifying. I feel like she smells so good. At the same time, countless vines quickly sprouted from the ground around Xiao Tao. They wrapped around San San, surprising her. Have his vines changed? This is his true power. Yet my flames can't burn them. These aren't just vines, are they? On this side, both the referee and Zhao Xing quickly noticed something was off. They both yelled in unison, "Oh no!" Zhao Xing, worried, immediately shouted loudly, "Little sister, Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao, wake up!" Xiao Tao dazedly turned around. "What's wrong, brother?" Zhao Xing nervously yelled, "Look, little sister, this seems a bit." He looked at the girl who was on the verge of death and hastily shouted, "Quickly retract your tentacles." On this side, San San trembled. I surrender." Only then did Xiao Tao snap out of it. She was startled to see her opponent in such distress. "Oh, I'm so sorry." It was the referee's familiar announcement. First round, the Mars Doomsday Southern Moon team wins. Zhao Xing couldn't help but admire. "Your tentacles are amazing, absolutely incredible. It makes me want to join the match too." Xiao Tao blushed shyly. "Speak softly." The referee's voice rang out, congratulating Nam Noyet on advancing. "The next match will be the day after tomorrow. The opponents in that match will be stronger, so I hope you all prepare well." Tu Dao was bewildered. Though happily walked over, "Congratulations on advancing." Tu Dao humbly said, "We should thank Sister though for her special training for us." The others secretly marveled. As expected, she's Nam Noyet. Very impressive. I'll continue to observe and cheer for you all with my team. San San immediately stepped forward and said, blushing, "Tentacle Queen, I'll be watching you. This year, I hope you, Nam Noyet, can win the top supernova spot." Tu Dao was bewildered by this title. 10. Tentacle Queen. Tru Thin stood next to her, continuously chiming in, "So cool." Tu Dao, still bewildered, froze and asked San San, "Are you talking about me?" But her aura seemed to scare San San even more. She quickly screamed, "No, don't." After everyone returned, Tru Thin still couldn't help but exclaim, "After watching today's match, it feels like only Tu Dao, the Tentacle Queen, stood out the most." Tu Dao pouted. "You." Tru Thin interrupted again, "What's there to be unhappy about? I wish I had such a powerful title." She blushed again and screamed, "Then you can have that title." Tru Thin still didn't understand, "But your ability isn't like tentacles. Not everyone can turn into tentacles." Tu Dao angrily yelled, "Tru Thin, shut up." Though quickly opened the door, Tu Tin said he went back early. "Let's go tell him the good news about advancing." As soon as they entered, they saw him lifting a tightly bound person. "You're back?" Tu Tin happily told everyone. "Come on, let me introduce him. His name is Van Vang, the only contestant from Bhutan." Tu Tin glanced down and pointed at his bloodied collar. "This kid isn't simple. It was quite a struggle to bring him back." Though couldn't help but be bewildered. You brought a contestant back? Is this okay?" Tungu coldly snorted, "You must have a reasonable explanation and a suitable solution, right?" Tu Tin recounted, "Our enemy is very cunning. They hide in the shadows, waiting for the best moment to enjoy their dinner. I don't know where it is. But I know this kid is delicious. He's the dinner even our enemy craves. If we can't find it, then we'll snatch the dinner it must eat. We'll flush it out and deal with it one move at a time." Noticing movement in his hand, Qiu Tin looked down. He's awake. Mental type supers indeed have incredibly strong wills. I guess I'll have to punch you one more time. Van Vang looked around, wondering, why am I here? This person. I couldn't kill him just now. Back to before. Van Vang was walking on the street when he suddenly realized. Brother Chu Lam, someone's following me. He was startled. What? Van Vang spoke up. I keep hearing his inner voice. He's definitely delicious, and he was right. Qiu Tin was in a semi-transparent form. Chu Lam couldn't help but be surprised. Before, we checked all the suspicious people you mentioned with these inner voices, and we found nothing. Chu Lam continued, you can hear others' inner voices, but because of that, it causes thought disorders, and you've been diagnosed with auditory hallucinations. Just like you often hear your deceased mother talking, so trust me. Discard all distracting thoughts, focus your will. The dean has already said, as long as you get into the top 3, you can have anything you want. Wan Wang replied, I don't want anything at all. I just want the principal to allow the amount of life essence liquid that Lin Lin will consume each month in the future to be exchanged. Xiao Lin replied, this isn't something you need to worry about. You should think more about yourself. People can only find happiness when they think of themselves. He instructed Wan Wang, go home and rest well, prepare for the competition with peace of mind. Seeing him hesitate, even though they had arrived, he still lingered and didn't move. Xiao Lin asked in confusion, Xiao Wang, what's wrong? He spoke up, nothing. He muttered to himself, the hallucinated sound has followed me here, he's lamenting. Wan Wang murmured, this house is where I've been for nearly a week. There are more than 10 monsters hiding inside, I'm like a lamb in a tiger's mouth. Wan Wang said, Brother Shaolin, the voice wants to eat me. How troublesome. He told him, that's just an auditory hallucination. Wan Wang continued, that auditory hallucination just decided. Shaolin hadn't even fully understood, he instinctively said, He wants to tie me up. At the same time, right after he finished speaking, he was pulled away. Xiao Lin anxiously shouted, Xiao Wang. Xiao Tin chose to directly pull Wan Wang away, still in an invisible state. Wan Wang angrily asked, why is it that besides Brother Xiao Lin, no one else leaves me alone? Immediately after, he gritted his teeth in anger, Wan Wang's eyes glowed, his nerves had exploded. Xiao Tin saw Wan Wang so furious, he chuckled bitterly to himself, I'm dead. He thought to himself, completely different from the 2 nervous breakdowns he'd experienced before. Xiao Tin couldn't help but be stunned, the power of this move even reached the oppressive force of a monster lord. Xiao Tin quickly materialized, he looked at Wan Wang and said, you're the only one who has hurt me since I became transcendent. Wan Wang was surprised. It was you, the one who wanted to eat me in the arena. As expected, I didn't mishear. You can be invisible, who exactly are you? Why do you want to eat me? Xiao Tin calmly replied, is wanting to eat someone illegal? I haven't eaten, and I don't intend to. I just want to help you leave this monster den and escape the fate of being eaten. Wan Wang, of course, didn't believe him. You're lying. He thought to himself, he's the first person to be hit by my mental outburst and not faint. Xiao Tin added, apart from your mental explosion, your combat skills are like a sick chicken. Suddenly attacked, Wan Wang couldn't help but scream. He couldn't help but wonder, what hard thing poked me? Xiao Tin quickly urged, hurry up, if we delay any longer, it'll be a mess. Wan Wang was still surprised, where did the sword come from? Xiao Tin spoke, want to eavesdrop on my inner voice? Just focus your transcendent power on your scalp and you can block his psychic sensing. It can also defend against psychic attacks, just like your team leader's helmet. Hearing this, Wan Wang couldn't help but feel nervous, Brother Shaolin. Wan Wang continued, he's nothing like you. Brother Shaolin only has facial injuries and wears it to avoid scaring others. Xiao Tin felt a bit of pain, ouch, my transcendent power isn't enough to completely defend against your mental outburst. Xiao Tin still scoffed in reply. What kind of flimsy excuse is that, the brother Shaolin you're talking about? When I got close to him, I could smell monsters on him. He's definitely colluding with monsters. Wan Wang argued, don't you dare falsely accuse him. From beginning to end, he was never afraid of my eavesdropping ability. At the same time, monsters sprang out from somewhere. The two were immediately surrounded. Xiao Tin couldn't help but grumble, see, I told you that dawdling would get us caught. Xiao Tin quickly pulled up his sleeve. This is the only thing to use. Van Vang was bewildered, no. He was inwardly stunned, Brother Shaolin's helmet couldn't possibly be. Xiao Tin, observing from his side, was surprised again, his eyes. His eyes were white. Could this be a mutation in a part of his body caused by highly concentrated spiritual energy? His mind was constantly screaming at this moment. It's over. Xiao Tin stared blankly at Van Vang. Looking at Xiao Tin's combat analysis, even monsters have brains and spirits. His power directly pierces the monster's spirits. The monsters immediately disappeared, thinking, how terrifying. Monsters below level 4 still can't convert flesh and blood power into elemental power. They seem unable to resist this type of spiritual attack, and he's only a 4-star transcendent. He is a transcendent who can truly restrain monsters, someone every monster fears. If I were a monster, I am a monster, I wouldn't let him become a 5-star, or even 6-star, transcendent. He patted Van Vang. He's definitely more attractive than I imagined. I'll just snatch him back directly. He can't temporarily deal with the force behind the star fragment calamity, or perhaps he wants to wait for the best opportunity to devour a large meal. If I claim the main dish now, how will you, honored sir, deal with it? The scene shifts to the other person, a voice echoes, Li Lin, you can't even manage one person. Do you still want to keep your daughter alive? He couldn't help but be startled. What? The voice that wants to devour him isn't yours, sir? I thought you were going to act first. The voice echoed again, fool, you've disappointed me greatly. Li Lin was frightened, don't destroy my helmet yet. I promised to bring him back. He only trusts me, only I can do it with my own hands. The flame demon god appeared, I didn't expect the other prince of Bin City to be in such a state. The voice echoed suspiciously, you are? She introduced herself, I am the flame demon god. I know who stole the food you want. Although you are not the lord I thought, we can cooperate. Returning to the present, Xiao Tin patted Van Vang again, faint once more, Xiao Dao. Find him a room, tie him up tightly, and focus all your transcendent power on his scalp. Even without his spiritual attack, he's just a weakling, but do your best not to let him wake up. She quickly replied, all right. Xiao Tin speculated, there might be a big incident tonight. With our current strength, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Though couldn't help but wonder, so what should we do? Xiao Tin casually told them, call the police. He said it as if nothing was happening. And so, a loud voice immediately shouted, call the police. On this side, Tianxing spoke, elite squad of Doomsday, you'd better have a good reason. Xiao Tin stepped forward to stop him, calm down, Senior Qing Chu. Sister Shengwan Kuei is my teacher, and you have a reputation equal to hers. By that logic, you're almost half our teacher. It just so happens that Xiao Yu is cultivating at a critical moment. He glanced at Xiao Yu, tonight, she might be able to cultivate half of the star map. At this critical moment, she needs a teacher like you to care for her. But Tianxing immediately left. Xiao Tin called after him, hey, where are you going? He spoke up. Goodbye. Xiao Tin quickly asked, don't you want to see how much stronger the world's strongest lightning element transcended is than you? Feel the difference between yourself and the world's peak, and it might even give you some experience to advance to 5-star. Hearing this, his face darkened. Indeed, he's the captain of Old Ming's team, the director who mentioned. How despicable, tisk tsk. Zhao Xing looked at the kid tied to the bed and couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really that appealing? Monsters want to eat him, and even nurture him? Xiao Tin explained, the monster genes in his body haven't awakened yet, so they can't sense that. But it's really strange, his ability greatly restrains monsters, yet monsters still really want to eat him. He couldn't help but wonder, so why not eat him right away? Won't nurturing him give him time to turn the tables? Does he have some extreme poison? Not necessarily, I could swallow him in one gulp. He said this while staring intently at Van Vang, as if looking at a dish. Immediately after, he quickly told everyone, all right, let's cooperate in this fight. Xiao Tin quickly explained, the flame demon spawn came from Nam Noyat to Bin City. Bin City probably also has a mastermind behind it, similar to the flame demon god, or even more terrifying. I stole back the delicious meal that the mastermind behind it hasn't eaten yet. I want to disrupt their plan and at the same time expose the mastermind behind it, but it's also very dangerous. The flame demon god might very well come with the mastermind to cause trouble for us. Therefore, I left the strongest person in Bin City here, and that person is none other than Tien Hin. He continued, he is our shield. Sister Rabbit, tonight you will assist Lai Tien Hin to guard against the flame demon god's attack. You know how formidable the flame demon god is, don't let Lai Tien Hin underestimate him and get killed. Xiao Dao, Tru Thin, both of you watch over our hostage. Your safety is paramount. If you really can't keep the hostage, then kill them. Rabbit firmly stated, I'm ready, I'm just waiting for a big battle. Tru Thin added, I've also long been prepared to sacrifice myself. He gave a wry smile, it doesn't have to be that dramatic. Rabbit continued, but I'm only a 4-star transcendent. Tru Thin then said, I'm a 3-star. Xiao Tin immediately retorted, how can we be lambs waiting for trouble to come? We must increase the difficulty for the coming enemy, extend the time, no matter what trap they eventually set. Our ultimate goal is all of our Huaxia's transcendent geniuses. If tonight is exposed, the young geniuses they consider a grand feast will flee. Their grand feast will be ruined. Tonight is not yet the time for them to be exposed. Therefore, we must find enough audience members for them so they don't dare to use their full power, and besides, the line between hunter and prey isn't so clear. If they truly come tonight, who knows what price they'll have to pay? Tru Thin added, no lack of clarity. I will risk my life, Xiao Tin. Tru Thin added, no lack of clarity. Rabbit followed, me too. Xiao Tin's face darkened because after explaining for a while, they still seemed not to understand. He could only say helplessly, all right, fine. Finally, the meeting ended. Tru Thin turned to his younger sister, Xiao Dao, we have to work hard. Seeing her staring intently at Van Vang, he found it strange and asked curiously, Xiao Dao? She still didn't move. Tru Thin grew more puzzled and asked, what's wrong with you? Xiao Dao stammered, I. She looked at Van Vang and licked her lips, I'm really about to lose my mind from its scent. At the same time, Van Vang suddenly woke up, their 4 eyes meeting at close range. Xiao Dao secretly startled, thinking, why did I reveal such a perverted look? Van Vang spoke up, you. Suddenly, more vines grew out, seemingly indicating that Xiao Dao was losing control again. Xiao Dao secretly thought, if this continues, what will I become later? Let everything be destroyed by me. Tru Thin was bewildered, Xiao Dao, are you starting to rigorously train your queen tentacle skills from now on? It seems he's about to suffocate. You've turned nasty. Why do you hit your own brother so often recently? Over here, Tien Hin walked over, what's wrong? A bunch of sneaky people. Why won't you let me up there? What are you hiding up there? Xiao Tin replied, right. We tricked another contestant and tied them up there. Tien Hin stared at him, my staying here tonight to listen to your nonsense is truly superfluous. Xiao Tin quickly replied, Senior Tien Hin. Wait a minute, our new director had someone look after us, that's because we couldn't manage without their help. Please, pass on some experience related to breaking through the lightning element star chart to us. Tien Hin's face darkened, out of respect for our station chief Ho, I'll stay a little longer. Xiao Tin gave a bitter laugh. Senior Tianhin is too kind. He turned to Xianggu and said, even if your transcendent gene is higher, you cannot be completely immune to lightning. Practicing outside is very dangerous. It's easy to attract lightning. My eye was destroyed by a bolt of heavenly lightning, though that one strike also successfully allowed me to comprehend the element of life. So tonight the weather is pretty good. It probably won't attract heavenly lightning, but you still need to be cautious. If you momentarily attract too much power from the power station, its might could be close to heavenly lightning. Xiao Yu quickly looked at him and smiled cheerfully. I remember. Then let's begin. Immediately after, Xiao Yu quickly closed her eyes and her internal energy swiftly flowed through. A massive current quickly struck down from the sky, as if a stream was flowing into their location. Tianxing couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't I tell her to be a bit careful? This serves her right. This lightning came from the power station. Such immense electrical power. From this moment on, all the electricity generated by the power station has been cut off by her. She can actually withstand such terrifying voltage. Then the entire city, no, not just the entire city. It's the entire area surrounding Yun City that relies on this power station for electricity that will have a power outage. Looking at Xiao Jing, he was still unfazed. Tianxing was startled. Wait a minute. He quickly realized, this is my villa, where I usually cultivate. Tonight's power outage, this trouble, will fall on my head. That brat, it turns out she kept me here so I would take the blame for this. Then Tianxing closed his eyes. Good brat, but if I've already promised, then I'll help her to the end. I also want to see, how far can the lightning element transcended with the most transcended genes in the world truly go? Half Thunder God. What big talk. Thinking of this, he spoke, cultivating the star chart, in the end, is all about letting the life element grow. Just like the heavenly blade I cultivated, you must also have your own life element. Release it, Xiao Yu replied. Here? Tianxing replied, that's right, a treasured blade must be released to shine. He followed her with his thoughts. What is she flying up for? Honestly, for a newcomer to cultivate a life element is already incredible. Is she so ambitious that she's afraid her life element will destroy my villa? Tianxing was stunned. Hey, you. He murmured to himself, I don't even know if her life element is as big as a fist right now. Her power quickly formed a large circle. It's already 50% magnetic essence now. Xiao Yu spoke loudly, still not high enough. Sorry, senior, for damaging your roof. Immediately after, she added, I'll fly a bit higher. Tianxing thought to himself, though it's not a life element. But this is a domain. I forgot that those who cultivate magnetic essence can wield a simple domain. What happened before his eyes made Tianxing exclaim in his mind, oh my, Jing, Jing. Seeing the school of fish, he couldn't help but be startled. Those are all her life elements. So many of them, no way, there's too much lightning contained within them. It's said that over 90% transcendent genes grant special abilities. Could her special ability be infinite? Right now it's only 50% magnetic essence. If her magnetic essence is complete, she could truly become the first 5-star transcended in Huaxia, or even the first 5-star transcended in the world. Such a genius! Far away, a cold voice echoed grimly, she must die. The flame demon god couldn't help but smile smugly. I didn't expect you to want her dead even more than I do. She continued, they've caused such a huge commotion before even making a move. The entire city has lost power. Now he's deploying a massive domain, soon many transcendents will gather there. That person is not someone who causes ordinary trouble. The strange voice continued, it's fine, I'll deal with this small trouble. You go kill that lightning element transcendent and reclaim your kingship. I'll go reclaim my food. At the crucial moment, I will blind everyone's eyes. The flame demon god was satisfied, all right. Recalling the past, this was when Xiao Jing and Xiao Yu were young. He pushed a small notebook towards her, here. Xiao Jing teased. Look, when we went out before, I put a cockroach in your shoe. Your expression was just like this. A little older, he still teased her like that. At that time, Xiao Yu was very annoyed. Wang Ba Jing, get lost. Did you draw in my book? Xiao Jing continued. Who told you to stay up late last night scrolling on your phone? This one looks exactly like you falling asleep in class. The raised smile looks like your dazed smile whenever you're spaced out. Xiao Yu couldn't help but criticize, the drawing is so ugly. You've been drawing for so many years, and your drawing skills haven't improved at all? Xiao Jing then said, I've colored it now. Back to reality, Xiao Yu looked at the flying things and secretly sighed in relief. Releasing these things really makes me feel much lighter. Tianxing spoke up. You can get used to them first, then continue absorbing the lightning. No need, I can continue. Your talent is truly unparalleled. As a senior, I have some advice for you. How long has it been since you became a transcendent? Less than a month, right? And you've already reached the current level of a standard 4-star transcendent. Once you accumulate enough stellar energy, it's very likely you'll become the first 5-star transcendent in history. But you're too hasty. Your foundation isn't stable yet. You've even started depleting your own potential to achieve such rapid growth. Lightning-type transcendents are very dominant. You must feel a tingling sensation all over your body, right? I advise you to start stabilizing step by step from now on. Xiao Yu happily replied, No, I'm still not fast enough. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, I must quickly become stronger. Right now, every day relies solely on Xiao Jing to hold things together. Next, I need to properly control the star field and then create something even greater. Hearing this, Tianxing couldn't help but look bewildered, ignoring advice, truly a young person eager for quick results. Immediately after, he looked over, Hey, though. Why do you look like you're about to face a great enemy? Is this your first time popularizing a protective spell for a junior? What is there to worry about? This world truly has villains who only harm others without benefiting themselves. They prevent the next generation's talents from advancing, but this is my territory, Li Tianxing's territory. No one is blind enough to come and disrupt a little fish's advancement. Even if someone comes, there are hardly any who can match me in this whole world, and with you added, I fear nothing at all. She continued, They're here. Tianxing couldn't help but be surprised. Someone really is that blind? How should I put it, is she one of your ready teammates? Did she see that your team has a powerful tentacle queen and decide to join the team? To be honest, this kind of brat. Though immediately shouted. Careful. Then she immediately channeled her inner force and struck with a wind blast. Tianxing, surprisingly, escaped the danger. He couldn't help but wonder, how does she have a monster arm? You know her anomaly. Xiao Yu secretly resolved, I can't let him hinder Xiao Yu's advancement. Though shouted, Flame Demon God, aren't you afraid someone will discover your monster identity? She thought to herself. There should be quite a few people coming here, so why would Flame Demon God dare to use a monster's hand? I truly don't see anyone arriving. Could Xiao Jing's plan have failed? Tianxing couldn't help but be surprised. What Flame Demon God? She is a monster. She smirked cunningly, kill everyone here, and then no one will know. That voice spoke again, Flame Demon God, don't use overly powerful moves for now. I will use the illusion field to prevent outsiders from entering your combat range. If you use flames that are too strong, it's very likely to break my illusion. Outside, everyone was quickly led astray. Why have we been walking for so long and still haven't reached the place with light? Are we lost? Tianxing immediately charged forward. Whether you're human or a monster, if you dare to lay a hand here, you'll die. He quickly channeled his inner force, drew his sword, and at the same time used his technique, Heavenly Blade Star Map. The thunder slash immediately struck, but instantly his weapon was reduced to fragments. Tianxing couldn't help but be startled. My blade, it broke. That hand quickly swung past, Tianxing stared blankly, wondering, if she's a monster, then what level monster is she? Though hurriedly stomped her foot and shouted loudly, Senior Lai Tianhen, be careful, she's very strong. We're no match for her. Tianxing couldn't help but be bewildered, a force so powerful it creates sound waves? Seeing him rush forward, though was startled and stopped him, Senior Lai Tianhen, please don't be hasty. Tianxing scoffed, humans should have exterminated all monsters and controlled their growth a long time ago, shouldn't they? The flame demon god laughed disdainfully, insignificant humans, this world is far richer than you imagine. Senior, your blade is broken. Tianxing continued, the blade is merely a medium carrying my life element, used to reduce consumption. My truly powerful attacks have never come from that blade, but from what I've cultivated over many years. Then he shouted, Heart Thunder Blade, and immediately a beam of light appeared, transforming into a long blade. Tianxing used the Heavenly Thunder Slash to block the Flame Demon God's attack. She immediately charged forward as well. The Flame Demon God let out a slight smile, she disdainfully raised her hand and flicked the sword. Tianxing couldn't help but be startled, she's too strong, a flick of her finger destroyed the Heart Thunder Blade. Humans believed they had once again taken control of this world, turns out it was just a joke. She then immediately grabbed his hand tightly, you humans are just our food. No matter how strong the food is, it can't escape the kitchen. Seeing the critical situation, though immediately channeled her inner force, Great Wind level 8, and immediately Tianxing was relieved. She panicked, Senior, I can't always save you. So please don't be agitated. Tianxing couldn't help but be surprised, just one grab, his wrist bone might already be fractured. Immediately after, he made up his mind, even so, he must not back down. Xiao Yu is leveling up in my territory, I must protect her thoroughly. Above, Xiao Yu worried, I can also participate in the battle. Tianxing continued, no, you must fully stabilize 50% of the magnetic spirit. Otherwise, you won't be able to control the magnetic spirit field, and might even lose all your lightning due to injury. All the power accumulated over time will be wasted, don't worry, after all, I'm called the Thunder God of Bin City. If you're disturbed, and I fall due to helplessness, saying that, he immediately drew his sword. Xiao Tin came from behind and couldn't help but sigh. Senior Lai, you are indeed a good person. You flung that sleeve out. Or first, stabilize the injury on your left hand, I'll take over for a bit. Tianxing was a little worried, hey, the opponent is a monster of unknown level, don't drag her away, though. As soon as she saw him, the Flame Demon God immediately laughed cunningly, traitor, what changes have occurred in your body? She looked at him and asked again, what changes have occurred in your body? Why can't I feel the power of flame at all? Has your monster body strengthened again? As soon as she finished speaking, the Flame Demon God attacked simultaneously. Xiao Tin looked at her and smiled faintly, he also channeled his inner force to attack at the same time and replied, what's strange about it? Aren't you yourself afraid to use flame casually? At this moment, she secretly guarded, his arm is constantly strengthening, tending to catch up with me, although I haven't recovered much of my strength yet. But there's still the power of a level 5 monster, based on his aura, it can be seen that he's only a level 4 monster, no monster can be like him. His evolution is not normal, she said to him, let me reclaim the throne, and while I'm at it, tear you apart to see what's inside. Xiao Tin silently looked at her, his eyes coldly said, you just try, then the new attack was summoned, Bone Spike. The Flame Demon God was somewhat shocked, it actually pierced through my monster body. She clenched his hand and smiled cunningly, you are truly difficult to deal with, but as a monster, you're still too young. Shu, let me examine closely what happened to you, I can't feel the aura of flame, no, it's hidden in the deepest part of his body. At the same time, a sharp spike suddenly grew from his arm, piercing her chest, startling the flame demon. Xiao Tin triumphantly used bone spikes, multiple strikes, and immediately her entire body was covered in spikes like a hedgehog. He forcefully lifted her body into the air, at this moment, the flame demon god looked just like a skewer. Xiao Tin immediately hurled her onto the distant rooftop, and a massive shock immediately resonated. Not giving her a chance to rest for long, he quickly flew over again and powerfully lifted her up. The flame demon was stunned. "Why is your monstrous body so peculiar?" Xiao Tin replied disdainfully, "You're a bit too curious." "Could it be you?" She immediately spoke. "Before the feast, one should understand a bit about the ingredients. Only one arm can transform into a monstrous body. No matter how strong you are, you won't be much stronger." Immediately after, the flame demon struck forcefully, causing the ground where he stood to explode with a resounding shock. Though anxiously asked, "Senior Tianhin, is your villa not too expensive? If we split the cost, can we pay it off in this lifetime?" He didn't care but was worried. What's wrong with Xiao Tin? He can fight that monster unarmed. What kind of superhuman is he? He added, he was originally a monster. Now that I think about it, you now know it, including you and everyone here, are all abnormal. Though they'll look blankly, if we live until tomorrow, we'll explain to you. Xiao Tin on his side shouted, "Stop chatting, quickly use your tricks on her." Though those face tightened, Tianhin also added, "I'll trust you for now." Immediately after, both combined to unleash a wind and lightning strike towards the flame demon. She didn't even look back, just said disdainfully, "Flies. Don't block my way." Immediately after, she extended her monstrous arm to attack from behind. That arm instantly transformed into long tentacles, striking out like that. Though and Tianhin were quickly attacked, and thick fresh blood flowed out. She couldn't help but gloat, "I'm about to find the secret to his monstrous body's transformation, then I can also." That wicked voice echoed, "Flame demon, you must prioritize attacking the lightning-type superhuman first." Of course, she didn't listen. "Who I kill first is my freedom. Someone like you wants to order me around." That voice affirmed, "No, you must kill her first. If you let her ascend safely." Before the words finished, a strange light shone through, surprising the flame demon. "Ah!" Though exclaimed, "It's Tungu's magnet barrier. Her barrier doesn't destroy anything." Tianhin added, "She has already stabilized 50% of her magnetism." At this moment, he was surrounded by a large fish, and that sinister voice echoed, "Her power might also destroy my illusion domain." At this moment, the fish lifted both of them high, close to Tungu. Xiao Tin spoke, "All right, one of the criteria for a 4-star superhuman is the ability to choose attack targets. For Tungu, the new city's atomic power plant is her grand feast. Now she's half full." He looked disdainfully at the flame demon. "Monsters, are you ready to welcome the Thunder God?" On this side, Tungu silently clenched her fist. Explode. Immediately, a furious bolt of lightning struck down, causing the entire sky to explode with a resounding shock. The flame demon fell from above like that, and she couldn't help but scream loudly. But she was still arrogant. "It hasn't reached the level of mutation yet. It can't harm me." At this moment, Xiao Tin quickly launched a sneak attack from behind. She immediately turned around and used her chest to block. A sneak attack is useless too. But suddenly, that source of power changed, startling the flame demon. Xiao Tin looked at her disdainfully and explained, "Within any range of the magnet domain, I can summon lightning at will, great white shark." Immediately, a large maw opened, and Tungu's shark swallowed the flame demon whole, seemingly leaving no trace. That strange voice spoke in alarm, "The illusion domain is under attack." At this moment, the flame demon began to rage, "I don't care what you're waiting for. Now's the crucial moment, give it to me immediately." The shark began to move strangely. The flame demon god frowned and glared, blinding them. The second layer of the illusion domain blinds and deafens them. That voice rang out, "The domain time has 10 minutes left, or you release the flame 3 times. She screamed, "Enough." On this side, Tu Tin looked on blankly. What happened? This is extremely unusual. Meanwhile, in the dark compound, Tu Lam spoke up, "Lord Yu." That voice rang out, "There's no need to be so cautious anymore. No one can see you now. Change of plans. No need to bring Van Vang back. Then that Lord Yu said, kill him. Tu Lam started, but I can't. Yu continued, you don't need to lay a hand on him. Just disrupt his mind. As his teacher and psychological counselor, you must know his weaknesses very well. But the original plan was to wait until he was significantly depleted in the supernova tournament before acting. But now, Yu interrupted, you just need to act. Tu Lam immediately opened the door, simultaneously obeying the command, yes. As he entered, he saw Tru Thin, eyes bloodshot, furiously throwing punches. Yu spoke up, don't be afraid. In their eyes, this is just an illusion I created. I can make them see any illusion. Tu Dao was annoyed, yelling, bro, this is no time for your daily exercises. Put on your clothes, you exhibitionist. Tru Thin looked bewildered, but today's mission. Yu continued, for humans, normality is what makes people feel relaxed and at ease. Next, no matter what you do, these weak superhumans won't notice. Seeing the boy tightly bound, Yu couldn't help but say, bound like this, Van Vang is indeed disliked wherever he goes. Then he gave the order, act. Tu Lam trembled, clenching his fists, silently apologizing, Van Vang, I'm sorry. You know Lam Lam is my life. Young man, you will eventually embrace that light. Look, I'm here. You said back then that it was me. You said that saved you from the darkness. You really are a foolish child. This kind of encouragement can be understood by reading a few books. He plunged down with a decisive blow. I'm sorry, for my daughter, I can only personally push you back into darkness. As the golden spear touched the vines, Tu Dao quickly detected it, which surprised Tu Lam. When he saw his weapon tightly wrapped, he was secretly alarmed. These vines can automatically detect enemies? She looked over bewildered. That's strange, it seems like something is moving in my vines. Tru Thin wondered, is the hostage resisting? Tu Dao was confused. Perhaps, then I'll strengthen the force. Tu Lam couldn't help but be shocked. They can even absorb my superhuman strength. Elemental life source. This unremarkable student from Nam Noyet was a 4-star superhuman. The vines then tightly bound him. Tu Lam looked at the young man in front of him and secretly cried out in dismay, Diamond Body. It's over, Van Vang is awake. Van Vang asked blankly, Brother Tu Lam, do you want to kill me? Do you want to use me as bait for monsters? You always said we were teacher and student, doctor and patient, and even friends. Were you lying to me all this time? But why would you? Yu spoke up, take advantage of this moment. Provoke him. Fiercely shatter his mind. Tu Lam immediately obeyed, nonsense. You are a monster who can see through the darkest secrets in people's hearts. When your mind loses control, you might accidentally kill someone. Do you truly believe anyone would consider you a friend? All this time, I've just been raising you as food for others. Meanwhile, Yu spoke up, I didn't expect that besides Van Vang, someone else could dispel my illusion ability, the Flame Demon God. It's all your fault for not eliminating that lightning-type superhuman first. My illusion cannot penetrate her domain now. In other words, everyone present can still see you. She calmly replied, it's fine. As long as I can still use fire, they're already sentenced to death. Nothing can imprison me. Yu then said, then please eliminate her first. Even if you can only break her domain, those around will become blind and deaf. The Flame Demon God, filled with triumph, looked at Tungu, stating confidently, she won't survive. Tu Tin on this side gritted her teeth. The Flame Demon God suddenly used fire. Has the one behind the Starfall calamity already acted? That's too fast. Tungu secretly cried out, it's terrifying. Fear rushes in like a mountain, more horrifying than any dream I've ever had. So, she broke out in a sweat. Has Tu Tin always had to face this kind of terrifying pressure? This pressure. She immediately channeled her inner strength and resolved that from now on, she would stand with them, through thick and thin. A powerful surge of wild electricity struck directly at the flame demon god, but she still looked very calm. That fish immediately broke apart before her flames, and the flame demon god couldn't help but feel satisfied. But immediately after that, dozens of other fish simultaneously lunged at her, attacking all at once. The flame demon god was then engulfed by Tungu's lightning bolts, the light radiating across the sky. She was completely unharmed and, instead, incredibly smug. Doesn't it stop? Does she possess infinite electrical energy? I can't deny, if I let her continue to develop, she'll truly cause trouble for monsters. Then I'll grant her one strike. Priority reminder, there are 2 more uses of fire left. She grumbled, so noisy. Hellfire. 210, of course, didn't stand by and watch, he immediately rushed forward, dream on. 210 anxiously said, it can't explode here. She scoffed, you don't know your place. Even if the hellfire hasn't fully formed, do you think your strange monster body can stop it? He remained perfectly calm, just give it a try, what else can we do? At the same time, she immediately stepped forward to help him. Xiao Tin couldn't help but look over in surprise, Xiao Yu. She frowned and said, trash, don't forget about me. We'll stop them together. Xiao Tin replied, all right. Xiao Yu immediately gave instructions, Xiao Tin, miniaturize it. Immediately after that, her lightning combined with his fire, and the 2 people below couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What is that? It looks like the hellfire from that video from back then. Though replied, it is hellfire. Thien Hin was stunned, she's a 5th stage monster. No, she's even scarier than that monster from back then, and those 2 can actually block an attack like that. The flame demon god spoke up, you've really won the bet, but you've expended too much energy. Now, even hovering in the air is difficult, isn't it? Without a star field, you will fall into an illusion. Cover your eyes and ears. Next, this single hellfire attack. How will they face it? Immediately after, a black hole quickly appeared. Xiao Tin thought to himself, isn't she afraid of being exposed? How can she fight so recklessly? I still haven't seen any observers. Is it time to reveal the trump card, evolving into a 5th stage monster that way? Although now isn't the best time to start the final showdown, there's no other way. Suddenly, his body froze. The smell of blood. It's Xiao Yu's blood. She's injured. Suddenly, memories of his previous life flashed back. At that time, Xiao Yu looked at him with loving eyes before she died. The bloodstain on her hand made Xiao Tin freeze for a moment, and his heart suddenly pounded. Xiao Tin's eyes suddenly flashed. His rationality screamed, no one will ever recreate such a future. Immediately after, his eyes instantly turned black. The flame demon god channeled her inner power, provoking, with this hellfire orb, what else do you have to block it? Xiao Yu's face hardened. She also raised her guard and called to him, Xiao Tin. The flame demon god couldn't help but feel amused. Oh, you still have enough energy to restart your domain? That would just be like throwing an egg against a rock. Xiao Yu ignored her and continued to attack. Realizing her friend had been silent all this time, Xiao Yu looked back in question, Tin. But she was stunned as soon as she finished speaking. He had already mutated into a monster. The flame demon god became even more wary, the aura of a 5th stage. He has broken through to a 5th stage monster. He directly grabbed the black hole, creating an internal alarm. His monster body has become strong again. He actually dared to directly grab the hellfire. That black circle was quickly crushed by Xiao Tin, becoming distorted. He exerted more force, and an internal force immediately erupted from it. Xiao Yu looked at him in a daze. Xiao Tin, coldly subduing the power, reassured her, don't be afraid. Immediately, a huge explosion echoed everywhere, creating a terrifying shockwave. Xiao Yu spoke up, Xiao Tin, earlier, at the moment the star power erupted and spread out, I sensed the domain around us. And that domain is weakening, likely because the battle here hasn't been detected yet. He gritted his teeth, repeatedly used lightning to send me over there. Xiao Yu was startled. Huh? He quickly explained concisely, I'll go over there personally and fight her. Xiao Yu warned, then you have to say it first, otherwise I won't do it. Xiao Yu continued, I want to fight her with you, and of course, take the hits together. Xiao Tin hummed in acknowledgement. Immediately after, she channeled her inner power and signaled to Xiao Tin, all right, get ready then. Accelerate. Xiao Yu shouted, simultaneously launching Xiao Tin gently forward. His speed was incredibly fast now. The smugness on the flame demon god's face suddenly vanished. After blocking his attack with her hand, she was secretly terrified. His current monster body strength is stronger than mine. That's what the flame demon god felt after engaging him in close combat. A powerful attack slammed through, leaving her a bit flustered. Xiao Tin had gotten much stronger. The flame demon god was now surrounded by Xiao Yu's energy, making her a bit flustered. She told herself, after getting this body, to avoid exposure, I've learned quite a lot about human society now. That included information about supernatural powers, so I won't be mistaken. He used the cultivation method of supernatural power to cultivate monster power, which made his monster body so special, deviating from the monster's original evolutionary trajectory. The flame demon god was certain that if she ate him, she could also grasp this evolutionary method. She smirked slyly, I don't know how much I've researched, or if this body is influencing me, I'm becoming. I want to escape the king's control, but my status as a subordinate suppresses me from committing betrayal. But if I, like him, can break through the monster's evolutionary trajectory, then I can evolve into a new king, gaining my own sovereignty. He will be the feast for me to gain a new life. Even if I don't eat anyone else, it doesn't matter. Him, I must eat. You spoke up, flame demon god, you absolutely cannot use your flame for a third time now. If you do, the illusionary realm will crack. In front of her, he was rapidly flying past. He continued anxiously, and now, even if you use it, you might not be able to kill them. We must leave this place. Please leave this opportunity to me. I can immediately get Wen Wang's eyes. That way, I can create an illusionary realm that no one can break. Then you can use your full power without hesitation, without disturbing the sleeping monster king. Please endure a little longer, to enjoy a better feast. The flame demon god irritably said, I warn you, if you fail, I'll eat you first. Immediately after, Xiao Yu's shark quickly swallowed her whole. Turning to another direction, a malicious voice rang out, Wen Wang, the destiny you're carrying brings with it an astonishingly powerful mental supernatural power. This isn't a gift. It's more like a curse. This curse killed your father. You, who should have been the future family head of the Wen family with a great future in Shu City, you are the child of a demon. You continuously caused the deaths of one relative after another. When you were young, you couldn't distinguish right from wrong, couldn't control yourself and killed people who displeased you. The Wen family, to prevent you from harming the world, decided to eliminate you, this demonic child. Your mother, to protect you, took you away from the Wen family. She then died on the road because of your curse, yet you miraculously survived. You lived by trampling on your mother's corpse. She was a powerful supernatural being who should have had a bright future, a happy life. It was your destiny. It destroyed all of this. The curse on you destroyed all your closest relatives. Your mother, filled with regret, transformed into a vengeful spirit, often appearing before you, telling you that you must compensate her. Even if you met more innocent, good people who knew nothing and adopted you, even if you controlled yourself, they would still be implicated by your curse and killed by others. The Wen family found you again. You also know that it couldn't have been genuine conscience. They found me to approach you because they wanted to turn you into a weapon. The ironic thing is that I discovered this weapon might kill us all first. To save the future where countless vengeful spirits would die by your hand, I decided to help others and eliminate you first. You are a harbinger of doom who shouldn't live in this world. You shouldn't exist. On behalf of your mother, let your life compensate her. He struggled. I don't believe Brother Shaolin would think that way. I want to see the truth with my own eyes. Li Lin was secretly startled. My helmet, if even a tiny crack appears, it can't block his mental invasion. When Wang said apologetically, I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't peek into your mind, but I broke my promise. However, I've always trusted you, never doubted the feelings between us. That's why I must know who forced you to do this. Suddenly, when Wang jumped up, Brother Shaolin's mind, it's a trap. A voice then rang out, Wen Wang, I want to eat you. He quickly realized, it's that voice that always wants to eat me. Wen Wang quickly realized, you're the one who threatened Brother Shaolin with his daughter. You. I can't hear your inner voice, but I heard it. You want my eyes, you want my mental power. If it's this peaking power, I can understand, but why do you carry such intense hatred? You continued, you'll know after I eat you. In the real world, his body remained dazed. On this side, the voice continued, Flame Demon God, you can use your flame for a third time to stop them now. Don't let anyone disturb me. Just a few seconds, after I get close to him, I can completely obtain the power of. She let out a cold snort, you better deliver, then simultaneously channeled her internal energy. She looked towards Xiao Tin and Xiao Yu, then indignantly shouted, you guys are lacking. Xiao Yu nervously said, Hellfire is coming again. Xiao Tin wondered, what is that? He glanced over, secretly wondering, a new monster, a monster hiding in Bin City? He rushed towards Wen Wang. No matter what it wants to do, it cannot be allowed to succeed. Xiao Tin speculated, is the flame demon god buying time for it? That strange monster quickly charged forward. Xiao Tin anxiously warned, Tu, be careful. She was secretly startled, what kind of monster is this? Tu didn't have time to be dazed anymore. She gritted her teeth and quickly channeled her internal energy, Great Gale. The monster's mouth then split open, its sharp teeth aggressively gaping wide, threatening to swallow her. Tu then couldn't help but panic, it can use lightning. The lightning demon god. My wind was shattered by it. At the same time, a rapid attack slashed past the monster to relieve her. The monster immediately retreated. Tianhin quickly flew up, embracing her and dodging away from the danger zone. Tu couldn't help but be startled, Seniorly Tianhin. It seems you're injured. Tianhin coughed a few times. Be careful, facing a monster like that, if you're not careful, you'll be finished. Damn it, Bin City is hiding something like this. Immediately after, a loud explosion quickly rang out, causing a huge tremor all around. Finally, the monster reached its desired location. A cold voice rang out, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time, Van Vang. Tru Thin couldn't help but be startled, oh my god, what is this? Is it targeting that tin? The monster's voice rang out, the illusion domain is already on the verge of collapse, it can no longer blind them, but it's fine, they're just small transcendent beings. Tru Thin immediately activated his inner energy, light quickly enveloped him, Dragon Star Chart, Burning Blood. Heaven-piercing ground cannon. Immediately after, he struck forcefully towards the monster in front of him. A large explosion rang out. Tu and Tianhin were a bit stunned because everything happened too quickly. He spoke, that's Tru Thin, the unnoticed person in your team. He's more formidable than I thought. But, figure out a way to save people. Tu immediately agreed. The monster, after being attacked, was completely unharmed, as if nothing could even slightly injure it. On the contrary, at that moment, it opened its mouth wide and continued to gather strength, preparing to attack. The monster couldn't help but be startled looking at it. That voice rang out again, was half of the electricity diverted? But it doesn't matter. In here, Tu Dao and Tru Thin couldn't withstand its attack, they both retreated, covering their faces. Tu Tin spoke, that's the lightning demon god. It wants to eat Van Vang. But what's the use of a lightning-type monster like it eating Van Vang? Tungu immediately said, no, it's not like that. I recall, the explosion from the star earlier, the domain that emanated from the star. The feeling it gave me was not like a monster's domain. Compared to your devouring flame purgatory or the blazing demon god from last time, they're all different. Instead, it's similar to my star domain and senior sister Thuan Quan Koi's simple domain, just much stronger. Which also means that the one who set up this illusion domain is not a monster, but, Tu Ting quickly continued, a human. A transcendent. In this world, there have long been fifth-tier transcendent beings. Just now, my star exploded again. It instantly exploded, and I sensed that person on the back of the lightning demon god. Tunga replied, now it seems this 5-star transcendent can control monsters. If you have such strength, in the future, humans shouldn't be easily destroyed by monsters like this. His inner self spoke, no, that's not right. I've fallen into an error. In my previous life, I only witnessed Nam Noyat's apocalypse. Nam Noyat was destroyed by monsters. So I naturally assumed the world was destroyed. But I had no idea about the situation in other regions. This world still hides a power, even more than one, that I don't know about. Like what I saw today. This could very well be a 5-star transcendent who caused the Stardust calamity in Bin City. This world is bigger than I thought. Suddenly, Tu Tin paused. Wait, it's a 5-star transcendent who wants to eat people. The scene shifts to Lai Lam, who couldn't help but be surprised. It feels like a dream. This is my spiritual world. Van Vang, I'm sorry. He continued, it's okay. I can understand. Wanting to kill me for Lam Lam is absolutely right. I would also never let anything happen to Lam Lam. He smiled happily, as long as Brother Chu Lam and Lam Lam can be safe, that's enough for me. That voice rang out again, a child raised with love is kind. Upon hearing this, Lai Lam couldn't help but fall back in shock. He stammered, Senior you. Lai Lam couldn't stop trembling, it's that monster that forced me to deal with you. I can't resist. If I don't obey, it can control me to do anything, including killing Lam Lam with my own hands. Van Vang hesitated, it's too terrifying. Van Vang was stunned, it's not a monster. Lai Lam was startled, not a monster. How can it eat people if it's not a monster? Van Vang quickly realized the truth, she's my twin sister. Van Yu. A girl almost identical to Van Vang, about 90%, immediately appeared, I thought you had forgotten me. My dear. A stream of memories, as if from yesterday, appeared before Van Vang's eyes. He hesitated, how could I forget? Van Vang's gaze was extremely stern at that moment. Lai Lam quickly realized, Van Yu, she is Van Yu, didn't she die on the refugee road that year? But twins, with psychic superpowers, can you take each other's powers? Van Yu couldn't help but scoff at him. Then she slowly approached, if you still remember. Then you should be prepared. Van Vang couldn't help but look blankly at his sister, he seemed to freeze at that moment. A cruel glint shone in Van Yu's eyes, you owe me. Give me your life to atone. Remembering the past, fierce voices echoed. The 1,000-pound stake I just threw hit one of them. They can't run far, I already smell blood. Van Vang and his sister were tiny children then. The two children couldn't help but look fearfully at the trembling woman, Mom. Immediately after, the woman suddenly ran off, leaving a hasty remark, I'm sorry. Van Yu then stared blankly as she hugged her younger brother and ran away quickly. The tiny helpless child stood watching, Mom. Those people quickly caught up. Here, Van Yu is here, damn it, where are the other two? How could you escape? Go find them. She just sat there blankly, mumbling, Mom. Van Yu was then subjected to all sorts of torture. The voices of those people rang out, hey, isn't treating a child like that enough? If we don't break her legs, what if she escapes? Don't forget, the family ordered us to capture her alive. They blindfolded her. The family head said we only need this girl's brain. It doesn't matter how damaged her body parts are. I've already prepared. When I blindfold her, she's still small. If we're not careful, they'll tease us, and it'll be tiring. Afterward, Van Yu chose to go into the river. The little girl, heartbroken by her mother's abandonment, chose to act that way. The others couldn't stop her and could only watch her body drift away. Van Yu thought at that moment, heaven has eyes, I'm finally free. It turned out that Van Yu had hypnotized them, making them think she was dead. No, if it weren't for father, she would have died that year. At this moment, memories resurfaced, making Van Yu look at her brother with even more irritation. My dear younger brother, your life was protected by me. A surge of internal power struck Van Vang. Mother and you still owe me, so taking it back now wouldn't be too much, would it? Van Vang still stood there blankly. Van Yu added, don't resist. In fact, just one fingernail of the lightning demon god could kill you. Furthermore, this is Lai Lam's mental world. If you resist, then his brain will be like our fathers, like those called relatives, like those villains who want us dead. All their brains will explode from your power, Van Yu said, unable to suppress a sinister laugh. But instead of panicking, screaming, and resisting, Van Vang just looked at his sister heartbrokenly and calmly said, all right, then take it. His attitude also made Van Yu pause, and she gasped in surprise. Van Vang obediently sat on the ground. That's great. Please take everything from me. Only then will Mother be at peace. Van Yu angrily clenched her teeth. Don't feign pity, I won't be fooled. Van Vang lowered his head and gloomily said, come, see for yourself. He looked up at his sister with sincere eyes. This is my memory from that year. Van Vang recounted, she was injured while fleeing. That night, she had a high fever, repeating you, I'm sorry in her sleep. You, I'm sorry. After that, she wasn't feverish anymore, and she became very cold. Finally, she told me that. Van Vang, try to stay alive. If you can meet Van Yu again, then you must, absolutely must, definitely must compensate that child. The hand that wanted to caress her small son then fell powerlessly to the ground. Saying this, Van Vang again lowered his head and admitted, so I truly owe you, everything of mine is yours. Van Yu's emotions at this moment were extremely chaotic. She tried to keep herself from crying. Damn it, you. Van Vang, you're still the same as when you were little, only knowing how to pretend to be obedient, saying one thing and doing another. Remember, Li Lam died because of you. He stammered, no, it wasn't me. Seeing the roots encircling him, Van Yu said disdainfully, is this the wood element superhuman energy? It seems, it really is you. Van Vang was dazed. This familiar feeling is. Van Yu secretly thought, someone can actually compete with me for food in the mental world? Li Lam is with it. She calculated, this is his mental world after all, but if it stays like this, she can't take him away. Li Lam's mental world is collapsing. Has his entire body been eaten? I've focused too much energy on the mental world. What's happening outside? Isn't the lightning demon king outside? Little Dao couldn't help but drool profusely at this moment. Zhaoxing was startled and shouted, Little Dao. He secretly broke a sweat, trying to wake his sister. Little Dao, are you okay? Your behavior isn't right at all. Immediately after, she quickly woke up. Thankfully you called me in time, otherwise I would have almost eaten them. Zhaoxing worried. In short, we must protect the hostages. Right now we can't. If I take a few bites, are you sure there won't be any big problems? Little Dao shouted loudly, don't say any more, I really can't hold on any longer. Van Yu couldn't help but frown at these movements. She said loudly in anger, all of you. Do you really not care about your lives anymore? The monster, hearing Van Yu's command, began to stir. She cried out loudly, then die. Immediately, the monster opened its fanged mouth. A fierce blow struck straight towards the monster. A familiar voice rang out, whether I live or die, it's not for you to decide. Little Tin quickly ran over, although couldn't help but blush. Little Tin smiled slyly, the power of this lightning demon god is much weaker than the blazing demon god. Isn't it the complete version, or is there another one? He looked at Van Yu and asked, "You are the first 5-star superhuman of humanity that no one knows about. What's your name, and are you skilled in controlling people and monsters?" "To be honest, I want to try it too." The flame demon god here asked little Yu, "Is it just you alone? Yet that fellow left such a lavish meal on my plate." Little Yu calmly replied, "The criterion of a superhuman of the immortal rank is the life element. My lightning will not disappear easily. Recall how many times you've been struck by my lightning from the beginning until now. All of them are waiting for this moment. Although it can't cause you any harm, blocking it for a moment is not a problem." He laughed loudly. "I was careless just now. An attack force like this is not enough to be called lightning." Little Tin couldn't help but feel interested, thinking, the feast has truly just begun. Scene changed to the villa. Tianxing's fans cheered below. "It's Li Tianxing, Tianxing. I love you." Everyone saw it. To help a student whose cultivation went out of control, he didn't hesitate to stand against the thunder, suffering severe injuries. Li Tianxing, thunder god of Bintan, so amazing. He stood looking down from above, coldly saying, "It's nothing great, all of you go home, I want to rest." The fans still cheered, "So cool." Then he turned to Tho and explained, "They've all been seriously implanted with illusions, they can't be woken up, we can only dismiss them. As for what you said about the underground monsters, the 2 great demon gods of flame and thunder will appear tonight, along with that mysterious 5-star transcendent. I'll immediately report this to my superiors." Seeing the blood continuously pouring out, she worried, "Senior Tianhin, are you okay?" Tianhin forced himself to say, "No need to worry, it's just a small injury." Tu Ting quickly walked over and lightly patted him. "Stop pretending, you're bleeding so much you're almost dead. Go rest first." Tianhin quickly replied, "Stop spouting nonsense," but immediately after, he couldn't help but spit out blood. At the same time, the small monster in Tu Ting's hand immediately bit Tianhin, and his heartbeat rapidly increased. Tianhin was secretly uneasy. "My heartbeat is too fast, thumping like crazy." Tho chimed in, "That's right, you should still go rest quickly." He no longer refused. "All right, I'll go rest for a bit then." Immediately after, everyone went inside and Tu Ting quickly recounted, "That's the situation. The monsters definitely don't want to see Tunga successfully cultivate magnetic stars to 100% and evolve into a 5-star transcendent in Bantan, where the largest nuclear power plant is located. The longer we drag this out, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. So, if I were a monster, I would quickly take action according to the predetermined plan. All participants in the competition the day after tomorrow will compete. All young genius transcendents of Huaxia will gather in one place. That day could very well be a time for them to enjoy a grand feast. It seems that 5-star transcendent has already obtained their item. By then, whether it's her, or the flame demon god, or the malicious forces hidden behind the scenes, they will have no qualms whatsoever." Tianhin couldn't help but be startled. "What? Are you saying that the humanoid monsters tonight haven't unleashed their full power, and they're still hiding even more terrifying strength?" Tu Ting continued, "That's right, and if all the monsters hidden deep underground awaken, I can tell you plainly, this world will immediately welcome its doomsday." He couldn't help but wonder, how does he know all this information? "And the power you displayed tonight, what exactly is it? You. Who exactly are you?" All this information is extremely important, and Tianhin felt like Tu Ting knew everything. He smiled brightly and replied, "I'm just a normal first-year student at Nam Noyat Transcendent Academy." He started to get nervous. "It doesn't matter who you are anymore. If what you said is all true, then we humans basically have no hope of winning. There's too little time, too little. We don't have time to grow." Tu Ting couldn't help but be pleased. "How can that be? We still have a trump card we haven't used yet, don't worry." Hearing this, he was extremely surprised. Are you still hiding something?" He couldn't help but be astonished. "Isn't that right? Looking at your teammates, it seems they don't know what kind of trump card it is either." He kept babbling. "Tell me quickly, what other trump card do you have?" At the same time, the person tied on the ground finally stirred. Tu Tin immediately noticed, Van Vang is awake. Perhaps we can find out more information about that 5-star transcendent from him. As soon as he woke up, Van Vang's eyes changed a bit, becoming more lively. Tu Dao couldn't help but wonder, why is he looking at me like that? Suddenly, Van Vang, like a child, excitedly cheered. Mommy, why did you tie me up? So fun, Mommy! She exclaimed in alarm, Mommy? Tru Thin was also surprised. What's wrong with this guy? Is his brain fried? Van Vang exclaimed, so many unfamiliar aunts and uncles. Tru Thin was bewildered, uncle, auntie? He innocently looked at Tru Thin, the long-haired uncle is thinking, my sister's son is called a nephew. The boy chattered, so Mommy has an older brother. Mommy's brother is called an uncle. Hello, uncle. Tru Thin instinctively replied. Huh? Oh, hello, nephew. Tu Dao furiously said, brother, why did you answer him? Thien Hin speculated that it seemed some of his mental power was absorbed by that 5-star transcendent. Perhaps this is what caused his memories to be jumbled. Wang Wang looked at him, this mummy uncle. He thought to himself, what uncle? Getting angry will only make my body hurt more, but I absolutely cannot let Tutu find out. I must maintain a calm demeanor. I must keep up the image of a cool, expert master in front of Tutu. Tutu, are there little rabbits here? I like little rabbits too. Growing furious, Tian Xing's face darkened as he summoned a lightning ring. Tutu quickly stepped forward, seniorly Tian Xing. Don't get agitated, we can't just kill people recklessly. Wang Wang then said, this girl floating in the air. She was thinking to herself, if only Li Tianxing were Little Xing, it would be great. Too bad, Little Xing already has a girlfriend. Little Xing is the most handsome, strongest, most charming. I will always secretly love him, support him. If I could, I really want to give birth. Just as she was trying to stop Tianxing, Tutu couldn't help but fiercely hit him, go die. Wang Wang was indignant, Mommy, this unrequited love girl is hitting little Wang so hard. He looked at little Yu again, the girl with pigtails was screaming in her mind, Little Xing's girlfriend? I'm not. Who would want to be that indecisive guy's girlfriend? He kept babbling, reading everyone's thoughts. The unrequited love girl thought, really? Then I still have a chance. Excellent. The pigtail girl thought, sure enough, Little Xing is a good-for-nothing dog. The mummy uncle wants to hit me. His mind went blank, Mommy, Mommy. Wang Wang cried, why do you think I'm not your child, Mommy? Sorry, I shouldn't casually listen to others' inner thoughts, but I can't control myself. Mommy, please, don't abandon me, I'll be good from now on. Little Xing spoke up, his condition is problematic. Little Dao, if he's acknowledged you as his mother, then comfort him and try to get information about. Wang Wang interrupted, you. Wang Wang anxiously ran to Little Dao, asking, Mommy, did Daddy take you away again, Mommy? Tears streamed down his face, can we go save you, please? Meanwhile, Flame Demon God couldn't help but wonder, you said you wanted to eat your brother, so why is he still alive? Couldn't bring yourself to do it? Wang Yu replied, I've already obtained his mystic eye. Her eyes lit up, combining 2 mystic eyes, then no one will be able to decipher my mystic illusion. Flame Demon God immediately flew over and tightly gripped Yu's neck. Are you capable, huh? Squeeze tighter. Why do I feel like it would be more beneficial to eat you now? Release the lightning demon god you're controlling, and the monster that has taken most of the lightning demon god's royal power. She smirked, after all, you're fundamentally not on the king's side, are you? Wang Yu's eyes lit up, her voice icy, you can try. Let's see, under my control, will you eat me faster, or will I make your head explode faster? Flame Demon God immediately let go. She feigned nonchalance, you can't possibly control 3 great monsters at once. Tonight is my warning to you. If you fail the day after tomorrow, then just wait to be torn to shreds by the monsters and swallowed piece by piece. At this moment, a voice echoed in the dark forest, "Lord Demon God, the food is ready." The chief smirked, "You can dine any time." Flame Demon God couldn't help but drool, "Excellent, let me have a full meal and recover my strength." On this side, the students murmured, "Young Master Fan said he'd give me a snack today." Excellent, this day has finally come. Wu Yin was secretly pleased. Tonight, I might receive resource support from the Fan family. That way I can catch up to, no, surpass Zhao Sheng and his group. After all, I was originally stronger than them anyway. A moment later, the crowd cheered, "They're here, they're here. Your opportunity has arrived. I told you, following our Fan family was the right choice." Yu Zhe began, "The most important thing in life is to latch onto the right powerful backer. Today, everyone can feel what it's like when great fortune descends. As young Master Fan says, it's enjoy." Flame Demon God, who was standing behind her, had already extended its tentacles. As the words grand feast were uttered, Wu Zhe was swallowed whole by those tentacles, to everyone's astonishment. Fresh blood splattered, startling the whole Wu Yin group. Young Master Fan, they hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Shirchi continued, "Wu Zhe wasn't wrong, it's feast meat, but he doesn't know that you all are the meat, the food." Next, it was someone else. He screamed in terror, "No!" Wails echoed throughout the forest. "It's not like this. Is that a monster? Fan, young Master Fan, spare us, save us." Wu Yin was so scared he slumped to the ground, only now did he secretly regret, "So, have I really chosen the wrong path? If only before, I had gone with Zhao Sheng as before, and stayed by Xiao Jing's side, it would have been fine." Seeing his classmates crying and blood dyeing the area red, Wu Yin was filled with remorse. After eating its fill, the Flame Demon God licked its lips in satisfaction, "I've recovered a bit of my strength." Another monster appeared from behind her, anticipating the grand feast after I'm done enjoying myself. No one in this world will be able to resist my flames anymore. Scene shifts to Tianxing. He Lai saw him and rushed over in a panic. "Oh my God, Tianxing, how did you get so injured?" Tianxing frowned. "He Lai, you're only just arriving now? Luckily you're here. Time is pressing, take me home as fast as possible. I'll tell you about the big events that happened tonight later." She asked in surprise, "What?" He flew into the air. "I'll tell you in detail on the way. It really defies both your and my imagination." She hummed in agreement and followed. Tianxing quickly recounted, "That's how it is. Such terrifying monsters are hidden beneath our world. And there are 5-star fake superhumans supporting them. This world will sooner or later be in danger." Seeing her still silent, he immediately spoke up, "He Lai, are you scared?" Tianxing continued, "He Lai, is there a large building in the center of Xin City?" In front of him, the building immediately tilted. "This isn't the way back to my house." Seeing the scene before him, Tianxing couldn't help but freeze in shock. "This is an illusion? This lightning demon god, are there other monsters? Have they always been hiding in the tallest architectural building in Xin City? No matter how strong her illusion ability is, why are you the wind god of Xin City? The top of Xin City's tallest building has disappeared. During the large-scale inspection before the supernova began, you couldn't have failed to notice." So, immediately after, he followed his deduction and realized. Tianxing asked Wan Yu, "Did you control He Lai?" Wan Yu did not answer, merely stood there coldly. She gently opened her mouth and let out a provocative call. He Lai immediately tied him up. "Sorry, brother, I'm not like you, born with a silver spoon from the Wu family. So, I've always worked incredibly hard to survive, to make myself stronger, not to be eaten by monsters. Trying to curry favor with the powerful, becoming good friends with you, was to get more hidden resources. Me? I have to try to survive my whole life. But now, human society truly has no hope left. I'm just like before, always looking for ways to follow advantage and avoid harm. But don't worry, you're my good friend. Even if you blame me, I'll still try my best to let you survive. Wan Yu glared at Tianxing and began to speak. Just tomorrow, you will fire the first shot in Xin City, and I will give you a chance to survive. Hearing this, Tianxing couldn't help but tremble. Under Wan Yu's hypnotic power, he naturally couldn't control himself and immediately lowered his eyes. Wan Yu was deep in thought. Father, I will destroy this filthy world with you. Time quickly passed. 2 days later, the supernova, the second round of eliminations, began. Wan's ice cream suddenly fell to the ground. A loud scream from Xiao Dao rang out, Wan. Her voice echoed through the area, startling everyone. It fell on the ground, you can't eat it. Wan spun around in surprise to tell on Zhao Sheng, Daddy, Mom is so scary. Xiao Dao grumbled, naughty children are truly even annoying to dogs. Zhao Sheng listened helplessly. Indeed, all mothers are hot-tempered. These past 2 days, it's visible to the naked eye how much fiercer she's become. I'm scared too. Xiao Jing interjected, making her blush. Xiao Dao was really amazing. You really are like a mother now. Xiao Dao immediately stepped forward. Xiao Wan, stand there, move first. He looked on blankly. All right, Mom. She said irritably, it's really hard to get information. Being a mom is not easy at all. He barely knows anything. He only knows the opponent's name is Wang Yu, and he can sense her location, but I watched the match today and didn't see any special changes. Didn't Senior Li Tianqing say he would report it to the superiors? Xiao Jing continued, who knows what happened? Anyway, we'll proceed according to plan. Xiao Dao, you'll temporarily replace the unconscious team leader of Su Shi. Lead your son Wang to participate in the next match. I don't know how the enemy will attack. If anything happens, just use your ability to throw everyone into the water. Someone will be there to assist you in the water. Xiao Dao was happy. Is it senior sister Sheng Wan Kue? Xiao Jing continued, we're not fighting alone. Remember, do your best to protect yourself and wait until the fiery demon god's demonic flames disappear. Xiao Dao was blank. The fiery demon god's flames, can they disappear? Xiao Jing replied, yes, that's the signal to counterattack. He instructed, at that time, you must lead Wang to find Wang Yu and break her illusion. Don't worry, someone will protect the ship for you. Xiao Dao nodded in agreement. Xiao Jing continued, Zhao Cheng, speak up immediately. Xiao Jing continued, go participate in the Nam Noyat competition for us. He stammered, just me alone? There's no other way. In our free time, it's just you left. Besides, our opponent is. The scene changed, and the referee couldn't help but be surprised to see him. Nam Noyat only sent you alone? That's truly arrogant. The Rose team, which is the team of the fiery demon god and Fan Shichi. The referee concluded, both sides are equally arrogant. Zhao Xing said irritably, let me smash his teeth. Shichi laughed slyly, I didn't expect my opponent to be you, the junior of Stardust, 49%. Zhao Xing's powerful attack immediately struck. Shichi was startled and blocked it. Just like that, he was pushed back far away. Shichi secretly disdained, how interesting. Fan Xiao was originally from Nam Noyat but ran to Rose. And Nam Noyat sent an unknown nobody named Zhao Sheng. The referee couldn't help but be surprised, this Zhao Sheng's strength is quite formidable. To be able to push back Fan Shichi, indeed, daring to send one person to compete here shows some real skill. Is this Zhao Sheng following a close combat style? Since humanity's superhuman genes are getting stronger, it's really been a long time since I've seen this. Human strength and speed still can't compare to monsters. Daring to choose the close combat path definitely requires exceptional reflexes. Seeing him quickly dodge, the referee couldn't help but praise, this kid's reactions are indeed very fast. Looking at this, he was bewildered, but isn't his speed incredibly fast? Such speed, can a human achieve it? I haven't seen him use superhuman strength to accelerate either. This match seems a bit too much. To fight, I must concentrate all my strength. Not only do I have to judge victory and defeat, but I also have to make sure these two children aren't injured beyond recovery. They are both pillars of the nation. A greater life awaits them. Before he could finish his thought, a strong gust of wind arose, pushing the referee far back, startling him. The ground also cracked due to this shock, as if it had just experienced a natural disaster. The referee, sweating in fear, thought, "What is this? Fist wind. Rising waves, the ground has cracked open. This is a diamond plate formed from superhuman strength. This isn't power a human can possess. Can Pham the Tay really defend with just strength? Oh my God. The match in front of me is a battle between superhumans, not monsters, right? I definitely can't stop this match." Immediately after, the referee grabbed his walkie-talkie, calling the operator. "There's a match between Nam Noyet and Hoa Hong with extremely high intensity. I can't guarantee the student's safety alone." Seeing the match grow increasingly fierce, he couldn't help but urge, "Please send more referees. Quick, hurry up, send people to help quickly." The Tay flew into the air, looking at Tru Thin with a scornful laugh. "You want to kill me? What big talk." Immediately after, his arm mutated, becoming a fiery red arm like a burning log. Tru Thin flew up to dodge. The referee, standing outside, secretly marveled, the Pham family's crimson flame hand, what a terrifying heat wave. The temperature must be in the thousands of degrees. If Tru Thin just gets touched, he'll definitely lose. This kind of arbitrary transformation move, could it be Pham the Tay? No, he's definitely reached the fourth awakening of the superhuman, having cultivated to the level of the heavenly hand, where each hand has its own consciousness. The user is like a flame deity with countless arms, each hand carrying the terrifying temperature of the crimson flame heavenly hand. This is a secret technique of the Pham family that isn't passed down, and furthermore, with the extremely high superhuman genes Pham the Tay inherited, this is an unfair match. Although Tru Thin is a talented and hard-working contestant, unfortunately, he has absolutely no chance of winning. The referee sighed helplessly here. As expected, he was caught by the crimson flame hand. His superhuman genes are too weak, he can't break free. Since that's the case, why doesn't Pham the Tay let go? Oh no, is Tru Thin still alive? Seeing Tru Thin run out, the referee wondered again, he escaped? Is that blood? He's a water elemental superhuman, strengthening his superhuman power with his own blood. He can, but... Thinking this, he immediately shouted to stop him, simultaneously throwing rocks. "Tru Thin, do you want to die? The surrounding flames will quickly drain your blood. Stop, this match is over." The flames continued to spread. The referee, helpless, secretly sweated. My rocks can't stop Pham the Tay's flames, which isn't surprising. But they can't penetrate Tru Thin's blood either? How can these two people's superhuman powers be so strong? Damn it, why haven't the other referees arrived yet? Seeing Tru Thin still fighting, the referee was secretly shocked, his blood. It's too tough. Is this even more resilient than diamonds, to withstand such flames? Using blood to compensate for the superhuman gene disparity, strengthening the power of the star cultivation diagram. His blood dragon is very strong, but at the same time, it's a fatal weakness. He's trading his life for power, this person. He's too reckless, completely disregarding his own life, but, it's true, as an ordinary superhuman, with a weaker disposition, he has caught up to the elites from behind, from the giant superhuman families. At least for this moment, he has created a miracle. Tru Thin was still trying to bravely fight the Tay, although as the referee said, there was a difference in strength between the two sides. The Tay, at this moment, was very pleased as he charged forward. In his eyes, Tru Thin was just insignificant cannon fodder. Facing such a powerful enemy, Tru Thin remained completely calm. The Tay scoffed smugly, asking him, "Do you really think you can win? We are completely different." Immediately after, another powerful punch flew towards Tru Thin. The referee looked at the shattered rocks that then flew up due to inner force and couldn't help but be startled. What? He secretly panicked. It's too exaggerated. How can these people do such things? Why haven't the other referees arrived yet? The machine, the communicator, ran out of battery. When did it run out of battery? The referee gritted his teeth and made up his mind. This won't do. I have to stop this competition first. Suddenly, his eyes became distant, as if hypnotized. The scene before the referee also quickly changed. He was standing in a very dark place. A voice rang out. Where am I? Are you finally willing now? Master Yu's illusion domain has been activated. They grabbed Zhao Xing's head. He was also hypnotized, just like the referee. He said smugly, the feast has begun. And you're just a small dish at this feast. I'll help the flame demon god deal with this small dish of yours first. But then he was a bit surprised. I can't crush his head? No, did he escape the illusion domain? Immediately, a flash of light appeared. They defensively flew away, dodging. Zhao Xing glared and slowly stood up. I don't feel there's any difference between us. We both follow the same boss, just underlings granted a bit of power. Zhao Xing immediately channeled his inner energy, ready to fight. Come on, round 2. Tianxing exclaimed in surprise, this is near the nuclear power plant. Why am I here? That's right, I was controlled by that 5-star superhuman. Wen Yu's voice whispered in his head, Li Tianxing, go destroy the nuclear power plant. Stop the evolution of that lightning elemental superhuman. A bit of his sanity remained. She's controlling me to destroy the nuclear power plant? He frowned. No, the nuclear power plant is Tan City's lifeline. I can't let it be destroyed. Wen Yu laughed smugly, how dare you resist my orders? He tried hard to restrain himself from obeying the order. I, Li Tianxing, will absolutely not surrender. Absolutely. Wen Yu then sneered, your will is quite strong, isn't it? Immediately after, everything went black before his eyes. Tianxing gritted his teeth. Damn it, my consciousness is fading again. He appeared in a strange place when he opened his eyes again. Where am I? In front is the Tan City cleaners. Did I save the nuclear power plant? A girl among the crowd looked puzzled upon hearing him speak. The nuclear power plant? Then she smiled. Don't worry, Senior Li Tianxing. Following your instructions, the nuclear power plant has been temporarily shut down. Furthermore, 90% of the cleaners and supernova guards are gathered here. Everyone is waiting for your command, and then we will go and eliminate the powerful monster lurking in the supernova arena. Tianxing couldn't help but wonder, what monster? Why can't I speak? No, Wen Yu, the one manipulating me, your name is Wen Yu, right? Tianxing gritted his teeth to keep himself from collapsing. He asked the voice in his head, what do you want to do? Everyone cheered. Senior Li Tianxing, this time it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't discovered the supernova earlier, there would have been invisible monsters in the arena. If we had waited for them to suddenly erupt, we would have been very passive. Tianxing speculated, Wen Yu, are they your target? Wen Yu was amused, isn't that obvious? If you, the thunder god of Tanhai, personally eliminate most of the defense forces, wouldn't the efficiency be higher? Tianxing trembled, don't you dare dream of it. I will never allow you to control my body and do anything you want. The girl stepped forward again. Senior Li Tianxing, what's wrong? Hurry and lead us to deal with that monster. You don't need to worry about us. The day we became cleaners, all of us were ready to sacrifice ourselves. Tianxing bit his lip, letting the pain keep him conscious. I won't let you achieve your goal. Just now, I successfully saved the nuclear power plant. Now, get out of my body. Immediately after, Tianxing channeled his inner energy, and a surge of lightning burst forth. But suddenly he realized something was wrong, while Wen Yu smiled slyly and contentedly. You're so compliant. The more you resist, the more superhuman genes in your body are stimulated. Then this blade, which I use to control your body, will become even stronger. This way, there will be enough power to kill everyone at once. Very efficient. The girl looked at him in a daze, her voice filled with reproach. Senior Tianxing, why? Blood poured out everywhere before his eyes. Tianxing stood stunned, while Wen Yu was extremely pleased. Li Tianxing, you did wonderfully. He sank to his knees helplessly, and she praised again, although you seem weaker than I thought, and these cleaners didn't all die, this is good enough. Monsters love fresh food. Tianxing was completely under her control. His face darkened, unwilling to believe what was happening, and he silently blamed himself. I am a sinner. Meanwhile, Zhaoxing seemed to be strengthened by stepping on his own blood. He used his bare hands to fight that Tay, who couldn't help but be inwardly startled. He gathered the blood dragon at one point. The power he unleashed actually surpasses my monster body's strength? This made that Tay disbelieving. Another powerful blow struck. That Tay seemed to be thrown far away, powerless, yet he still couldn't fight back. Continuing after that, Zhaoxing slammed his hand on the ground, summoning the blood dragon vine. He quickly flew towards that Tay like lightning, and that Tay was completely overwhelmed by his power at this moment. Zhaoxing kept attacking relentlessly with various moves, while that Tay could only stand there and take the blows. Zhaoxing's powerful fist struck that T's chin directly, making him feel as if his body was splitting apart. But instead of getting angry, for some reason, he burst out laughing, looking very smug. He loudly asked him, is this the power your older brother bestowed upon you? Just a little bit of blood, and it can make you this strong? Then he's been too terrible to you, he provoked him, glaring at him. That Tay continued, or perhaps your eldest brother is too weak, only granting you such a tiny bit of power. Open your eyes and see this. To know what true power is. Immediately after, tentacles on that T's hand shot out. Zhaoxing frowned, blocking with his hand in front of him. That Tay mocked him contemptuously, using your own blood as a weapon, you utter fool. He channeled his green inner energy and said smugly, if I just evaporate your blood, you're dead for sure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Furthermore, I also possess the green flame bestowed by the flame demon god. Monster, the crimson flame hand was summoned. That T's hand immediately turned green. Zhaoxing was now engulfed by that fire. That Tay spoke again, under the burning of the green flame. How long can your blood resist? At this moment, Zhaoxing leapt into the air. That Tay spoke up, just a light touch, and 1/3 of your blood will evaporate. The less blood you have, the weaker your overall strength will be. Running is the right thing to do. Escape is the fate of ants. The giant hand grew larger, engulfing the small Zhaoxing within it. Do you understand your place now? We're not the same, as far apart as heaven and earth. He shouted smugly, his face veins bulging, you don't even deserve to be compared to me. You're a low-level transcendent, with only 49% transcended genes. How can you dream of defying fate and changing your destiny? Even if you have some kind of fortunate encounter, it's useless. Ants should just accept their fate and live in the dirt. That way, you might live a bit longer. Otherwise, you'll end up like you, dying before human society is destroyed, a worthless thing. This time, I'll evaporate all your blood, and you'll have nowhere left to run. Everywhere was now surrounded by green fire, everything seemed to be engulfed in the roar of the flames. Zhaoxing couldn't help but frown, the entire arena is covered in green flames. No way out? Despite that, he stood firm and resilient. My life has fallen into a desperate situation again. It's still the same, I'll risk everything and charge through. Zhaoxing punched his chest hard, if I fail, I die. What's there to be afraid of? Boil up, my blood. Suddenly, at the same time, Zhaoxing was slightly startled, his heart pounding furiously. What kind of change has my body undergone? His eyes were now bloodshot. He asked himself, is this an awakening similar to Little Tao's? Zhao suddenly sniffed the air, and his mouth couldn't help but water. I smell it, that mouth-watering scent. Is it coming from Fan That Tay? No, even though we're far apart, I can still clearly smell the foul odor of a monster mixed with his body. The scent is coming from my left. Zhao turned around, searching for that scent. What astonished him was that it was the referee's direction. Immediately after, a shocking explosion echoed, and everything quickly became hazy. Tay laughed loudly, accelerating your blood's combustion, huh? Indeed, this will buy you a few more seconds. What good is using those seconds to save the referee? Ridiculous, weak ants always think they can defeat an elephant if they team up. Zhao rushed over, grabbing the referee, thinking, it's the scent coming from the referee. What I smell is his blood. I want to suck him dry. Zhao couldn't help but open his mouth wide, about to bite. Consider this a thank you for saving you. Tay sneered contemptuously, not to mention the referee is hypnotized. Even if he wasn't, his strength isn't worth mentioning. Why this foolish act? Your blood is about to completely evaporate, turning into ash, then return to your filthy dirt. Suddenly, before his smile could fade, Zhao was right behind him. What you said before wasn't wrong, we are indeed not the same. Big brother is very good to me. He couldn't help but be startled, so fast, why hasn't his blood run out yet? Zhao continued, more than your big brother, the flame demon god, she doesn't consider you her brother at all. Fresh blood immediately splattered. Zhao continued, the closer I get to you, the clearer I can smell you. The scent on you is getting fainter. Then he used the crimson flame hand to slash across. T's nose was bleeding profusely, making him panic. How could my blood be taken by him? I was too careless. That last punch left some kind of transcendent power in my nose. This power made T wonder, can he take other people's blood for himself? Concentrate. So the reason he wasn't burned to death is because he also used the referee's blood. Damn it, he used my blood. To dispel the crimson flame hand, Zhao shouted, Fan That Tay, do you truly not know, or are you afraid to face the truth? He was truly angry at this moment. Who do you think you are? You're just a lowborn, a peasant with no ambition. What the hell do you know? You fundamentally don't understand the future of the world. Monster, only then will there be a future, and I will seize the future. As he spoke, he flung his tentacles. Zhao leapt up, your monster body is too slow. It will gradually break free from your control. It's very stiff and full of openings. Hearing this, Tay couldn't help but get angry. It seemed he knew his own limitations, so he became enraged and spoke insolently. Are you trying to sway my will? How could I be easily lured by a scoundrel like you? Zhao also shouted, the more you monsterife, the more superhuman genes in your body are assimilated by monster genes. It's like being devoured. This makes your body more out of control and your movements stiffer. And so, it's easier for me to beat you. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist violently slammed straight into his face. Tay immediately transformed, beginning to recount his dark memories. Everything started in my memory when I was 5 years old. They locked me in a fire room every day to stimulate the awakening of the superhuman genes within me. When I was 7, after my special genes were awakened, I trained every day according to a plan custom designed for me. They said I was the face of the Fan family and demanded that I present myself to the public in every way possible. And I did it all, to refine the immortal flame. Then for my father to break through to 5 stars, I did it all. I've obeyed the family's orders since I was young, but now, I'm grown up. He screamed frantically as he said this time, cooperating with the monster was my own choice. The blue flame fiercely surged towards Zhao again, I will prove that I'm right, and I can also be the family head. But he immediately stood in front of him scornfully, immature. You can't even control your own body anymore. Before he could finish his words, Tay took a punch that sent him crashing hard to the ground. Tay, shocked, sat up. I've used the knowledge that the family has cultivated for many years to weigh all the pros and cons before making this decision, so how could it be wrong? Not wrong. Perhaps it's because my uncles didn't fully support me, which is why I failed. It's all their fault. His face covered in fresh blood, he clenched his teeth, his inner self screaming endlessly, I'm not reconciled. But no matter what he did, that Tay was immediately punched through the wall. He trembled sitting on the ground, watching Zhaoxing speak, Fan that Tay, you can't move, can you? It seems your superhuman genes have been completely consumed by the monster genes. Since we're classmates, I'll free you, giving you a quick death. Suddenly, at this point, a loud noise rang out, startling him. Outside. What's going on? Where has everyone gone? He looked at the crowds of people lining up. They all had soulless eyes, like puppets. Students and referees. They all seemed brainwashed. Indeed, as he guessed, they had all lost consciousness. Zhaoxing no longer bothered with the useless that Tay. He immediately went to observe. There, Zhaoxing looked up in a daze, is that the flame demon god? She's getting stronger right now. He immediately ducked behind the wall, it's like the end of the world. Big Brother said we have to wait. Wait until the flame demon god's flames die down. But what can make the flame demon god's flames disappear? Suddenly, at this moment, rain fell from the sky, a rain carrying strange blue water. Zhaoxing extended his hand in a daze, looking up at the sky. Is it raining? Wasn't the rain evaporated by the flame demon god's flames before? That Tay took one look and guessed, is this rain made by Thuan Quan Koi? She wants to break in here. Immediately after, he chuckled disdainfully to himself, a waste of effort. This is the illusion domain of a 5-star superhuman with a pair of illusory eyes, never before seen in human history. Let alone solving it. No one can see the true situation inside, and no one can enter inside. The nuclear power plant has been shut down. Little you can't absorb electricity to break through to 5 stars either. The only way to resolve this situation is stuck. This place is already hell. Immediately after, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down from the sky towards the flame demon god. That Tay was utterly astonished. Lightning. Divine lightning can pierce through the illusion domain. The weather forecast said thunderstorms wouldn't come for another 2 days. The weather station can't be wrong, so it's Thuan Quan Koi. Divine lightning can indeed replace the nuclear power plant, but even if the heavens are on humanity's side, it's useless. The flame demon god is something humans absolutely cannot fight against. Everything they're doing now is just futile. At this moment, she also extended her hand in a daze. Raindrops? The flame demon god reached out her hand and smiled faintly as if this rain had no significant effect or hindrance. Then just devour it all. As soon as she finished speaking, the flame demon god also immediately swallowed people. She arrogantly said, this space only allows my flames to exist. This, Zhaoxing observed from the side, and this air, the power of all elements is being consumed by the fire element. Inside, I feel like I could be burned at any moment. No, not a feeling. The life and death of everyone here rests solely on a single thought of the flame demon god. Big Brother told us to wait, but I don't have much blood left. In a few more minutes, even if I do nothing, my blood will be completely burned away. The flame demon god spoke up at this moment. Xiao Tian, I know you're here. What's wrong? Aren't you brave enough to come out? She channeled her inner energy, and immediately, a small cluster of flames surrounded him. Afraid I'll devour you? Don't be scared, I've got you for sure. Your unique monster scent, no matter how you hide, I can smell it. I can easily pull you out. She truly wasn't bluffing. Xiao Tian was quickly bound by blue flames, forced to reveal himself. As soon as the flame demon god saw him, she lunged forward. Royal power, return to your rightful owner. All the flesh and blood on your body will be considered the interest for the royal power you've stolen all this time. Below, Zhaoxing saw him in danger. He unexpectedly rushed out, shouting loudly, Big Brother. She glanced at him, then couldn't help but scoff disdainfully, you don't know your place. She immediately bound Zhaoxing, I'll eat the main course, then I'll have dessert. Now it's time for the main course. Zhao Xing's face was bewildered at this moment, as if he had been hypnotized. Xiao Tin couldn't help but sweat. This idiot, I told him to wait patiently. She suddenly wondered, this is a bit strange. I thought eating this main course would take some effort, so why isn't he resisting now? The physical strength he unleashed that night was capable of directly stopping hellfire. He absolutely shouldn't be completely unable to resist. She observed him for a moment, then wondered, He's clearly doing something. He's trying to endure. Endure what? The flame demon god then smiled widely, opening the mouths of the tentacles behind her. Doesn't matter what he's enduring. She moved closer to him. As long as I eat him, I'll be able to feel his flesh and blood. Everything will be clear then. At this moment, Xiao Tin finally looked up. Finally, I found my chance. Hearing him say that, the smile on the flame demon god's lips immediately stiffened. He hugged her tightly. The flame demon god quickly realized and asked, "You want to eat me again?" Xiao Tin smiled slyly, "Yes." She didn't back down, hugging him back. "This is your resistance? You want to compete with me in eating speed? You truly don't know your own limits." Xiao Tin immediately bit hard into her neck. The flame demon god was suddenly startled. Below, the Tay was overjoyed. I was absolutely right. Look, after the flame demon god acts without restraint, everything will end. She'll devour everyone, she'll devour everything, no one is an exception. He clenched his fists until his veins bulged. Only by being like me, dedicating everything first, can one live precariously. As he said this, he observed the development of the fight, but it was far from what he had imagined. The Tay couldn't help but be shocked. What's happening? Xiao Tin, absorbing the flame demon god's flames? No, this powerful absorption of flames is too strange. Could it be? He recalled his conversation. Uncle, is our fan family's Scarlet Flame Hand the strongest star map? The uncle quickly explained, no, the strongest star map is O. That is the most perfect star map in the entire world, deduced by the family's inherited transcended domain based on the most perfect 100% transcended genes a human can possess. Supposing you have 100% transcended genes, you can cultivate into O. The moment you complete your cultivation, an elemental vortex will form. It will directly absorb the surrounding fire elemental power. You will become the fire elemental lord. This is the research direction I have always strived for. Back in reality, the Tay collapsed onto the ground. The Lord of Flames, is it like the state Xiao Gu was in when she frantically absorbed electricity? Xiao Tin. He repaired the star map. He cultivated O with monster genes? No way, I don't believe he can do it. Up above, the flame demon god finally realized, no wonder I didn't sense any fire element on him before, because he was always in a state of absorbing fire elements. Before, his suppression was to prevent the hungry monster genes in his body from absorbing flames, until now when it completely burst forth. Immediately after, she also strongly squeezed his back. You want to swallow all my flames? Dream on. But then, the flame demon god's body suddenly underwent a major change, startling her. This small soul within a physical body, I naturally knew you'd look for an opportunity to resist. To me, it's merely a slight touch, it won't do anything. Xiaomge spoke up at this moment, that's not necessarily true. Your experience as a human is too little. Sometimes, the gentler the touch, the more sensitive and stimulating it can be. Oh, right, the stimulation Xiao Tin is giving you isn't just from me. Hearing this, the flame demon god couldn't help but be surprised. Ah! Her body was now covered in sharp thorns. The flame demon god looked down. These are... Xiaomgu explained, these are from every student of the Huanam Transcended Academy you devoured. Each of them still carried something left by Xiao Tin, a needle. The flame demon god appeared unconcerned, it's just a minor obstacle, not worth bothering about. Xiao Tin was extremely satisfied. He gripped her tightly, raising his voice to provoke. That's enough then. To break a dam, all it takes is a small ant nest. Once the dam breaks, it cannot be salvaged. The Tay's whole body trembled. How can this be? The flame demon god's flames have all disappeared. The Tay gritted his teeth. It's definitely not the O from the star map of a rebuilt insect. If it were O, he absolutely couldn't control it until now. But no matter what he cultivated, the flame demon god's flames were sucked dry and vanished by him. It's raining again. She's still talking tough right now, I can feel it now. Your monster genes are arranged into a very interesting meal. My fire, I can't control it, you've absorbed it. I see you as a delicious meal. You dare aim for my body too? Then let's see who ends up as food. His arm, burned by fire, quickly recovered. Tu Tin smiled slightly. All right. Tu Tin grabbed her tightly. If we can't use fire, then let's see who has stronger physical power. Flame Demon God. Hearing this, her body suddenly trembled, blood was still gushing from her neck. His tongue quickly licked across. Today I will devour you completely. But of course, after the surprise wore off, she quickly regained her composure. That's it, you mere monster. Tungu's red hand also grew out at this moment. She helped Tu Tin subdue her. Her voice rang out hurriedly. Tu Tin, take this opportunity to drain me dry. He was confused. Come to me, you mean drain the flame demon god, right? The flame demon god's arm quickly seized the red arm. You guys are dreaming. As soon as she finished speaking, she decisively tore off that arm. Tu Tin gave a cunning smile, clutching her head. Dreaming? We humans are very good at this, and what's more, I'm even better than you. The flame demon god was sent flying to the ground with a loud thud. Her monsters could only stand and watch. Tu Tin sucked blood from her while saying, turning dreams into reality. She felt that he was still getting stronger. It was then that the flame demon god frowned. So, that strange fifth stage state from that night wasn't his final form. I still underestimated humans too much. The explosive power when human technology combines with monster genes can be that strong? I can't let him continue to absorb my fire. Seeing that the situation was not favorable, she said loudly, monsters, warriors, obey my command, attack him. It doesn't matter if his flesh is shared by other monsters. Van Yu, let the food in here. The voice immediately rang out, okay, flame demon god, you absolutely must not lose. She was annoyed, too noisy. Down below, the students and referees suddenly felt an electric current run through their bodies. True Thin immediately stepped forward. Anything that wants to stop Big Brother, how can it be easy? You'll all have to step over my body first. But looking at the ferocious monster, his body couldn't help but tremble. Immediately, a surge of pink lightning struck directly in front of him. Tunga spoke up, True Thin, you can rest now, I'll take care of things here. True Thin closed his eyes tightly and stammered, bye. Big boss. Those people mumbled with foaming mouths, eat me, eat me. On this side, Tu Dao was anxious, Tu Vang, make these people stop. He was bewildered, but Mom, there are too many people, Tu Vang can't do it, Tu Vang is still too small. She encouraged him, Mom believes you can definitely do it. He was overjoyed. Mom, do you truly believe in your heart that Tu Vang can do it? She was still thinking, you're already so big, your fur has grown in fully. Mom, where does Tu Vang have fully grown fur? Tu Dao blushed. Quick, stop them. Tu Vang was anxious, Mom, why are you suddenly angry? I'll do it right now. Everyone, sleep. Seeing everyone asleep, Tu Dao frowned sternly but didn't forget to praise him. Tu Vang, well done. She quickly channeled her inner strength, focused her power, and then shouted, it's my turn. Throw all of them into the sea. Immediately after, the vines wrapped tightly around everyone. Van Yu couldn't help but be surprised. No one can leave here, and at the same time, no one can enter here unless it's a lightning shaman. Halai, go dispel the thunderstorm. The girl quickly obeyed. Yes. On this side, Quan Koi speculated, my rain has soaked through again. The faint heatwave seems to have vanished. Has Tu Tin succeeded? The opportunity has come. The thunderstorm outside no longer needs my help, I must go inside. Though, keep guiding the wind here, make this thunderstorm a bit stronger. She immediately responded, yes. Suddenly, Quan Koi froze, as if she was realizing something was wrong. Wasn't I entering the arena? Why is the arena behind me now? She quickly realized, it's an illusion. Immediately after, Quan Koi ran east and west to find a solution, but to no avail. Suddenly, she emerged from the water eerily. A man's heart is like a ghost-hit wall, no matter where you go, you can't get in. This is just an illusion created by a 5-star transcendent. A man's heart, I can never enter it, but this illusion also wants to stop me from entering? Though looked at her and shrieked in surprise. A water dragon was quickly summoned. Quan Koi shouted loudly, come here. Quan Koi fiercely charged forward. Just try and see if you still want to push me out. Van Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Invading the domain, and what's more, her transcendent power has reached the edge of 5 stars. Where did this transcendent come from? Tan Ti doesn't have this person. At this moment, she couldn't help but calculate, if I let her cause trouble out here, who knows what will happen. If that's the case, then let her in. Another tough opponent, huh? At this point, both of them were face to face. On this side, Tu Ting quickly detected, I feel it, the aura of the Earth Dragon. Before he could finish his thought, a monster appeared from nowhere and bit fiercely at Tu Ting, startling him. Damn it! He couldn't help but praise it, the monsters in this faction have too much combat power. The Flame Demon God said proudly, no matter how much food there is, it can't stop the feast, it only makes the feast more lavish. At this moment, Little Yu also channeled her inner energy, Little Tin, just confidently drain her fire, leave the rest to me. The Flame Demon God quickly realized, she's conducting lightning, destroying the nuclear power plant. Can this stop her evolution? Tianxing couldn't help but speak up, even with superior special genes, I can't be immune to lightning. Little Yu's eyes also revealed a fierce look at this moment, she glared and snorted coldly. Immediately, a surge of inner energy was unleashed towards that large monster, electric shock. Immediately, a gigantic bolt of lightning, like a rising tide, struck directly at it. But it seemed she was still not satisfied, Little Yu frowned and said, again. She grimaced, forcing herself to absorb the lightning, the magnetic essence had now increased to 61%. The red lightning mark on Little Yu's face also seemed to lengthen, it looked like she was enduring a great deal of pain. Little Tin couldn't help but worry, little fish, don't force yourself to absorb the lightning, I can handle it. Little Yu immediately retorted, what are you talking about? How can I watch you suffer alone? We've always been together since we were little. He watched her explode with ferocity, and a memory immediately flooded into Little Tin's mind, from when they were small. A short conversation echoed, Mom, go to bed. Don't worry, there won't be a power outage tonight. I already took a bath. And now I'm getting ready to sleep. Mom, go help Dad. I hear 3 people asking for stir-fried noodles. What about breakfast tomorrow? I want Dad's special stir-fried noodles. If they don't sell out, I'll pack them up and bring them home. That's my favorite. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Little Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. Suddenly, a voice rang out, it's so late. Why are you crying so terrifyingly? This voice instantly made her stop crying. Little Yu, cautiously, stammered loudly, who's there? The boy's voice rang out again, me? I live next door to you. I just moved here. I was bored because of the power outage, so I came out for a walk. I didn't expect to hear your ear-splitting crying. I almost peed my pants. Little Yu was startled, sorry. The boy said again, if you're so scared, why don't you tell your parents? Little Yu replied, they sell late-night food, they're already working so hard. The boy asked again, do you want to come out and play? I have a flashlight here. Little Yu peeked through the door. My parents told me not to open the door for strangers, and besides, they've already locked it. The boy spoke up, well then, I'll go back. The hallway in this building is too cold. Little Yu had been strong since childhood, though a little regretful, she didn't voice it. Suddenly, a loud laugh made her jump. The boy played another trick, how about this? Little Yu immediately looked over, why haven't you left yet? You scared me senseless. Don't your parents make you go home? The boy sighed, who knows where she went? Never mind, look down here, see if you can see it? Little Yu saw the light under the crack of the door and couldn't help but exclaim, oh. The boy asked again, see it now? Little Yu stammered, I see it. The boy said proudly, I'm truly a genius. This way, it's not dark anymore, right? The two began to get acquainted. The boy spoke first, anyway, there's no one at my house, and you're free anyway. Will you talk to me? Little Yu was flustered, The boy introduced himself, my name is Little Tin, and you? Little Yu replied briefly, Little Fish. At that time, the building often had power outages. Whenever there was a power outage, Little Tin would be at the door to play with her. He was like a little star, lighting up Little Yu's world. Since then, she was no longer afraid of anything. Back in the present, Little Yu made a firm decision, this starlight, no one will ever touch it. And just like that, Little Yu quickly and easily cut the monster in half. But strangely, as if immortal, they quickly recovered to normal. Little Yu couldn't help but be annoyed, these monsters recover so quickly. But of course, she didn't give up. Little Yu immediately called for lightning. Immediately, electricity from the sky rapidly struck towards her, and the monster also lunged over immediately. Immediately, a protective circle surrounded her. Little Yu was struggling a bit to resist at this moment. And the two monsters, of course, didn't give up. They wrapped around the circle, making Little Yu annoyed. She yelled loudly, get out. At this moment, the monsters instantly stiffened, but one of them aggressively smashed into the barrier. On this side, the flame demon god smiled cunningly, your superpower is truly amazing, but even so, you won't win. The monsters breed endlessly. Our numbers are incredibly terrifying. Such a large number is enough to weaken your imperfect domain. Next, you just need to overcome it. With the price of increased power being bodily harm, how long can you maintain this? You can't protect him. Little Yu secretly calculated, not enough, Little Tin's power is still not enough. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself. A wave of pain surged through her, but Little Yu still endured, I need more lightning. I can't give them a chance to recover. I need enough electricity to blast the monster to dust in one go. Little Tin looked at her. Images of his past life reappeared, making him inevitably panic. Little Fish, that's enough. Little Fish glared at him with a dark face. Stinky Little Star. Little Star was startled. A shark immediately appeared. Little Fish spoke loudly. What are you trying to be fierce about? Little Star was bewildered. She continued, just focus on absorbing it. Seeing him still hesitate, she threatened again. Say one more word and I'll have it bite off your head. Immediately, Little Fish channeled her inner strength. At this moment, the essence also immediately surged and coiled within her. The red birthmark on Little Fish's face gradually spread. Little Star couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, thinking to herself, damn it, if only I could become stronger faster. She was surprised. Is it increasing the suction force? Suddenly, he looked bewildered. I feel like the monster gene I injected into Little Fish has disappeared. Has it been assimilated by the Little Fish's special gene? No, it has been destroyed. At this moment, Little Fish had completely broken through. Essence 100%, transcended 5 stars. She no longer had the monster gene. He was surprised. Little Fish's injuries. They recovered so quickly? Is this a characteristic of 95% transcendent gene? At this moment, Little Fish channeled her inner strength and glared at the monsters. She clenched her hand, causing lightning to appear. The pink lightning bolts also quickly gathered. Immediately, her power swept through, successfully destroying countless monsters within its nearby range. Van Yu couldn't help but be startled. She has evolved into a 5-star transcendent. Our party is ruined. The flame demon god laughed sinisterly. No, not yet. Flame demon god, what do you want to do? She yelled, unacceptable. I don't want that shell anymore. That way, he won't be able to absorb my fire anymore. Then she immediately threw Little Fish's body towards him. Come here. I don't care if anyone finds out. I will directly devour you all now. Van Yu couldn't help but be startled. Flame demon god, you're actually manifesting your full body? If you do that, we'll be exposed. She angrily yelled. Van Yu, shut up. Van Yu quickly spotted the problem. Is that the powerful water element superhuman, Thuan Quan Koi of Nam Noyet? Thinking this, she secretly chuckled with delight. No one knew what Van Yu was thinking at this moment. She immediately glared and used 5 senses deprivation. Van Yu was extremely confident that before the mental element, all other superhuman elements had to kneel. She approached Quan Koi. The mental element is the king of elements. 4-star superhuman Din Fong, I'm not sure I can control you, but as long as you die, that's enough. Immediately after, contrary to her thoughts, Quan Koi unleashed a mental burst, startling Van Yu. She immediately dodged and didn't forget to exclaim. No wonder she's a powerhouse from Nam Noyet, such a quick reaction. In just a short time, you were able to use your superhuman power to protect your brain. But if your 5 senses are deprived, you'll be like a headless fly. I'll slowly break through your defenses layer by layer, eroding your brain. Suddenly discovering something, Van Yu was pleased. Oh, that lightning element superhuman has evolved to 5 stars? And Flame Demon God is going all out, is she crazy? Isn't she afraid of being exposed? Flame Demon God, have you been driven mad by absorption? Every monster killed will be converted into energy and transmitted to the king. Right now, the king hasn't received enough energy to recover. Being exposed now will make humans vigilant. Even if humanity's strength is temporarily insignificant. But the number of superhumans is huge, a very large variable. We can't guarantee that everything is under control. What if it stimulates some superhumans to evolve? That would truly be more harm than good. Moreover, this banquet is just the beginning of the genius hunt. To ruin the king's plan right at the start, she'll surely be annihilated once the king recovers. Unless, Flame Demon God has found a way to escape the king, which is why she's not afraid of being eliminated. Does she want to betray the king? If that happens, I'll be dragged into this too. Van Yu's eyes were now shedding tears of blood. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, whether she's stupid or just dreaming, I can only help her cover it up. On this side, Van Vang suddenly screamed, clutching his head in pain. Seeing him like this, Tu Dao couldn't help but be scared. Van Vang seemed to have remembered something at this moment. My head hurts so much, it's like someone is gnawing on my brain. Tu Dao was scared but didn't know what to do. She could only step forward to encourage him. At the same time, screams began to echo, startling Tu Dao. The controlled people were struggling. They kept shouting, "Eat me, eat me, eat me." Flame Demon God was extremely smug at this moment. She laughed loudly, "Then I'll begin my meal. All of you are my food." Her tentacles quickly grew out. Those struggling people were immediately devoured shortly after. The Flame Demon God acted very swiftly. As soon as she finished speaking, her ferocious hands simultaneously crushed the protective barrier. Xiao Yu was stunned with surprise, so the star field was broken? She worried, with her current level 5 transcendent power, yet the star field couldn't withstand even one blow from it. She raised her hand and used her special ability. Currently, about 30% of the lightning element's power in her body has been transformed into life element. Then let's try transferring 15% of the lightning life element. Her shark had started to get agitated. It didn't like being squeezed so tightly. But it was also quickly torn apart by the flame demon god. The protective barrier was completely shattered. Xiaoyu couldn't help but grit her teeth in pain. Is this the reflexive effect of the lightning life element being broken? The flame demon god proudly declared loudly. You cannot extinguish my flames. Everyone was in trouble. Van kept clutching his head and screaming in pain. Blood flowed continuously from Guan Kuei's 7 orifices. Xiaoyu worried, hurry up. Absorb it. Xiao Tin replied, I've absorbed 50% of the fire. The star chart has also stabilized. Furthermore, it wouldn't be possible without the external superposition of the Xiaoyu constellation. His face was full of confidence. However, now I can use flames. First, we must take the Xiaoyu constellation away. Let me test the power of the star chart now. Immediately after, he quickly channeled his internal energy. You gang of monsters. Listen to my command, control your brutal nature. And form this star chart with yourselves. Burst! At this moment, he transformed once again. A monster sword was quickly created. Tin Tun was now summoning a colossal power. Hao Lai spoke up at this moment. Though. Don't just sway. You should use your brain and think about whose side you should be on. If you don't want to die, then come with me and stop this thunder shower. Though sneered. Where did that come from? There's still a chance now. I advise you not to be a servant anymore. Killing one's own kind, clinging to life and fearing death. Truly foolish people. Immediately after, another powerful surge of internal energy struck again. Hao Lai said again. Why are you still so stubborn? Fighting against absolute power. Only those who understand the times are true heroes. I've tried my best to help you. Don't blame me. Though couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at her. Hao Lai fiercely said, then just die bravely. Though was suddenly in pain from the attack. She looked at Though, feeling extremely smug. Keep struggling. Endure extreme pain, but it can only last for a short while. Then, you won't be able to see the illusion within the domain. Yet. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Though was surprised, did something pierce through? Turning towards Van Yu, she thought to herself. Can my power not be hidden? Why does he always surprise people? What kind of star chart is he cultivating, after all? Tu Tin replied. Although I am still only a 5th-tier monster, with the monster sword, I have reached the 6th tier. Tu Tin continued. At the moment I sensed the Monster King, I realized how small I was, like an ant next to a large tree. I could only carefully, silently grow stronger, and now is the time to show the results. An ant like me has become a wolf and now has the qualifications to bite into that large tree. The flame demon god swung her hand, squeezing towards him. Bite what? Tu Tin immediately spoke up. Suddenly, he discovered something and was startled. Oh, the flame demon god's flesh and blood were cut off. It didn't turn into smoke like ordinary monsters, after all. Her other arm immediately struck fiercely towards everyone. Tu Dao couldn't help but scream in fear. She opened her mouth and roared loudly. Man-eating flame purgatory. Immediately, flames violently erupted from her mouth. Van Yu couldn't help but worry. This kind of domain eruption intensity, flame demon god, do you want to wipe out my entire mystical domain? Then you must be extremely vigilant and protect your domain. This is your mission. Not mine. Van Yu said again, then you should be a little careful. Let's quickly end this battle. Immediately after, the flame demon god's other hand quickly slashed up. At the same time, her hand suddenly began to bleed. A long gash appeared. The gash extended from her hand downwards, seemingly quite deep, and fresh blood flowed from it. This is Tu Tin's power after his evolution, an immense power. Tu Dao hugged Van Vang's head, utterly bewildered. It didn't stop there. Next, he again mustered his internal power and yelled, "Super Bull Guard!" That sword powerfully struck directly at the head of the flame demon god. She spoke. "I don't remember how long it's been since I used my horns to fight. Is this why you mistakenly believe that your current monster body can actually compare to mine, isn't it?" Under the rain, Tu Tin chuckled faintly in response. "You can imagine that. Because the monster sword is still alive, it can avoid all obstacles." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely struck down hard again, right at the center of the flame demon god's head. She quickly recovered and said, "Then you must also know that mighty monsters cannot be killed." Then she immediately ordered those monsters, "Soldiers, advance, devour him." Tu Tin's eyes gleamed. He scoffed, "With this many? I have plenty too." Behind him, Tungu quickly mustered her internal power. Just two people fighting against a horde of monsters. She used the star domain, then gently spoke to Tu Tin. "The Ocean Kingdom has just been summoned." Large schools of fish quickly emerged and swam towards the monsters. Tu Tin couldn't help but be surprised. "Why do you like all these shrimps and fish so much, huh? Isn't there anything more domineering than that?" Tungu glanced over. "Do I need you to tell me what to do? Focus on fighting the monsters." Immediately after, Tu Tin raised his hand and simultaneously yelled, "Flame Demon God, take this sword strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Tin fiercely struck down with a powerful blow. On this side, Ha Lai observed the battle. She couldn't help but be startled. Has the monster plan failed? This sword strike has pierced through the flame demon god and my domain. It was pierced through? It was pierced through again? Ha Lai quickly flew away. "I don't need to die with these monsters." Van Yu's eyes were bleeding profusely. She was terrified. Flame demon god. The domain can no longer be controlled. She seemed to have decided to go down fighting. "I already said, if it can't be covered up, then let the whole world know. You only absorbed 1/4 of my flame. So, what do you have to brag about?" At this moment, he frowned, secretly wary of her. Sounds emanated from all directions. That voice rang out again. "The true power of a monster is something you can never reach." Is that a clone of the flame demon god? Both of them pressed their backs against each other. At this moment, their vigilance also increased. Xiao Yu frowned and channeled her internal energy. Violet Star Domain. Condense. Once again, the whole of hell appeared, but this time it was more solid than ever, and those attacks basically couldn't do anything. Both flame demon god monsters simultaneously attacked Xiao Tin's location, biting fiercely. Right then, a massive surge of power erupted to its peak. That blue light shone throughout the entire city, so from a distance, the situation on this side couldn't be clearly seen for a moment. Wen Yu's eyes were incredibly pained at this moment. She couldn't help but shut them tightly and grit her teeth fiercely. After the attack from Xiao Tin and the other person, the flame demon god seemed completely unharmed. She challenged again, "Come here. Let's continue." At this moment, he finally realized, "So, your core is your horn." The flame demon god ferociously opened her large mouth. "This time, I'll tear you all to shreds." Under the drizzling rain, when you looked around in fright. The illusion domain has been broken. After realizing her weakness, he immediately charged forward and shouted, "Now I'll break your horn, then crush them." The flame demon god spoke. "Excellent, you've changed the genes of that monster of yours. I finally see everything clearly, and I acknowledge your strength." Immediately after, she shot something red towards him and Xiao Yu, leaving both of them bewildered. Xiao Tin shouted, "What do you mean?" When you was also curious, Flame Demon God. That source of power merged into the T. Her voice rang out, 10 ton. Your current strength is not yet fully recovered to inflict damage on a demon god. Eat a few more people, and defeating a demon god completely won't be far off, especially if you add me. The T's eyes looked a bit strange. It seemed he had been possessed by the flame demon god, who then said, then there will be a chance to challenge the king. He spoke up, who would agree to cooperate with a monster like you? If you want to ascend, go defeat your king yourself. He secretly realized, he told me to go all out to analyze my monster power. Xiao Tin then said, moreover, I don't eat people. The remaining consciousness of the T completely vanished, replaced by the flame demon god. She then said, don't be so arrogant. Our goals are the same, we'll cooperate someday. It's fine if you don't want to eat people, let's eat the king together. This body has been fully modified by me, containing my power is absolutely no problem. At this moment, the T's body also began to change, hair grew long, breasts enlarged, and arms shrunk. But this isn't a good disguise to attract prey, to make prey lower their guard. It needs to change. The long pants and shirt were quickly torn by her into a neat, body-hugging piece. Xiao Tin and Xiao Yu looked over, utterly bewildered, this. On this side, Xiao Yu was startled, oh dear, I've been possessed for too long, drained too much. Waking up, I'm already having hallucinations, did Fan the T turn into me? After a while of changing, the T's appearance had completely transformed into a woman. And the flame demon god was not pleased. She now leapt into the air, self-satisfied with her new body, I suit this form better. From now on, my name will be Kung Tin. He wondered, Kung Tin? She then said, my first stable shell was named Kung Tun Gu. Her large breasts give me extreme stimulation, making my thoughts begin to change, and your monster genes, your flesh and blood, give me the inspiration for rebirth. He showed contempt, I'm too lazy to pay attention to your special preferences. You and I will forever be enemies. She chuckled cunningly, why is that? As long as we cooperate, I can abandon the plan to cultivate humans for monsters that was put forth by Fan the Tay. I can do things like a human, consider myself human, truly save this world, and become the savior of your human race. His eyes turned cold as he looked at her, who would believe the words of a monster? Hearing the two words monster, the flame demon god seemed to grow angry. She retorted, now, which of us resembles a monster more? Van Yu, those hypnotized survivors haven't fully woken up yet, have they? There's still a chance to implant a segment of memory into their chaotic brains. She quickly replied, okay. Okay. She continued, I told you, this contestant named 10 Ton is not a transcendent, but a person carrying monster genes. He lost control and transformed into a monster, simultaneously leading other monsters to start eating people, until he became his current form. His teammates barely managed to awaken him, but he was already mouthful of blood, having eaten many people, and turned into an extremely terrifying appearance. Below, people ran in chaos, screaming, don't eat me, don't eat me. The flame demon god asked again, 10 Ton, do you find this memory of everyone interesting? He glared at her with annoyance and contempt, asking in return, are you threatening me? That monster immediately rushed forward and bit her arm. He continued, you, in your current state, can only transform into a monster to escape my biting. In that case, your frame-up will have a flaw. If you don't resist, my monster power is immense, and these two arms also contain no small amount of power. The flame demon god wondered, aren't you afraid of the scene of you turning into a monster and eating people? Tu Tin replied, haven't those people already been implanted with the false memory that I ate people? It's just adding a few more false memories. Then she chuckled cunningly, then just be a man-eating monster in this supernova competition. I'll give you the power of these two arms as a thank you gift for analyzing your power. The flame demon god asked again. Van Yu, is Lai Tianhin dead? If he's dead, no one can explain for 10 Ton anymore. Van Yu replied, if you hadn't lost control of the situation just now, allowing Van Vong to dispel everyone's illusion for a moment, he would already be dead. Currently, he's leading a few lucky surviving Purification Squad members in a final resistance. She continued fiercely, but it's almost over. I'll be there immediately to clean up the mess. Van Yu turned around, Thuan Quan Koi, this time you got lucky. Suddenly she gasped, you're awake. Immediately after being discovered, Quan Koi launched a multi-layered illusion attack. Quan Koi's face darkened, you can't control me. Water Dragon. Van Yu instantly recognized it as a 5-star transcendent. She immediately reported to her accomplice, there's another 5-star transcendent. Flame Demon God, we must leave here immediately. Continuous Slash, seize the opportunity before things change. Van Yu then shouted, Father, stop them. The Flame Demon God's 2 arms quickly grew out. She smiled faintly, all right, this feast, though not fully enjoyed, has filled my stomach. She looked at Tu Tin and said, I truly look forward to the day we cooperate. He immediately retorted, that day will never come. The Flame Demon God spoke again. Oh, right, before I go, here's some sincere advice, don't let other demon gods stay in human bodies for too long in the future. Even if they possess a body, try to make them possess someone a bit foolish, to avoid causing trouble for you and me. Tunga looked over worriedly, it's over. Tin Tun, even if you clarify the false accusation of turning into a man-eating monster, your identity is still very likely to be exposed. What will you do now? He couldn't help but feel annoyed, damn it, I've been played. Tu Tin then clenched his fist, so what if it's exposed? I already have enough power to protect myself. At most, whoever bothers us, we'll beat them until they submit. Tunga quickly agreed, okay. On this side, the Flame Demon God asked from above, Van Yu, have the Lightning Demon God and your father eaten their fill? She replied, still a little short. My father could also advance to the 6th stage. The Flame Demon God looked into the distance, I know you're afraid your father will be dealt with by the king. But with my understanding of the king, being dealt with is unavoidable. In fact, a relationship like yours and your father's is precisely something the king doesn't allow. Join me, let's deal with the king together, so I can replace the king, and then you won't be dealt with anymore. Van Yu immediately exposed, your reckless appearance just now was to probe me, wasn't it? I have no choice, do I? The Flame Demon God laughed loudly, yes, you can choose to die. She then said, for your father, you hypnotized the Thunder Demon God to grant your father some royal power. The Flame Demon God began to tempt her, controlling the Thunder Demon God all the time must be very tiring, right? Wait for me for a while, when I transform the monster flesh and blood within my body into something like a spirit core. Your father and I will divide the Thunder Demon God and eat it. Of course, all the royal power will belong to you. You won't need to be so cautious, always worrying about the Thunder Demon God retaliating. Wen Vang immediately agreed, okay, I'll follow your instructions. My king. Master Gong Tin, Wen Vang finally succumbed to her. The two then flew away. Xiao Yu placed both hands over her eyes. Her eyes wide open, she smiled brightly and said, oh my, look closely at me, my eyes are perfectly fine. Xiao Yu waved her arms freely. She continued, my limbs move freely, I can completely control myself. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu rolled up her sleeves, showing off her toned muscles. She also felt a series of unprecedented comfortable sensations, completely unafraid of transformation. Xiao Tin, sitting opposite, continued to stare at her with wide eyes. Xiao Yu reassured her grandfather over the phone in an excited voice, Grandpa, don't worry, I'm really fine. The phone couldn't capture the dean's entire face. At that moment, Sheng Wan Kue on the other end of the line began to speak, you guys, wait for me to lower the camera. The camera moved down to reveal the dean's face. He burst into tears, his face messy with snot and tears. Sheng Wan Kue spoke up, your grandpa's little water buffalo keeps crying. He must be very happy now. Hearing that, The dean immediately stood up and scolded Shangwan Kuei. He said, "Shangwan Kuei, get out. You want to take time off to go on a blind date, right?" I approve, is that enough?" She quickly turned and walked away. Shangwan Kuei complained, "Fine, I'm going then. I'm exhausted to death, and I still have to research the 5-star Super Divine for you, delaying my own major life event." The dean continued the conversation, turning to speak to his granddaughter in a very gentle tone. "Xiao Yu, I'm relieved now that you're okay." Xiao Yu smiled, making a peace sign with her hand. "I'm fine." The dean continued, his voice filled with gratitude. "Xiao Tin, thank you for bringing Xiao Yu back." The dean spoke, his face immediately serious, both hands propping up his chin. "To save Xiao Yu, and for this world, you have sacrificed too much. This time, if your identity is exposed, even if the whole world turns against you, I will firmly stand behind you." He squinted into a smile and continued, "That's not important, don't worry about me anymore." Suddenly, Xiao Yu remembered her friends. She asked her grandfather anxiously, "How are the students at the Monster Academy doing now? After they transformed into my monster faction, are there any after effects?" Right, Grandpa, I wasn't there. Are my friends okay?" The dean slowly began. "One student had a nightmare and was scared into transforming into a monster. I secretly hid everyone's alarm device, so he didn't know he had transformed and continued to sleep soundly." Xiao Yu exclaimed, "What kind of exciting dream was that?" An image of a monster with bloodshot eyes and torn clothes lying on a bed appeared. His roommate, upon discovering him, was also terrified and trembling. He said. The next day, the roommate, terrified, also transformed. "Xiao Tin, your genes are working. As long as they're not hungry, they can maintain their sanity." He spoke. The two students are now temporarily held separately in the laboratory. Xiao Yu smiled gently. "As long as there's still humanity, there's hope for everyone." The dean spoke. "I'm letting them try to see if they can restore their human bodies like you did. Everything is developing positively." The dean continued. "I can clearly feel his worry through the phone screen." "Xiao Tin, what are your plans next? When will Xiao Yu return? She has suffered a lot. This old man will definitely protect her." Xiao Tin put his hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder and smiled mischievously. "I have no intention of returning at all." The dean shouted. He asked again, "What?" He continued, "She's my person now. I want to take her to eat the king's limbs." His face showed clear anger. "You." Z10 grabbed Xiao Yu's head and laughed loudly. He said, "I'm just kidding. Lu Xiao Yu is a crucial strategy. We really need her help. There isn't much time left either." The dean replied. He reminded kindly, "Indeed, there's no more time to waste. You must protect yourselves well." Xiao Tin's face became more serious. He spoke. "Dean, too many changes have occurred. The flame demon god intends to betray the monster king. I'm afraid this will cause a chain reaction." He immediately thought of the battle between Xiao Yu and the flame demon god. Images of carnivorous plants appeared. Xiao Tin continued, "Just in case, we still need to quickly prepare measures to cope with the apocalypse. If strange flowers appear on the main street, definitely, everyone must stay away from these flowers." Z10 held up his phone screen. He pondered while looking at the phone. The large-scale appearance of monster flowers symbolizes the beginning of the apocalypse. In the previous life, the apocalypse only happened 10 months later. In this life, it probably won't happen so quickly. But I have a bad feeling. The dean replied, "I know." Z10 and Xiao Yu bid farewell to the dean together. "Goodbye, Dean Qin. Goodbye, Grandpa." After bidding farewell to the dean, Xiao Tin spoke. "Next, we should continue with the experiment." Xiao Tin called Xiao Yu very naturally, "Class monitor." She repeated his words and raised an eyebrow. "Class monitor, you say that so easily. You're not even a student at the Monster Academy, so why do you talk like we're so close?" He continued with a sly look. Your body once ate me, and I once ate your body. We're very close. Come on, try growing 2 arms, Can you use the flame monster? Xiao Yu then sneered, challenging Xiao Tin. She mocked, what do you mean I once ate you, you once ate me? Your words are making me itchy all over. Then try to mutate. Red dark energy emitted from around Xiao Yu, her face serious. Xiao Yu said, to be honest, it's quite novel. No longer needing to control one's emotions, but instead trying to provoke one's emotions, controlling oneself to mutate into a monster. She continued, her eyes looking upwards, let me think about how. The opposite of sage mode, I get it, rush in with passion. Xiao Yu said with a disdainful expression. She sneered, I'm too used to sage mode, I can't get hard at all. Xiao Yu reached out and touched Xiao Tin's shoulder. She said playfully, how about you give me some stimulation? I'm your subordinate king, after all. Upon hearing this, his face immediately changed, showing clear awkwardness. This. Xiao Yu continued, her hand moving down his body, come on, the kind that makes one's blood boil. Hey, Xiao Tin replied in an annoyed tone, don't mess around. Xiao Yu said, what's there to be afraid of? He thought to himself, from the beginning, I was set up as the male lead, with the image of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. She continued, you're the new king of monsters. Don't be weak, the opposite of sage mode, fight. Suddenly a magic ball intervened between them. Xiao Yu looked at it very confused. The pink ball returned to Xiao Yu, who was now turning her face away and saying, wrong operation. Accidentally sent the deadly exploding fish flying past. The two continued walking. Xiao Yu asked Xiao Tin, who is this student? He replied again with a provocative, sly face, she's my childhood friend from the Transcendent Academy, Xiao Yu. The first Transcendent, nicknamed the Genius Maiden. At that moment, Xiao Yu was pouting and turning her face away. Then Xiao Tin pointed at her again and laughed very obscenely. He then spoke mockingly to the girl, oh right, she also has a more fitting name, Sweet and Sour Carp, the big pregnant carp. Xiao Yu was extremely angry to hear this. She frowned, are you saying I'm jealous of you? With that, Xiao Yu stood up and pointed directly at Xiao Tin. She continued, a person like you who lets the small head control the big head, starved of affection, lacking in quality, I like you. Even if an 80-year-old lady walks past you, you still have to secretly take a sniff, pervert. No limits, trash. Seeing this, Xiao Yu ran over to Xiao Yu's side. She then turned to Xiao Mi and said, we women must know how to judge people, don't get fooled and regret it for the rest of your life. Xiao Yu nodded in response. Xiao Tin's face instantly darkened, hey. With his hands in his pockets, he looked down at Xiao Yu and asked, in your eyes, am I such a terrible person? She immediately put her hands on her chest, looking at Xiao Tin with a grumpy face, in my eyes? Is it possible that this is just stating the truth? This time it was Xiao Tin's turn to provoke Xiao Yu. He said in an antagonizing tone, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Arguing with you for too long is bad for my throat, you shorty fish. Xiao Yu craned her neck to look at him, and retorted, shorty fish? Who are you calling shorty? You short-legged Xiao Tin. As Xiao Yu spoke, she poked Xiao Tin, making him furious. Did you forget? Before high school, I was always taller than you, you short-legged guy. You wore my school uniform pants by mistake, and ripped the pant legs. He quickly replied, gripping Xiao Yu's head and sneering, so what? I grew taller later. Besides, didn't you also wear my uniform pants? After PE, they almost ripped. I have reason to suspect you're a man. Xiao Yu yelled, let go. Xiao Tin still teased her, I won't. Xiao Yu looked at him with a face full of anger, gritting her teeth and activating her skill. Her eyes glowed with pink light. Xiao Tin, you're dead. With that, Xiao Yu lunged at him but was quickly stopped by Xiao Tin. I'm going to rip off that foul mouth of yours. If you dare, don't move. Xiao Tin continued to taunt, Io, the man-eating fish has gone mad. Xiao Yu extended both hands forward, activating her attack on Xiao Tin. Xiao Tin could only beg and remind, hey, calm down a bit, calm down. Zhao Sheng, Wen Wang, and that unlucky teacher are still recuperating upstairs. Don't drag them into this. Xiao Yu immediately stopped. She poked Xiao Tin repeatedly. Because of them, you got another lease on life. All right, all right, all right, Xiao Tin replied with his signature smile. Thank you, great King Qi-Na, for not killing me. He lunged forward and pinched Xiao Yu's cheek. She was not to be outdone and rushed forward, grabbing his cheek with one hand. I'm going to tear your mouth off. He said, na. Suddenly, Xiao Yu nearby chimed in, it's almost time, pucker up. The two instantly stopped, eyes wide, staring straight at Xiao Yu. She propped her chin on her hands and smiled brightly, keep going, it's very ambiguous, do more, I love watching. The other two simultaneously yelled, ambiguous what? Xiao Yu turned away, blushing shyly and yelling, are you crazy? Xiao Yu smiled and continued, look at what you're laughing at, a deer runs wild in your heart, spring love is blossoming. She suddenly mutated, a red monster arm appearing, I found the impulse again, I can mutate. Xiao Yu raised her hands and lamented, oh, my hands are so ugly, where are my pure white arms? Change back. Calm down, activate Sage Mode, oh, my fingers are so long. Is it because girls don't have a clear Sage Mode? Xiao Tin was extremely surprised. He thought to himself, it's Xiao Yu, not a fire-type monster, but a wood-type monster. Xiao Yu reverted to her normal form. A surge of red dark energy enveloped Xiao Yu. She spoke, few, deep breaths. Men see rigidity as softness. All right, good thing I can change back. Xiao Tin heard this and looked at her with a helpless expression. He thought to himself, then looked inside his own body. A bright blue flame with a red string attached appeared. Oh. In the core of my heart, there's an additional path, a door. I can sense that this door can lead to the heart of Lu Xiaoyu. There was one before, but it was also a fire-type door, which I ignored. These two doors are connected to two subordinates. An image of Xiao Tin in his Monster King form appeared. If I am the Monster King, Lu Xiaoyu is my subordinate, a wood-type demon god. This is the initial form of the monster network. Xiao Tin continued to think, I must test the practical effectiveness of the monster network. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stood up and rushed towards Xiao Yu. I'm so hungry. Xiao Yu's eyes turned red and glowed. She stammered to Xiao Yu, friend Xiao Yu, you smell so good. Xiao Yu loudly exclaimed, I'll rip you apart. Xiao Yu spoke, looking at Xiao Yu with apprehension. The monster body's recovery ability is extremely strong, but it's very bloodthirsty. This side effect is hard to endure even for our own rational monsters. Xiao Yu jumped onto Xiao Yu, her mouth wide open, just let Big Sis have a little taste. Xiao Yu raised her hands, trying to stop Xiao Yu. She said, if you dare touch me, you're dead. Meanwhile, Xiao Tin stood behind them, closing his eyes and propping his chin, deep in thought about something. Xiao Tin then pointed at Xiao Yu, his cheeks hollowed, eyes gleaming. Xiao Tin agreed, you really can't blame Xiao Yu. You really smell so good. I often can't control myself from wanting to lick you, and have to use primordial power to restrain myself. Xiao Yu blushed, she yelled, you pervert, shut up right now. Stay away from me from now on. Her hand still tried to restrain Xiao Yu. Now you immediately stop your Vom Ha. Xiao Tin channeled his power, he extended one hand forward, and blue specks of light surrounded his palm. Xiao Tin replied, oh, you overestimate me. I can only have an additional gate within me leading to the center of Vom Ha. He continued, then shot the blue specks of light into Xiao Yu. Now, a red aura covers your entire body. I can use this gate to satisfy her. I can still grant her power without touching, like a wireless network, but it will be slower than direct contact. Xiao Tin continued, satisfy her. Xiao Yu frowned, she said, I know that's all you think about every day. Xiao Tin spoke up to defend himself, hey, what I'm saying is all true. Xiao Yu cast her green eyes towards Xiao Mei, she said, wait, she doesn't seem quite right. What did you feed her? She continued, Xiao Yu is now completely mutated. Two massive red monster arms appeared as if to grasp Xiao Yu's body. Originally, she still retained a bit of reason, but now she's completely lost control. Moreover, she's starting to mutate again. Xiao Tin again propped his chin, deep in thought, then looked up at Xiao Mei. He said, I only gave her my power. Only power can be transmitted. So, it can be concluded that the hunger in the monster's flesh and blood cannot be appeased by any means. He continued, and this power, on the contrary, increased her hunger, causing Xiao Yu to completely lose control. Xiao Yu created a shield with her magic, trying hard to restrain Xiao Yu from lunging at her. Xiao Yu's eyes emitted a pink light, and her mouth now constantly reached out, wanting to bite Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was extremely confused at this moment. She turned to Xiao Tin and spoke. The power is too fierce. Then, she recalled the scene of the battle a few days ago. I feel like I'm facing the level 4 monster from that day. Xiao Yu panicked and continued to speak, her hand still creating a shield. Father Tin, quickly think of a way to satisfy her hunger. Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up. Dad, I can just go invite Xiao Tin over. You don't need to come here yourself. Xiao Yu was startled. She said to Xiao Tin, someone's coming, all right. Xiao Yu's eyes emitted a deeper pink light. She tilted her nose, sniffing the scent in the air. Li Ji said as he entered the house with his 2 children, this is my house, is there a problem with me coming home? Tianxing frowned in annoyance and said to his father, Dad, you have to knock. He replied, this is Li family property. Xiao Yu smelled the scent and turned to glance at all 3 people. She left Xiao Yu and jumped towards Li Ji, food. He and Tianxing looked up at Xiao Yu. He thought to himself, too fast, what was that? Xiao Nei instantly rushed towards them, her eyes glowing eerily. Tianyin looked up at Xiao Nei in horror. He thought to himself, beside me. His sister closed her eyes tightly in fright. Flame, demon god. No, Xiao Tin said the flame demon god had already abandoned Xiao Nei's body, but... He continued to think, his mind racing, recalling the moment they faced the monsters, and Xiao Nei's sharp claws had grown long, slashing across his father's cheek. This oppressive feeling, along with the terrifying despair that those damn monsters brought us that day, is exactly the same. The claws passed, leaving a long cut on Lai Cuc's cheek. He looked up at Xiao Nei with a look of terror. Xiao Tin spoke. He began to use his power, and blue light spots reappeared. I can't satisfy her, I can only absorb all of her power. Xiao Nei's eyes returned to normal, and the dark aura around her gradually dissipated. She gradually lost consciousness, falling freely in the air. Xiaongu then reached out to catch Xiao Nei. Xiao Nei fell onto Xiaongu and leaned against her, muttering constantly, Xiao Tin, you drained me, I'm so hungry, I have no strength left. She stammered, her face devoid of vitality, I'm about to die. Xiaongu panicked and said to Xiao Tin, the principal's granddaughter, she shriveled up. He replied calmly, it's fine, just quickly give her some life essence liquid to drink. Blood dripped onto the floor. Lai Cuc then began to speak, it seems even your companion fears you. Lai Cuc stepped closer to Xiao Tin, he continued, he truly isn't the one who consumed 3 parts of our Huaha supernova genius. 7 plans to destroy 7 parts of our Tantan's purgers, that monster, right? And he even warned all the other heroes in advance. Lai Cuc looked at him seriously, he continued, why do I feel the former is more reasonable? Tianyin interjected, he tried to stop his father, Dad, didn't I tell you? The truth is, he interrupted Tianyin, shut your mouth. Lai Cuc looked directly at Xiao Tin and spoke, Xiao Tin, I am Lai Cuc, the General Commander of Tantan's Purgers. I personally came here today because I want to hear you tell me yourself, what exactly are you? Lai Cuc asked, emphasizing the word monster, a human, or a monster. Xiao Tin put his hands in his pockets, his face unperturbed. Suddenly, shouts echoed from outside the door, Xiao Tin, we know you're inside. Another person followed, come out, monster, come out. Tianyin's sister asked, who is it? He replied, students, our fellow purgers. The girl exclaimed in surprise, there are even so many ordinary people, how can this be? How could this spread so fast? A notification popped up on her phone. The girl quickly opened her phone to check. On the screen was Xiao Tin in monster form fighting the flame demon god. She said, "This is him." The video of Xiao Tin turning into a monster has been uploaded online, and netizens have already revealed our address. Why could this video still be spread? At that time, all electronic devices should have been destroyed by fire and lightning elements. Tianhin replied to his sister. He continued, "The investigation has just begun. We just found some traces of Van Yu through Halai's investigation." Outside, a crowd gathered. Though said, "Who exactly is causing such a huge commotion?" She raised both hands, trying to block the people outside. "Everyone calm down a bit. Wait for the higher-ups to investigate thoroughly. Justice will be quickly served to you all. Please don't be impatient. Return and wait for news." The crowd yelled, "Get out." A young man spoke, "You're just an ordinary purger from Nam Noyet. What right do you have to talk nonsense about our Tanton?" Another person said, "Get out of our way. I, myself, saw that student from your Nam Noyet turn into a monster." Everyone was bandaged up. They all looked at her with anger. The brown-haired young man burst into tears. He said, "Are you saying we were hallucinating just because you say so? My team leader, now I have to go see for myself if that guy is a monster." The young man and the crowd shouted loudly, insisting on entering. He began to use his power and threatened though. "Get out of our way, or else we won't be so polite with you anymore." Though said, "I won't let you in." Tianhin then opened the door and stepped outside. Though turned towards him for help. "Senior Lai Tianhin, so many people suddenly came, I can't stop them at all." He looked seriously at the crowd. Tianhin quietly told her, "Leave it to me," then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, listen to me." Suddenly, an agitated person threw a rock at Tianhin's face, making him stop speaking. This was strange. His face started to bleed. The brown-haired young man continued speaking with an angry face. "Lai Tianhin, we once trusted you unconditionally, but you led us into a trap. You also dealt a desperate blow to all of our trust in you. You caused the deaths of almost all of our new city's purifiers." Tianhin furrowed his brows in bewilderment. The young man continued, "You are a sinner. We won't trust you anymore." They pointed at his face, continuously protesting, "Who knows if you're like your good friend, Halai, the one we called our superior, who completely vanished when trouble arose? Who knows if you're colluding with that monster? Otherwise, why would you protect him in your house? Get out of the way, let us go ask him ourselves." Unexpectedly, Xiao Tin stepped outside. He said to Tianhin, "I'm very sorry for your plight. You don't need to blame yourself." Tianhin turned around and said, "Why are you out here? Things are very complicated now, an absolute mess. You can use your superhuman power. Just use your superhuman identity to stabilize them first. This isn't the time to make a big deal out of this." The crowd grew even more furious when they saw Xiao Tin. They shouted loudly and continuously cursed him, "Come out. It's him. No doubt, I saw him. He's the monster." Xiao Tin immediately retorted, "Don't you want to know if I'm human or a monster?" He activated his power and said, "I'm here to tell you." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Tin noticed a large crowd of people carrying monster genes gathered in the distance. "I am. Huh?" He stopped and thought to himself, "What's that sound? Who are those people over there?" Xiao Tin continued to think. A chip on the neck of a woman in that crowd over there was emitting a red light. They all looked very scared. Only the young girl looked up at her mother with a puzzled expression. "They aren't superhumans. Are they monster gene carriers? Why are they here? My story has been exposed by the media. Especially that video of me turning into a monster. If people confirm that I'm truly a monster, show them that a monster can control its consciousness, for them." Xiao Tin thought, looking at them with a look of astonishment, as if realizing something. "That's the hope they've always longed for but never had. I remember now. That's the sound of the locator. It's the signal that monster gene carriers are about to mutate. When they mutate into monsters, every purifier has the responsibility to kill them. The young girl burst into tears, calling out, "Mom! Mom!" The girl quickly backed away from her daughter and husband. She pleaded, "Husband, quickly take our daughter far away from me." The little girl continued to call out, "Mom! Mom!" The man held his daughter tightly, reassuring her, "Shoo, Nunu, don't get agitated. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Don't agitate the monster gene that's dormant in your body." The little girl sobbed, reaching out her hand, trying to grab the girl. "Mom!" She spoke loudly to her husband as she was about to transform. At this moment, the monster gene had spread to half of the girl's face. "Husband, you must endure. Don't mutate, okay? For Nunu, find a way to protect your sanity." She continued, her arm now pitch black and claws appearing. Her face also began to distort. "Don't avenge me. Don't grieve for me. You too must." The mother struggled to continue, try to live. Her sharp teeth opened wide. An iron rod pierced straight through the monster's head. Both the husband and daughter were stunned. The little girl's eyes widened. "Mom!" A young man in the distance said to the black-haired guy next to him. "Even if she just mutated, simply piercing her head isn't enough to kill her. We need to completely destroy her brain or heart. Otherwise, if we wait until she fully mutates, she'll be even harder to deal with." He immediately agreed, "Right." The monster collapsed. The surrounding monster gene carriers scattered in panic. The other man continued, "Therefore, monster gene carriers are not allowed to leave this place. Your monster genes may have already been activated." His hand unleashed power. The man spoke, a cold mist appearing around his hand. According to Article 11 of the Purifier Law. As he spoke, he froze the feet of the surrounding monster gene carriers, preventing them from escaping. Anyone carrying monster genes within a 50-meter radius of a monster must undergo a 30-minute safety observation period before returning to normal life. Everyone's face clearly showed panic. The man continued, "Only after the mutation danger is completely eliminated are they allowed to leave." He continued, shouting loudly, trying to comfort those around him. Monster gene carriers who are not restrained and gather randomly, causing such terrible consequences, are solely responsible. Don't worry, I will eliminate the root cause and minimize your risk of infection. The child rushed towards her mother, even though her feet were still frozen. The black-haired young man saw this and immediately said, "Huh?" He didn't think and jumped towards the child, intending to stop her. The little girl stepped forward to shield her mother. She cried, "Don't hurt my mom." The black-haired young man spoke softly, trying his best to persuade the child, "Little one, come here quickly. If you get scratched and injured, you'll become a monster gene carrier. She'll mutate, and by then, you'll have no choice. Tell the captain immediately to release her from the ice prison first." He frowned and said to his subordinate, "No. Her emotions are too agitated. Even though children's monster genes are basically in a dormant state, there's still a risk. It will cause trouble for the purifier team. The first lesson for a purifier is, don't let excessive empathy endanger your teammates and yourself. It's not me and you who put the little girl in danger." He spoke, "If blame must be laid, it can only be on her mother's weak will." The man said, inadvertently looking to his left, "The child's father is irresponsible." The father also began to deform. Did the child's father mutate too? More and more monsters kept transforming. The team leader spoke, "The monster gene carriers here, a small portion. No, more than that, over half have already started to mutate. This is an extremely large-scale chain mutation event." The black-haired young man was astonished. How could this be? The mutated monsters haven't come into contact with those carrying monster genes. A chain mutation phenomenon shouldn't have occurred, right? The man placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Wasn't it just a moment ago?" He continued, the purifiers from earlier are also displaying their power. We have so many purifiers here. We can just happen to eliminate all these monsters for the city we protect to eradicate future troubles. The monster called out to her child and then touched her with its hands. No. The little girl replied, Mom. The mother warned and pushed her child away. Run, Mom, I can't control myself. The young man used his power to prevent the monster from touching the little girl. An iron bar impaled its hand. He spoke to the captain. Captain, save the child. She's still young. As long as she's not scratched, the monster genes in her won't awaken. He continued and then suddenly stopped after discovering an unusual yellow object attached to the child's neck. Saving a life is better than, what is this, a mini injection? The skin around the injection site clearly shows the color of a monster's skin. His eyes narrowed, looking at the thing on the child's neck with fear. These people carrying monster genes didn't mutate accidentally, but rather, someone is intentionally making them mutate. Suddenly, the young man discovered two superhumans in the distance. He continued, Captain, there are superhumans mixed in with these people carrying monster genes. They're the ones causing these people carrying monster genes they're taking the opportunity to escape. We must catch them. The man's face grew serious. He said, Do you still have time to worry about them? If you continue to be merciful, you'll be eaten alive by the monster you just saved. Now all the people carrying monster genes have mutated. We must first eliminate all the monsters. You intend to retort, but... He quickly scolded the young man. Shut up. Maintaining social peace is our top responsibility as purifiers. The captain shouted loudly. Following orders, the purifiers began to disperse as the captain instructed. All purifiers, listen to my command. Eliminate all monsters. Yes. The brown-haired young man glared at 210 with an angry face. He gnashed his teeth and said, Responsibility first, personal matters later. Wait until I fulfill my duty, then I'll come settle the score with you. 210 smirked, his eyes closed. He continued, I've smelled a conspiracy. Perhaps someone wants to make you all fear monsters even more, or perhaps it's a more sinister reason. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. 210 frowned slightly. He said, But, doing this in front of me? TNN turned to remind him. 210 rolled up his sleeve. He reassured him, 210, don't get agitated. Exposing yourself now will be very troublesome. It's fine. His arm transformed. A horn grew out of 210's head. The me of now, no one can stop me anymore. The brown-haired young man heard that and turned around. At that moment, 210 was manifesting his power. Human Guardian. 210 created a large arc-shaped shield, trapping those inside and separating them from the outside world. Flame Prison. The young man turned and lunged at 210. You truly are a monster. He couldn't finish his sentence before 210 quickly stopped him. Must be eliminated. The young man thought to himself, his heart aching intensely. The purifiers surrounding him also began to collapse, clutching their chests. He continued to think, his eyes wide and helpless. This is the power of a high-level monster. I can't even move. He alone is suppressing everyone here. A large blue flame enveloped 210. The people around looked up at him with terrified faces. This large-scale power has never been seen before. No. It has appeared in purifier history before. 20 years ago, in the final decisive battle with that monster, the monster caused countless purifier casualties worldwide. A level 5 monster. The purifier captain spoke, his hand beginning to gather power. Li Tianqing has indeed betrayed humanity. Cooperating with monsters, purifiers, colleagues, we are purifiers, we shouldn't be swayed by emotions. His hand raised into a fist. Inciting other purifiers, even if our loved ones turn into monsters, we must still fulfill our duty and carry out the purification. The crowd continuously cursed and launched their attacks towards Xiaoxing and Tianqing. Li Tianqing has betrayed humanity, just like he's turned into a monster. Everyone, unleash all your power, eliminate these things before us, these monsters that intend to destroy our city. Xiaoxing spoke. He raised his hand forward. You can't even catch a few guys. Save your strength. The purifiers, still exerting power with faces full of hatred, continuously said, the image of our fallen comrades is etched deep in our memories. We must avenge them. The captain quickly added, we can't let these monsters before us catch their breath. One person shouted, burn them. Another said, we pledge our lives. Eliminate, eliminate. The intertwined techniques directed at Xiaoxing created an incredibly ethereal light. Xiaoxing spoke. He snapped his fingers, creating immense pressure. This time, I'm not playing around with you anymore. That snap created a loud sound, and the swirling rings continued to spread far. The purifiers were sent flying by the pressure of the finger snap. The brown-haired youth thought in terror, just a snap of his fingers, and he defeated everyone here. The young man tried his best to move but failed. He thought, I can't move an inch. Compatriots. The young man continued to think, is he pointing at the people with monster genes who have turned into monsters? Suddenly, his pupils widened. Xiaoxing transformed. He grew long spikes on his back. His new form looked incredibly monstrous. The brown-haired youth mumbled to himself, what kind of form is this? It's a demon king. It is the demon king of the monsters. In its eyes, we are nothing but ants. All the purifiers here will also be completely killed.